This dude was a handsome guy, but he had one fatal flaw: he was broke. Today was Lin Xin and his girlfriend Liu Yizheng's 1-month anniversary, but she straight up dumped him, then hopped into a Porsche with some other dude. That guy even called Lin Xin a pathetic poor guy to his face. Bro, you gotta have money to get girls. Look at yourself. You think you're gonna be happy? Lin Xin stood there frozen, watching the supercar carrying his girlfriend, no scratch that, ex-girlfriend, drive away. Lin Xin was so pissed he fell to his knees, a million questions flooding his mind. Why? Just because he's poor, he deserves to be trampled on like this. Lin Xin's pain slowly turned into hatred, and he swore, "From now on, I'll never be so blindly sincere again." It was this extreme hatred and resentment that accidentally activated a system called Billionaire Comeback. The system quickly bound to him successfully and gave him 1 trillion RMB for a comeback, while his actual personal assets were only 138 RMB. This stark contrast made Lin Xin's jaw drop. A black card containing 1 trillion appeared in Lin Xin's hand. The system was pretty straightforward. Lin Xin could spend that 1 trillion however he wanted, and no matter how much he spent, 1% of the money he spent would be converted into his personal assets, which means if Lin Xin spends all 1 trillion given by the system, he will also have personal assets of 10 billion. But there is a small note, that the comeback assets can only be used for comeback, so can only be spent on women. Irrelevant personal expenses will be deducted from your personal assets. Lin Xin was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. It wasn't until a long time later that he stood up straight, clutching the black card in his hand. The comeback officially starts now, and he's definitely going to use it to the fullest. The first thing Lin Xin did after getting money was go to the Billion Plaza shopping district to find someone to test it out on, and he accidentally noticed a long-legged, big-boobed beauty who looked really familiar. It was Luo Yaxi, Liu Yizheng's roommate. Ding. Detected a female student with high beauty value, suggesting the host start the comeback mission. The system immediately sent a new notification. Then, a data panel of the target appeared in front of Lin Xin. Luo Yaxi, 21 years old, height 167 centimeters, weight 46 kilograms. When the target's affection level for Lin Xin exceeds 90%, 10% of the comeback assets spent will be immediately returned as his personal assets. When the affection level reaches absolute, the identity will be switched and change the relationship between him and the target. Luo Yaxi's current affection level for Lin Xin is negative 20%. You don't need to be a genius to know that it's influenced by her roommate. Without thinking too much, he went straight over. "Luo Yaxi, can I bother you for a moment?" Luo Yaxi looked up, and when she saw Lin Xin, she clearly wasn't happy. "Are you here again to ask me to help you chase Liu Yizheng? I advise you to give up. She has a rich weird-eye boyfriend now." Lin Xin laughed and said that he only came this time because he wanted to buy her a cup of milk tea. As soon as she heard this, a hint of confusion appeared on Luo Yaxi's face. Then she quickly refused, on the grounds that they weren't close. Moreover, this milk tea shop doesn't sell ordinary milk tea. The shop is having a co-branded event with M, so it only sells 200 cups per day, and the price is as high as 199 yuan per cup. A cup of milk tea costs as much as your 10-day food expenses, right? Can you afford it? Luo Yaxi said sarcastically. At this time, the people queuing behind Lin Xin were also very anxious and began to urge him. "Hey, if you want to buy, hurry up, we've been queuing for a long time. Yeah, I still want to take pictures and post on Whoa, don't delay us." Lin Xin hated being pushed around like this the most, so he decisively turned around and asked the staff how many cups of milk tea were left in the shop. The staff member didn't understand what Lin Xin was going to do, but still replied that there were 180 cups left, so he just whips out his card, saying he'll cover the rest. Everyone in line gets a share, and I'm buying it in Luo Yaxi's name. "Consider it her treat," Lin Xin declared generously. Luo Yaxi was so shocked she jumped up. All 180 cups of milk tea cost tens of thousands of yuan. "That's no small amount, Lin Xin, don't mess around." But before she could finish, Lin Xin had already swiped the card. His counterattack funds immediately decreased by 39,800 yuan, but that was nothing compared to his original 1 trillion, and the staff quickly started making the drinks, amid the astonished gazes of the people behind them. Luo Yaxi didn't quite understand the situation, but her affection for Lin Xin slowly ticked upwards a bit. "Luo Yaxi, I actually need your help with something," Lin Xin said again. "What is it?" Now Luo Yaxi's tone lacked its former sarcasm, and Lin Xin's next answer was even more shocking. "It's nothing difficult, just help me spend money." At this moment, Liu Yizheng and her new boyfriend were also shopping in the same mall. However, when they arrived at the spot where she wanted to buy the bag the most today, this guy started making excuses. "Yizheng, I've been wanting to buy you this bag for ages. It's just that my mom said I'm spending too lavishly, and we've already done enough shopping for today. How about we go eat first and talk more later? If you want to pass the future mother-in-law hurdle, you gotta put on a good show. Liu Yizheng felt extremely regretful, because the stuff she'd been bought today didn't even come close to the price of that designer bag. And this stupid woman actually believed the player's words, thinking she had to endure and save up first so she could marry into a wealthy family later. But just then, a very familiar voice struck her ears. Lin Xin, what do you think of this bag? It's a limited edition, and it's also the store's prized item. Worth a lot? I'll take it, you don't mind, right? Liu Yizheng turned her head, and it was actually her roommate next to Lin Xin. She was so shocked that her jaw dropped. Then she quickly recovered her disdainful expression towards Lin Xin, thinking that he was dumped and couldn't accept it, so he begged Luo Yaxi to put on a show with him to annoy her. Lin Xin, how can you be so disgusting? Didn't I make it clear? We've broken up. Stop stalking me. Who's stalking you? I came here with someone else to buy bags too. These words only made Liu Yizheng even more contemptuous, because in her mind, Lin Xin was definitely not the kind of person who could come to the HE store to buy bags. And just at this moment, the system also identified a new target, opening up a counterattack mission similar to the previous one against Liu Yizheng. He knew that for a money-grubbing woman like her, counterattacking was extremely easy, but he wasn't in too much of a hurry, instead putting on an indifferent look. Liu Yizheng, if we've already broken up, then there's nothing between us anymore, right? Where I want to go is none of your business. Don't act so dramatic. You think I'm still the me from before? Hilarious. It's only been a few hours. Did you suddenly go from being a broke ass to a rich second generation or something? Liu Yizheng's affection for Lin Xin was currently at -25%, and her new boyfriend next to her kept provoking him, saying, if you have the ability, then buy the bag in Luo Yaxi's hand. Lin Xin pretended to think for a few seconds, then announced that just buying one bag wasn't enough, and asked the staff to pack up all the remaining items in the store today for him. He would buy everything. When he said these words, whether it was the sales staff, Luo Yaxi or Liu Yizheng, they were all so shocked that their jaws dropped. The staff quickly did what Lin Xin asked, then brought the POS machine in front of him with a smile stretched wide from ear to ear. The total shopping bill came to 1132 million yuan. If the payment was successful, this amount would be enough for the staff to reach their sales target for several months. Hearing this number, Liu Yizheng's new boyfriend immediately burst out laughing. He said that if Lin Xin really had the ability to pay for it, then he would do a headstand and eat dirt, but he actually swiped his card calmly. When the payment success notification sounded, his face immediately darkened. I didn't expect young Master Wang to have the talent of doing a headstand and eating dirt. It just so happens that I can broaden my horizons a bit. This time, it was Lin Xin's turn to mock her. Luo Yaxi was super surprised. Her favorability instantly jumped up 60%. Now it's at 42%. She couldn't help but pounce on Lin Xin, hugging his neck and cooing, "Bao Bei, you're so great, you walk the walk." Unlike some people who are all sweet-talk to their girlfriends but don't want to spend a dime, her words were clearly aimed at her boyfriend, Liu Yizheng, and Liu Yizheng's favorability towards Lin Xin also unconsciously rose by 30%. From -25% to now 5%. Liu Yizheng still wanted to salvage some self-respect, so he coaxed his boyfriend. But he still had no intention of spending money. Zheng, we shouldn't bother with them. Only nouveau riche flaunt their wealth like that. A true rich second generation like me naturally acts modestly. Just then, a middle-aged woman's voice rang out indignantly. Wang Cheng was Liu Yizheng's boyfriend's name. Hearing that voice, he jumped in fright and turned around to see a chubby, middle-aged sugar mama standing in front of him. His face immediately turned as white as a sheet, stuttering and asking why she was here. Immediately, she slapped Wang Cheng across the face. "Chanan, what are you doing here? I buy you clothes, shoes, watches, even let you drive my car, and you dare to secretly find a mistress behind my back. You're a heartless beast." Wang Cheng was knocked flat on his back by the slap, looking utterly pathetic. And he wasn't ashamed at all, just knelt and crawled on the ground, hugging the sugar mama's leg and begging, "I'm not at fault. It's all Liu Yizheng's fault for seducing me." The situation changed too fast. Liu Yizheng was so shocked she couldn't speak. It turned out the rich second-generation boyfriend she was following was a gigolo leeching off a sugar mama. HMPH. "I believe you wouldn't dare to betray me," the sugar mama, named Wen Shu, continued. "I'll give you a chance now, slap her twice, and I'll forgive you. Otherwise, we're through." Before Liu Yizheng could react, Wang Cheng acted swiftly, rushing forward and slapping her to the ground. She was so shocked that she could only hug her face, unable to say a word, and Wang Cheng didn't hold back at all, cursing Liu Yizheng for being a gold-digging woman who seduced other people's boyfriends, and conveniently snatched back the gold necklace he had given her that she was wearing around her neck. It was almost instinctive. After staggering to her feet, Liu Yizheng threw herself into Lin Xin's arms to play the victim, but was coldly pushed away by him. He thought this would make Liu Yizheng hold a grudge against him. Who knew she'd turn around and run away crying? But her favorability still increased by another 1%, and Luo Yaxi was now starting to worry. After all, Lin Xin had been chasing Liu Yizheng for years. Now that she was in such a miserable state, she was afraid he'd soften his heart, so she tentatively asked, "I didn't expect that Wang Xiao to be like that. Zhang is so pitiful, isn't she? Just a gold-digging woman, not worthy of sympathy. Let's not pay attention to her anymore. See if there's anything else you want to buy," Lin Xin replied without thinking. Luo Yaxi was overjoyed with his answer and pretended to be coy, continuing, "You're so good to me, I don't know how to repay you." "Then how about you repay me with your body?" Lin Xin suggested playfully. "You're such a perv. What nonsense are you talking about, you pervert?" Luo Yaxi playfully punched him in the chest a few times, but clearly liked the suggestion, because her favorability immediately jumped another 20%. Now it's at 62%. Looks like conquering this woman is pretty easy. However, Luo Yaxi is much smarter than Liu Yizheng. To keep Lin Xin hooked, she doesn't mind spending a little money on him, so she willingly dragged him shopping to change his appearance. Lin Xin usually dresses too sloppily, and his hair is just carelessly cut. What a waste of a handsome face. It's making people think you're broke and look down on you. Luo Yaxi decided today she's giving you a makeover from head to toe. So when Xu Feng came out of the fitting room, all the beautiful eyes in the shop were glued on him. Luo Yaxi's favorability just went up another 10%. She thought to herself, "Who knew he'd be this hot after dressing up? This guy's definitely a treasure. If Liu Yizheng doesn't appreciate him, then it's my lucky day." Even Xu Feng didn't think he could look like this after looking in the mirror. Plus, he was just spending money to counterattack and pick up girls, but he actually got Luo Yaxi to spend almost 10,000 yuan on him. This feeling is so refreshing. Late that night, Luo Yaxi happily returned to the girls' dorm. Liu Yizheng was blow-drying her hair. Seeing her right cheek flushed, Luo Yaxi put on a friendly face and asked, "Yizheng, is your face okay?" "I'm fine. Luckily, Xu Feng helped me expose Ma Wangcheng's true colors. Otherwise, I'd still be confused and led by the nose," Liu Yizheng replied, with a carefree smile, as if she had really woken up. Luo Yaxi then showed off the bag Xu Feng bought her this afternoon, pretending to be embarrassed but actually showing off, "Yeah, luckily there's Xu Feng. I have to be extra careful in the future. Don't meet people like that Wang Xiao guy again. Since Xu Feng bought this bag for me, you should take it. Then I won't be polite." "I was worried you'd hold a grudge." Luo Yaxi happily rushed over and hugged Liu Yizheng's neck. "How could I? We're besties." But what women say isn't always what they're thinking. Luo Yaxi and Liu Yizheng might seem all buddy-buddy on the surface, sisters through and through, but in reality, they're both annoyed with each other and have their own agendas. Liu Yizheng was extremely confident, thinking that Xu Feng was just throwing a tantrum. After all, he had been chasing her for 3 years. A newcomer like Luo Yaxi doesn't stand a chance. She'll definitely win his heart back soon. Meanwhile, Luo Yaxi secretly mocked her friend for being blind and not seeing a treasure, and vowed to keep Xu Feng by her side. Meanwhile, Xu Feng had just returned to the men's dorm. Walking around with his sugar mommy all day, he was as tired as if he had worked a part-time job. He didn't have any plans for tomorrow, but he probably couldn't keep using the same pickup method as today. It would bore her, and he'd spend a lot of money without getting much favorability. At this time, he ran into some upperclassmen going downstairs together, including Wang Jin. As soon as they saw Xu Feng appear with a new look, they couldn't stop praising him. "Oh, Junior Xu Feng is so handsome today. This outfit must have cost a lot." But in their hearts, they were secretly laughing, thinking that he bought some fake brands and plastered gold on his body, pretending to be a rich second generation even though he's dirt poor. Then Wang Jin put on a friendly face, stepped forward, and put his arm around Xu Feng's shoulder, whispering a few words in his ear. "Junior, I've heard about what happened today. I advise you to open your eyes. In my opinion, you've spent so much time and money chasing Liu Yizheng, and she still ignores you. Why not go to the livestream room and send gifts? Those female streamers will at least be obedient to you." The other two upperclassmen also nodded in agreement, and then deliberately mocked Xu Feng. "Not sure if you have enough money to give gifts to the goddess." But their sarcasm inadvertently opened up a new direction when he was still struggling to find ways to spend money on girls. That's right, he could go to the livestream room to find other targets. "Thank you, seniors." Xu Feng smiled brightly, then patted Wang Jin's shoulder and left. The other three looked at each other with a puzzled expression. We were clearly mocking him just now, but Xu Feng not only didn't mind but even thanked us. It seems like he's been simping for girls so much that his brain has problems. They were too lazy to bother with him anymore, and prepared to return to their rooms to watch the goddess Cha-Cha's livestream. At this time, Xu Feng was already sitting comfortably on his bed. He immediately downloaded the Rangbao livestream app on his phone and gave himself a very exaggerated ID, so poor only got money left. Xu Feng had always been busy working part-time, so he didn't have time to use these kinds of apps. Today was the first time he watched a livestream, so he searched the list of popular female streamers. He also vaguely remembered that Wang Jin and the others had mentioned a name called Cha-Cha just now, so he searched for it. This streamer was indeed livestreaming. Just casually shaking her hips could make the comment section explode. Xu Feng couldn't escape this energetic and fresh vibe either, but he didn't know if he could unlock the counterattack mission with this screen separating them. The system read his mind and immediately answered. To unlock the counterattack mission, the opponent's appearance must be above 80 points, but livestream apps have the influence of beauty filters. A duck can also turn into a swan, therefore it has no way to judge the true appearance of the opponent. That's why you still have to meet in person if you want to unlock the strategy mission. Lin Xin felt that the system was quite clever. This Cha-Cha looks like she's above 90 points on the app. Hopefully she won't be too bad after the app is turned off, but he doesn't really care, anyway. His counterattack wealth is so much that he can't use it all up. Even if the other person is beautiful or ugly, giving her some money isn't a serious problem. At this moment, a notification appeared on the screen. User ID Xu Xiao just gifted Cha-Cha 5 golden leopards. The entire livestream room exploded once again, showering Xu Xiao with praise. Every time he waves his hand, he throws out tens of thousands. Next, a heated PK battle is about to begin between Cha-Cha and another female streamer named Shuang Shuang. Whoever gets more donations wins. Xu Xiao, as the biggest donor to Cha-Cha, immediately stepped up to call on everyone to open their wallets for her. Lin Xin also saw a very familiar ID named Jin Wang, constantly flattering Xu Xiao. Probably that Wang Jin guy. Looks like he's just a suck-up who specializes in bootlicking rich second gens. How embarrassing. He also wanted to throw some money to attract the goddess's attention. But since this was his first time watching a live stream, he didn't know how to send gifts. Thinking so, Lin Xin left a comment below. Cha-Cha, how much money do I need to get to the top of the leaderboard? Should I buy gifts first or buy a title first? His comment accidentally cut into the planned donation calls for Cha-Cha to win the PK against Xu Xiao. Seeing this, that Wang Jin immediately replied, "You piece of trash, who do you think you are?" Xu Xiao was talking to the bros. "Why do you dare interrupt?" On the other side, Xu Xiao was so angry that his face turned dark. He's petty. And he was extremely angry at being interrupted by a newbie, so he immediately asked Cha-Cha to kick Lin Xin out of the live room. And this Xu Xiao has always poured a lot of money into Cha-Cha. She will have to rely on him if she wants to win against Shuang Shuang. So even though Lin Xin's tone was big, he was a new account and had never given Cha-Cha any gifts, so she coldly kicked him out of the room. Lin Xin didn't feel sad at all about being kicked out of the room. On the contrary, he went to Shuang Shuang's livestream room to see what was up. The girl was also getting ready to battle against Cha-Cha. Before the battle started, she was brazenly provoked by the other party. "Girl, you don't have a top-tier big brother. I'm so worried about you. Why don't you just surrender now, and I'll let you get a lighter punishment." HMPH, so what if you have a top donator? My bros have the numbers advantage, don't threaten me, let's just fight. After that, the PK battle between the two female streamers began. Both of them tried their best to show off their figures, trying to win the hearts of fans. As long as you donate money, they'll do whatever you ask. But in the first phase of this PK battle, Shuang Shuang was quickly left in the dust by Cha-Cha. Some hooligan men started making unreasonable demands of her, such as dancing seductively or making Shuang Shuang moan in order to donate money. Although she didn't want to, she still had to reluctantly do it in order to win. And suddenly, a golden dragon appeared on the screen. This was a gift from the poor. Only got money. It was Lin Xin who gifted it to Shuang Shuang. Xu Xiao was so shocked to see this that he sat up straight. Gotta say, this dragon is worth 15,000 yuan, far exceeding his 5 golden leopards worth 10,000 yuan. Shuang Shuang was so happy that she almost jumped up and down. As for Cha-Cha, when she realized that the person who had just gifted the golden dragon to her opponent was the same person she had kicked out of the room, her face turned pale. Lin Xin gifted the most expensive gift as soon as he made a move. Now he knows how to send gifts. The system's black card is so convenient it can remotely recharge money for the livestream platform. Now that he has money, it's time for him to show off. Lin Xin started spamming golden dragons to Shuang Shuang. First 1, then 5, then 10, then up to 20. The entire live room was immediately terrified. Holy crap, who is this boss? It's been so long since I've seen golden dragons. With his support, the gap between Shuang Shuang and Cha Cha quickly narrowed. Shuang Shuang realized the problem after a while, and hurriedly picked up her phone and said, "Wait, Brother Poor only got money. I was too shocked just now and forgot to say. It's a bit of a loss to spam golden dragons now. Why don't we wait until the city siege time when there's double points before spamming more?" Xu Xiao, on the other side of the screen, smirked when he saw her say that. Now he noticed that Lin Xin was the one kicked out by Cha Cha earlier, so he felt completely relieved. After all, newbies are just newbies. If they don't understand the BK rules, they'll just lose money no matter how much they spend. But they underestimated Lin Xin's wealth for girls. He ignored whatever rules, and kept gifting golden dragons to Shuang Shuang. Seeing that 15,000 yuan dragon constantly appearing on the screen, Xu Xiao's group started to tremble in fear. After who knows how long, maybe his hand got tired, Lin Xin finally stopped. The entire livestream room got goosebumps, because Xu Xiao had only spent a little over 3 million in the year he'd been watching Cha Cha's livestream. But he, in one PK battle, gifted Shuang Shuang a total of 1,600 golden dragons, equivalent to 24 million yuan. Shuang Shuang was so happy she was waving her arms and legs, constantly saying thank you and that she loved Lin Xin very much. The PK battle still had about a minute left, but everyone knew which side victory was leaning towards. After all, the difference in donations Lin Xin created was just too big. The comment section was now exploding because of Lin Xin. They were all calling him Qianji, Qianzong. This Qiange was kicked out of Cha Cha's room, so he came here, right? Then the other side must be regretting it to death now, right? Haha. Need to care about BK rules. Need to wait for the siege. What's the use of using so many tactics? Our Qianzong only has one move. Throwing money. Qianzong is awesome. After winning, Shuang Shuang was also very smug, immediately making Cha Cha get up and accept the punishment, including the big pendulum, rotating horse riding, leg split, and dancing the whole song. Cha Cha was so angry that she trembled, but still had to get up. While performing the punishment, she kept apologizing to Lin Xin on the livestream. "Qian Ge, Qianzong, I was wrong. I shouldn't have kicked you out just now. Please forgive me." Seeing her so tired that she couldn't breathe, Shuang Shuang and her fans were extremely satisfied. Not stopping there, Lin Xin arrogantly left Cha Cha with 3 choices. 1. She kicks Xu Xiao out of the room herself. 2. Xu Xiao leaves the room himself. 3. He finishes the remaining 20 seconds of the siege to help Cha Cha reverse the situation in this BK battle. Just a moment ago, Lin Xin didn't even have a ranking on the donation leaderboard. But now he's become a level 27 royal user. It must be said that, in the Dragon Reporting app, only 3 people had reached the royal level before. But a brand new account like Lin Xin, through one PK battle, has risen to sit at the same table as them. This is really too scary. Not long after he left the comment, the system sent a new notification that Xu Xiao had left the livestream room. The melon-eating masses were very excited to see this scene. Xu Xiao had always been very arrogant because he thought he spent a lot of money, but now he was beaten by Lin Xin's money to the point where he had to tuck his tail and retreat. In the end, the BK battle officially ended, and nothing changed. Shuang was still the winner. Not long after Lin Xin exited the app, he received a series of new messages. The first message was from that Wang Jin guy, Qianzong. "I sincerely apologize to you. I was blind just now, to dare to mock you. Can we be friends? No. Do you need any younger brothers? That's more like it." He scoffed, switching to the next message from Shuang Shuang. "Money bro, thank you so much just now. I don't know how to repay you. Can we add WeChat?" Followed by her phone number. Below that was a message from Cha Cha. "Qian Ge, I was just about to kick Xu Xiao out of the room, but I didn't expect him to be one step faster. Can you forgive me? Please." "Qian Ge, I saw on your profile that you're in Yanjiang City. What a coincidence. I'm going there in a few days to shoot a set of photos. Can I treat you to a meal to apologize?" So she's willing to do anything for money. Cha Cha just finished the punishment. Now she's so tired that she can't breathe, covered in sweat, but she still has to text Lin Xin. For her, Qi's failure basically doesn't matter much, because in terms of looks and figure, she's much better than Shuang Shuang, so she has to take the opportunity to connect directly with Qianzong so that she can easily entice him to spend money on her in the future. Lin Xin didn't mind being kicked out of the room by her just now. Anyway, he was worried about having too few tasks and spending too little money, so the cashback wasn't much. So he agreed to Cha Cha, making her so happy that she kissed the phone several times. "Hee, I know. Then see you in the next few days, Qiangi. I'm really looking forward to it." The next morning, Lin Xin woke up around 7:30 a.m. feeling refreshed. It had been a long time since he had such a comfortable sleep. It's true that having money lets you bother everyone, no cap. As soon as he opened his eyes, his phone notified him of a new message, unsurprisingly from Luo Yaxi, and the brothers in his dorm just woke up too. So they asked Lin Xin to go to breakfast. "You guys go ahead. "A girl is bringing me breakfast," Lin Xin replied, while shaking his phone in his hand. The three roommates looked at him with unbelievable eyes. Then they gradually moved into the corner of the room while whispering, "I didn't expect him to start talking nonsense so early in the morning. I heard that Lao Lin was dumped by Liu Yizheng yesterday, and he looked so relaxed last night I thought it was nothing. How could it be nothing? Lao Lin pursued her for 3 whole years. Then let's ask him to go drinking tonight. He can cry it out when he's drunk." Lin Xin heard everything they said, but he was too lazy to care. After all, his roommates were just trying to be nice. He put on a jacket and went downstairs. His roommates, out of curiosity, also dragged themselves along. At this moment, there were several simps lined up below the girls' dorm, waiting to bring breakfast to their goddesses. Some came to give it to the goddess Liu Yizheng, and some came for the goddess Luo Yaxi. Coincidentally, these two beauties were in the same room. The root cause was that Liu Yizheng posted on WO last night, basically saying that she had just returned to being single. They had all heard that she had been dumped by Ma Wangcheng, and guessed that now was definitely the time she was most vulnerable, so they wanted to seize the opportunity to attack the goddess with sincerity. Besides, Luo Yaxi also posted, saying something like she suddenly looked back and realized that the person she had always been looking for was behind her. Because she didn't specify who it was, all the ex-simps who always followed the goddess were fantasizing that she was referring to them. Even Wang Jin was among these people. As soon as he appeared, he saw the crowd ahead and immediately began to taunt. "Haha, do you know the difference between a man and a simp lord? Look at Lin Xin's ending. Being a simp lord doesn't have a good future." They all knew who Lin Xin was. After all, the story of him persistently pursuing Liu Yizheng for 3 years, only to date her for a month before being dumped by her for a rich second generation, was too famous. Besides, someone asked, "Senior, why are you talking about us like that? Aren't you also bringing breakfast to Luo Yaxi?" Being called out by this person, Wang Jin immediately flashed a smug freak smile about what he was holding. It was breakfast bought at the French restaurant, Le Mist, a delicate and sweet macaron set costing up to 600 yuan, completely different from the ordinary lunchboxes they were holding. "Why is it so expensive? It's just breakfast. It doesn't need to be that much," someone muttered. "What do you guys know? You gotta use money to pick up chicks. A few $dozen a day, spent for a year. She'll only realize that you're nice. But a few $100 a day, I can get her in a week," Wang Jin replied, with an extremely confident tone. At this moment, the goddess Liu Yizheng and the goddess Luo Yaxi came down together. You had to admire that the two were still holding hands happily, as if nothing had happened between them. These dog lickers immediately clamored to give them food. Liu Yizheng refused all the meals with the reason that she had already ordered food, but Luo Yaxi accepted the French pastry that Wang Jin gave her, making him extremely happy, even more so that his plan to pick up girls was going according to plan. At this moment, Luo Yaxi saw Lin Xin and his 3 roommates passing by, but before she could speak, Wang Jin eagerly showed off first. "Oh, is that Junior Lin Xin? Are you also planning to buy breakfast for Liu Yizheng? You were dumped yesterday, but you still won't give up? Well, that's right, with your persistence over the past 3 years, a little thing like that isn't worth mentioning, right?" There was no expression on Lin Xin's face, but his roommates were grinding their teeth in anger. This Wang Jin is really asking for a beating. Even if river water doesn't interfere with well water, he repeatedly provokes Lin Xin. But when that group of people was gloating at his pain, Luo Yaxi suddenly took the French pastry bought by Wang Jin and ran straight to where Lin Xin was standing. "Lin Xin, haven't you had breakfast yet?" she asked anxiously. "Not yet. Didn't I text you this morning to invite you to breakfast?" A bunch of question marks immediately appeared on the heads of Lin Xin's 3 roommates. What the heck is this magical situation? They didn't think there would actually be a girl to bring breakfast to their Lao Lin, and it's the goddess Luo Yaxi. On the opposite side, Wang Jin and a group of simps looked like they had been struck by lightning, directly petrified. Liu Yizheng was secretly grinding her teeth. How could she not be angry that Luo Yaxi publicly approached Lin Xin like this? At that moment, a delivery guy arrived, and the breakfast that Liu Yizheng ordered had also arrived. "Lin Xin, try this. It's a sweet macaron pastry, the breakfast of the famous French restaurant." Luo Yaxi brought the pastry box to Lin Xin's face, repeating exactly what Wang Jin had said to her just now. He didn't know why, but just by her bringing breakfast to him, her favorability naturally increased by 7%. This left Lin Xin speechless. "Girl, please don't just give out your favorability so easily. It makes me feel like this conquest mission is too simple." But before Lin Xin could reach out to take the box, Liu Yizheng rushed over, gently pushed Luo Yaxi away, and then raised the breakfast she had just delivered. "Lin Xin, this is 368 yuan from Pastoral Home. I bought it specially for you. I was wrong yesterday. Let me make it up to you." Before waiting for Lin Xin to respond, Liu Yizheng took the initiative to approach. almost clinging to him. "I understand how much you've paid in these 3 years, bringing me breakfast every day. I'm really touched. I was too naive before, so I was deceived. You'll forgive me, right?" Lin Xin couldn't help but frown at her expression. Not this tired old trick again. For 3 years, every time he was disappointed and tried to let Liu Yizheng go, she'd coax him like this. Then, when he perked up again and continued to chase after and serve her, she'd immediately keep her distance so as not to lose her other simps. It took Lin Xin 3 whole years to finally wake up. And she still thinks her manipulation tactic will work. Like before. "What are you doing getting so close? Careful. If those simps of yours see, it won't be pretty." Lin Xin proactively pushed her away, then mocked. Despite his firm rejection, Liu Yizheng's favorability inexplicably shot up by 50%. The reason being, she thinks Lin Xin doesn't mind her using the same old tricks, and even cares about her image, proving he still likes her, braindead. And Liu Yaxi's favorability also increased by 10%, because she thinks Lin Xin proactively pushed Liu Yizheng away because her manipulation wasn't working. "It must be because of me." Lin Xin could only see the favorability ratings increase, unable to read the minds of these two confusing women. So, when he saw their favorability rising at the same time, a bunch of question marks appeared over his head. What the heck is going on here? Lin Xin's roommate and those other simp bros were even more confused. Luo Yaxi chasing Lin Xin was one thing, but now she's fighting with Liu Yizheng over him too. They're clearly besties, so how could they be competing over a poor simp lord? But what they don't know is that faced with a newly discovered goldmine like Lin Xin, the words best friends become every man for himself. The two girls didn't hold back, arguing over who got to give Lin Xin their breakfast. Lin Xin wasn't in a hurry, choosing a wooden stool nearby to sit down. Immediately, both Liu Yizheng and Luo Yaxi followed. One was twisting around next to him, wanting to feed him, and the other was squatting in front of him, also wanting to feed him. Liu Yizheng and Luo Yaxi were both feeding Lin Xin at the same time. Yeah, especially with Luo Yaxi wearing such a short skirt and squatting down. Wasn't Lin Xin able to see everything? Damn, eyes eating steamed buns, mouth eating macarons. "I'm so jealous," the other guys exclaimed while pulling out their phones to record the scene. And Wang Jin was already so angry he bit his lip until it bled. This was the first time in his 20-something years of life that Lin Xin was enjoying such a royal breakfast. In front and beside him, two beauties were fighting over who got to feed him. And the important thing was, Lin Xin could tease them at will without worrying about offending them. Seeing his goddess, Luo Yaxi fed Lin Xin the macarons she bought while constantly flirting with him. Wang Jin finally got so angry that he vomited blood and was taken away by the school clinic. And this special situation was also put on the front page of the school news. With actual photos, the school forum exploded. They were very puzzled, because Lin Xin had only been known as a simp lord, not a rich second generation. How could he be served so enthusiastically by two famous beauties in the school? Is this photo photoshopped? How can such a ridiculous thing happen? Quote, one user commented. "It's true. I was at the scene and heard him say that last night he spammed his phone over 1,600 times, causing his hand to cramp. So he needs someone to feed him," someone replied. "Humph, what a lame excuse. Who would believe that?" At the same time, another equally hot piece of news appeared on the school bulletin board, which was that the female streamer Shuang Shuang of the app received 1,600 gold dragons from a newly emerging top whale last night. This number 1,600 made many people associate it with Lin Xin's words, but most did not believe that he actually had such a large amount of money. Meanwhile, the main character of this story was still leisurely enjoying his first royal breakfast, until his roommate informed him that he was on the front page of the school newspaper, and that people from the journalism department would be coming to interview him later. Lin Xin was so shocked that he spat out the bread in his mouth. An interview? This doesn't need to be so exaggerated. He hated trouble the most, so he ignored the beauties and ran away. Lin Xin ran away, leaving only Luo Yaxi and Liu Yizheng behind. The two began to turn on each other, not hesitating to attack each other. Lin Xin is actually a humble, rich second generation who doesn't like bad publicity. It's all your fault for making such a big news story that made him unhappy. Quote, Luo Yaxi spoke first. Owned. Oh, isn't it because you made Wang Jin vomit blood that you stirred up such a big deal? Quote, Liu Yizheng retorted just as fiercely. Lin Xin had already run far away at this time. Fortunately, the people from the journalism department didn't catch up with him. At this moment, the phone vibrated a few times. Lin Xin took out his phone and saw a message from that streamer Cha-Cha announcing that she would be arriving at Yanjiang City Airport at 7:30 tonight and wanted him to pick her up. In fact, Cha-Cha may not even be as beautiful as Luo Yaxi, but because she had someone to help him spend money, Lin Xin was still very much looking forward to this meeting. That night, Lin Xin was at Yanjiang City Airport. Slightly past 7:30, he received another message from Cha-Cha informing him she had landed, but he couldn't find her anywhere. Just as Lin Xin was worrying she might be like those streamers who use so many filters even their own mom wouldn't recognize them online, he suddenly heard people struggling nearby. "Hey there, where do you want to go? I'll give you a ride. I've got a Jeep." "No, really, it's okay, thanks, though. Don't be so polite with me." Lin Xin turned his head and, sure enough, saw Cha-Cha being pulled and tugged by a guy wearing glasses. Probably a crazy fan. Luckily, she wasn't one of those catfish types. She was quite pretty in real life, and her figure was super hot. Lin Xin was very satisfied. Seeing her in trouble, Lin Xin quickly stepped in, playing the hero rescuing the beauty, blocking the guy in front of her. Even Cha-Cha's expression was like, "Huh, bro, you really need to get your eyes checked. Who the hell are you?" "I'm the guy who sent Cha-Cha tons of gifts," the man bristled. At this point, Cha-Cha also recognized Lin Xin as Brother Qian, based on the outfit he'd described in their WeChat messages. Lin Xin didn't deny his identity. As for the other guy, once he realized Lin Xin was the very same President Qian who'd splurged 1,600 golden dragons yesterday to help Shuang defeat Cha-Cha, he instantly panicked and didn't dare bother them anymore. "President Qian, sorry for bothering you." Cha-Cha seized the opportunity to drag Lin Xin away, constantly whining, afraid he'd misunderstand the situation. "Good thing. Brother Qian arrived just in time. That guy claimed he was my fan and latched onto me right after I got off the plane. I totally don't even know him." Then started buttering him up. "I always thought President Qian was some successful businessman in his 40s. Didn't expect you to be so young and handsome." "Just call me Lin Xin," he humbly replied. "I also didn't expect you to be even prettier than on stream." "Brother Qian, you're such a smooth talker," Cha-Cha said, clinging to his arm as if afraid of losing this goldmine. After scanning Cha-Cha's appearance, the system immediately activated a new conquest mission for Lin Xin. This girl's real name is Lu Shuya, 21 years old, 170 centimeters tall, weighs 48 kilograms. Her face is indeed very pretty, and her figure is hot. Current favorability with him, 30%. As the two reached the airport exit, they met a man who looked quite polite. The man waved a few times, and Lu Shuya happily pulled Lin Xin over. "President Zhao, why are you here?" Then she introduced him to Lin Xin. "Brother Qian, this is President Zhao. He's also given me a lot of gifts during my live streams. Of course I'm here to pick you up. How could I let you take a taxi?" President Zhao replied. Then his gaze shifted to Lin Xin. "And who might this be?" Lu Shuya happily hooked onto Lin Xin's arm and introduced him to President Zhao as the wealthy dude with the ID, "So poor I only have money left," who just dropped 1,600 golden dragons yesterday. Upon hearing this, President Zhao's tone immediately became much more polite. "So it turns out you're President Qian, who made a name for himself in a single battle. I didn't think you'd be so young. If I'd known President Qian was coming to pick up Cha-Cha, I wouldn't have driven my mere 5 million plus car here and embarrassed myself." President Zhao continued. "May I ask what President Qian came here in?" "Just drove a small electric donkey," Lin Xin answered honestly. The donkey he referred to was an old electric scooter. After all, he'd splurged so much yesterday, even if he didn't have a luxury car today, no one would think he was poor. Hearing this, President Zhao's expression turned awkward. He then proactively offered to drive Lu Shuya and Lin Xin home. Lin Xin didn't refuse. In fact, the man was so enthusiastic that he even tied Lin Xin's electric scooter onto his car roof for the ride back. Along the way, this bizarre sight attracted quite a few stares from passers-by. President Zhao sat in the driver's seat, constantly observing Lin Xin through the rearview mirror, full of suspicion. He saw that Lin Xin looked barely over 20, dressed in clothes that cost only a few tens of yuan, not at all like someone who could gift a streamer over 24 million. But President Zhao was a pretty composed guy. Before clarifying the information, he didn't show too much of his true attitude, even speaking up for Lu Shuya. "President Qian being so humble truly surprises me. This is the main road to the restaurant, right? Cha-Cha definitely wouldn't mind riding President Qian's electric donkey, but she has so much luggage it's more convenient to take my car." "Don't you agree, President Qian?" President Zhao's words made perfect sense, Lin Xin replied, his expression utterly nonchalant. But at this moment, Lu Shuya, sitting beside him, shot him a meaningful look. She was starting to wonder if he was really so poor he only had money left. Before long, the car stopped at a luxurious restaurant. Lu Shuya pushed the door open and entered the private room first, cheerfully greeting everyone inside. By then, several bosses had already arrived in the room, all waiting for her. Lu Shuya also quickly introduced Lin Xin as President Qian to all of them, and everyone was surprised to see how young he was. Lin Xin was a bit displeased. Turns out Lu Shui's apology dinner was just a convenient excuse to meet up with several tycoons who'd given her lots of gifts on livestream. This was clearly a party for her patrons, not an apology dinner for him. Sure enough, popular female streamers aren't lacking in schemes. No boss wanted to miss out. Out of respect for Lu Shui, Lin Xin still sat down. Not long after the party started, President Zhao brought up the story of Lin Xin driving an electric scooter to the airport to pick up Lu Shui. The bosses at the table burst into laughter upon hearing it, most of them just thinking it was Lin Xin's joke. After all, he'd given 24 million in gifts on livestream yesterday. How could he not have money to buy a car? However, there were also some who had ill intentions towards Lin Xin, evidenced by a snarky guy who couldn't help but mock him before all the food was even served. If 24 million yuan is just pocket money, then President Qian's total assets must be at least 1 billion, right? I know quite a few people in Yanjiang City, but CEO Qian, you said his surname is Lin, right? There's no one named Lin among the tycoons in this city. As soon as he spoke, a few other bosses immediately chimed in. Even CEO Zhao, who'd been super polite just moments ago, now slammed the table, fuming. He's totally a fake. And he even dared to make me haul his tiny electric scooter in my supercar. Lu Shui's favorability towards Lin Xin instantly plummeted by 10%. This girl is so wishy-washy. But just now, on the way here, she'd deliberately checked his phone and confirmed that the ID, so poor only money is left, actually belonged to Lin Xin. Even though his looks had absolutely nothing to do with rich second gen, that's exactly why Lu Shui stayed neutral. She even figured he was probably still mad at her about getting kicked out of the room yesterday, so he was intentionally trying to act all poor. I mean, some rich folks just have a unique personality, right? She didn't really care about any of that because honestly, any kind of guy was fine as long as they had money. They were all just her personal ATMs. The only thing Lu Shui ever worried about was him not having enough cash for her to splurge. With that thought, Lu Shui put down her chopsticks, then leaned closer to Lin Xin and cooed. Thanks for worrying about me, CEO Shu, but isn't there a Lin family among the 3 great clans of Mo? She continued, her voice dripping with sweetness. Lin Xin Garage, you are the young master of the Lin family of Mo, aren't you? Lin Xin chuckled, instantly seeing right through her words. On the surface, it looked like she was trying to help him clear the boss's suspicions. But really, she was just trying to confirm his identity. Thinking that, Lin Xin replied nonchalantly. No idea about the Lin family of Mo. Either way, they're not as loaded as I am. But by now, those bosses weren't buying it anymore. In fact, they thought Lin Xin was seriously talking big. They all figured the 24 million he'd blown yesterday was just lottery winnings, probably all on Shuang Shuang. And after failing to hook up with Shuang Shuang, he'd come here to sweet-talk Cha-Cha into a one-night stand or something. The guy called CEO XU then piped up again. CEO Qian, you said you've got more than the Lin family of Mo, so I gotta ask, what kind of car do you usually drive? How many supercars do you stash at home? Cars. May, I don't own a single one, but Cha-Cha, what kind of car do you like? I can buy you one right now. With that, Lin Xin casually pulled Lu Shui into his arms and declared generously. Of course, nobody believed Lin Xin for a second. I mean, supercars aren't like groceries you can just pick up instantly, right? In his arms, Lu Shui gave a mischievous wink and said she liked the Ferrari FA60. If Lin Xin could actually get her that, she'd return an equivalent grand gift. And yet her favorability secretly dropped by another 15%. Lin Xin scoffed. Outwardly, she was all sunshine and smiles, but her favorability rating was tanking hard. With acting skills like that, being a streamer was a total waste. She should totally be an actress instead. Once they'd come to an agreement, Lin Xin simply left the banquet table to go buy a car. Lu Shui held on to a glimmer of hope for a new ride. But half an hour after the meal wrapped up, he still hadn't returned. The other bosses all scoffed, sneering that he was just some fraud pretending to be a rich second gen. And sure enough, he had no cash, so he'd made an excuse and bolted. As for Lu Shui, well, she couldn't help but feel disappointed. Just as the group was about to leave the restaurant for some karaoke, a blinding set of headlights suddenly blasted them in the face. Lin Xin appeared, amidst a dazzling brand new fleet of Ferraris, to everyone's utter astonishment. Oh, are all you CEOs out here already? Gosh, how embarrassing, I've totally blocked your way. CEO Niu is just too enthusiastic. I mentioned wanting a sports car, and he just insisted on driving this entire fleet here for me to pick from, Lin Xin declared smugly. It's our pleasure. It's our pleasure. Our store's service is renowned for being super attentive after all. Not to mention, young Master Lin's assets have been verified with a long-exing black diamond card. How could I possibly not be attentive? The man, CEO Niu, said respectfully. Those words, long Xing black diamond card, truly sent shivers down everyone's spines, since only people with assets exceeding $1 billion could even get one. Among the directors, some stubborn ones still insisted Lin Xin just rented these cars to flex, but others who knew CEO Niu quickly shut that down, because there's only one kind of person who could make CEO Niu act that respectful: someone with truly insane amounts of cash. At this point, Lin Xin walked right up to Lu Shuya and announced that the Ferrari FA60 she'd picked was only, like, 15 million. Way too cheap for a proper welcome gift. CEO Niu also chimed in, suggesting that anyone who liked the Ferrari FA60 would totally dig the Ferrari LF. So he decided to just go ahead and swipe his card for this 32 million yuan beast of a car, gifting it to Lu Shuya right there, with her and the other bosses watching. Shuya couldn't believe her eyes. He actually bought it. This Ferrari LF, over 30 million, just like that. Everyone else was just as stunned as her. 30 million, paid in one go. In less than 2 days, he's dropped over 50 million. His financial power is insane. The sales staff were practically glowing with delight at Lin Xin's lavishness. Young Master Lin, is this the car you bought for your girlfriend? So would you like to get one for yourself? Lin Xin immediately shook his head. Nah, no need. I actually wanted to buy the Max version. You guys only have this one as your priciest, though. Shuya looked a little flustered by the extravagant gift. Thank you so much. I've seriously dreamed of driving this Ferrari LF. I never thought it would actually happen. No biggie, Lin Xin replied. It's just that I have a bit too much cash, so I like to spend it. Lin Xin replied. Shuya's favorability rating shot up by 50% accordingly. He really isn't asking for anything in return. He even gave me an out. The group who'd been dissing him moments ago now scrambled to apologize profusely. CEO Qian, that was just a huge misunderstanding earlier. We were blind as bats and utterly failed to recognize your true stature. Lin Xin barely paid them any mind. Meanwhile, Shuya eagerly invited him for a test drive. Lin Xin gagged, I want to take it for a spin, want to come with me? But he just waved her off. Test drive? Nah, you can totally take it for a spin on your own. Shuya whispered into Lin Xin's ear. I've thought it through. Big gifts definitely need to be reciprocated, but your gift is too big. Can you pay it off in installments? The first installment has to be in a place where it's just the two of us. Lin Xin was all hot and bothered after hearing that, as expected of a popular streamer, doing things that others can't, piquing my curiosity. Then the car started and drove off. Shuya was in the driver's seat, Lin Xin in the passenger seat. Brother Lin Xin, can you sign my thought? Her words made him jump, and he gently lifted the hem of her skirt. But what was under the skirt surprised Lin Xin even more. A line was written on Shuya's thigh. Brother Qian, I'm sorry. She looked at him with a seductive pose. Brother Qian, are you satisfied? Lin Xin replied nonchalantly. It's all right, I guess. The car continued speeding along the road to a Xi'an hotel. Shuya stood in front of the car, showing off the gift. Hello everyone, I'm from Yanjiang City. I didn't expect Qianzong to just gift me this car without saying a word. I'm so touched. The system popped up with fan comments. Looks like Qianzong is keeping Tra-Tra? I don't believe you can't keep goddesses Tra-Tra for just tens of thousands. Sai Han tiptoed to Lin Xin's side. Qianzong. It's like this. There's a group of rich guys in Yanjiang City. They really hope to get acquainted with Qianzong. Before he could say more, Lin Xin said, okay, pull me in. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang. Hello, Lao Li. The other end of the line reported in rapid succession. Lin Xin, just got the news. Our third-year high school class is organizing a reunion tomorrow. Want to come? He agreed. Okay, I don't have anything to do anyway. Not done yet, Lao Li added. The belle of Yanjiang is coming too. As soon as he mentioned a beauty, Lin Xin's eyes lit up. Although Xie Yuan was a classmate in high school, they basically never talked. Only knew that her family was very rich. Lin Xin rode his two-wheeled electric scooter over to the maiden five-star hotel. So luxurious. The classmates waved and called out, Lin Xin's here. Only Lin Xin was riding a scooter, so he was a little flustered. Oh, Lao Li, where did Xiaozhang park? I don't know, I came by car, they replied. Just as Lin Xin was about to look for a parking spot, the back went bad. Damn it, why did it break? In that instant, Sa Han seized the opportunity to suck up a little, to be able to give Qianzong a ride. It's really lucky in life. Lin Xin didn't say much. Ah, thank you. Then he said goodbye to Shuya. But in his heart he was still angry. Zhao Zong must have been careless when he unloaded the car last night and broke it. I have to make him. Billion arrived with his convertible. Yo, long time no see, guys. The halo around Billion's body was dazzling. Long time no see, Brother Lian. And he noticed. Lin Xin, your car broke down. Lin Xin replied. Yeah. The opportunistic Billy Lian was probably getting ahead of himself. My bad. I'll pay more attention. Next time I forgot that the Humiliate hotel doesn't have parking for electric scooters. I didn't consider that when I chose the location, that classmates would come by electric scooter. The fame and fortune seekers were bootlicking him. So awesome, Brother Lian. How much does this Porsche cost? This Humiliate hotel is Brother Lian's family's. What? I knew Brother Lian was rich, but I didn't expect him to be so rich. Lin Xin ignored their flattery. You go ahead, I'll find a parking spot. He was pushing the electric scooter all alone for a while when the phone rang. Lin Xin, where are you? Today is Saturday. Do you want to have dinner with me? The conversation over the phone between the two took place. I can't today. I'm going to a class reunion with my high school friends. How about tomorrow? Tomorrow is fine too. I'm not really available these 2 days. Hearing this, the straight male's heart hardened even more. Not available. Is it that time of the month? On the surface, he mentally reminded her, then take care of yourself. Drink more warm water. In that short moment, Yaxi's favorability increased by 2%, reached 91%, completing the first stage of the counterattack. Spent 11 million gold coins on Luo Yaxi. Received a 10% refund of 10,000 gold coins. Transferred to host's personal account. Just spending a little time listening to Yaxi got him more gold coins, which delighted Lin Xin to no end. Haha, who says drinking hot water is useless, but he's still not spending enough. Only 113 million. Gotta spend more to counterattack. Personal attribute interface opened, rewarded with a +1 level to all attributes. Lin Xin happily enjoyed it, like a warm current spreading throughout his body, so comfortable. Then he selected the system panel, followed by the lucky draw. Let's see some miracles. But his rewards were all useless stuff. Appreciating literature, singing, dancing, and rapping. Lin Xin nearly wanted to transform into Ji Shi. What kind of weird skills are these? Totally useless in everyday life. Then he helplessly dragged himself back to the hotel. Whatever, gotta go to the class reunion first. Really want to buy a car, but the counterattack money can't be spent on myself. Lin Xin pushed the door open and stepped inside. Everyone inside was already chatting away. He pulled up a chair and sat next to Lao Li. Has Jia Yuhuan not arrived yet? Lin Xin didn't even need to hear the whole sentence. Is Jia Yuhuan's family loaded? Lao Li honestly replied. It's not surprising you don't know. Her family are descendants of scholars, with strict family rules, so she's always very humble. The others chimed in, sucking up to Bilian. I only recently found out that the city's museum is opened by her family, so isn't that super rich? So Lin Xin and Jia Yuhuan are basically not on the same level? To be honest, in this Yanjiang city, I only see you, Lian Ji, as qualified to pursue Jia Yuhuan. Lin Xin calmly drank his wine, not paying attention to their gossip. At this moment, Yuhuan walked in from the door. No different from Cinderella. Sorry, the traffic was a bit heavy. All eyes turned to her. No wonder she's the class beauty. Even without makeup, she's so gorgeous. Even the system gave her a near-perfect score. 94 points for looks. Billion's eyes lit up. Yuhuan, sit here. Basically telling everyone else to GTFO, move aside for me. Only Lin Xin's seat was still empty. Jia Yuhuan's here. There's still a seat here. Yuhuan didn't hesitate to sit next to Lin Xin. Lin Xin, long time no see. He laughed heartily. I thought you'd forgotten my name, haha, Yuhuan calmly replied. I still remember the names of all my classmates. At this moment, the system also opened a new mission. When the target's affection level towards the host exceeds 90%, 10% of the counterattack funds will be refunded as the host's personal assets. When the target's affection level towards the host reaches 100, the identities will be switched, and the relationship between the host and the target will change. Lin Xin was overjoyed in his heart. Yes, successful first step. Other classmates couldn't stand the scene unfolding before them. WTF. Lin Xin actually dared to ask the class beauty to sit next to him. Xia Yuhuan is sitting next to Lin Xin. Billionaire was even more furious. God damn it, Lin Xin is so ballsy. He called out his name. Lin Xin, I heard you had a girlfriend in college who chased you for 3 years. Why didn't you bring her? We're all very curious. Lin Xin didn't care about his attitude. Broke up the other day. Lian was utterly shocked and embarrassed. Broke up. After chasing you for 3 years, no way, I think you want to chase Jia Yuhuan, so you said that, huh? Classmates chimed in, mocking him. Only kids would fall for that kind of lie. What an ugly look, Lin Xin. I thought you were an honest guy. Didn't expect you to become a player after going to college. Lin Xin's face darkened. Mission hasn't been completed but already deducted. On the contrary, Lian was extremely satisfied. He tried to start a conversation with Yuhuan, suddenly remembering, Yuhuan, I seem to recall you being very interested in art and cultural artifacts. I recently bought David's Maria painting from a collector. Wanna peep this? He successfully caught her attention, and they admired the painting together. Lian's time to shine, he taunted Lin Xin with a cocky attitude. Know your place, you toad. Try catching Xia Yuhuan's eye. I'll make sure you can't even find a job in Yanjiang City after graduation. Then, changing his tone to talk to the beauty, Yuhuan, you have no idea how much I love this painting. In a couple of days, there's an auction in the city with a blessed angel by the same artist up for grabs. Hitting Yuhuan's sweet spot, she took the initiative to strike up a convo. I didn't expect you to be interested in Renaissance artists. Could I get a little closer for a better look? Billionaire immediately agreed. Don't be such a stranger with me. Let me take it down for you. But inside, he wasn't too thrilled. Nailed it! I did so much research to figure out her hobbies, even though this stuff is seriously boring. Suddenly, Lin Xin played the third wheel, Feng Ji. I'm also interested in Davix's work. He chuckled. Mind if I take a look too? The system is helping him play matchmaker, unlocking the art appreciation skill. Billion agreed on the surface but cursed behind his back. TCH, idiot, just embarrassing yourself. Yuhuan, curious about his viewing perspective, asked, You like Davix too? Take a look too. Tell us your unique take on this painting. Billionaire, acting like a big shot, pressed him. System skill activated. Wrong. David's later works all favored the MOGR dyeing method. The white glaze is mixed with a small amount of colored powder and a large amount of vegetable oil. Each stroke has a blurry effect. The colors in this painting are off because there's too much pigment. Also, Davix liked to hide the lines near the corners of the mouth and eyes of the characters to achieve a delicate and soft feel. But those lines in this painting are a bit stiff. Yuhuan was stunned by his analysis. Lin Xin gave Billionaire a cold glance. Feng Ji, I'm sorry to say, this Maria is a fake. You bought a high-quality replica. His words left Billionaire stunned for a few minutes. Ha! Anyone who doesn't know better would believe your lies. But I knew at first glance that you learned unorthodox tricks and just want to show off. Other bootlickers chimed in. That's right, Lin Xin, stop pretending. Are you as professional as Feng Ji? Yuhuan's hair brushed against him. She held up the painting and examined it. Wait, I've studied Davix's works. Lin Xin is right, this is a high-quality replica. Only then did they believe her. What? Yuhuan suddenly looked back, face to face with Lin Xin. The chemistry made Yuhuan dodge a little. How do you know so much about this stuff? Lin Xin, basking in the spotlight, started grandstanding. Ever since I was a kid, I've been upset that foreign countries have plundered so many of our country's cultural relics and treasures. So I've learned a lot about art appreciation. My goal is to buy back all the artifacts and return them to the country. But his words gave Billionaire an excuse to slander him. I almost got fooled by your BS. Can those antiques be bought with money? As long as you have enough money, you can buy anything. Lin Xin replied. The others laughed so hard they cried, Enough money, haha, are you in elementary school? Yuhuan's affection plus 5%. When I was a kid, I also had unrealistic dreams like that. Another stab to the hearts of those laughing. Before Lin Xin could respond, he said, Calling it a dream is too far. This is a goal I'm sure I'll achieve. Billionaire was so mad he almost had a stroke, and Yuhuan moved back next to Lin Xin. Damn it, Lin Xin dares to show off in front of me and even wants to compete with me for Xia Yuhuan. I'll embarrass you and make you understand the difference between us. Soon after, countless eye-catching dishes were served, from tosk salad and chocolate brooken to Canadian veal shanks braised with vegetables, and Nyan meat salad with spices. The luxury and strong scent of money spread, causing constant exclamations from the diners. Wow, it smells so good. I've never had such high-end food before. Why aren't our dishes the same? Billionaire tossed his hair, acting superior. His words were full of boasting. This is an off-menu meal, decided by a chef who used to work in a 3-Michelin star restaurant, so it's very personalized. Always puts his heart into cooking. He glanced at Lin Xin's pathetic meal and showed sympathy. Oh dear, looks like Lin Xin's luck isn't so great, huh? A young man in the group felt awkward and asked, This is a steamed bun. What's going on, Li Taoren? Seeing the slightly awkward situation, chimed in sarcastically, Is it a culinary molecule? Those online Michelin chefs love making this stuff, like strawberry hair and all that. He started his meal at a leisurely pace, his heart calm, in the face of this deliberate provocation. Sure enough, it's just normal steamed buns and pickled vegetables. Not surprising at all, I already guessed Feng Billionaire would cause trouble. While enjoying his feast, he didn't forget to mock. How is it? Is it tasty? If it's not to your liking, I'll have someone make it again for you. But that chef is quite a perfectionist, can't just serve it up instantly. As soon as he finished, Mei Rui next to him quickly flattered. To be able to eat a dish cooked by a Michelin chef waiting 2 hours is worth it. Billionaire was so stroked that he pushed even further. After all, it's not good to go karaoke on an empty stomach without waiting, right? Ha ha. Her emotions surged, and she softened her voice to bait him. Going to karaoke later? That's great. This lively, back-and-forth banter didn't affect the harmonious conversation between Lin Xin and Yuxuan much. He began to talk about ancient cultural perspectives. The patterns on both sides of the nose of the golden mask are both beautiful and have the function of removing wrinkles. The wisdom of the ancients always amazes me. This insightful understanding made her praise him without reservation. I feel like your professional knowledge is almost on par with my teacher's. Next time we have a chance, I'll invite you to go with me to enjoy some. At the same time, her favorability increased by another level, plus 2%. Witnessing this cringeworthy scene, he felt like he was being made a fool of and was filled with endless frustration. Damn it! His phone suddenly vibrated violently, making him turn his head to glance at it in surprise. Jiazong has invited you to join the Yanjiang Prince and Princess group. The sudden message made him freeze for a second. He recalled that last night Jiazong invited him to join the Yanjiang second-generation rich group. As soon as Lin Xin opened the app, he saw that he had become the topic of conversation among the tycoons. It's Jiazong. Jiazong really brought Jiazong into the group for sure. Is it really Jiazong? Being so warmly welcomed made his heart full of thoughts. Is it better to send a welcome gift now that I've just joined the group? The thought had just crossed his mind when his fingers flew across the screen. Lin Xin completely cut off his connection to the meal, focusing his brain on the task he had put off. And, counterattack, can't be used for a boy. I'll just find a random girl. This person is okay. I'll choose her. A moment later, a blinding notification appeared in the middle of his phone screen. So poor, I only have money left. Transferred 18,880,000 to Yanyan Bao smiles. Fearing that everyone would misunderstand his intentions, he also attached a message. I can't send a huge red envelope on WX, so I'll transfer money to a random person. This is to treat everyone to some tea. This action dispelled the initial suspicion, and was gradually replaced by a flood of exclamations and countless words of thanks. A member suddenly popped up and enthusiastically invited him. The prince is showing off. Qianzong is too generous. Where is Qianzong now? Want to come to Melon to hang out? So he calmly revealed, I'm at Melon. This fiery topic change immediately made the atmosphere excited. Everyone hoped for a chance to meet the hidden big shot. Seeing his opportunity, Billion eagerly typed, pouring all of his family information into the chat box at lightning speed. Qianzong, I'm the young master of Melon, Feng Billion. Today, all of Qianzong's expenses at Melon are on me. Qianzong can have whatever he wants. He realized it was an acquaintance, and mused in surprise. What a coincidence, isn't this? He continued to pretend not to know on the phone. Oh, what does that mean? He thought he had the big boss's attention, and his heart was filled with excitement, so he acted magnanimously. Qianzong, no need to be polite. I have nothing but hospitality. As soon as he clicked send, he turned to his rival with a smug grin. You're done for, Lin Xin. I've gotten to know a powerful tycoon with more connections. When they arrive, I'll just casually complain about you a little. Billion imagined the scene of meeting the big boss. Come on, everyone, have a drink. The imaginary Qianzong even kindly asked, Feng Xiao seems to be in a bad mood. That sentence was exactly the key to unlock his black and white reversing mouth. It's nothing, just that a high school classmate from a lower class is brainless and has the audacity to disrespect me. The script he had prepared didn't deviate by a single beat. From the big boss stepping up to lecture Lin Xin, is it this person? I'll erase his name from Yanjiang City. Then the underlings chimed in to complete the scene. Who's so audacious? Our company will also completely blacklist Lin Xin. Billion excitedly immersed himself in the fantasy of befriending Qianzong and trampling Lin Xin underfoot, showing off a wave of connections, hitting 3 birds with 1 stone. I'm so smart. Feeling happy and full of himself, he boldly spent money to polish his own reputation. You guys are almost done eating, right? Let's go to the karaoke room. I've arranged to meet some of Yanjiang's top tycoons, so you can all get to know the upper class a little. The freeloaders who were benefiting were immediately excited. Really, Lian-Dash connections are so awesome. Lian-E is so cool. They moved to the golden lobby, where the surreal atmosphere reeking of money made the place more valuable than ever. Billion, as the host, represented everyone in shaking hands with Xu Di. It was their first meeting, and he reciprocated politely. Feng Xiao is so young, he's still so friendly. He asked about business in a professional manner. How is Xu Di's business doing? This brief conversation made the crowd behind him buzz with gossip. Lian-Ge is actually taking us to meet a tycoon. I'll stick with Lian-Ge from now on. After the greetings were over, Billion brought him over to introduce to her. Yuxuan, this is Director Shu of Shudi, the #1 real estate boss in Yanjiang. Director Shu, this is Jie Yuxuan. Shu Jin of the Xia family was a businessman. He was very familiar with the big families in the circle, so he quickly started a conversation. The Xia family. Xia Qimu, Miss Xia. I know your father. She just gave a faint smile, her eyes a little bored, not even bothering to look at the person in front of her. Hello. The noble aura of a young lady radiated from her, making Shu Di sincerely praise. I've long heard that Miss Xia is extremely beautiful. Sure enough, while the group was having a pleasant social conversation, a waiter came over and whispered in Lian's ear. Feng Xiao, excuse me. He pointed at Lin Xin and hesitated to ask for his opinion. Your classmate wants to order a bottle of Oloroso series wine. I'm not sure if I should give it to him. His voice suddenly went up a notch. The obvious contempt and disgust made the crowd pay attention to the commotion. Lin Xin, you want to order Oloroso series wine? His former classmates didn't leave him alone, pouring out a barrage of accusations. Are you crazy? That kind of wine is so expensive. Even though Lian Jie said he'd treat everyone, you shouldn't take advantage of the opportunity like that. Only Lian Tao still spoke up to defend him. It must be a misunderstanding. Ignoring the commotion around him, he calmly finalized his opinion. Yes, that's it, the series whatever wine. It's okay, someone's treating me. Hearing that, Billion grinned, his heart overjoyed. It was a perfect opportunity, and his mouth quickly added to the flavor. Really? So Lin Xin also knows a tycoon? Then open it. All eyes focused on the uncorking of the bottle, and they whispered among themselves, Lin Xin actually knows a big shot. I don't even know how much this wine costs. Seeing you silent, Billion seized the opportunity to insult him. This wine costs $250,000. If your rich friend can't pay, we can arrange a coal mining job for you to pay off the debt. You just casually dropped that bomb, the implication of which could easily make people tremble in fear of the price. $250,000. I really don't know much about wine. Deep down, I'm actually full of regret, I thought. The longer the name, the more expensive it would be. He didn't stop there, continuing to mock in an arrogant way. You were so handsome when you were showing off just now. I hope you won't be too miserable when you pay later. After humiliating him, Billion finally remembered the main business. Is everyone here yet? Didn't Qianzong say he was at Melon? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Xundi also looked at his phone in confusion and said, Hey, Qianzong said in the group that he's in the Golden Hall. The unbelievable coincidence made him a little panicked. He's here. As soon as the words left his mouth, a figure burst open the door, breaking the awkwardness. As soon as San Han entered, he saw the bustling crowd and exclaimed in a daze, Oh, everyone's here. Looks like I'm the latest one. His appearance made the atmosphere lively. Jiazong is also here, so only Qianzong is left. Billion reached out to greet him warmly. But before he could say anything, he saw him rush past him. Sao Han happily rushed over, shaking hands and greeting Lin Xin, Qianzong, with a hug. So you arrived early. Making Qianzong wait for so long, I'll punish myself with Bali. This recognition left the surrounding crowd rooted to the spot, and after a long while they stammered out, Qianzong. The group shouted in horror together, Qianzong. Then followed a series of surprises and suspicions from those two-faced lackeys. You're Qianzong, Lin Xin is Qianzong. Yan Yuxuan, who didn't usually watch gossip news, wasn't too panicked, just confused by their strange reactions. Billion, at this moment, was like a broken wind-up toy, stiffly turning around, struggling to utter a few words. What? No? Impossible? He chuckled softly at that special expression, confirming it again like adding the final blow. Yeah, it's me. Becoming the center of attention, Lin Xin was surrounded by Shu Di's group, hurriedly seizing the opportunity to suck up to the big shot. Qianzong is so young, handsome and gentlemanly, and also very good-looking. Does Qianzong have a girlfriend yet? Let me introduce you to my younger sister. On the other side, your former high school friends were shocked. Is Lin Xin really that rich? He's surrounded by wealthy people flattering him. His attitude towards An Lilian is completely different. But he couldn't escape from the shock. The situation had reversed. But he still stubbornly refused to admit it. You've all been deceived. Lin Xin's parents are just workers. He's a poor and ragged bum. There's no way he could be Qianzong. Sao Han was furious when he saw him constantly insulting you. You, surnamed Feng, shut your dog mouth immediately. You're the most useless trash in that group of princelings and heiresses. The old man taught him a lesson without mercy, every word stabbing at his sore spots. The lowest grades, bottom-tier ability, besides spending your parents' millions. You can't do anything, and your investments have never been successful. Stocks are all losses. Not earning a single cent. Really embarrassing our group. Each word spoken made the space even quieter than before. Lin Xin leaned back leisurely, watching Sa Han vent his anger for him. You even dare to scold Qianzong? Is Qianzong someone you can offend? The old man coldly delivered the final verdict. Kick him out of the princeling and heiress group. Billion's face turned pale, and he hurriedly begged for his own dark future. "Don't, oh no." Before anyone in the room could react, Lin Xin had stepped forward, taking over as the host in the room filled with the smell of polymer. "Didn't Feng Xiao say he'd cover all my expenses today? Bring up 3 tenders of the most expensive wine. Everyone drink until you're satisfied." Since someone else was paying, everyone naturally followed the wind and cheered as if it were true. "Thank you, Chanzong. Thank you, Anxin. Chanzong is so generous." Everyone was happy, except for Lin, who could only freeze in place, collapsing and crying about his fate of losing everything. The class reunion with many surprises finally ended in joy and celebration. "Thank you, Anxin. Thank you, Anlian. Thank you, Qianzong. Let's do it again next time." In front of the building, a bodyguard was already waiting next to the supercar to wait for her. Da Xiaoji, Yu Xuan saw the person coming to pick her up, and took the initiative to say goodbye to the group of friends. "Goodbye everyone, I'm going home first." The level of spending of those young elites really made them feel the clear difference between people. Long Rolls Royce, too much to bear. So rich but so humble. If it were me, I would definitely show off everywhere. Lin Xin stared at that small figure's back, his mind starting to think of deadlines. For a young miss accustomed to the upper class, my identity isn't really worth much, and her goodwill hasn't increased. Difficult. But those details further stimulate his determination to conquer the beauty. Really is a super suitable target for me to use money. Joy and pleasure showed on his face. Waha, Sahan, from behind, suddenly had something important to say, and rushed towards you. "Qianzong, didn't you say you didn't like those cars costing 30 or 40 million? I found you an 80 million one. There isn't one like it in the whole country." "Don't know you." Lin Xin glanced at the screen, his mind running so fast that he rudely interrupted him without any restraint. "Looks like I'm not wrong, it's her." After receiving affirmation from the partner, the old man excitedly rushed off to get started. As expected of General Qishan, "Quick work, quick money, I'll take care of it then. Can deliver it in a few days." The decisive style and big shots money deals can't help but spark discussion. "So admirable. General Shaw's speed is so fast. He's already finished a huge deal with General Qinian so quickly." Afterward, he hurried to check his bank balance, a total of 370, then casually switched to the pensive mode of a long-time investor. Gotta use all this money to rise from zero. The quiet night was occasionally stirred by the rustling of leaves. A little spooky. Under the flickering streetlights, Lin Xin suddenly caught sight of a familiar small figure curled up on the ground, and asked, puzzled, "Liu Yizheng." The beautiful woman was sitting sprawled on the cold grass, not caring about her revealing state. "Lin Xin, you're finally back." She leaned close, taking advantage of her frail appearance to whine. "My dad's heart condition suddenly relapsed. Surgery requires 800,000, but my family doesn't have that kind of money. Can you lend it to me?" But he was sick to death of that familiar routine, so he irritably blurted out his refusal. 3 years, don't you think I understand? You've used the family member is sick excuse 5 times, and then want to buy designer goods. Right, I'm not giving it to you. Exposed for her true colors, she could only stare wide-eyed and speechless. Brother Sheng was too angry. Yi Zheng started to change her tune and questioned. "Lin Xin, you gave Luo Yaxi over 10 million, but won't give me 800,000. He hadn't forgotten that they ended things, and bluntly declared, "It's my money. I'll spend it however I want. It's none of your business." But she insisted on playing the pity card. "Darling, are you really this heartless?" She choked up, mentioning the past to extract some pity from him. "We broke up less than a week ago." Yet Lin Xin didn't even bother to watch the farce, and rudely interrupted. "Thanks to you, I've finally had a few happy days. I have a date to eat tomorrow. I'm not talking to you anymore. Goodbye." Yi Zheng couldn't accept the harsh reality, and kept crying and whining. "Lin Xin, you can't treat me like this." Affection decreased by 20%. Reading that notification, his heart had truly turned cold towards his ex-girlfriend. After Wang Xiao's matter, I thought she would change, but no, affection dropped. Whatever, I won't be spending money on her anyway. The next day, in the university campus, streams of students passed back and forth under the bright sunlight. Lin Xin strode forward, his head filled with thoughts that were both funny and annoying because of the new message. Luo Yaxi sent a location to go eat. Or does she want to treat me? Are you kidding me? The woman who's hindering me from using money to rise from zero. Suddenly, notifications from the social platform appeared, making his phone vibrate like crazy. Yo, check it. Your follow is live streaming. Yo, hello, I'm the assistant reporter. Can do an exclusive for the customer. His earlier annoyed mood gradually dissipated, replaced by thoughtful interest and calculations regarding the exclusive. A flashy leaderboard appeared, reeking of money, signaling the arena was about to be dominated. A king has arrived. Level 26 king, so rich it hurts, has entered the livestream room. Shuya, who was stretching in tight workout clothes, took some time to welcome this sugar daddy. "Ah Lin, General Qian is here, I'll dance for you, you can request a move." Followers also rushed in to join the fun. "General Qian is here, welcome, dancing. I want to see too." "Then can you gift a supercar like General Qian?" "Fine, I give up." Without a word, gold coins from the system soon filled the screen. "So rich it hurts. Gifted the livestreamer. God of Wealth arrives ×1. This is an exclusive gift from So Rich It Hurts, priced at 880,000 each. The barrage on the group exploded before the unprecedented history. 880,000, OMG. The first Monk gift the reporter made was only 500,000. Before this special treatment, she quickly expressed her boundless gratitude. "Thank you, General Qian, thank you." Before she could recover, a series of system announcements continued to bombard her. So Rich It Hurts, gifted the livestreamer. God of Wealth arrives ×5, ×10, ×20. The amount of money that ordinary people struggle to earn in a lifetime? Lin Xin casually threw out the window to the beauty. So Rich It Hurts, gifted the livestreamer. God of Wealth arrives ×50, ×100, ×200, ×341. When the announcements stopped, Shuya was stunned. 341 gods of wealth arrive. 300 million. The overwhelming joy caused her to blurt out, 300 million. Her whole body was sweaty, but she was ecstatic, and her affection also increased by 20%. That generous act of extravagance had charmed her into a dream she couldn't escape, and she shyly offered, "General Qian, you can request any talent, I'll perform one for you." Before she could properly reciprocate, an announcement suddenly arrived. System announcement. Level 30 Supreme Emperor So Rich It Hurts has left the livestream room, extinguishing Shuya's burning enthusiasm in an instant. Not caring about the bombs he had just dropped, Lin Xin was simply happy because of the money going into his pocket. Used up 300 million, finally got 30 million back. Awesome. Shuya on this side was still giddy, immersed in the honeypot, and started guessing. He gifted me a car maybe to not lose face with those old generals, but now he suddenly gave me so much money and didn't even watch me perform. Could it be that he likes me? If it's him, it wouldn't be bad. She immediately slapped her face hard to prevent her emotions from drifting in a deeper direction. Slap. Taking a breath to sober up, she brushed aside the mess and turned on determination mode. "Wake up, Lu Shuya. Men can't be trusted. Remember, he's just your ATM. I won't like him." Just saying that, Shuya secretly took out Crass' photo to admire, her face flushed with deep longing. Lin Xin on the other side. Lin Xin was following the directions to the meeting place with Yaxi, and when he arrived at the school gate and called out, he was suddenly interrupted by a loud and sharp scolding that cut through his thoughts. "Damn it, you think we wouldn't recognize you just because you're wearing a mask?" So that's Zhuo rudely tearing away the thing covering Liu Yizheng's face, wanting to run. She's trapped in the circle of these girl thugs, instinctively screaming helplessly. Liu Yizheng glanced around for a chance to escape, and caught his eye, but in response to that longing was a cold turn away that made her heart clench. Limitless disappointment. He's not going to help me. Liu Yizheng can now only rely on herself to lower herself and beg the creditor. I don't have money right now. Give me 3 more days. Da Yi, hearing this, annoyedly scolded. 3 days and then 3 days. Do you think I still believe you? She continued to promise, hoping the other party would be moved with pity. I'll go borrow money now. He remembered something, laughably sarcastically stabbing back. Didn't you say yesterday your boyfriend would give you money? Where's your boyfriend? Mentioning this, she became even more silent, trying to hide the pain. I heard him. Seeing this, he gleefully trampled on others' pain. Let me interpret a little. You can't borrow money, right? Words of abuse constantly submerged the small figure of the woman. Won't lend money. Must be a cowardly sugar daddy, huh? Call him over. She weakly squeezed out a few words. I don't. Not letting the long night bring too many dreams, he held one of Liu Yizheng's hands and shouted fiercely. Okay. She startled in panic, desperately struggling to break free. What? Where do you want to take me? Zhuo tightly grabbed the other side, without a hint of tenderness, and growled, Don't waste your breath. He increased the force gripping her, a disgusting, flirtatious voice echoing through the space. Where to go? Of course, using you to exchange for money. She desperately screamed before being gagged. No, ugh. Liu Yizheng sent her eyes around, begging for life-saving help, but the guy nearby also ran away, not wanting to bring trouble upon himself. She sobbed while struggling under the barbaric control of the lowlifes. Still want to scream. I'm telling you, we've caught so many people, no one has ever dared to stand up. Tears of belated regret welled up.
Lin Xin, I don't blame you. There wouldn't be today if I hadn't been too obsessed with fleeting money. I regret hurting you.
The car started according to his order, the driver carrying the emotions that were choked up in Liu Yizhang's heart. Sorry, Lin Xin. Happily planning to slip away, Da Yi took a fist through the glass head-on. His face distorted with pain. The sudden strong tremor made the rest of the group exclaim, "Damn! What was that?" Lin Xin immediately flung open the back door and ordered mightily, "Get out of the car." Because the savior she had been waiting for had arrived, it was like seeing a flash of light before her eyes. Happiness filled her face. Lin Xin. Because of that, her favorability towards him also increased by 40%. Zhuo quickly pulled Huang San along, intending to teach the opponent a lesson. "Little brat, you want to die." Before he could inflict damage on the opponent, he was hammered in the face with a stack of cold hard cash. Before he could help his teammate, the guy standing right next to him also couldn't escape a life-changing epiphany from the blood and sweat money. They gaped, blankly looking up at the rain of money falling sparsely in front of them. His eyes were coldly mixed with contempt. The intention to drive people away was very clear. Take the 800k and scram. His hands steadily picking up money. He still cautiously questioned warily, "You're her boyfriend?" Lin Xin's face briefly flashed with impatience when he heard this question. Uncomfortably explaining, "I'm not. Why are you so chatty? Take the money and leave." Dao Yi threw Liu Yizhang out, causing her to painfully cry out, "Ah." Even though he had collected the debt, he was still calculating to take revenge on the other party, threatening, "Good. Don't think paying the money is the end. You also have to pay for the money for beating up our brothers." After giving the warning, he quickly drove off. "Go," leaving him in silence behind. After a long while, she forced her heavy body up, hesitating for a long time before stammering, "Lin Xin, I'm sorry." Lin Xin passed her with a weary stride, his voice as calm as the breeze. "If you know you were wrong, then don't pester me anymore in the future." Liu Yizhang sobbed, watching his straight back leave without any lingering. Favorability plus 10%. An indescribable emotion welled up in her heart. "Lin Xin, I know I don't deserve you now, but I will also act to make up for the wound you've had for these 3 years." An ordinary car was speeding on the road, quickly overtaking other cars. Lin Xin sat in the back seat, intently swiping the screen, the video sound constantly playing. "Thank you for the gifts, money, I'll twerk for you." Hai Gi was always paying attention to the customers' movements, actively starting a conversation. "My brother, you like watching livestream too? Which platform do you watch on?" He indifferently answered casually. "Do you platform?" Casually watching and donating a few gifts. He found his target and continued to boast. "I usually watch on Panda." Ever known someone so poor that they only have money left? That mysterious whale just donated 300 million to the streamer? That meaningless exclamation didn't affect his rapid swiping on the screen. Yeah, I've seen it too." The sound from the phone rang steadily. "Bro, do you like it like this?" "Damn." The announcement sound on the car suddenly broke the awkward atmosphere. "New wolf, guess you like." The mysterious whale struck again, so poor that they only have money left, donated 100 million on DouYu platform's livestream. A sense of curiosity couldn't help but surge after Hai Gi read all the content on the device. So poor that they only have money left went to DouYu. The chattering from behind seemed to be trying to attract attention, wanting to be so happy they'd start singing off-key. He quickly shot an inquisitive look, with 749 scenarios already playing out in his head. Just watch DouYu for a few minutes, and now they're watching a singing app? Must be doing a task to get some free gifts. Clearly just a poor guy. The glee of bringing someone down only reinforced Hai Gef's illusion of superiority. Quote, "I'm not that stupid." Quote, he'd never spent a single cent watching live streams, never given a single gift. So he feigned a concerned look and advised, "Bro, don't mind me for being nosy. Just watch live streams for fun, and never fall for their scams." He just nodded along to the rambling words. Oh. His eyes were still glued to his phone screen. "Is that my brother's money coming through? I'm so happy, thanks for the gift." The familiar TikTok notification popped up. "Someone just guessed what you like." The mysterious tycoon strikes again, so poor they only have money left, gifting 100 million on a singing platform livestream. He was stunned, a sudden realization dawning on him. The video sound changed abruptly again. Lao Mao records The Beautiful Life. This strange coincidence made Hai Ge turn around despite the danger. Oh. Very quickly, the notification bell chimed, seemingly putting an end to his last shred of doubt. "Someone just guessed what you like." The mysterious tycoon strikes again, so poor they only have money left, gifting 100 million on a Lao Mao platform livestream. After a solid slap to the face, he no longer had the state of mind to focus on driving. Oh. The car swerved continuously, causing Lin Xin to express his concern to the driver. Bro, drive a little more steadily. After a long and bumpy ride, Lin Xin, bathed in a halo of light, majestically stepped out. Haige stared blankly at his figure, filled with unspoken questions. Could he be that tycoon? With one arrow, I killed 2 birds. He felt he was only inferior to Zhuge Liang because he lacked a fan. It's too troublesome to meet them one by one, and I can't even spend all my money. The main goal is to cast a wide net, just because I feel like it. And just like that, I spent another 300 million. After a moment of self-satisfaction, he realized the location in front of him was a bit familiar. This place is not. Observing the area and the surrounding high-rises, Lin Xin made his analysis. Nanting Village, next to Yanjiang University. A lot of students rent rooms here, so the prices are really affordable. Luo Yaxi asked me to meet her here.
Yes. Upon arriving at the meeting spot, the first thing that caught his eye was a figure-hugging silk dress. After that came Yaxi's joyful greeting. Lin Xin's here.
The curves were clearly accentuated, and every inch of her skin was half hidden, half exposed, making him unable to tear his mesmerized gaze away. Seeing Lin Xin still standing there in a daze, she took the initiative to pull him along. Come in quickly, inside. He slowly looked around at the cozy interior, hesitantly choosing his words of social pleasantry. Yaxi was really looking forward to a comment about the room's design. Do you like it? Lin Xin had already been captivated by her charming outfit to the point of a nosebleed, so what he said was completely different from what he meant.
I like it. Yaxi, of course, still remembered the original purpose of inviting him over and asked him to sit at the table. This is the food I cooked, try it. Taking a bite, his eyes immediately lit up, and he didn't hold back his praise. Delicious. I can't believe you also know how to cook. This sweet and sour pork is the bomb.
Seeing his enjoying expression, she was extremely pleased. That's great. I've rented this room for a while. On Saturdays and Sundays when I don't have classes, I live here. She took this opportunity to drop a hint, causing him to pause for a moment. You're the first guy to come to my rented room, and also the first guy to eat my cooking.
Lin Xin pretended to ignore the slightly ambiguous meaning, and replied in a businesslike manner. Really? Then I'm truly honored, haha. His eyes naturally drifted to the colorful flower pot opposite him. Oh, are the flowers on the balcony lilacs?
She was surprised that he noticed so quickly, and replied shyly and ambiguously, Yes, because you like the scent of lilacs, I bought a pot. In her heart, she added, I heard Liu Yizheng mention it. She felt as if she had discovered something. He immediately activated his defensive vigilance, his heart battling with confusion. What's this? Isn't she after money? She should be trying to get me to buy things, right? What's with the cooking and buying flowers? So on the outside, he checked the condition of the person next to him. I wonder if she has some unspoken illness. Are you okay? Are you sick? Yaxi didn't know whether to be happy or sad, but while pushing Lin Xin's concern away, she confessed, I'm a person who lacks a sense of security. My parents divorced when I was very young. After that, she buried her face in his palm, her expression showing tenderness and emotion. I've always felt that only money can give me the greatest sense of security. I never expected that you could bring me the sense of security I've longed for. The soft curves gradually pressed closer, causing him to become flustered and unable to think clearly. So he mechanically asked in return, Me. A sense of security. Ignoring his rigid reaction, she still did her best to express the surging emotions in her heart. You've proven that you're a very loyal person, and you've given me so much money without asking for anything in return, which is completely different from those other guys. Yaxi sweetly leaned against his firm body, her voice suddenly becoming a bit more coquettish and suggestive. Although I've dated a few times, I've also protected myself. So leaving her sentence hanging in the air, she replaced words with action. The distance between them had narrowed to the point where their lips were about to touch. The atmosphere was romantic, but unexpectedly, Lin Xin seemed to understand something, and cruelly dodged to the side. Luo Yaxi's favorability is 91%. She loves me. No wonder she's so different. I just remember the mission is to get the money back. Turning back to the prey offering herself up before him, he obviously had to indulge her to the fullest, so his hands began to get busy. She wants to throw herself into my arms. I definitely won't refuse. What man would be afraid of losing out? The sudden touch caused Yaxi to feel as if she had been set on fire, her voice lost from the heat. I totally meant it. But you're just pretending to be worried. Oops, did I go too hard? She wasn't going to stop the game. It was just the two of them, so she urged,
No, it's fine, do whatever you like. Lin Xin just waited for that permission and launched a barrage of attacks. Maybe their clash was too intense, because they were both sweating buckets, making Luo Yaxi squirm uncomfortably.
These clothes are kinda getting in the way, he muttered. Suddenly a sky-shattering shout came from somewhere. Nana, I was wrong, please don't go.
Lin Xin, interrupted by the sound, immediately stopped their playtime. That's Zhao Tong's voice.
Spotting the familiar voice, Lin Xin instantly went to check it out, only to witness Zhao Tong desperately trying to hold on to Chen Na. Nana, don't go, I really was wrong. His mind was totally blown, confirming it really was Zhao Tong down there.
But he got a slap so hard his glasses went flying. Even so, she seemed more focused on the prying eyes of the crowd, and immediately snapped loudly, "Why are you shouting like that? Aren't you embarrassed enough?" Saying that, she heartlessly turned and walked away. "Keep screaming. Scream till tomorrow so the whole school knows about you." Such a dramatic scene made everyone around them thirsty for gossip, chatting excitedly. Hitting a scumbag, whoa, that slap echoed. Zhao Tong was left alone, fumbling around on the ground for his glasses. Lin Xin had no idea when he'd gotten close, but he helped pick up the glasses and casually asked, "Zhao Tong, what's going on?" His sudden appearance completely startled the other guy.
It was only then that Zhao Tong slowly stood up and confided, "Sing, you know Nana, we've been dating for half a year already." Before he could even finish his sad story, Zhao Tong's eyes were glued to the well-stacked figure beside him, choking out, "Luo Yaxi." Her eyes widened uncomfortably from his blatant stare, and she hid behind Lin Xin, who nervously shielded her while explaining, "She invited me for a meal," he urged. "Keep talking." Zhao Tong was super understanding and didn't pry any further, just continuing his story from earlier. "Oh right, we were originally going to watch a movie, but after she said that she wanted to buy Chanel stuff, I told her I didn't have money right then, and she just got mad and left like that." Hearing that, Yaxi quickly peeked her head out from behind Lin Xin, wanting to confirm the truth. "Are you Chen Na's boyfriend? I heard she's been dating some rich guy lately." This news made Lin Xin widen his eyes in shock, raising his voice, "What?" And Zhao Tong absolutely couldn't accept the idea of growing 2 more horns on his head. "No way, Nana wouldn't betray me." Yaxi didn't even bother arguing, asserting confidently, "Heh, believe it or not, our girl group's info has never been wrong before." The Juncha, green hat, hitting him so unexpectedly, made him stubbornly blurt out a long stream of denials. No way, I don't believe it." Seeing his friend slowly losing his cool, Lin Xin quickly came up with a calming solution. "How about this? You call Chen Na and say you want to give her some makeup. And you," he said to Yaxi, "ask your girl group if they've seen that guy yet." He confidently laid out the plan. "Let's go expose her true colors." Under the warm, faint yellow light, a wisp of smoke lingered in the quiet air. Billion, shirtless, held a cigarette in his hand, his brows furrowed in a single line, lost in his worries. Zi Yun, seeing him like that, gently asked, "Brother Lin, what's wrong?" Her words were like a valve, letting loose a torrent of his unspoken worries. "Sigh, I don't even know if my life can change anymore." He recalled the humiliating scene at that night's liquor party, his mind starting to drift. He'd almost been kicked out, but thanks to Lin Xin speaking up for him, he managed to stay. But now, no one in the group paid him any attention. It was like he was already dead. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of hopelessness, with no way out. If things stayed like this, he'd definitely fall into, this was simply hell. The phone on the bedside table next to him suddenly vibrated, breaking Billion's negative train of thought. He quickly scrolled through the screen, his eyes widening with each notification. This is? He didn't even know what the content was. He just saw himself jump up after reading it, ecstatic like he'd just won the lottery. Haha, my chance to make a comeback has arrived. Turns out it was a message from Lin Xin in the Yanjiang Golden Prince group chat. "Gentleman who owns a shopping mall, I want to borrow your mall to help a friend of mine." As soon as the request was sent, it wasn't just him. Everyone in the chat went wild, eagerly promoting their family's businesses. Brother Xin, Silvermoon Plaza near Yanjiang City is owned by my family. You're always welcome to come over. The chaotic buzz finally ended with a mutually beneficial exchange between Lin Xin and Billionaire. Silvermoon Plaza sounds great, and it's close. Thanks for the trouble, young Master Feng. Thank you, Brother Xin. I'll definitely do my best. The matter was decided just like that. The next day, Billionaire drove a supercar, with Zi Yun riding along, slowly explaining the purpose of their trip. "I'm currently going to pick up money from CEO Qian and prepare to negotiate a plan with him. I'm taking you along to broaden your horizons." Zi Yun couldn't help but feel excited and surprised by this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to personally see CEO Qian. Meanwhile,
Billionaire was secretly calculating in his mind.
Bringing her along was actually to make it clear to Lin Xin that he no longer had any unreasonable thoughts about Xiaoxuan.
A moment later, he parked the car next to a crowded street food stall and gently announced, "We're here. This is the location Qianzong sent."
She excitedly expressed her anticipation about meeting the big boss, the legendary Qianzong. Is he here? Billionaire raised an eyebrow, looked to one side, and smiled confidently. That's him.
All they saw in the direction he pointed was Lin Xin, in his shorts and flip-flops, casually enjoying a simple meal.
Zi Yun stared in astonishment at his incredibly casual attire. Is that Qianzong? Billionaire, having learned his lesson last time, had brought a thick filter with him. So handsome, even in such a shabby setting, he's like a firefly in the dark, really standing out. She quickly regained her composure, stammering, so outstanding.
Without hesitation, he strode forward, effusively socializing. Brother Xin can throw around hundreds of millions of dollars but eats breakfast in such an unassuming place. What can I say? Amazing! Lin Xin, praised without arrogance, politely replied in a professional manner. Oh, it's young Master Feng. The rice rolls here are cheap and delicious. You should try them. Let's go to Silver Moon Plaza. We'll discuss the details in the car. He didn't dare delay the young man's precious time. Okay, Qianzong. Under the scorching sun, the towering buildings were working at full capacity.
A constant stream of people flowed through the Moon Plaza shopping center. Zhao Tong hid in a corner, watching Chen Na's back at the entrance, repeating the planned scenario in his mind. According to the plan, I'll ask Chen Na out first, then Luo Yaxi will lure that guy here. I'll wait and see if they're really having an affair. Not letting him wait long, Chu Zhu appeared, approaching her. Inadvertently meeting the other's eyes, ignoring the crowded place, they brazenly engaged in a makeout session, shattering his last mental barrier. No, this is actually true. How could this be? His anger reaching a boiling point, Zhao Tong stormed over, blocking the car, determined to get an explanation. Chen Na, you betrayed me. And with such an old man, faced with this naive accusation, the man revealed a contemptuous and mocking expression. Are you that poor boyfriend Nana mentioned? Saying this, he immediately called people to protect him. Haiji's massive figure quickly came into view. Brother Chu, what's wrong? Chu Zhu, relying on his backup, shamelessly complained. Someone is causing trouble here and affecting my shopping experience. Zhu Tong couldn't believe being framed so blatantly and exclaimed, What? He immediately used his bulging muscles to threaten, Sir, please leave. He started to feel a bit timid, his voice dropping a tone, but he still tried to retort, I'm not causing trouble. This is my girlfriend. Suddenly being called out, Chen Na, on one hand, tried to curry favor with the man, on the other hand, disgustedly denied, Haha, what nonsense are you talking about, Brother Chu? Here is my boyfriend. Sincerity exchanged for the other's cruel trampling. This heartbreaking truth made Zhao Tong angrily yell, Na, why are you doing this to me? Our 6 months of relationship aren't even worth as much as some old man who came out of nowhere. Yet she didn't have a shred of gratitude, instead scornfully blaming him. Don't you understand? You're just a VIP customer, so I was nice to you. Being your girlfriend would mean a miserable life. I have to think about my future. Holding the beauty in his arms, Chu Zhu kept adding fuel to the fire with mocking words. Little brother, at your age, don't even think about dating. Go make money first. Find a 20-year-old girlfriend when you're 40, got it? He watched them with wide eyes, endlessly spewing insults, weakly struggling against them. No, this can't be happening. Suddenly, Billionaire coolly drifted over on his car, ending this scene of bullying the weak. Chu Zhu confidently showed off his wide network of connections. The one in that sports car is young Master Feng, the owner of the Meridian Hotel and Silver Moon Plaza. I've worked with him a lot. Chen Na actually echoed these empty words, acting coquettishly. Wow, Brother Chu, you're so amazing. That trust grew even stronger as Billionaire got closer and closer. Wow, young Master Feng is here. I want to greet him. He also noticed this and couldn't help but feel pleased, acting indulgently. Of course, with such a delighted mindset, Chu Zhu took the initiative to reach out, intending to greet him warmly. Young Master Feng. But Billionaire didn't give him any face at all, instead rushing over to embrace Zhao Tong intimately. President Zhao, Brother Zhao, did you come here to inspect the operations of the shopping center? He spoke more and more enthusiastically, putting his arm around him while continuously painting a bright future in his mind. I hope you can think about this investment. We still have 2 shopping centers that are about to be developed. Do you know? I've been looking forward to working with you for a long time. Those words made the shameless couple's eyes almost pop out of their sockets, together gaping and exclaiming, President Zhao, investing in young Master Feng? I'm afraid that's not explosive enough. Ziyun Zhangmian, looking incredibly hot, suddenly appeared.
I hate Brother Zhu for making everyone wait for you for so long.
She pressed her heavy chest against his arm, her voice as sweet as molasses, cooing. You promised you'd buy me any new bag from Balenciaga. You'll buy the newly released spring collection, right?
Chen Na stubbornly refused to believe it and argued, how could Zhao Tong be so rich he doesn't even have money to buy expensive cosmetics? She only glanced at her casually, sarcastically saying a painful sentence, haha, is your face worth Zhao Zong spending money on you? She was so angry she couldn't utter a complete sentence. Oh, Zhao Tong, who had been blankly not understanding what was happening, suddenly noticed a familiar figure. Lin Xin. You're standing to the side watching the drama, your confident eyes soothing the unease in his heart. Lin Xin called these two here to help me. Then he seriously began to act as a successful businessman skillfully. I'm inspecting the shopping operations, but this man has affected my experience. I think he said he's a VIP customer here.
No wonder you have such a smooth tongue.
Billionaire immediately rapped out imposing words. Is he worthy? Really lowering the reputation of the shopping center? Security? Call the manager here. Cancel his VIP card and compensate him 2 million RMB. Kick him out. High GE at this time, of course, had to follow the orders of his boss.
Yes, young Master Feng.
This announcement was like cutting off all cooperative relations, making Chuju exclaim in panic. Huh? He heartlessly pushed Chen Nai away, not paying any attention to her cries. He was only thinking about how to salvage the situation. This is bad. I offended young Master Feng for a woman like that. My business will be stunted. Thinking this, he quickly revealed a flattering expression, hoping the other could calm down.
Zhao Zong, young Master Feng, it's a misunderstanding. I really didn't know.
Zhao Zong, I apologize to you. Can you treat me like a fart and let me go? This was the first time Zhao Tong had witnessed such a shameless plea, and couldn't help but laugh and mock. Oh really? I smelled something unpleasant just now, so it was coming from him.
A man who seemed to be the manager hurriedly ran over.
Taking this opportunity, Billionaire gleefully judged with a final sentence. I got it, manager. Remember these two people's faces. Put them on the blacklist. They can never enter Silver Moon Plaza.
The wind has changed.
Now those immoral bastards get a taste of their own medicine, bros. You, no way. He showed no mercy, venting his anger, and returning every insult he'd ever received. Take care of yourself, old man. At your age, you'll break a hip if you fall.
Chen Na lost her haughty beauty and burst into a loud cry. What should I do, Brother Chu? Seeing the situation was beyond saving, Chuju turned on her, saying disdainfully, my company has a reputation in Yanjiang. Feng Bilian is nothing. I still have many connections.
Let's go. As if to block his path, countless supercars of all kinds stopped in front of the mall. The familiar faces of rich guys appeared one after another, scrambling to get out and jab at each other. You're fast, Master Shu. You're right on time too, Miss Yan. Don't even think about stealing my thunder.
The two timing dogs were so scared their faces turned green. Chuju, with great difficulty, questioned loudly, these are all top-tier rich second gens in Yanjiang. Why are they all here?
These CEOs quickened their pace even more. As expected, they came to greet and get acquainted with Zhao Tong. This is young Master Zhao? One of them even added some blame to Bilian. Why didn't you say anything? How could you let such a good opportunity be taken? You must give me the next chance. Feeling great about his contribution, he gloated with self-satisfaction.
It's always my pleasure to help President Xian. What's the main event today?
After daring to laugh and chat for a while, they all glanced at the clueless guy in disgust, as if they had discussed it beforehand.
Pierced by their sharp gazes, Chuju felt like he had fallen into an ice pit, frozen stiff. Facing the fury of the big bosses, he desperately wanted to faint. With only one thought left in his head, I'm screwed. After an epic face-slapping session, Zhao Tong turned to bump fists with a lot of energy. Thanks, bro, Lin Xin replied without hesitation. We're brothers, what's there to thank? The most important thing is that you could vent your anger. But he still couldn't help but wonder, how do you know so many rich friends? He waved his hand, making up a reason. They're just extras. Doing all kinds of businesses, even group acting. Zhu Tong believed it, nodding as if he understood the world. Oh. Then he left, still waving goodbye. I'm going back to school. I'll bring you fried chicken tonight. Seeing this, Lin Xin shouted as a conditioned reflex, Okay, remember not to add duck neck. At the same time, the people he called extras were gathering, whispering, is this President Xinian? He looks simple, so unpredictable. President Xinian coming here must have a hidden agenda. Shi Ran was also one of them, her eyes lingering on his figure for a long time. This person is Lin Xin. Walking over with a face as bright as stage lights, he said, Thank you everyone for helping out. I'll treat you all to spicy hot pot, the group said in unison. He replied without hesitation, Okay, thank you, President Xian. Spicy hot pot?
Billionaire seized the opportunity to jump in, his voice as sweet as syrup. President Qian is so funny. How about coming to my bar on the 7th floor of the mall? Hearing this, Shu Di smiled and said, Then you have to treat this time. President Qian just smirked casually. That's for sure. In his heart, he secretly growled. I haven't even stepped into a fancy bar. It probably won't be too expensive, right? A moment later, they arrived at Moon's Ferry of Plaza. In the luxurious private room with lights shining on the walls, Sahan started with a sweet, innocent voice. President Qian made 100 million with one move yesterday. In just one day, the number of platform registrations exceeded the entire first quarter. A young master sitting nearby immediately chimed in. Compared to President Qian, I feel like I'm just a lowlife. The atmosphere was lively with flattery and speculation like Sahan's fanfiction.
I suspect President Qian is the son of a hidden big shot in the city. Zhu Ya chimed in with a pleased expression. Anyway, I've got this leg to hold on to. Only Shu Di noticed Shiran's unusual silence. Yawned. Yan, why aren't you saying anything, just drinking your sorrows away? As if seeing through her heart, he launched into a tirade of advice. It's not that I'm not helping, but your project is expensive and meaningless. A small, newly established company can't afford it, so why not bow down to your father or follow President Qian, make money, relax, travel, buy designer bags? But she didn't agree at all, slamming the glass down hard, her voice as cold as a knife. The word give up doesn't exist in Jiang Shiran's dictionary. Shiran turned away angrily, her voice full of determination. Okay, you're all afraid of my father and won't lend me money, so I'll just go find President Qian. Seeing this, Sahan Han whispered. Yan is very stubborn, but even if President Qian knows she's doing that weird thing, he won't give her money. Shu Di could only sigh. She's bound to fail. At this time, the atmosphere in the room changed, and the group began to fawn over Lin Xin. President Qian, the hottest secret nightclub I opened, has VIP shows every night. If it's too noisy, we can go to my private yacht. I'll have a car pick you up tomorrow. Does President Qian like poker? I'm looking for an investment partner. He sat calmly amidst the endless flow of drinks, his eyes shining as he looked at each person. Faced with their suffocating enthusiasm, he only shook his head politely, turning down the offers. All the projects sound good, but I prefer to spend money rather than invest in them. In his heart, he thought differently. It's such a waste if you guys only know how to work. Suddenly, a pair of long legs slowly entered his sight, and a seductive voice rang out. President Qian likes to spend money. Great. Shiran stepped forward, getting close to Lin Xin, and smiled as if she was bestowing a blessing. Can you invest in me? Her words infuriated the crowd. Shu Di roared angrily. Damn it, Jiang Shiran, you're messing things up again. Billionaire also jumped into question. President Shiran gave you more than 10 million last time. Did you spend it all so quickly? Chuan Hai immediately intervened. President Qian, don't listen to her, she's doing crazy things. Anyone who gets involved will go bankrupt. But before he could finish speaking, she punched him in the face. Shut your mouth, this lady told you to. After the commotion, Lin Xin spoke. Are you Yan Bao from the group? What do you need me to invest in? Suddenly, a ding sound from the system rang out. Discovered a woman with good looks. Counterattack mission initiated. Jiang Xian, 25 years old, 172 centimeters tall, 49 kilograms. Affinity with the host 10%. Reached 90% gold return. Reached 100% identity and relationship change. Looking at the information that just appeared, Lin Xin's eyes flashed slightly. The opportunity for money and cute girls are offered right to my mouth, can't miss it. At this moment, Xian became serious again, eye to eye with him. I'm making tech chips, San Han shouted as if someone was strangling his throat. That's absurd, did you hear that, President Qian? She's just dreaming. She didn't flinch because of those words. Theoretically, it's not wrong. My company has been developing this for over a year, and now there are only minor technical glitches. Chuan Hai, with his swollen face, still tried to squeeze in as if he didn't know what fear was. It sounds reasonable, but she's burned billions of dollars on it. If she actually made any technology, she'd probably win a Nobel Prize. Before he could brag another half sentence, she gagged his mouth and kicked him neatly to the side. Get lost. After that, Xinyan snuggled up to Lin Xin, her voice suddenly as light as a feather. So, President Qian, do you want to invest? But in her heart, she was still a little doubtful. Or would he start laughing at me like the others? Of course, he wouldn't let the beauty down. His eyes shone with confidence. Tech chips are a very good project. The United States has been developing more than our country in technology. If this chip can be developed, then our country will have more opportunities to defeat the United States. I vote for this project. Those words were like a slap in the face to the whole room. Everyone around was agape. Vote. Xinyan still didn't believe it, looking at him suspiciously.
You agree. You haven't researched my company at all. The project's chance of success and the amount of money it will cost, it's very likely to lose a lot. Lin Xin just smirked, his gaze calm as if everything was in the palm of his hand. No need to research. I'll transfer 500 million first. Tell me when you run out, and the contract can be sent later. You're the only one here who's seriously talking to me about starting a business. I think you're the most trustworthy. His words were like a gentle touch to the softest place in her heart. Just then, the phone rang with a crisp sound. 500 million received. Staring at the number that had just jumped in her account, her heart was still in turmoil. He really invested. Shi Yan's incredulous eyes turned towards Lin Xin. Does he believe I can do it? Immediately afterwards, the system's voice rang again, evenly confirming everything that had just happened. Affinity plus 20%. His decisive action, like shooting the breeze, made the whole room hold their breath in awe. No wonder he's President Xian. Only the truly rich dare to invest recklessly. This is 500 million yuan. Spending money like throwing it into the water, President Xian values Yan Yan, spending hundreds of thousands just to buy her a smile. After dropping the bomb, Lin Xin quickly slipped away. I suddenly remembered I have something important to do. Let's talk next time. Good luck, Yan Bao. Chuan Hai, who hadn't recovered, nodded repeatedly. Okay, President Xian. You go do your thing first. Shi Yan stood there, her eyes silently following his retreating figure. Something seemed to be shaking lightly in her heart. A moment later, the waiter came in to announce the shocking news. The amount to be paid tonight is 330,000. Who's going to pay? Someone spoke up, questioning. Didn't President Xian say he was treating us? President Xian ran away? Those words were like a stone thrown at Hu Yan's face, right? The group immediately turned to each other, raising their hands to shell out millions. Forgetting a tens of thousands bill is normal, President Xian doesn't care about those small things. On the other side, Lin Xin was running for his life, his face without a trace of President Xian's temperament. So expensive, I don't have that kind of money, whoever treats as a dog. A few days later, at a luxurious villa, Ji Yan was leisurely riding her bike, showing off her plump butt. She was exercising while listening to the phone, and a slightly doubtful voice rang from the other end of the line. So he really invested. You only said one sentence, she happily replied. I still can't believe it. Shi Yan was a little thoughtful, and said softly, he is a different kind of man. Yu Xuan heard this and happily congratulated her. In any case, congratulations. The financial problem, the biggest problem in your entrepreneurial journey, has been solved. Xin Yan seemed to remember something, and suddenly shouted softly, that's right. She recalled the early difficult days due to the opposition of her family. Father didn't even listen to me finish speaking. How could he deny it? He angrily scolded. Pretend that you don't need to start a business. A big business is already available. Just take it over. The card will be frozen, so you don't have to think wildly. And she also remembered the scene when she begged her relatives, eldest uncle, dad, nephew, but in return she received refusals. Yan Bamao, your father has already told us. What else do you need? It's enough to be obediently at home. You're just a girl. It's good to get married early. Those things made Shi Yan even more determined. I will definitely succeed. Yu Xuan on the other side soothed gently. I believe in you. A moment later, Shi Yan then asked about her best friend's problem, forgetting to talk about her own. Xuan, you just said you attended the high school reunion. How was it? Yu Xuan calmly replied. I thought it was a normal gathering, but a classmate came who surprised me. His appraisal knowledge is no less than my teacher's. She laughed and teased when she heard the other party say that. Oh, Xuan, are you really interested in a boy? The sun is about to rise in the west, and you're imagining that guy in your heart? I wonder what that guy looks like. Yu Xuan was not to be outdone, calmly roasting back a sentence. Aren't you also interested in a man? Someone who believes in you unconditionally and spends a lot of money on you? She immediately denied it, her voice flustered and annoyed. Who said I care? Annoying. At this time, Li Min suddenly opened the door to announce, Yu Xuan, it's almost time to leave. She just lazily replied with a grunt. She stepped forward, speaking softly but full of meaning. Yu Xuan, let me remind you again, Kaio Gongzi will be a future shareholder of the museum, so you must be closer to him. Yu Xuan maintained her composure, replying as if she'd heard it countless times. Yes, Mom. At the university's men's dormitory, Lin Xin had just pushed open the door when he was stopped by a weak voice. Lin Xin. He looked over to see Wu Ji sprawled out, his face flushed red. Wu Ji, what's wrong? He struggled to speak, mumbling each word. I've got a fever, can you cover for me today? Sorry to bother you, I'll pay you 150 for the day. He didn't care about the money, saying decisively, It's okay, just rest up. Is this the work uniform? Keep the money for yourself, man. He weakly hummed in response but still managed to retort, I'm your daddy.
Lin Xin didn't bother arguing with a sick guy, getting dressed and honestly thinking, Wu Ji works the night shift at the Yanjiang Museum 3 times a week. Because Zhao Tong and Zheng Hao are afraid of the dark, I cover for him when Wu Ji is busy.
Then he quickly went out, but still didn't forget to tell him, I'm heading to work, don't go wandering around. Wu Ji, lying paralyzed on the bed, tried to snap back, get lost. A while later, at the Yanhong Museum, Lin Xin leaned back behind the front desk, lazily thinking, so boring. Why is no one coming to the museum today? Did someone book the whole place? Might as well throw some cash at the female streamers while I'm at it. Just as he finished gifting a supersized present to a female streamer, a fancy car screeched to a halt in front of the door. It's Brother Qian again. Thank you for Brother Qian's super gift. Love you. Cao Jun stepped out of the car with an arrogant air. A secretary followed closely behind.
Shen seeing this, hurriedly went to greet him. Hello, Brother Kakyo, Mr. Xia has been waiting for you upstairs for a long time, he smirked, pleased with the attitude. Yeah, lead the way.
Just like that, he strode in confidently like a leader, inspecting the market. But he suddenly stopped, after only a few meters. Cao Jun's angry shout rang out, aimed directly at him. Did your museum hire a blind person? Don't you know to stand up and greet people when they arrive? Lin Xin hurriedly stood up straight. Sorry, Mr. Sir, welcome.
Shen immediately stepped in to smooth things over. Sorry, Brother Kanio, he's a student working part-time. Luo Ni, standing beside him, immediately chimed in sarcastically. Looking at that lanyard, it's likely his lifelong job is security. He didn't say much, just glared sharply. Hey, is that an apology without sincerity? Didn't your school teach you to bow 90 degrees? Lin Xin didn't bother frowning, still calmly retorted, Sir, our school taught us not to be biased when looking at people. Shen turned pale with fright, immediately jumping in. Hey, shut your mouth right now. He heard this and blew up. You dare to lecture me, you damn poor wretch. Truly no good words can come out of a dog's mouth. I don't want to see him again starting tomorrow, he frantically explained. But Brother Cadio, we don't have enough manpower right now.
We still need to. But he still roared, as if he were king of the world. Shut up. Even Director Xia has to listen to me. What is he? Fire him immediately.
Seeing that Cao Jun had no intention of reasoning, Shen could only swallow his bitterness and change the subject. Brother Cao, this way. Director Xia is still waiting for you. Seeing this scene, Lin Xin was a bit worried. Frick, don't tell me I lost Wu Ji his job? Wait, Director Xia, isn't this museum opened by Xia Yuxuan's family? Gotta go find her and explain.
At the exhibition hall with precious, locked antiques, Kai Mao greeted him with a smile. Young Master Cao, welcome. He pretended to be humble, shaking hands in return. Uncle Mao, the old man happily replied. Young Master Cao is willing to contribute to the cultural relics. I truly admire you. Then he turned to Yuxuan, his voice becoming serious. Yuxuan, you take young Master Cao to tour the museum. She gently nodded. Yes. Just as she walked past him, Kai Mao solemnly reminded her, young Master Cao's investment is very important. This time we're relying on you. Yuxuan calmly spoke in a refined manner. Brother Cao, this way, please. I will introduce you to some of the treasures here. He gave a half-smile, his eyes scanning over her as if evaluating merchandise. Okay. When the two stopped in front of a painting hanging ceremoniously on the wall, Yuxuan reached out to introduce it. This is the only surviving calligraphy painting of the Tang Dynasty's poet saint. The entire poem is over 2,000 characters long, expressing the feelings of longing when parting from friends. The more she spoke, the brighter her eyes became, a vibrant smile appearing on her lips. We can feel his state of mind when he wrote this poem. Seeing this scene, Qian's wicked thoughts arose, his restless hands gently placing themselves on her shoulders. So beautiful, beautiful. Yuxuan immediately brushed his hand away, her face falling. What are you doing? Cao Jun wasn't ashamed at all, even feigning innocence. Sorry, Yuxuan, your appearance just now was too beautiful. I suddenly couldn't restrain myself. Hearing this, she angrily shouted, I already noticed just now, you have no interest in these cultural relics. Why do you want to invest in the museum? He laughed derisively, speaking with hidden meaning. Being able to make money is enough. Do I need to have an interest? Yuxuan looked at him with indignant eyes. You only need to do a little research to know. These cultural relics cannot be measured by money at all. Dad actually let this kind of person invest. Cao Jun wasn't even trying to hide his shamelessness anymore. Miss Xia, are you living in a fairy tale or something? But that's exactly why you have a unique aura that other girls just don't, and I really like that about you. Before she could even react, he turned to Kai Mao and ordered,
Alright, let me show her what the real world is really like. Uncle Mao, I'm not super impressed with this museum, but I'll buy it for 6 billion. The condition is Jie Yuhuan marries me. Those words made Kai Mao halt for a moment. Then he awkwardly started to say, Young Master Cao, that's a bit too, Xie Yuhuan immediately retorted, enunciating each word, dream on. She screamed loudly, her eyes blazing. I'm not marrying you. My dad said he'd protect me. He hesitated for a moment, but that 6 billion, Li Min next to him, grew even more worried. Huang. Kai Mao finally spoke, his voice sounding tired as if he'd aged a decade. Huang, now that it's come to this, Dad has to tell you the truth. The Yanhong Museum has been losing money for 2 years straight. We can't keep it running, and we're on the verge of bankruptcy. This time, young Master Kao isn't here to invest, he's here to take us over. Those words hit her like a lightning bolt, freezing her to the spot. What? Cao Jun smirked, cutting in as if bestowing a great favor. I know you've looked for all sorts of investors and acquirers. I'm your last hope, right? Don't worry, if your daughter marries me, she'll definitely live a better life than she does now. Xie Yuhuan still couldn't believe it, her voice trembling as she pressed, Mom, Dad, do you really want to sell me to this person? Li Min burst into tears, her face soaked. I'm sorry, Huang. Your mother is useless, but you have the right to decide. Kai Mao also softly advised, Huang, Dad doesn't want to marry you off just like that, but if we don't sell the museum to young Master Cao, we'll go bankrupt. Each word was like a knife stabbing her heart, making her utterly pale. Most of these artifacts will be bought up by businessmen and sold off cheap, or they'll end up on the black market. Plus, you'd have to suffer along with your parents. She denied it internally. No way. Memories from way back suddenly flooded her mind like a torrent. Dad, these artifacts are so beautiful. My Huang is truly amazing. So young and already has such good taste. Each piece holds the craftsman's blood, sweat, and tears. Even though they're divided into many types, they are all priceless treasures. Xie Yuhuan still clearly remembered how her eyes had sparkled when she first saw these treasures. She'd felt she could see the artisans who created them, but as she grew up, she started hearing disgusting comments from the wealthy. Last month I bought an impressionist painting and resold it for a profit of 600,000. Last year I bought a jade disc for tens of thousands on the black market. Now it's worth a few million. Even as a child she hated people like that. They had money, but no respect for artifacts. All they ever talked about was money. Even as an adult, the guys who hit on her weren't any better. Xia Yuhuan, this Chanel perfume is 5,000 yuan. I think only this matches your elegant aura. Xia Yuhuan. Want to try sitting in a 2 million sports car? She always disdained them, thinking money bought everything. But there were still plenty of things in this world that money couldn't buy. But now Xia Yuhuan was facing the worst thing in her life. Whispering, as if confirming it to herself, I've always thought that. She had tried so hard to believe that, throughout her lost years in this chaotic world. Yet in reality, all those beliefs were so fragile and weak. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Cao Yojun seized the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Xia Yuhuan, don't worry. After we're married, I'll definitely treat you well. As long as you give me a son, I'll buy you a museum, okay? She tried to suppress the seething disgust in her chest, looking at the precious calligraphy painting. For everything in the museum, she had no choice but to accept that unreasonable condition. I know. As soon as those words left her mouth, Kai Mao couldn't hide his joy. Huang, my good daughter, you've truly grown up. Now, go ahead and sign the contract. In another room, the atmosphere was solemn to the point of suffocating. Shen Er solemnly announced, from the moment both parties sign, the contract will become legally binding. It cannot be arbitrarily changed anymore. Kai Mao immediately chimed in, his voice sweet as honey. He's truly very generous. I have no objections to the contract. Huang will surely be happy with him. Li Min stood next to her, gently handing over the pen. Come on, good daughter, sign quickly. As for Cao Jun, he wore a sly smile, as if victory was already in the palm of his hand. Xia Yuhuan trembled as she placed the pen on the contract. I'll sign it. But the pen tip hovered in midair, unable to come down. At this moment her tears welled up. At that very moment, the door suddenly burst open. Lin Xin strolled in leisurely, like a savior summoned by destiny. Heard someone wants to acquire the museum. Lin Xin's confident entrance astonished everyone in the room. Xie Yuhuan, with vacant eyes, looked up at him. Lin Xin, Cao Jun saw this and immediately flew into a rage, pointing and yelling, It's that bastard again. Guards, where are the guards? Get someone to kick this jerk out. Shen Er, standing next to him, hurriedly stepped forward to explain. Mr. Kada, he is the guard. He's the only one on night duty at the museum. Hearing that, he got even angrier, immediately raising his leg to kick him, motherfucker. But his leg had barely moved before his face took a full hit,
and 2 of his teeth went flying. What followed was the most pathetic landing. His face slammed straight onto the floor, accompanied by a scream like a pig being slaughtered. But that was nothing, because he still had enough strength to scream at the top of his lungs, "You bastard! You dared to hit me again! I'll fire you, I'll sue you, and make you rot in jail."
Lin Xin didn't bother replying to the curses. He just quietly strode towards Yu Huyan, who was standing there stunned, not yet recovered. He gently reached out and touched the tears rolling down her cheek.
That gentle movement startled her, causing her to blush unconsciously.
Kai Mao and his wife witnessed this scene and said in unison, "Hunyan, do you know this person?"
Overcome with emotion, Yu Hunyan gently replied, "His name is Lin Xin. He's my high school classmate." Hearing this, the old man immediately lowered his voice and dissuaded. A high school classmate? A kid this age should be studying at university, not dropping out to be a security guard, understand? Because you don't understand the situation, I won't hold it against you. Quickly apologize to young Master Cario, and compensate if necessary.
But before he could finish speaking, Lin Xin quickly tore the contract into pieces. That unexpected action stunned the entire room. The contract, Kai Mao, collapsed to the ground in despair, trembling as he picked up the scraps of paper.
"What are you doing?"
Before he could even scold him, Lin Xin declared aggressively, "I'll buy this museum for 10 billion. Kao Jun smirked and laughed as if he had heard the best joke of the day. "Keep dreaming. Where would a broke security guard like you get 10 billion? If you do, I'll eat SHT right here." He frowned and waved his hand dismissively. "Someone said that last time too, then went back on their word after losing. I don't trust anyone anymore."
Li Min looked at her daughter, her voice filled with worry. "Hunyan, does this classmate of yours have a lot of money?" Yu Hunyan was also confused. "I'm not sure either."
Right then he suddenly pulled out his phone and called his underlings. "Yo, Jiangzi, there's a bum causing trouble at the Yanjiang Museum. Bring some people here immediately." Seeing this, she felt worried. "Lin Xin, what are you planning to do? You shouldn't have come here." Kai Mao seized the opportunity to negotiate. "It's clear that young Master Lin came because of Huyan. I'll be blunt, if you can come up with 10 billion, investing at least 500 million, both the Yanjiang Museum and Huyan will be yours." But Kao Jun couldn't restrain himself from jumping up when he heard that. Xia Kai Mao.
But he completely ignored the shout, and nonchalantly continued to haggle, treating Yu Hunyan like a commodity. "If young Master Lin can't come up with 1 billion, I'll follow the original plan. Young Master Kango only needs to give 6 billion, the first payment being no less than 1 billion, and everything will belong to him." Lin Xin scoffed. "Guess the old geezer knows what's up."
Shen quickly handed over the documents at this time. "Young Master Lin, this is the new contract. Except for the names and amounts that have been changed, the content is still the same as the previous contract." He flipped through the contract, his eyes quickly scanning each lengthy clause. "This contract has thousands of words, but in reality, it only says 3 words. Selling his daughter, Kao Jun leaned in close and kept cursing viciously, as if wanting to shatter the air. "Let me tell you, don't think you can get away with saying you don't have money. My people are coming soon. If you don't break a few bones by then, they definitely won't stop." The angry voice kept ringing in his ears, making his head buzz. "Damn it, it just feels so uncomfortable, so annoying. That's weird, what's going on with me?"
Suddenly, his gaze stopped at the calligraphy painting hanging next to him. The sun has set past the sad willow tree. A cold wind blows into the corner of the room. The wine has been drunk. Tears have soaked the clothes.
He reached out and gently stroked the painting, a feeling of familiarity gradually spreading in his heart. This is the unique strength of cultural relics.
The whole room went silent at his unexpected action. Before anyone could react, he shouted loudly, "I want to amend the contract." His eyes looked directly at Shen his voice full of determination. "Glasses bro, I'm telling you to write this down." He was slightly flustered and stammered, "This, young Master Lin, this contract can't just be changed because you say so." Kai Mao also frowned and interjected, "Don't even dream about the price, not a single cent less." In the tense atmosphere, Lin Xin calmly announced, 10 billion is only to buy the museum, not including the cultural relics inside. Those words made everyone exclaim in unison, so shocked that they almost couldn't believe their ears. "What?" Immediately afterwards, his words touched Yu Huyan's heart. This calligraphy painting and the cultural relics in the museum are all priceless treasures that cannot be measured by money, so the cultural relics will still belong to the Xia family as before. Lin Xin stepped forward and stood in front of her, his voice calm but giving no one a chance to interrupt.
"Xie Yu Huyan really loves cultural relics, so the management and use of the museum are entrusted to her,
and I am the largest shareholder and have the right to decide.
The owner of the Yanjiang Museum is Xie Yu Huyan. Sign the contract in her name."
After saying that, he turned to her and instructed with sincerity, "If the museum needs money in the future, look for me. If you encounter any problems, you can all look for me." Immediately, A soft chime rang out in response. Favorability increased by 20%. Lin Xin swiped his card smoothly. So smoothly that people thought he was paying for a cup of coffee. The transaction amount, 10 billion. The successful transaction announcement just finished, causing the whole room to shake. Everyone was horrified.
Pa, paid it all. Cao Jun trembled, his mind spinning from the card swipe just now. To be able to take out 10 billion immediately, his assets are too terrifying.
Yu Hunyan quietly watched the scene, her voice somewhat hesitant. Why did you do this?
He smiled brightly, and replied unhurriedly.
Do you remember? I once said that I would recover all the lost Chinese cultural relics. Those things are treasures of the nation, not commodities to be sold by merchants.
That declaration made Cao Jun slam the table in anger. You bought the Yanjiang Museum just to show off in front of me. That collection isn't even worth 100 million. And you dare say you want to collect artifacts from all over the world? If you're so good, go to the auction in Japan next month. He roared with challenge. The wandering across rivers and mountains painting of China has been lost for many years, and the glazed Guanyin statue will also appear. Each treasure is worth more than 1 billion. If you really have money, then try it. Don't just stand there and brag.
He just smiled faintly, his attitude indifferent, as if he didn't even bother to accept that cheap challenge. Fine, you wait. Whoever doesn't go is the grandson. Hearing that, he didn't dare to say another word, turned around and ran away desperately.
We went outside, Luo Nh.
I cautiously asked him, Cao, are we still going to beat him up? He shouted loudly, his voice irritable mixed with panic. Beat what? Let's run! And in his heart he was terrified. Who can casually pull out 10 billion? Cao Jun admits defeat to that person. But, just then, the phone in his pocket vibrated. The voice on the other end of the line was solemn. Cao Jun, I assigned you the task of acquiring the museum. Have you completed it yet? This is the first step in the Kameda Zaibatsu's plan to collect East Asian artifacts.
Can't lose it.
He immediately turned pale, stuttering. I'm very sorry, Mr. Kameda. Everything was originally going smoothly, but when it was about to succeed, a short-sighted kid from China snatched the museum away.
Cao Jun quickly blurted out, trying to save face. But rest assured, I have successfully invited him to participate in the auction next month. At that time you will have the opportunity to personally make him surrender and apologize.
Kameda laughed with interest at that statement. Sounds interesting. You Chinese have a good saying, real dragons aren't afraid of fire. What belongs to you will definitely not be taken away by others. Seeing that he didn't seem angry, he immediately put on airs. Its real gold isn't afraid of fire. At that time, I will also come to see the power of Mr. Kameda.
Inside the museum, the atmosphere was lively.
Kai Mao respectfully to Lin Xin. The contract has been signed. And Mr. Lin is now the largest and only shareholder of the Yanjiang Museum.
The old man turned to express his gratitude, his words both heavy and flattering.
Thank you, Mr. Lin, for saving the Xia family from dire straits. Xuan, have a few drinks with Mr. Lin. Li Min also rushed in. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Can my whole family invite you to Haowan restaurant for dinner?
Hearing that, he decisively refused, as if chopping down a branch. No need. I still have the night shift. I can eat alone. She widened her eyes in surprise.
Oh, Mr. Lin.
Yuxuan chuckled at that indifferent answer.
Immediately afterward, the system panel rang, plus 10% favorability. Then, she trailed behind him, softly asking, Lin Xin, are you really going to Japan next month? He nonchalantly replied, Of course, do I look like the type to joke? Hearing that, Yuxuan smiled. Not the bright smile she usually had, but a gentle, trusting smile. At that time, can I go with you? The next morning, the sunlight shone on the lecture halls. Lin Xin yawned as he walked into class. Last night, while on duty at the museum, Xia Yuxuan had chatted with him until midnight. In his head, he replayed the end of that night in slow motion, and then she accidentally fell asleep. The result was that the next day he had 2 panda eyes. He could only doze off for 2 hours, so sleepy.
Seeing him appear with a face as if he had been rushing a deadline all night, Yaji stepped forward with a worried look. Lin Xin, what's wrong? Did you lose sleep last night? Yi Zhang also chimed in.
Lin Xin. Such a blatant competition made the onlookers unable to ignore it. What's going on? Here it comes again, get ready to eat popcorn. Yashi took the lead, reaching out to gently touch his dark eyes. Not getting enough sleep isn't good. Or just skip class and go back to my apartment to rest.
Such a flirtatious move, that also publicly claimed ownership, made Yi Zheng frown on the spot. Luo Yaxi, can you stop with those terrible ideas? Going to class is important. Lin Xin, I'll sit next to you during class. She made an embarrassed expression, offering a suggestion like a deliberate tenderness. You can rest your head on my lap, that way you can both listen to the lecture and rest.
But that look made Lin Xin disgusted. He coldly uttered, "Why are you here again? I already said." Before he could finish speaking, she interrupted. I remember every word you said."
She still put on a sincere face,
trying to keep her voice gentle. "I can't control my feelings. I really love you. I don't care about money. I just hope you understand."
Yi Zhang didn't hesitate any longer and offered a paper crane.
"We can start over." The crane was cherished as proof of everything she had just said. "This time, I will definitely cherish you and make up for the mistakes in the past."
The confession that burst out without warning made the crowd around them exclaim with excitement,
"Ooh! Confessing on the spot, say yes."
She stood there comforting herself with a thought that was both pitiful and naive. "Before, you folded 999 paper cranes for me, and I casually threw them away. You must have been sad. Now I'm folding this crane myself." But the system's notification that appeared betrayed her. Previous favorability 86%.
Lin Xin looked at the scene before him and laughed lightly. "Favorability of 86% is still shining above your head, and you dare say you completely love me?" He decisively turned and left, with no patience left in his head to explain. Liu Yizhang wasn't the type to be easily moved, otherwise she wouldn't have infatuated so many people. Now she's pursuing me just because she's not reconciled.
She looked at his back, not understanding what was happening.
Lin Xin. While the two of them were still looking at each other as if they were competing to see who would blink first, the lecturer pushed the door and walked in. "Let's start class. Everyone go back to your seats."
School's out, and the hallway's packed, everyone lining up to get out lead a class.
Lin Xin strolling, shoulder to shoulder with two hotties, Yaxi, all smiles, coos. "Lin Xin, my place is super quiet, perfect for catching up on sleep without getting disturbed." Yi Zhang jumps in. "All holier than thou like a proper tea, Yaxi, seriously. Even if Lin Xin isn't your boyfriend, it's kinda sus to just invite a guy over to sleep like that."
She fires back, dripping with sweetness and extra emphasis.
"Zheng, Lin Xin, and I have a shamet. Special relationship, that's why I invited him. He's single now. And you're just the ex, right? Relax, I'll take care of him."
You can practically feel the temperature rising, neither's backing down, shots fired back and forth. "We just had a little spat, right? Lin Xin's even helped me out. Yeah, he's all about that chivalry. He'd help a hurt cat or dog too. But Zheng, a good horse doesn't eat old grass, and if there's tastier grass, you gotta munch on it, right?"
These two just keep going, at it, battling over Lin Xin right there in front of everyone's gawking eyes.
Meanwhile, I'm over here stressing about this never-ending catfight. If you two want to bicker, leave me out to it. I don't want to get famous. Cause of this,
then bam! Engine roars, and this girl in a sick supercar screeches up like a gust of wind. The speed is insane, everyone scatters. And in that split second, Lin Xin vanishes from the scene. Next thing I know, I'm sprawled out, all confused, on someone's milky white lap.
Shuya flashes a smile as bright as the morning sun. "Are you okay, Lin Xin? Didn't bump your head or anything?"
And I'm just floored by this sudden appearance. Dude, cruising. In a luxury car, Lin Xin's in the most awkward position ever. I try to sit up, but she doesn't even flinch, eyes glued to the road. No need to rush, just chill for a bit. Hearing that, I don't even hesitate, and start getting comfy on those smooth thighs. "Thanks, you showed up at the perfect time."
Shuya giggles, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Does this come with a reward or something?" Without a second thought, I blurt out like I've been waiting to say it.
"Of course." Her face lights up like she just struck gold. "Then can you do me a favor and sign something for me?" At the same time, Yi Zhang watches the car speed off, her face pale with shock. Who the hell was that? Stealing Lin Xin away right under everyone's noses.
The crowd starts buzzing. "That's a Ferrari LF. Worth like 30 mil. Who's that girl? Too fast to see. How'd Lin Xin, that simp, bag a rich girl?"
Meanwhile, she's seething, teeth gritted. Another one. Once these gold diggers find out Lin Xin's rich, they're gonna be all over him. Ugh. Just then, Yaxi chimes in, dripping with sarcasm and a smug vibe. "Used to ignore Lin Xin's feelings, huh? Can't climb back on now. Regretting it, aren't ya? Too bad, the chance is gone."
Yi Zheng snaps, yelling, "Luo Yaxi, don't get cocky. The one who took Lin Xin is a rich heiress, richer than both of us. Even if Lin Xin's got a new fling, it's not going to be you." But she doesn't even get mad, just throws her head back, bragging, "Haha, Lin Xin and I have already made serious progress. Those flashy cheapos can't even compare."
That shuts her up real quick, eyes wide in disbelief. "You, what did you say?" Losing it, she storms right up to Yaxi. "What kind of dirty tricks are you pulling? How far have you and Lin Xin gone?" But she just smirks, all-knowing. "Wanna know? I'm not telling. If you're so curious, figure it out yourself." And she struts off, laughing all smug, leaving Yi Zhang fuming. That bitch is totally lying, I can't believe her. But her mind's already racing with what ifs. Lin Xin's so innocent. How long can he hold out with all these attacks? Foot slams down, heel grinding into the dead leaves like she's ready to start a fire. No way, I can't be slow about this again. Yi Zheng's face shifts to confident, like she's got it all figured out. I'm Lin Xin's ex, I know him like the back of my hand. Lin Xin, you can only be mine. At that very moment, a system panel pops up out to nowhere. Affection plus 4%, total 90%. Initial reverse harem stage complete. 10% refund, deducting 80,000 yuan already transferred. These messages freak Lin Xin out. And I bolt upright. WTF is going on? Liu Yizheng just NTR'd herself. Right after, the system panel lit up even brighter. A series of lines of text appeared one after another without stopping. Award all attributes +1, currently all at level 3. Increasing strength, constitution, agility, and willpower. He could clearly feel the changes in his body. This feeling is awesome. But the system still hasn't stopped. A new selection panel pops up. Reward. Choose one of 3 skills. Please choose within the allotted time. B-level sprint, B-level swimming, D-level jumping jack. These choices only increased Lin Xin's concerns. The skill levels this time are too low. Could it be because the preemptive stat increase has made my body significantly stronger? Sprinting isn't really necessary. Without further hesitation, he finally made his decision. Choose swimming proficiency. Related knowledge immediately flooded his brain, clearly feeling his pecs, back, and arms as the focus of enhancement. But at this moment, there was a gaze secretly watching him. Zheng Tang stood on a high floor with an inscrutable expression, his eyes locked on him without wavering. A member of the student council approached, his face a little embarrassed. President, it's time to start the meeting. Inside the meeting room, whispers and gossip arose. There's new gossip again, still about Lin Xin, Liu Yizheng, and Luo Yaxi. This time the White Horse Princess appeared. What a pity I didn't see it live. He gritted his teeth as these words reached his ears. It's that Lin Xin again. Suppressing his annoyance, he walked straight to the front of everyone, his voice stern. Yanjiang University is famous for its learning environment and great campus, but just now a male student and 2 female students cause trouble and have complicated relationships, and even socialites drive supercars on campus. The incident spread so widely that the whole school knows about it. Suddenly he turned to look at Chu. His voice indifferent but sharp. This friend Chu, these people seem to be from your literature department, right? He was slightly startled by that gaze and then confirmed, awkwardly, yes, that's right, that male student is named Lin Xin, and the female students are named. But before he could finish speaking, Zheng Tang interjected. Former President Cheng Qing, you said that friend Chu of the literature department is very serious, works quickly, and is trustworthy, so I also have high expectations for you. Thereupon, Chu he immediately stood up, bowing deeply to apologize. Thank you for your trust, President. Lin Xin's behavior is really outrageous. I will punish him immediately. He pretended to be righteous, but his words were no different from those of a petty person. It doesn't have to be that extreme. The student union is here to serve the students. As long as he sincerely corrects his mistakes and promises not to repeat them, that will achieve our goal, right? He quickly responded, You're absolutely right. I'll go take care of it right away. Just like that. At noon the next day, Wu Zihe walked closely beside him, full of dissatisfaction, blurting out, This student union is too much. Not only did they give you a warning, but they also made you clean the swimming pool for a whole semester. But he didn't care, just smiled lightly. It's okay, my friend really did violate school rules by speeding on campus. Only he paused for a moment, and then exclaimed in a slow, interested voice, This punishment isn't too bad. Wu Zihe couldn't restrain his excitement as he witnessed the hot scene in front of him. Whoa, so many hotties from the swimming department. Under the clear blue water of the pool, Yu Zihe looked at the smooth, glowing white body in front of her and praised, Xiao Yu, your figure is so beautiful. These words made her a little embarrassed, and she responded softly, Don't mess around, geez. How could she easily let go of the opportunity to tease the hotchgon, glancing behind her and whispering, Xiao Yu, look at Yang Li, he keeps staring at you. He's been pursuing you for a long time. She shrugged, not caring much. So what? These words made her friend even more interested. Xiao Yu, your standards are too high. What kind of guy is worthy of you after all? She half-jokingly gave her ideal type. Someone who swims faster than me. Yun Zihe knew that this was as difficult as ascending to heaven, so she didn't hesitate to expose her. What? How is that possible? You're a top national swimmer. Who in our school swims faster than you? Do you not want to find someone? Not far away, 2 young women peeked at him, and then happily whispered to each other. Look over there, that's Lin Xin. Lin Xin, he's very popular lately. A lot of female students are chasing after him. The gossip reached Xiao Yu's ears, and she secretly despised him in her heart. Humph, just another boring guy.
Suddenly, a numbing sensation in her ankle made her panic and turn her head. I have a cramp, how is that possible? I clearly warmed up already. Then she let out a cry for help.
The two young women standing next to the pool saw the figure bobbing in the water and thought she was practicing her skills, so they praised. Look, Xiao Yu is diving deep again, her technique is so good. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu was struggling to signal for help, her heart gradually becoming desperate. Oh God, am I going to drown? With his existing experience, Lin Xin quickly spotted the arm flailing in the water. Not good, that girl is in danger. Without the slightest hesitation, he jumped into the pool to save her. Yang Li also realized that something was wrong and shouted loudly, Xiao Yu. While he hadn't yet regained his senses, he had already unleashed his superb swimming skills like a swift fish approaching the struggling figure. In an instant, Lin Xin had rushed over, one arm wrapped around her waist, lifting her up from behind, the other hand supporting her face to prevent her from choking on water. In a panic, Xiao Yu struggled violently and shouted loudly, Let me go, don't touch me. But he remained calm, holding her tightly in his arms and gently scolding, Shut up, breathe. Seeing her gradually calm down, he used one hand to hold the young woman firmly, and the other hand stroked strongly to bring them both to the shore, not forgetting to softly remind her, Don't mess around, I'll get you to the shore. Even as a professional swimmer, Xiao Yu couldn't help but be shocked. So fast, he's even using one hand to support me.
She subconsciously buried her face in his solid shoulder, her cheeks flushed, secretly exclaiming in her heart, I've never been in such close contact with a boy before. Finally, safely on shore, Xiao Yu, exhausted, gasped for breath, and everyone quickly gathered around to ask about her condition.
Lin Xin lifted his shirt to wipe the water off his face, revealing a killer 8-pack body, not forgetting to remind her, Pay attention next time.
Before she could snap out of it, he had already coldly turned and left. Yu Ji quickly comforted her. Xiao Yu, are you okay? Yang Li also breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Yu, you scared us. Everyone started chattering excitedly. That guy swims like a bullet. Did he break the record? I recorded a video. Let's post it online.
So cool. Xiao Yu's soft voice chimed in. His name is Lin Xin, right? Yu Zihi, standing next to her, quickly replied. That's totally the hottie Lin Xin. Looks like he's pretty popular. He saved your life and swims fast. Isn't he exactly your type?
She rambled on before suddenly noticing her friend's face blooming like a flower. And she asked in surprise, Hey Xiao Yu, why is your face so red? Maybe Yu Zihi didn't understand. But Yang Li knew Krat's embarrassed expression all too well. So she gritted her teeth internally. Xiao Yu, you're doing it again. Before long, the recorded video quickly went viral with a sensational headline, Brave male student saves drowning female student, driving netizens wild with praise. Isn't that Lin Xin? He's so handsome, I saw him swim super fast, he broke a world record. Maybe he activated his hidden potential because of the emergency. Wei Zhengdang also accidentally came across the post, and his face instantly changed, looking like he wanted to devour someone alive. Damn it, Lin Xin. He stared intently at the bottle of medicine in his hand, with malice, a dark idea slowly forming in his mind. I'll make you completely collapse. A few days later, the dance party was grandly held on the school grounds. The joyful laughter of the young men and women created a lively atmosphere. This dance party is so lively there's even a BL box. The student council really invested this time. Everyone looks gorgeous. May I have this dance? I want to ask Yaxi.
But someone overheard and mocked. Don't even dream about it. Luo Yaxi has been obsessed with Lin Xin lately. And there's Liu Yizhang too. Suddenly someone exclaimed, Look, they're here. Aren't they love rivals? How can they be so close? It's girls' friendship we wouldn't understand. Yaxi flashed a charming smile, but her words were full of hidden daggers. Zhang, you look so beautiful today. It's just that Lin Xin's heart isn't with you. All that makeup is wasted.
Yi Zhang wasn't one to back down either, playfully sticking her tongue out in response.
Yaxi, thanks for your concern. Try to enjoy tonight while it lasts, because after tonight, nothing will be the same.
Without waiting for the other party to reply, she turned and left, leaving her roommate wondering suspiciously, what is she up to?
But then she quickly ignored the other party's antics. Forget her. I'll go get some bist ready for Lin Xin so he can eat them when he gets here. I have to dance with him tonight. Meanwhile, Yi Zhang secretly glanced at her from behind, scornfully thinking,
always thinking about taking the gentle, virtuous route.
Luo Yaxi, do you think I don't know what you are thinking?
She swayed her hips seductively as she walked, inwardly mocking her love rival. Thinking that's how you keep a man, But you don't know that men are just animals ruled by instinct. She walked straight toward the potential threat nearby, but there was still an obstacle to overcome first. A few steps away, Xiao Yu, unaware, was still looking around, searching for her crush. Why hasn't Lin Xin arrived yet? I just want to say a formal thank you. He probably won't misunderstand me, and I can conveniently ask for his contact info. She was a little anxious, sipping her drink, and unconsciously remembered what happened the other day, causing her face to flush red like a ripe tomato. If it weren't for him back then, I would have. Yizheng deliberately bumped into her from behind with a terrifyingly gloomy expression. Not knowing your place, just because Lin Xin conveniently saved you, you want to climb higher, but... She just said that as if to greet little fish, and Yizheng's sudden voice scared Xiao Yu. Huh? Xiao Yu confusedly asked for the name of the girl in front of her. You are? She leaned down, introducing herself with an imposing attitude. I'm Lin Xin's girlfriend, Liu Yizheng. Haven't you heard of me? These words were like a slap to her small hope, leaving her flustered and at a loss. She continued to stake her claim. My Lin Xin is just a passionate, warm, and kind person, so he often helps others. Yizheng pretended to be showing off, her face unable to hide her smugness. He pursued me for 3 years before I reluctantly agreed to get to know him. Oh, why am I saying all this? Anyway, we're still as lovey-dovey as ever. She slowly pressed her 2 big melons against Xiao Yu, then finished with a decisive statement. In short, there's no need to thank Lin Xin. Finishing her sentence, she deliberately pushed her chest in front of her modest hills, saying with a fake smile, because he's busy dating me tonight. Saying this, Yizheng revealed an extremely vicious face to intimidate. Do you understand? Causing her to open her blue eyes wide in fear. As an inexperienced person, unable to withstand the shock, Xiao Yu retreated shakily. I understand. She stood proudly with a triumphant expression. HMPH, you want to fight me? At the same time, the system quietly announced. Favorability increased by 1%. Lin Xin was chilling in the dorm when he received a notification that Liu Yizheng's current favorability was 91%, which made him both surprised and suspicious. Oh, why did it increase? What for? Playing games in my free time. Why did the favorability increase? Wei Zhengdang listened to him murmur for a while, then seriously expressed regarding this matter. Maybe you offended someone. Hearing these words, Lin Xin became interested and asked, Oh, tell me about it. A moment later, Lin Xin, dressed smartly, was on his way to the dance party, all his thoughts focused on the unfairness of the student council president, Wei Zhengdang. Despicable and evil, always targeting people he doesn't like. Zheng Hao got caught in the crossfire too. Interesting, then I'll go to the festival to meet him. The phone screen displayed a short conversation between him and the class president, Lin Xin. Come to the dance party now. The president said there's a small award ceremony for your heroic rescue. Everyone is waiting. Lin Xin couldn't help but smile meaningfully, his heart as bright as a torch. An award ceremony? I think it's a setup. If you don't offend me, I won't offend you, Wei Zhengdang. Tonight I'll play fair with you. A few steps away, Yang Li hid behind a bush, holding a brick in his hand. Loyal simp to the core, I finally got you, Lin Xin. I should have been the one to save Xiao Yu that day. Fame and beauty all at once. Veins bulged on his clenched fist as he gritted his teeth in resentment. You always pop out of nowhere to steal my credit. Steal Xiao Yu, I'll knock you out first, then break your legs. Seizing Lin Xin's inattention, he lunged forward, intending to smash a brick into his head with an expression of extreme malice and cruelty. Let's see how you steal my woman. But life is rarely like a dream. His figure flashed as fast as lightning, leaving after images in the air. Before Yang Li could realize it, a hand suddenly grabbed his head, freezing the smug look on his face. He slammed the opponent's face straight into the ground without any mercy. Only then did Lin Xin recognize the stalker's identity, so he calmly exposed him. You are, I remember now, you're that girl's classmate, he sternly questioned. Why did you attack me sneakily? At this moment Yang Li stammered, trying to shift the blame. You injured my face again, and you want to steal my credit, and my woman too. Hearing this, he raised an eyebrow suspiciously. Your woman. Teacher Lin Xin didn't even know who his grass was, so he immediately glared and cursed madly. It's Bi Xiao Yu. I've been pursuing her for so long without a glance, but she doesn't even remember your name, and she blushes. Slut, I should pin her down and teach her a lesson directly. Lacking the patience to listen to those depraved words, he once again ground his face into the ground, making his eyes bulge as if they were about to pop out. Then he tossed Yang Li straight into the pile of garbage nearby and left. Trash belongs in the dump. At this moment, the school's ballroom was filled with a lively atmosphere, bright lights, and an eye-catching drink line. Seeing Lin Xin's figure appear, Yang Ji happily approached.
Several beauties around were also captivated by his handsome appearance.
She gracefully walked to her sweetheart and asked with concern, "Lin Xin, why are you only arriving now?" Then received a reply full of implications. "Because I heard there's a good show." Although she didn't understand, she still eagerly extended an invitation. "Drama has been waiting for you for so long, wanting to dance with you." He was extremely considerate, and immediately followed the beauty's wishes.
Okay, Yashi flirtatiously glanced at her lover with every dance step, then gently said, "Lin Xin, you know how to dance so well." Outwardly expressing composure, but inwardly he was bursting with pride. After enhancing all attributes, the benefits are really numerous.
Handsome men and beautiful women coordinated perfectly, weaving melodies that attracted the infatuated gazes of the entire hall.
Just as the round ended, a scantily clad young lady approached and invited, "Handsome, I'd like to dance with you." Young Yiji immediately played the role of the possessive main wife, and refused. "Sorry sister, I want to continue dancing with Lin Xin, you can wait aside." But this girl wasn't easily deterred, and retorted, "Sis, you're breathing so heavily, I advise you to rest a bit." Just as one person was chased away, a swarm of admirers surrounded Lin Xin like bees to honey. "Lin Xin, you dance so well, come here."
Lin Xin made her furious, her hackles raised. Meanwhile, the boys around were secretly bitter and jealous, admiring him too much. If it wasn't for saving someone, he really caught a lucky break. Damn it, isn't this guy just a kiss-ass who's gotten famous? Why are so many girls suddenly surrounding him? Dao Nan criticized with dissatisfaction. The president even said he'd give him an award. Does he deserve it? He Jin, standing opposite, chattered along in agreement. That's right, the president is being too nice. Suddenly, Zheng Tong abruptly appeared with 2 cans of drink in his hands and said in a conciliatory tone, "Don't say that, everyone. Classmate Lin Xin really saved someone, didn't he?" He stepped forward, handed 1 can to him, and introduced himself. "Lin Xin, the school needs outstanding students like you to become role models. I am Zheng Tong, the president of the student council. I represent everyone toasting to you."
Lin Xin didn't rush to accept it, but glanced warily at the can of drink right in front of him.
Seeing that the other party didn't accept, he calmly inquired, "What's wrong?" Before Lin Xin could reply, Dao Nan hurriedly sneered, applying pressure. "The president is offering you a drink. Are you not going to show any respect?" "That's right, how rude."
Although he didn't care about the surrounding chatter, he still accepted the drink as if yielding. "The president personally offered the drink. How could I dare not drink it?" Finishing his words, he tilted the can and drank it down in one swift motion. Zheng Tang smiled and praised. Refreshing. Cheers rang out around him, and Hong Er praised him with infatuation. Such a good alcohol tolerance. The young man behind him resented him with jealousy. Drinking is nothing to be proud of. Only Yashi was secretly worried. "Are you okay?" No one noticed Zheng Tang's sinister expression with an eye of triumph like a prank successfully carried out.
He put on a righteous gentleman act and offered an invitation. "Classmate Lin Xin, there's really something I want to talk to you about. It's related to the student council. Please come this way." Lin Xin didn't suspect anything and immediately agreed. "Okay, then I'll talk to the president for a moment." He led him to a vacant meeting room, with all the lights off, creating a cramped, gloomy atmosphere.
As soon as he entered the room, the scene before him made him pause, of course, without noticing the conspiratorial expression of the man behind him.
Seeing Zhao Yu lying unconscious on the sofa, he quickly realized that something was wrong. "Isn't that the girl at the swimming pool? Her face is so red." Xu Feng hurried closer to observe, then expressed his concern. "Hey, she seems to have a fever." But as soon as he spoke, a wave of dizziness hit him, causing him to grab his head. My head feels a little dizzy too."
He staggered and collapsed onto Zhao Yu, then fell asleep.
Seeing everything going according to plan, Zheng Tang smiled maliciously. "Great, normal video, everything is normal."
He quickly left with the room key in hand, a sinister smirk on his lips. Xu Feng, enjoy this.
Back in the dance hall,
the impatient audience had been waiting forever for the main character of the party. Aren't they going to give out prizes? Why hasn't it started yet? At this moment, Zheng Tang stepped onto the stage, cleared his throat, and explained, "Everyone, please calm down. Classmate Xu Feng will be here soon." Well, it's been a while, but he was eager to embarrass Xu Feng, and the effects of the drug were probably kicking in. Even an elephant couldn't resist that aphrodisiac, let alone you.
He waved to attract the audience's attention. "Because classmate Xu Feng wants to deliver his speech through the screen, please look at the big screen. Now let's invite Xu Feng." The crowd below had been waiting for a long time, so everyone excitedly turned their eyes to the screen. Just a few seconds later, Yaji's eyes widened with a terrified expression, as if she had seen a horrifying sight. On the big screen was the image of a man and a woman wrestling. The constant heavy breathing showed the intensity of the match. Someone pointed and reminded, "President, look quickly."
Zheng Tang turned around and feigned panic. "Oh my god, Xu Feng, what are you doing?" His voice was exaggeratedly loud, as if intentionally drawing attention. "This is a live broadcast. I know you're quite the player, but couldn't you hold back a little?" Whispers of scolding gradually spread throughout the hall. "You bastard, disgusting. Go to the meeting room and catch him. This is too much." Tao Nan seized the opportunity to spread rumors with his friends. "I knew Xu Feng was this kind of person. A poor kid from nowhere who got lucky saving a popular girl with a little fame, yet he's cheating around."
Lin Luo also spoke up righteously. "This is moral corruption. I knew he wasn't a good person just by looking at his face. Wasn't he hitting on those girls? He's a total playboy."
The pent-up jealousy finally had a chance to explode, so a group of young people stood up and demanded Xu Feng be kicked out. A scum like Xu Feng is not welcome at Yanjiang University.
Zheng Tang pretended to be disappointed and lowered his head.
"Xu Feng, I'm so disappointed."
Seeing the president agree, a large number of men and women joined hands to call for a boycott. "That's right, kick this scum Xu Feng out of Yanjiang University. Expel him, expel him, expel him." No one noticed the joy on his face. He looked up and laughed loudly like he was the master of all mankind, his heart filled with the joy of dominating. "This is the answer. This is the power of the president's call. This is the joy of crushing an ant." Just as the atmosphere was heating up, demanding punishment, Xu Feng's voice suddenly echoed through the dance hall. "Looks like I missed some good drama." Looking at his steady figure walking on the red carpet, Zheng Tang stood frozen, staring at the person who shouldn't be there.
His eyes flashed with madness. The warning radar in his heart screamed, sensing something ominous. In the silent atmosphere of the hall, he slowly walked over and leisurely explained, "I just went to the bathroom. Why is it so lively here? Who are you all yelling to expel?"
Xu Feng casually said with hidden meaning, "What's wrong, President? Are you so scared to see me?" Smelling the drama, the whispers and gossip started up again. "What's going on? What's going on?" Zheng Tang's face turned green like a banana leaf, and he stammered in disbelief. "He's here, so who's in there?" he calmly replied with a sneer. "How would I know? Isn't this the program the president arranged?" At that moment, the camera showed a full body shot of the person in the room, causing the audience below to gasp in surprise. "Look, the man turned around. Isn't that Xu Feng?" On the screen, Yang Li was caressing a mannequin, whispering in a lewd voice, "Comfortable. Xiao Yu, you'll never leave me again, right? You nasty woman, finally be honest." At this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed, "Who is this guy? I recognize him. His name is Yang Li. He's been chasing Xiao Yu for a long time. Why is he here?" Xu Feng quietly watched the image being played, his thoughts drifting back 10 minutes.
As soon as he discovered the love potion, the system activated the level 3 passive detoxification physical skill, eliminating the effect of the love potion, with a passive cooldown time of 12 hours.
He had already detected Zheng Tang's sinister plot from the moment he entered the room. The unconscious girl, the arranged camera, and the locked door.
However, before this level 3 power, the door was just like paper, which he kicked away without any mercy, and then took Xiao Yu out of the meeting room.
Xu Feng gradually put the plan in motion. It seems that she was hit with a very strong aphrodisiac, and she will not be able to wake up in a short time. Quietly placed in the women's restroom, not afraid that Wei Zheng Tang and his subordinates would find it.
Then, returning to the trash heap, Yang Li was drunk and willing to be a substitute actor. He was indeed very satisfied with his decision. This is thanks to the actors, self-learning, and the acting skills during the coma are impeccable. After bringing him into the meeting room, he poured the remaining drinks into this drunken ghost. The actors are in position. President spent so much effort to arrange such a big play for me. How could I waste a part of his effort? Lin Xin even set up a pose for that guy to play wrestling with a plastic mannequin brought in from the changing room with the exact same hairstyle. Everything's in place, he thought happily to himself. Let the fun begin.
Back to the present in the video. Yang Li was still working hard. Am I strong, Xiao Yu? Watch how awesome I am. He nudged his shoulder and joked, "This guy's all talk. How can he fight a plastic mannequin?" He also took off his clothes himself. "That's not what I did," Zheng Tang muttered, dumbfounded.
No, he seemed to lose his mind and screamed, no way, I clearly saw him fall on top of Xiao Yu."
Seeing his guilty look, Lin Xin looked at him disdainfully. This guy confessed without being beaten.
Unfortunately, everyone under the stage heard Zheng Tang's words clearly. Everyone was shocked and gaping. He seized the opportunity to lead the story. Come on, tell me in detail how you saw me fall on top of Xiao Yu." Zheng Tang could only shut up in fear.
He moved closer with a murderous look. "Weren't you talking big just now? Why are you silent now?" Just then, a short, fat figure suddenly appeared from the door. Sun Ming ran over in a fierce manner and began to curse wildly. The students burst into cheers as if they had found a savior. It's Director Sun, great, it's Director Sun of the Literature Department, the oldest and strictest teacher in the school.
But things went against expectations. He pointed his finger at Lin Xin angrily and criticized loudly. You're not even a class monitor, how dare you question the president? A guy with no ambition like you. Is it strange for the president to admit the wrong person? Being scolded unreasonably, he just raised an eyebrow and retorted, admit the wrong person. So you're saying he said I fell on top of Zhao Yu. How do you want to whitewash that? He avoided Zheng Tang's mistake and unreasonably blamed, the president is dedicated and even applied for a certificate of merit. You didn't listen, and even gave a speech that disgraced and ruined the school atmosphere. You must be punished to appease everyone. At the same time, the group of young people in the student council exchanged sly glances, plotting to play their dirty tricks and add fuel to the fire.
Dai Nan waved his hand fiercely and shouted, such a big crime, only a demerit and punishment. I'm not convinced. I feel unworthy for the president. Lin Luo stood next to him and chimed in excitedly. Lin Xin must be expelled from school immediately, must be expelled, otherwise everyone will be angry. Chiming in excitedly, expel him, expel him, expel him. The crowd was led by the nose and chanted in unison to boycott him. Expel him, expel him. In the crowd shouting for a protest, only Yakshi looked around in confusion, realizing the problem. What happened to them? It's clearly the president who framed Lin Xin. Seeing the situation tilting in his favor, he patted his shoulder and threatened him, revealing his twisted and ugly face. The director has been bribed by me, and the students under the stage also have the student council. All of them are my people. How are you going to fight me? Not only that, he also pointed at Lin Xin and falsely accused him. Lin Xin wants to escape. The discipline inspection department quickly arrest him. The guys with red armbands who were waiting for this opportunity rushed over. While they used all their strength to pull him, he stood firm as a statue. His whole body didn't move at all. Zheng Tong took this opportunity to rush over and wanted to beat him to a pulp. Lin Xin, that's right, that's how it is. Resist a little more and I'll have a reason to give you a brutal beating. Suddenly, a hand grabbed him with lightning speed, causing the expression on his face to freeze. His eyes bulged as if they were about to fall out of their sockets. Although he was being held back, Lin Xin only needed one hand to lift him off the ground, then smiled faintly and said, "What's the rush? The main show is about to begin." Sun Ming took the money and had to protect his sugar daddy, so he ordered to arrest him. This bastard is hitting people. Security, security, come and control him. One group left, and another group swarmed over, causing him to gradually lose patience, and he looked back coldly. In the chaotic scene like locusts, a stern voice sounded like thunder, causing everyone to turn their heads to look back. Stop! Everyone stared blankly as Principal Yuan Jia slowly walked in, followed by Bian Liwan and Zheng Hao, and some people quickly greeted him respectfully. Principal? Sun Ming put on a flattering smile in a guilty manner. Principal, why are you here? The old man didn't bother to show any respect, and questioned coldly. If I had come a little later, it would have been irreparable. Thinking he had found an ally, he quickly accused Lin Xin. That's right, this student is causing big trouble, and affecting the reputation of the school. We decided to expel him, but the impact is too bad, so he needs to be detained. The older he listened, the angrier he became, and he tapped Sun Ming with his cane like a wooden fish. Bad influence, he shouted loudly. Ouch, ouch. Yuan Jia pointed his cane at his emaciated face like a pig's head, and criticized repeatedly. Who's the bad influence? It's you, a teacher who accepts bribes, who's smearing the school. At this time, Zheng Tang panicked and chimed in. Principal, you're mistaken. The ringleader is Lin Xin. Director Sun is just here to help me. Old grudges plus new hatred caused Zheng Hao to kick him in the face. You have no say here. Seeing this, Sun Ming quickly knelt down to protect him. Principal, he is the young master of the Wei family. The Wei Gang building of our school was donated by his father, Wei Gang. Even in this situation, this guy's still clueless. Yuan Jia, annoyed, flipped him onto his back and stuffed his mouth. At this moment, Bilian, standing next to Lin Xin, sneered. Such a big gift. Director Sun Tirong, seeing the two so close, stammered in disbelief. You're Feng Xiao, Feng Jia, one of the board members of Yanjiang University. You and Lin Xin are actually... Yuan Jia ignored the bewildered look on his face and coldly announced, Wei Zhengtang's bribery of teachers has severely damaged the reputation of Yanjiang University. The board has decided that both of you are expelled and dismissed. He looked at Lin Xin, praising him with pride. Fortunately, we have an outstanding student like Lin Xin, who uncovered these evil deeds, restored the integrity of Yanjiang University, and is the light of our school." These words caused the two culprits to kneel down, paralyzed with fear, their faces turning deathly pale. The crowd around them began to murmur. "Why is it like this? Chairman Wei and Director Sun are the bad guys. Were we fooled? What is going on?" Lin Xin quickly explained. "Everyone can understand it by looking at the screen. On the stage now clearly shows the scene from 40 minutes ago, where this woman drank the drug drink without a second thought." Zheng Tang, without any precaution, arrogantly declared before the camera, "Even if Lin Xin dies, he wouldn't know who harmed him in the end. Oh God, who made me so perfect? The student union, including all the students in this school, can only look up to me like servants." After realizing his true colors, the group of students below the stage erupted in anger. He turned out to be this kind of person. So disappointing. What a two-faced bastard. How dare he deceive me? The anger seemed to have reached its peak. They continuously attacked him with the objects they carried and roared. I always suspected he was a sinister guy. I was also framed by him, likes to pretend, expose his face until he gets expelled, send him to jail. I can't not beat him up. Zhang Tang trembled all over, kneeling on the ground, his eyes gradually becoming lifeless. "It's all gone. Everything of mine is gone. It's all Lin Xin's fault." No sooner said than done. He pulled out a knife from who knows where and rushed towards Lin Xin. "Lin Xin, I want you to die with me." With just a light extension of his foot, he immediately fell flat on his face, while Lin Xin effortlessly caught the sharp weapon with one hand. He gently reminded, but his gaze had a bit more threat. "Chairman Wei should get off the stage, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zheng Tang coincidentally fell right at the center position below the stage. He couldn't help but panic as the crowd surrounded him. They rushed to tear the prey apart without hesitation. Everyone was like a hungry tiger gnawing at food. "Like to act, huh? Smile for me. Let's see how you act when you're torn apart," he screamed in pain. No. In an instant he went from a suave, well-dressed man to a beggar. The curses still echoed in his ears. "You have the qualifications to be the chairman. It's not over yet." He dared to drug female students. Put him in a locker. Lin Luxiao quickly made a request. "Principal, the student union needs to elect a new president as soon as possible." Yuan Jiang heard this and nodded in agreement. He smiled and turned to ask the person beside him for their opinion. "Student Lin Xin, you have bravely done what is right, and helped the school eliminate two evil people. How about giving the position of president of the student union to you?" The group of students immediately cheered excitedly. "Recommended by the principal. So awesome. A meteoric rise. I support him." Lin Xin did not rush to answer but slowly narrated, "Thank you, Principal, for the praise. This time, thanks to Zheng Hao's timely discovery of the conspiracy, and Feng Gongzi's reporting the news to you in time. Otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable." He continued to persuade. Zheng Hao used to be the head of the organization department in the student union, but he was suppressed by the former president. He has background and ability. I feel that no one is more suitable for this position. On the contrary, he couldn't help but confess to his friend, "It's so tiring, I don't dare to do it." The crowd burst into fanatical mode and shouted, "What? He can give up such a good opportunity. So handsome. Lin Xin is really a man. In the future, whoever dares to say anything bad about Lin Xin, I will hold him accountable to the end. Senior Lin Xin is so handsome." Liu Yizhang stood from afar and watched for a long time, her face gradually turning red. "Lin Xin is so outstanding, no wonder he is my man." Zheng Hao didn't want everyone to be disappointed by what happened earlier, so he announced, "Let the ball continue." Lin Xin saw that the situation had stabilized, so he immediately turned and left. "The matter is over. Let's go see if Zhao Yu is awake yet." The space in the bathroom was strangely silent at this time. Not a sound was heard, to the point where every breath became clear. He slowly searched for Xiao Yu's figure, unconsciously rubbing his head worriedly when he saw that the person opposite him still showed no signs of waking up. He hurriedly called her name without paying attention to the movement from above. "Zhao Yu, Zhao Yu, how much sleeping pills did you take?" Suddenly he realized that something was wrong. A strange fragrance enveloped the entire space. "What's wrong? I feel a little..." Only waiting for Lin Xin to slowly fall down, Yi Zhang revealed her true form. The corners of her lips curved into a smug smile. She slowly approached him, using all her strength to drag his large body up. Without a second of hesitation, she climbed straight onto his lap, directly tearing off the gown on her body. "This dress is really in the way." With the most tender gaze he could muster, he said, "Lin Xin, you're mine now." Having obtained what she craved for so long, Liu Yizhang couldn't contain her emotions, her mouth uttering incessant whimpers. Suddenly remembering Zhao Yu's appearance, she violently grabbed her chin. "You bitch! Open your eyes wide and look clearly.
Lin Xin is mine, you'll never have him.
Changing faces faster than flipping pancakes, she turned back to caress the person in front of her with a gentle attitude. Lin Xin, I'll never leave you again.
Just then, he suddenly jolted awake, his mind unusually clear, his steady hands lifting her high. Liu Yizhang stared wide-eyed at him, panting heavily, only managing to stammer, "Ah, wait, Lin Xin."
She panicked when she noticed that his actions were gradually becoming strange. Lin Xin, he's not conscious.
Paying no heed to her words, Lin Xin exerted himself to quicken the pace, causing her whole body to tremble. Could this be animal instinct? Damn it, I want it. Wait, the moment of climax is coming. Her face flushed red as fire, her eyes gradually becoming hazy. Even those outside could feel the intense and ambiguous atmosphere spreading.
Suddenly he startled awake, his eyes widening in surprise. Seemingly still unaware of what had just happened, he instinctively looked around to survey his surroundings.
What the hell is going on?
Turning his gaze to the person lying sprawled on the floor, Lin Xin suddenly realized,
Liu Yizhang, god damn it, this is a love potion. He flew into a rage, unconsciously scratching his head to vent his emotions. This crazy woman, again and again. My passive 100 poison immunity hasn't recovered yet, and she's playing tricks on me. Damn it! Without further hesitation, he hoisted Liu Yizhang up and repeatedly delivered fierce blows to her rear. God damn it, I'll teach you a lesson. If you weren't unconscious, I would have beaten you half to death.
Suddenly, the phone rang incessantly, interrupting his actions. Lin Xin answered the phone with a hint of suspicion. President Chuan Hai from the other end quickly reported. Good evening, President Qian. I just saw that Feng kid showing off in the Fuerdai group that he just helped you out. Yan Bao seems to be involved too. Why didn't you call us brothers?
He quickly checked the message thread in his phone. Relationship with President Qian has gone up another level. Quickly admire me, I had a part in this too. Then he was completely helpless in the face of their display, these show-offs.
Chuan Hai continued to propose. President Qian, do you remember that private yacht party I earnestly recommended to you? It's being held at Yanjiang tomorrow night, and they've arranged an extremely special performance this time. Will President Qian do us the honor of attending?
Hearing this, he happily agreed. All right, I'm not in a good mood. I'll go relax on the yacht a bit. His voice on the other end of the phone gradually became excited. Ah, that's great. Welcome President Qilin to participate.
2 cold, silver-gray cans of beer clinked together with a crisp sound. Beer foam overflowing slightly at the edges of the mouth as if sharing a joyful laugh.
Under the warm yellow streetlights, Zhao Tong boldly suggested. The drinks at the dance are so boring. Why don't we go outside and drink beer for fun? Zheng Hao's voice was already tinged with tipsiness. Hee, that's right. I'm the president. Everyone can drink freely. It's all on me. Lin Xin walked slowly ahead, teasing with a smile.
All right, you've said that 100 times tonight. He ignored his teasing and pointed towards the public toilet nearby.
I need to take a leak. His friends cheerfully chimed in. Let's go together. Let's go. He smiled faintly as he watched his companion's unsteady gait, silently thinking to himself. With my enhanced physical attributes, it's not easy to get drunk even after drinking. Then, a sharp female voice rang out from behind.
What are you guys doing?
Let go. Nearby on the lawn, a group of 4 young men were teasing a hot girl. Why shouldn't we touch? Aren't you out here to sell yourself? The female voice spoke sarcastically, driving them away. Chao Er greedily eyed Ao Dong's fair skin exposed in the air. So white, she brushed away his hand while retorting sharply. You can only look, but you can't touch. This stimulated his desire to conquer. Ha! I just like the feisty type like you. They gradually lost patience with the teasing and directly dragged her into the bushes nearby.
I can't take it anymore. I want it now. Surrounded by the gray wolves, Ao Dong gradually showed weakness. No, I'm not that kind of person. You guys are committing a crime. No way, let me go. But Chao Er looked at her lecherously and shouted, Shut up. You've aroused the interest of us brothers. Now you have the responsibility to extinguish it.
Lin Xin couldn't stand the sight of bullying an innocent woman, so he spoke up. Hey, she doesn't want to. Are you forcing her? Startling the group? Ao Dong, attracted by the deep male voice, also anxiously turned her head to look back. Relying on their superior numbers, they surrounded him and cursed. Daring to show off here all alone. Want to be a hero saving the damsel in distress? You watch too many movies, get lost. I don't want to lift a finger.
Seeing that Lin Xin wouldn't budge, 2 of them raised their fists and rushed forward, intending to give him a beating he would never forget. Still so arrogant. Die.
Seeing that the situation was not good, she anxiously reminded him from the sideline, be careful. But he dodged lightly and quickly as lightning, causing their fists to punch each other in the face, deforming their faces. He was weak as a chick, so when they got hit, they passed out cold, leaving their buddies wide-eyed and jaw-dropped. Before they could react, He grabbed their heads and slammed them together like two bells without a hint of mercy. The dizzying pain left both Daman and Chuo sprawled on the ground. Ao Dong approached and observed him, then concluded, "They're both unconscious."
Expecting a thank you, she instead frowned and scolded. "Do you know how dangerous your actions were just now?"
At the same time, the system triggered a notification. Potential for discovery of beautiful women. Unlocking the counterattack mission.
Her info flashed gaudily on the green screen. Shen Ao Dong. When goodwill exceeds 90%,
acquire material rewards and abilities. Reaching 100% will change the power dynamic between the host and the target. Lin Xin mumbled the notification to himself. Didn't expect it could unlock a counterattack mission. Didn't think she could be this innocent looking. Too bad she's a prostitute.
Feeling a bit of regret, he offered some advice and waved.
"Goodbye, girl. Even though you're pretty, you shouldn't do this kind of work. Take my advice and find an honest job." This made Ao Dong ask in surprise.
"What?" She coldly watched his figure shrink into the distance, cursing inwardly. Where did this reckless guy come from? Trying to be a hero almost ruined my plan. Dema, lying nearby, still hadn't given up, reaching out to grab her. Well, who would have thought the weak girl from before would transform into a violent woman, stomping on his face, sending a front tooth running for the hills?
Ao Dong took out her phone and informed her subordinates. "Suspect is contained, being brought back. Inform Team 4, prepare to close the net."
The voice on the other end quickly replied, "Yes, Captain Shen." The next day, the speedboat carrying Lin Xin and Chuan Hai sped across the blue sea, heading towards the brightly lit luxury yacht nearby. Soon, the speedboat docked at the entrance. He waved goodbye and didn't forget to report the situation. "President Lin, have fun. I'll take another boat to discuss business." Hua Gangyao waved back. "Okay, you go ahead."
In the spacious cabin, lively music mixed with the decadent partying of the tycoons, each with their arms around a smooth, fair-skinned beauty, flirting and joking.
He scanned the surroundings and happily joined the fun. The atmosphere wasn't bad, and there were plenty of bikini-clad babes. A few steps away, Zhen Ao Dong, dressed in a maid's outfit, was secretly listening to her subordinate's report. "Captain Shen, what's the situation?" "Should we close the net?" she softly replied. "The target has been marked, ready to act at any time."
"Yes." She inwardly cautioned herself. "This operation must be handled with extreme care. We absolutely cannot allow a situation like last night to happen. Again, I almost got messed up by that reckless guy."
Her train of thought was interrupted by Lin Xin's gleeful voice. "Is this free? I'm so thirsty." He approached, and happily realized it was her.
His sudden appearance startled Ao Dong, and she raised her voice slightly, asking, "How did you get here?" He didn't answer directly, but said, "Han Xuan, you changed jobs. Being a waiter is good. It's got more of a future than what you were doing before."
She just politely followed the protocol. "Welcome to the gluttony party. Please enjoy yourselves. Just don't ruin my operation." A vulgar male voice cut into their conversation. "Hey, waiter."
A few meters away, Jin Wen, with his arms around two young girls, beckoned with his fingers.
"Come here."
She obediently approached him. "May I offer you champagne?"
"Thanks." Zayamai, sitting next to him, chimed in. "Don't you know what to do, little server girl? Boss Jin wants to play it differently, and with boss's robust strength, we won't mistreat you."
The two companions saw this and joked without intervening. Didn't think old Jin knew how to play around like this.
Over here, Jin Wen directly threw a wad of cash at Ao Dong's face, ordering with a condescending tone, "I've been playing with them too much these days. Today I want to play it innocent. The uniform is pretty hot too. Not bad. Take the money. Come here."
He licked his lips with a lecherous look, enunciating each word. "Serve me well." Encountering this situation for the first time, her face turned as dark as ink, and her dissatisfaction grew. If she wasn't undercover...
Suddenly, Lin Xin stood in front of her, flatly refusing. "Sorry, we don't provide special services here. By the way, this is illegal. Look it up yourself." Hardly anyone dared to show off in front of him like that, so he was stunned.
"Huh." A few seconds later, Jin Wen flew into a rage, cursing loudly without any restraint. "Motherfucker, a shitty waiter like you dares to argue with me?" Insulted, he casually explained, "I'm not a waiter. President Chuan invited me to hang out."
Seeing this as a good opportunity to suck up to him, ZMI stood up and sarcastically questioned, "You look exactly like a waiter. Claiming to be a guest. We've been to many parties, never seen you. Want to be a hero."
Invitation. He wasn't bothered by those pleasantries, casually grabbing some food from a plate before replying slowly, "I don't have an invitation. The captain invited me. Why don't you go ask him?" One-sided and self-righteous, huh? exposing him. The entrance fee for this party is 100,000 per person. You're saying the captain invited you. Who are you? Show your true colors, He Gao joined in, mocking. Did you sneak onto the ship because you're poor? Ma Wangcheng ruthlessly ordered. If he's not a staff member, he's a thief who snuck in. Throw him overboard immediately.
Jin Wen, displeased, commanded. No matter who you are today, you'll kneel and apologize, or I'll break your disc and throw you down. That B has to kneel too, but in a different way. Another voice chimed in, jeering. What's with the pretending to be innocent on this ship? Why don't you obediently apologize to CEO Jin? The crowd gradually surrounded Lin Xin and Ao Dong, threatening obnoxiously. Let us teach you the rules of the game for rich people.
Ao Dong stared at Lin Xin's back, calculating non-stop. The biggest target hasn't acted yet. If I reel in the net now, the plan will fail. But even though he has some skills, he can't fight this many people. Ignoring the calculations in her head, he boldly pulled out his phone, provoking. So you're saying whoever has money gets to play, right? Fine, I'll call the captain right now.
Jin Wen, who was busy with a girl on each arm, froze instantly.
The two girls beside him wore equally surprised expressions. As everyone's attention focused on Lin Xin, the crisp voice from the operator threw the atmosphere into an eerie silence. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable.
He stared blankly at his phone, comforting himself. The captain is probably discussing business with a client. He probably doesn't have time to answer, but the people around him seized the opportunity to kick him when he was down. You're pretending? What the hell are you? You actually dared to call the captain? I was really scared by him. Not really, just for 3 seconds. Xin Mi, unable to hold back any longer, chimed in sarcastically. Poor guy, why don't you just buy this ship? If you did, we'd all kneel before you. Jin Wen followed up, setting a condition. If you buy this ship, that little waitress will belong to you too. Today, this old man will spare her life, but can you even afford it? These taunting words actually aligned with his intentions, and he readily agreed. Good idea. Lin Xin waved his hand, urging, Waitress, call your captain over here, while the girl was still hesitant, saying, This, he cheerfully sealed the deal for her. Go. Even if the captain isn't here, the ship's captain can handle the sail. I think it's Xiao Zhuang. Let this poor guy completely lose hope and put on a show with him. Zhuang He, having been called out by name, immediately ran over to greet him. CEO Jin Wen, didn't bother with formalities, directly introducing Lin Xin. Captain, he's going to buy this ship from you. Why don't you go and attend to this big deal? Without even glancing at him, he opened his mouth to mock. CEO Jin is joking. The captain's ship is worth too much. Even you find it too expensive. He glanced at him, paused, and then emphasized each word with contempt. Him. Can he even afford it? Too lazy to explain to these insignificant people, he decisively pulled out his power card, silencing them. Stop the nonsense. Just name your price, He Gao exclaimed in shock. This seems to be a Longjing black card, but it's a bit different. It looks much more high-end. Xuanru stubbornly stuck to her point of view. The design is similar. Too bad it's a fake, huh? Ao Dong frowned. She expressed her concern. How about you leave first? Don't do this. She even started to plan for the worst-case scenario in her heart. I can't let him offend so many people because of me. If tonight's mission really can't be done, I can only give up. Lin Xin tilted his head, reassuring briefly. Don't worry, it's just this much. Her face suddenly flushed red. The system displayed a notification at the right time. Favorability increased by 5%. Zhuang He, afraid that he would back out, quickly brought up the payment information to scare him. Since this sir is determined to buy, the original price of this ship is 700 million. Plus an additional 100 million for expedited processing fees, totaling 800 million. The procedures are all here, just sign and send the money. While he was checking the information, the people around him became impatiently agitated. Sign it! If the card swipes 800 million, I'll jump into the sea and swim back home. CEO Jin, stop messing around. Let's play however you want. He also took the opportunity to apply pressure. Sir, do you need to swipe your card to sign? If you really can't afford it, please leave the ship immediately. Lin Xin waved the meaningless paper, refusing directly. Sign? Of course I won't sign. They were just waiting for this, and they swarmed in, tearing him apart. I knew it, dying of laughter. Let's end it. No more acting. Too much posturing. After letting the crowd buzz to their heart's content, he reached out and pulled Ao Dong over. She's the one who's signing. Everyone was so shocked by this sudden turn that their jaws dropped, and they shouted in unison. What? Afraid that everyone would misunderstand, he cheerfully shared his generosity. Swipe my card, she'll sign for this ship, I'm giving it to her. After showing off to the narrow-minded crowd, he finally inquired about the beauty. That's right, I still don't know your name. She hadn't yet recovered from the shock, so she stammered,
I am Shen Aodong. Lin Xin stylishly swiped the card across the POS machine, accompanied by a grand declaration. All right, this ship is the first gift I'm giving to Shen Aodong. In just a moment, a mechanical voice rang out in the space. Transaction successful. Payment of 800 million.
The crowd of Jin Wan either choked on their wine or clutched their heads and groaned. He really bought it. Not a down payment, but a direct payment of the entire amount. Who the hell is he? With such financial resources, he definitely isn't an ordinary person. He really was invited by the captain. The boss, Zhuang He, was crushed by the power of capital, and he opportunistically greeted the new owner of the ship. This, Miss Shen, sir, now you are the new owners of this ship. All 100 crew members on board are eager. We are ready to serve you. The group of serving girls also echoed, Hello, Miss Shen. He turned to the main instigator, questioning. As you said, I've bought the ship. This waitress is mine. Right, Jin Wen weakly confirmed a word. Right, his two girls opportunistically followed suit. Not only does she belong to you, we belong to you too, boss. What's your surname? So young, handsome, and rich? Let's get to know each other. A lapdog rushed over to Fawn. That's right, that Jin family dared to offend you. How ridiculous. I've long been displeased with that Jin family. Xuan Ru quickly adapted to the new environment. Young master, your shoelaces are untied. And Aodong was still immersed in the mess in her head. Just who exactly is he? Han Biao, watching the trees fall and the monkeys scatter, sighed softly. Zhao Jin, you misjudged him. This kid is not ordinary. Jin Wen, gathering all his courage, apologized to him but didn't forget to jab. How, Lyota? I was disrespectful, but when he slapped my face, it was like he slapped yours too. If Han Lyota takes out his anger for Xiao Jin, I'll give you all the business in Myanmar. Deliciousness delivered right to his mouth. How could he bear to refuse? Xiao Jin is already so thoughtful. I'll take care of him. This fat sheep delivered to our door, we just have to cruelly bite into its aorta. Han Biao clenched his fists, immediately searching for his target. The image hasn't registered yet, but the voice came first. This young master is really generous. He lowered his head, hiding the daggers in his eyes as he introduced himself. I am Han Biao. People who know me call me Han Lyota. How should I address this young master? Lin Xin replied casually, without a hint of defensiveness. My surname is Lin. The only one who lost composure upon hearing his voice was Aodong, Han Biao, boss of the Black Tiger Gang. Information about the notorious kingpin automatically flashed through her head. Specializing in smuggling contraband in Myanmar and Laos, and runs 2 underground casinos. My department has been trying to take him down for months, and he's tonight's target. Han Biao tried to put on a hospitable front. The atmosphere tonight is great, Lin Xiao. Want to play a couple of rounds? Without a second thought, he waved his hand in refusal. I don't gamble. Besides, gambling isn't very legal. Let's skip it. Unable to hook him, he switched to goading. No way, Lin Xiao. You threw out over 100 million, and you've never gambled. Are you already broke from that 800 million? Zimei chimed in to agree. Han Lyota, you're so mean. Even if Lin Xiao doesn't have money, he's still a big spender on this pleasure cruise. How can you say that? Lin Xin smirked and slowly corrected. I definitely have money, it's just... He eagerly closed in, like a dog eyeing a bone. You have money, but that means you don't have guts. This comment hit a nerve, and he didn't hesitate to shoot him a death glare. Jin Wen chose the perfect moment, when both sides were at an impasse, to jump in. Come on, Han Lyota. Some people might have a lot of money, but they can't afford to lose it. They won't sleep if they lose even 200 yuan. I'll play with you then. Afraid he'd fall for their trap, Aodong whispered in his ear. Don't fall for their aggressive tactics. It's said that Han Biao makes a lot of money at the gambling table, even if you have $1 billion or 2. It won't be enough to lose, Lin Xin lightly repeated. Lose 2 billion. She grabbed onto the key words, her eyes lighting up like headlights as she exclaimed. Isn't that just perfect? She let out an exclamation of confusion. Without thinking, Lin Xin immediately waved and called out, Hey, Han Lyota, suddenly I feel like playing a little is quite fun. Aodong couldn't stop him, only able to yell a single syllable. While Han Biao was secretly ecstatic, he took the bait. He looked directly at the bunny next to him and gave her a mission. It's just that my luck hasn't been good lately. I can't even pull an SSS in gotcha, so you play, I'll give you the money if you lose, and you get all the winnings. You can't say no, she exclaimed, stunned. After giving her the mission, he was lost in his get-rich-quick fantasies. Give her money to bet, lose 2 billion, pay 200 million. It's even more profitable than gifting a female streamer. Counting money until your hands cramp, who understands? While she was screaming like crazy, Are you crazy? I already told you that you'll lose terribly to him.
but nothing could stop the flow of his thoughts. This is the best. From now on, even if I laze around, I won't be able to spend all the money. When everyone was at the table, he put on a welcoming host act. Baccarat is too complicated, but considering that Lin Xiao might not understand it, it'll lose a lot of the sense of participation, so playing blackjack is the simplest.
What do you think? Lin Xin agreed readily. No problem.
The murmurs didn't stop reaching their ears. How can a server play gambling like Han Liota? This time, Lin Xiao is in trouble. Aquadong clenched her fists, secretly making a decision. As a server who just got a ship gifted by a rich man, she definitely can't refuse the rich man's request. To not reveal her identity, she can only help him play. Amidst the non-stop buzzing from the gossipy crowd, having money can really make Jinzong call you father. But even at the casino, even more money will only go into Han Liaota's pockets. Seems like this Lin Xiao is a not-so-smart rich second generation. Zimei, acting as a dealer, excitedly announced the deal. Han Biao, looking at the 2 pairs of cards just flipped, politely urged him on. Pretty lucky, isn't it, Lin Xiao? Want to add more chips?
He generously pushed all his capital out, shocking Aodong, along with a determined declaration, I'm all in, it's up to you.
After flipping all the cards, she announced the result without hesitation. This round, Han Liota wins. Lin Xin acted sorrowful in time. What a pity. He used both hands to scoop up all the spoils to himself, but still offered a fake consolation. It's okay, Lin Xiao, you can win the next round.
He took the opportunity to play the rich fool according to his wishes. Then I'll bet 200 million in the next round. By the way, why is the denomination of this chip so small? Exchange them for 2 billion, for me. Zimei quickly said okay, while Ping Hua next to her could only choke out a "you" and laugh bitterly. The gawking crowd around was so shocked by the astronomical number that their jaws dropped. 2 billion? Isn't that too much? His funds haven't reached the limit yet.
Han Biao clapped his hands and complimented. As expected of the decisive Lin Xiao, on the surface he smiled so wide, but in his head he was already thinking about how he was going to squander it. As expected, a little provocation, and the rich second generation's brain is already clouded. After winning 2 billion, my smuggling businesses will quickly recover. After that, her lines were all in the same familiar form, simply increasing the amount of money involved. Han Liota wins, Lin Xiao loses 200 million, Han Liota wins, Lin Xiao loses 500 million, Han Liota wins, Lin Xiao loses 1 billion.
He gathered so many chips that his hands cramped, with excitement hinting for the prey to put up more money. Lin Xiao continued. No sooner had Lin Xin blurted that out than Aodong cut him off, forcing him to change it to an oops. The audience erupted again at this hasty retreat. Whoa! Is this staff member backing down? No fight? Just gonna leave like that? She pushed him against the wall, trapping him with both hands, and started grilling him. Are you crazy? Even if you have money, you can't waste it like this? She got even more worked up. Do you really think that just because you double down each time, you can recover what you lost before? Don't be an idiot. There's no such thing as luck in gambling. Amidst Luo Fei's rant, the system cruelly added some extra spicy peppers, deducting 3% from her favorability. Lin Xin, dizzy and lightheaded, wisely chose to compromise. It's okay, I won't blame you if you lose. No need to get so worked up. He hid his true satisfaction, not daring to voice it. Being wall-pinned by a hot girl at this age isn't bad. Gotta coax her gently, lest she gets scared and runs. After all, she doesn't understand losing is earning. Aodong, after lecturing him, realized she had gone a bit too far. I'm not worked up, I just want to tell you, I can't possibly win, phew. Almost lost control there, almost blew my cover. Lin Xin pretended to misunderstand, rubbing his hands with curiosity. Why can't you win? Does Han Biao know how to switch cards or something? Like in the movies. Can he conjure up the cards he wants? Should I report him? I think there's a reward for reporting. She weakly cradled her head, replying, Those are just scams in the movies, the lowest level tricks. She didn't mind sharing the secret. The table and cards have sensor chips. The dealer knows the cards in advance and signals Han Bill to bet. The chip detects any external cheating. Only Han Bill gets the dealer's covert cooperation so he doesn't get caught. Aodong rattled it off, then emphasized, That's why I said, you can't possibly win. Do you get it now? Lin Xin put on an eager-to-learn facade, chiming in, Oh, so that's how it is, gambling is really harmful. Then he did a 180, pulling her back to the betting table. Now that we know the principle, it's simple, let's go, I'll take you to teach those gamblers a lesson. This sudden shift in script stunned her into asking, Huh? He borrowed the newly imparted knowledge, questioning the entire room loudly. I suspect the poker cards have been tampered with. Let me check. Han Bill, blindly confident in his homegrown techniques, agreed readily without hesitation. No problem, check away so that Lin Xiao loses fair and square. The surrounding crowd, lacking their own opinions, echoed along.
He's starting to panic. Has he lost all his money? Must be. That's got to be over $1 million. Now he's just a penniless bum except for this ship. Good thing I don't do business with him. Xin. I swayed her supple figure seductively, hinting, Lin Xiao, you can check me anywhere you like. Lin Xin, though understanding her intent, still had to put the beauty aside.
Thanks, I'll check the table first. Your clothes, I'll check them later tonight.
He fiddled with the betting table for a few rounds, then suddenly slammed his hand down, apply force with intensity level 3. Noticing everyone's impassive expressions, he casually concluded, looks like there's no problem.
Lin Xin shrugged, laying the groundwork for those greedy folks. Well, let's continue then. It's just a pity that the more we play, the less interesting it gets.
Han Biao lowered his head, his mouth pressed tight with anger, as the taunting words echoed in his ears. Han Leota has clearly won so much money. Why are you playing like a woman? You only dare to bet a few million each time because you're afraid of losing.
The extras found another opportunity to play their broken record.
A few million isn't stingy when playing cards, right? But that depends on who you're playing against. Lin Xiao bets tens of thousands each time, so of course, he's stingy compared to Han Leota.
He took the bait completely, losing his composure and tossing all the chips in his hand onto the table. Fine. I'll give Lin Xiao a real game. 1 billion. Deal the cards.
I didn't hesitate to start working immediately. From below, the 9 of spades appeared first, but she paused halfway through. Han Biao was startled by this unusual action, shooting her a puzzled look. Lin Xin, seeing them exchanging glances and stalling, got anxious. What's wrong? Hurry up, I'm eager to play again. I moved her lips and whispered into the earpiece. I just noticed the sensor device isn't responding anymore.
Though furious, he stubbornly signaled to deal the cards. I don't believe his luck will be that good.
Just as he finished speaking, her stammering voice rang out. Han Leota lost. Lin Xiao wins.
Waiting for this moment, Lin Xin immediately threw up his middle finger in celebration.
The surrounding people were so shocked by this situation that their jaws dropped, everyone exclaiming loudly.
He finally won. Won one round, he got it all back. Han Leota's efforts were all in vain.
Han Biao, blood rushing to his head, immediately roared, Damn it, you little punk, you dare play me. Lin Xin wasn't intimidated by these harmless words, calmly questioning back. What's wrong? It's okay for you to win many rounds, but you go crazy after losing one. Looks like Han Leota is the one who can't afford to play, huh? Not knowing what nerve these words struck, he pointed directly at Ao Dong, playing the villain and complaining, This girl was cheating just now. I've been gambling for so many years, she can't fool my eyes. She's an expert you hired.
The crowd, not distinguishing right from wrong, chimed in. Lin Xiao cheating like that isn't right. Even though it's on your ship, gambling has its rules. Cheating while gambling isn't a small matter. Lin Xiao, you have a lot of money, but don't cheat. She turned back in confusion, denying, We didn't cheat, and we don't believe we can get past the surveillance cameras. Han Biao, emboldened, pulled out a dagger and stabbed it into the betting table. Then he pointed the gun at Lin Xin's head, declaring his death sentence. According to the rules, cheating will result in a finger being chopped off and all bets confiscated. If you don't comply, then eat my bullet. Even with the gun barrel pressed against his forehead, he still fiddled with a chip and leisurely asked, I'm also very curious. Based on my years of hand speed training, which is faster, the gun or my hand? Ao Dong, scared out of his wits, rushed over to stop him. Don't provoke him, he'll really kill. Before she could finish speaking, the deafening sound of gunfire echoed through the space, with the naked eye only catching a blurred afterimage with some heaven-defying speed and method. Now Han Biao was clutching his stomach, coughing up blood. The whole room erupted in screams. What happened? Ao Dong was still in a daze, wondering what she had just seen. In her head, the shocking scene from earlier automatically replayed, starting with him actually pulling the trigger. He took the chip in his right hand and slammed it into the gun body. Next was the image of Lin Xin counterattacking, simultaneously delivering 3 punches to Han Biao's stomach. This speed is too damn fast. Jin Wen was the first to recover, frantically pointing at the person lying prostrate on the floor and shouting, Security! Arrest this guy! He cheated at gambling and even dared to attack someone. Ask and you shall receive. The security guards appeared instantly, as if the one being collared was him. Afraid that the other party felt wronged, he kindly stood up to explain. President Jin, have you forgotten something? I'm the owner of this boat. Who do you think the security guards will listen to? Then Lin Xin kicked Han Biao's stiff body to expose him. Moreover, isn't he the one who cheated? The group of extras exclaimed in astonishment. What? Boss Han cheated? Ao Dong, as a participant, was still confused and boldly whispered into his ear. Strange.
He shouldn't be doing such a low-level cheating trick like stealing cards, right? How did you win just now?
With his own people, he didn't bother to hide anything. I secretly installed a hypersensitive sensor when I was checking the table. That round just now was simply based on luck. Afterwards, I conveniently stuffed these 2 cards into his hand when I hit him. She covered her mouth and chuckled, adding a playful scold. You're so naughty. With just that, her favorability increased by 15%.
While things were heating up, Chuan Hai rushed in a panic. Oh my god, what happened here? Everyone started explaining at once, with each person talking over the other. Boss Chuan is here. Boss Han was playing cards with young Master Lin just now and cheated, and even shot a gun.
He ignored everyone else and rushed to check on Lin Xin. President Xian, are you okay? Even though he generously spread his hands to prove, I'm fine. But he still stubbornly asked in detail, weren't you hit by a stray bullet? Are you injured anywhere?
While everyone was still in a daze, Boss Chuan, you said young Master Lin is President Xian. The famous President Xian. Ao Dong secretly whispered the secret code through the walkie-talkie. The biggest target has been subdued. Immediately begin the operation.
Chuan Hai cheerfully waved his hand to make an official introduction, in order to satisfy the curiosity of the surrounding people. That's right, this is the President Xian that I always mention. Tonight, I specially invited him to come and play. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd swarmed around him like bees to honey, with the latter being even more audacious than the former. President Xian, you're really too modest. Let me introduce myself again. My surname is Chen. Does President Qian's younger brother need a girlfriend? President Qian. I have a very good project, President Qian. I know 48 positions. Fortunately, the chaos didn't last long thanks to the police arriving with a warrant to threaten them. Everyone be quiet, don't move. We need to arrest a smuggling gang, please cooperate. One of them stepped forward to report to Ao Dong. Han Biao and his subordinates have been arrested. We can help the army. She decisively issued the order, yeah, help the army. When the surrounding people were still stunned, what, that waitress was actually her, again looked around while muttering to herself, where did that person go? He also helped me catch the criminal, and I definitely have to repay his kindness. The person she missed at this moment had transformed into a cicada shedding its skin. Lin Xin was still freaked out even while safely on the speedboat. Luckily, he took advantage of the chaos to climb out of the window and sneak out. If he was caught by the police gambling, wouldn't he be screwed?
On the side of the girls' dormitory, the whole building seemed to be asleep in the night. Only Yaji was lying prone on the bed, staring at her phone and muttering, where did Lin Xin run off to? Why isn't he even replying to my messages?
She fidgeted so much that her toes curled up, the stream of self-talk constantly flowing out. I was planning to ask him to come to my rented house for dinner tomorrow, but no, that would be too straightforward. The more she talked, the more regretful she became. It's all because of that unexpected interruption the other day. I must find another opportunity. Before she could say anything more, the sudden sound of high heels clacking on the floor startled Yakshi. Yi Zhang slumped into her chair and loudly sighed. I'm so exhausted. She absent-mindedly turned to remind her roommate. What's wrong? You look like someone did something to you. You must protect yourself. She was just waiting for an opportunity to start making up stories like it was the truth. It's all because of that Zhu Feng. He looks so polite normally, but it turns out he's so rough. Ouch, my waist. But being rough like that is the only way I can experience a joy I've never felt before. Luo Yaxi rested her chin, expressing doubt about the story's authenticity. Really, I don't believe it, but I think he's not rough at all. Did you tear this dress yourself? Liu Yizhang lifted the hem of her skirt, revealing obvious handprints on her butt to prove its authenticity. How could I have that kind of strength? I can't even open bottle caps normally. Don't you believe me? Look. Seeing her friend trembling, she covered her mouth and giggled. Luo Yaxi, why are you shaking? Put on more clothes so you don't catch a cold. She couldn't stand this humiliation and ran out. She watched Luo Yaxi's hurried back, and Yang Yang was smug in her heart. You want to offer yourself to Zhu Feng now? Too late, a man will always belong to his first woman. Liu Yizhang gently bit her finger, recalling the unforgettable aftertaste. Zhu Feng, he is so amazing, especially when he hit me at the end. It made me feel so relaxed. When can he do it again? He. Outside the south dormitory, Luo Yaxi looked at her phone sadly, feeling uneasy. She sent texts and made calls, but got no response. Could he be asleep? She thought for a while and narrowed her eyes. Liu Yizhang doesn't seem to be lying. If that's the truth, then I have to be even more sure. Her imagination ran wild, thinking of the scene of all kinds of colorful butterflies surrounding him. A masterpiece like Zhu Feng, who is rich, handsome, muscular, and has no girlfriend, will definitely be the object of competition for most women. Luo Yaxi clenched her fists and secretly made up her mind. I definitely won't give up. The men behind her kept talking. Why is that girl wearing so little while waiting for someone?
Maybe she had a fight with her boyfriend and ran out here. Those legs, tisk tisk. A day quickly passed, and the gentle sunlight of the early morning still diligently illuminated everything.
Xu Feng gnawed on a hamburger with a tired face. Yesterday was both gambling and fighting. I'm exhausted. I'm going home to rest soon.
He paused when he met an acquaintance. Hey, Luo Yaxi. He accidentally heard the comments from those people. Hey, isn't that Luo Yaxi? I saw her waiting for someone here last night, so didn't she wait all night? She didn't hesitate, and immediately rushed into his arms.
Xu Feng, Luo Yaxi was more excited than ever. The tiredness on her face had disappeared. Xu Feng, you're finally back. He recalled the words he just heard and interrupted her.
You waited for me all night. Luo Yaxi didn't complain at all. On the contrary, she was as gentle as water. It's okay, you're so busy. Waiting for you is what I should do. I want you to know, I know everything. He was panicked, and his voice kept stuttering. No what?
She leaned on Xu Feng's chest, blinded by the demon of love, and blurted out cheesy words. You are so outstanding. I know the gap between us, and I also know that there will be many people better than me pursuing you, so I just want to be the most understanding person.
Luo Yaxi saw that the time had come, and immediately fell backward, without faking it at all. Ouch, my head suddenly hurts so much. Her sudden change made him not understand what was happening. He had no choice but to bend down and pick her up. Looking at her lying in his arms, he proposed, a little confused. Are you okay? I'll take you home to rest a bit.
After arriving at Luo Yaxi's room, Xu Feng was thoughtfully pulling up the blanket when he heard her voice.
Thank you for bringing me back. He tilted his head. You're awake.
Luo Yaxi stretched her legs and pulled on his shirt, and then grabbed his hand, her voice as sweet as honey. Xu Feng, you treat me so well. He didn't understand what was happening. Xu. She didn't let him finish speaking, and leaned forward to sit up, clinging to him coquettishly. You must have been very busy yesterday. Let me massage you first. Xu Feng's eyes focused on her full figure. She waited for me all night, and even wants to massage me. This girl's tricks are not ordinary. His heart was happy, and he wanted to fly up to the sky. But it would be a waste not to eat the meat that was offered to his mouth. Inside his head he thought one thing, but the words he said were something else. Do you know how to massage? Luo Yaxi sat on him and began her massage.
Of course I know. Just relax and rest.
Xu Feng lay there, enjoying the care from the beautiful girl. So comfortable. She changed her posture and bent her legs to step on his shoulders. There's even more comfortable than this.
He closed his eyes, drifting into a state of ecstasy. This place is a bit far from school. I'll take you to buy a house closer to school in 2 days. Taking the opportunity to spend money.
Luo Yaxi couldn't hold back anymore and rushed forward to kiss Xu Feng on the face. Oh my God, is it true? You are so good to me. I love you so much.
Announcement board flash. Favorability increased by 4%. Luo Yaxi's favorability is at 95%.
She hugs him tightly, using a sweet voice to bewitch him. Can I massage you every day from now on? How could he bear to refuse? Of course you can. Then a series of gasps resounded, dispelling the quiet atmosphere. Lin Xin, being taken care of so attentively, fell asleep without even realizing it.
Yaxi sits on the bed, typing messages non-stop to her roommate, Zhang. Lin Xin just said he wants to buy me a house. He already spent over 10 million on bags before. And now this. I feel a little embarrassed. I don't know if I should accept it.
Yi Zhang, after reading it, angrily shouted into her phone. What? Lin Xin is buying a house for that bitch? Does she even deserve it?
Then she starts typing a reply, her face full of anger. But the message is far from it. If he already gave it to you, just accept it. Lin Xin has so much money he can't even spend it all. It's the same as raising pets or giving to charity. He doesn't care about how he spends his money anyway. Yaxi mischievously messages back, teasing very gently and affectionately. But he's already spent so much on me after only knowing me for a little over 10 days. Haven't heard of Lin Xin spending anything on you. You're hiding it well, my sister.
Yi Zhang flares up, immediately cursing her and her parents in her mind.
That bitch. She takes a deep breath and then messages back. The intimate connection between Lin Xin and I is the most important. You wouldn't understand. After successfully showing off, she lays down looking at the message interface, and couldn't help but curl her lips up in a smug smile. How awful. After Lin Xin buys me a new house, I'll take a selfie with Lin Xin on the sofa and send it to you. Then you can continue to sulk there. Time flies like a dog running across a field, and in the blink of an eye, it's already afternoon. Lin Xin walks out of the bathroom looking refreshed AF, massaged in the morning and then slept, so invigorating. While walking, his phone ding with a notification. Who sent a message? On the screen are 2 messages that were sent yesterday. The first one is from Zhao Shihi. I have something I want to talk to you about. Ye Zhang sent a very hot picture. My waist still hurts a little now, but the feeling wasn't bad. When can we go eat? Below that are today's messages. Yan Bakio, I found a professional team. If you're free, let's meet up. Jia Yuxuan, I'm sorting things in the museum and found something, bro. I want to see you before I go back. He freaks out seeing the series of messages. Holy crap, why are there so many messages? I just didn't look at my messages for one day.
He scratches his head helplessly, scrolling endlessly, extremely annoyed. Before, when I sent messages, no one replied. Now it's the opposite, like I have that much time to chat with each of them one-on-one. Suddenly a message catches Lin Xin's eye. General Jia is selling a car. President Qian, the car you ordered has arrived. When can I deliver it to you? He thought while replying to the other person. So much stuff has happened lately that I completely forgot about this. But I still haven't saved enough money to buy the car yet. He rubbed his chin, thinking about today's schedule. I don't have anything to do this afternoon. Then I'll just go over there directly and see if the car is as cool as it looks in the pictures. Yanjiang Auto Show. There are many guests visiting, all people from the world of power and nobility. The reception staff is working tirelessly. Lin Xin walks in, looking left and right. This auto show is too big. General Jia is really clever. I only mentioned getting the car, and he immediately brought the supercar to exhibit. It's my first time here, so there are many cars I don't recognize. He glances to the side and sees two tall, cool-looking men, and quite a few foreigners too. He was about to go somewhere else when a voice rang out. Boss Steven has arrived. The three of Steven, Sa Mengyun, and Kong walk in with immense confidence. He leans close to her to ingratiate himself. Yun, are you thirsty? I'll buy you some water. She doesn't even bother to look up at him. No. An employee quickly steps forward to report the results to him. Boss Steven, today's revenue isn't bad. Kong still doesn't give up, his face thicker than the National Highway 1A. Then are you hungry? I'll get you some snacks.
She declines a second time, without any interest. Also not hungry. A server comes with a tray of drinks to invite him. Sir, what would you like to drink? Steven politely declines. No need, thank you, Lin Xin. After strolling around for a while, feels tired, and takes the opportunity to call out to the server, give me an iced Coke. He keeps exclaiming after drinking a glass of sweet, cold water. Ah, that's the stuff. Didn't expect there would be food and drinks at the auto show. His eyes spot an ice cream stand, and his inner self is screaming, holy crap, there's free ice cream too! And it's Häagen-Dazs. Outside a small box costs 30 yuan. He goes over and flashes a confident smile. Beautiful, give me a cup of ice cream. M.I. Lubo doesn't bother to hide her contempt. Why is a poor guy like you, even at the exhibition? Han Ji next to her is a little more polite. I'm really sorry, all the ice cream has been given out already.
He leaves with regret in his heart, I should have come earlier. Then a foreign man comes to the counter. Is there any ice cream left? The two female employees. Attitude did a complete 180. Yes, the spoons are on the lids. Please enjoy.
Lin Xin was observing when he saw three girls walk over. Wow, it's Häagen-Dazs, give me a cup, Yiluo. Seeing that they were locals, waved her hand. Sorry, miss, we're all out. The two chicks smirked triumphantly as Ren-Er left. Too bad. He, having witnessed the whole discriminatory process, immediately stepped forward and said loudly, hold up, he frowned, questioning the staff. You told me and these three girls you were out of ice cream. But when a foreigner comes, you suddenly have some. Does your ice cream pick and choose who to sell to? The two girls still didn't get what was happening, only M.I. Lu realized the problem. Is that what's going on? That's sus? Look, those foreigners both have ice cream. What the heck is going on here? In her heart, Lugo found these people really didn't know what's good for them. What a pain. Hanji quickly tried to smooth things over. Sorry, we only have a limited amount of ice cream today, and it's only for certain customers. Lin Xin didn't want to let it go so easily. Are those certain customers Chinese? The whole group started arguing back and forth. Give us a cup, please. So sorry, that was the last one. I don't believe you. Open the fridge for me. The ruckus was so loud that Steven noticed it. Who's making a scene in my exhibition area? Zhu Kun immediately took responsibility, volunteering to go over. Mr. Steven is also Chinese. I'll go take care of it. He swaggered off, not forgetting to wave at Meng Yun. Is Yun worried about your brother's business? Don't be scared, I'm here.
She kept her cool demeanor, not even bothering to acknowledge the guy. This Zhu Kun is such a nuisance. If it weren't for him and my brother being business partners, I wouldn't even bother with him. He walked up to Lin Xin and asked about the situation. Yo, what's the beef? Yi Luo immediately called out, Manager Shu. As soon as the manager arrived, he immediately complained, oh, you're in charge. Great, these two employees only serve ice cream to foreigners, and locals get nothing.
Zhu Kun replied to his accusation with an arrogant attitude. So what, they have money, and you're just leeching off the auto yet you still dare to raise your voice here. Lin Xin's feelings for this group of people dropped drastically. He was so disappointed. I'm here to pick up a car.
Hearing him say that, they couldn't stop laughing. His voice became colder than ever.
Is something so funny? Zhu Kun didn't care whether he was a customer or not. His tone was sarcastic and dismissive. Someone like you wants to pick up a car. Saying it's a 60,000 yuan car? What a load of bull. There's nothing under 1 million at this Yanjiang auto show. Wake up. The surrounding crowd kept watching the drama, whispering non-stop. What's going on? What are they arguing about over there? That guy seems like some poor dude who snuck in here to freeload and is now causing trouble. OMG. What kind of classless behavior is that?
Kick him out already. Seeing that he was still there with his thick skin, Zhu Kun spoke up. What? You still want to pull a scam here? Your face is really thick. Lin Xin didn't answer. He rummaged through his pockets, and after a moment he pulled out a black card. Oh, finally found it. This is what President Xia gave me this morning. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw the card. Ming Hao, upon seeing it, shouted, I can't be seeing things, right? This is the Yanjiang Auto Show's Inferno Diamond VIP card. I heard there are only 5 of them, and you have to spend over 10 million and own assets over 1 billion to get one.
Lin Xin glanced at Zhu Kun. Can you finally shut your trap and listen to others now? Knowing that they had messed with the wrong person, Luo and Han Ji immediately apologized, sweating bullets. So sorry, we were wrong. He, having always disliked these 2 chicks, asked sarcastically when he saw them apologizing to the wrong person, Are you mistaken? The people you should be apologizing to aren't just me, but all the Chinese people at this auto show. The root of the problem is your blatant favoritism towards foreigners. It has nothing to do with whether I have money to buy a car or not. Ling Xia, who was in the back, was equally badass.
That's right, it's not about the ice cream, it's about how you bow down to foreigners and look down on your own people. We're not angry because we didn't get ice cream, but because our self-respect was trampled on. The crowd behind cheered, saying, Well said, Stephen Otto. Give us a reasonable explanation, little sis. You're awesome. Lin Xin also turned around and gave Ling Xia a thumbs up. Little sis is too cool. Here's a like. For you. Zhu Kun was still grinding his teeth with rage. Meng Yuan ran over from who knows where and hugged him tightly. Brother Lin Xin. He looked for a while but still didn't recognize this pretty girl. She wasn't mad at all. Her voice was even gentler, leaning close to him. Brother Lin Xin, why didn't you tell me you were coming? You're an important guest. You have to stand in the center during the ribbon cutting later. He was in a daze, not even able to process everything. Realizing that she had been a bit rude, Meng Yun immediately declared her identity. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Xia Meng Yun, Xia Zong's little sister. I always hear my brother talk about you. I admire you so much. Nice to meet you. In his heart he was roaring. I didn't expect President Xia to have such a top-tier little sister. Seeing this scene, Zhu Kun's face turned green. Yun, WTF? Who is this guy? How did he suddenly steal Meng Yun away? As if remembering something, Meng Yun turned to him unhappily. Hey Zhu Kun, these 2 are from your Stephen Auto Company. You don't need me to tell you how to handle this, do you? He sighed inwardly. Trouble. I didn't expect to cause such a big commotion. In order not to affect our revenue, there's only one thing to do. Zhu Kun immediately turned to the 2 employees and ordered, These 2 are just temporary employees. I'm also extremely angry that they would do something like this. Stephen Auto will immediately fire these 2 to show our stance. Seeing which way the wind was blowing, the crowd immediately followed suit. That's more like it. It's really questionable what kind of people these 2 are. Yiluo couldn't believe her ears, trying to defend herself. Huh? Manager Xu, this isn't our fault. He didn't hesitate, immediately cutting her off. Shut your mouth, Meng Yun, was determined not to let it go. Wait, just firing them is too simple. Han Ji was worried that this matter wouldn't end. What else do you want? In her eyes, there was only Lin Xin. Do you need me to have my bodyguards beat them up to vent your anger? He replied gently. No need. No need to bother with them. Meng Yun didn't say much, turning to look at the 2 of them. Consider yourselves lucky. President Qian is magnanimous and is letting you off. Scram, Yi Luo, and Han Ji immediately bowed low. Thank you. The 2 chicks ran for their lives, and the crowd couldn't stop laughing when they saw her trip. Ji Kang was puzzled seeing the bizarre scene unfold. Who is Qian Zong? Never heard of him, but it's the first time seeing San Zong's sister taking the initiative like that. Ming Hao next to him replied, You'll never know what it's like for your goddess to take the initiative.
Zhu Kun was trembling with anger, grinding his teeth. So it's him. He humiliated me on livestream before, now he's trying to steal Sa Mengyun.
The crowd surrounding the two buzzed with excitement, and some even tried to get acquainted. Miss Mengyun, did you say this gentleman is Qianzong? The Qianzong who threw around tens of millions on the livestream platform? Is there any doubt? Qianzong? I've heard the name for a long time. I'm from the Jiangbian sales company. I'm Zhu Kun. Approaching Steven, intending to throw mud at Lin Xin. Xian Sheng, I'm sorry. This could have been easily resolved, but I didn't expect it to be this mysterious Furdai that's been causing a stir lately. Qianzong, this guy has some petty cash, an arrogant personality, likes to stir up trouble everywhere, definitely has antisocial personality. He pointed at him with an extremely certain tone. This time, he must be deliberately trying to cause trouble and affect our car business. The guy completely trusted his words without a doubt. All right, I'll go deal with him. He walked towards him, surprising everyone. Qianzong, right? He spoke to him with an unfriendly gaze. I'm Steven. I've heard that Qianzong is loaded and spends money like water, but I feel like something's a little off. I smell a luli tupo. He scratched his head, as if not understanding what he was saying. Oh, what's a luli tupo? Mengyun explained the obscure term to him. Lin Xin Ji, luli tupo, was invented by a swindler overseas, basically tricking people into investing. He smirked after hearing. So, it was invented by you foreigners, Zhu Kun loudly accused, pointing at Lin Xin. The biggest characteristic of Luli Tupo is that the swindler is very famous, specializes in creating a sense of presence in the upper class, spends lavishly. The main purpose is to trick more rich people into investing. Isn't that what you've always been doing?
Those who had praised him earlier were stunned after hearing, now that you mention it, it does seem like that. Many people are looking for him to invest. Scary, I almost fell into the trap. So Qianzong is a scammer.
Mengyun was extremely upset and immediately spoke out.
Do you have any evidence? If not, then you're just trying to slander Lin Xin Ji. The guy asked her in return, cornering them. Does he have any evidence to prove he's not a scammer?
He was annoyed that Lin Xin didn't pay much attention to him, and even covered his mouth to yawn. Is that it? It's making me want to fall asleep. I'm gonna get a drink to perk myself up. Steven couldn't get to him, so he pointed at the three girls. These three women are the beers that you were looking for, right? Singing one's praises while hurting another. Done with the song. She didn't expect a businessman to be so shameless. You're slandering me. He didn't care about right or wrong, and even threatened aggressively. If you don't want to confess honestly, I'll call security. Lin Xin couldn't stand the air of entitlement anymore. You're Steven, right? He switched to serious mode. Congratulations, you've successfully pissed me off. Let me play with you. Mengyun behind him also said. He can't get to Lin Xin Ji. So he bullies other girls, so despicable. He clapped his hands, having achieved his goal. Not running anymore, huh? Very simple. Just prove your money is more than mine, and I'll believe you. Isn't that what you always do? She didn't expect this old guy to be so shameless. Ji Kang looked at everyone around and announced his wealth. Steven Chansheng is one of the top 5 car dealers in Shanghai. Coming to Yanjiang to promote the new Biola car series, Ming Hao and Du Yichen heard that and immediately determined the outcome. This fake Furdai can't possibly have more than Steven. Lin Xin didn't flinch at all, and immediately invited him to gamble. Alright, let's play then. If you lose, you have to announce to the entire city of Yanjiang that you specialize in harvesting Chinese leeks. Dare to play. He heard that, and was secretly happy, his eyes shining like he had struck gold.
Then he pointed at a bystander. Little guy, very arrogant. I'll make you fail miserably. Hey, passerby, I'm giving you a free luxury car worth 10 million. The guy didn't expect to get such a good deal just by watching the show. Huh, really? Thank you, Steven. Sheng.
Steven gave Lin Xin a smug smile, challenging. Qianzong, dare you follow? Mengyun saw that he was playing dirty and shouted, This isn't fair, you're the company owner, these are all your cars.
He only needed to say one sentence to leave the naive girl, Mengyun, speechless.
These cars are all merchandise that I actually spent money on. What's the problem? Or are you saying Qianzong doesn't have money to buy them?
Lin Xin rubbed her head, reassuring. It's okay, Mengyun. Without hesitation, he pointed at the supercar that was twice as valuable as Steven's, Jiazong. That 20 million supercar isn't bad. One for each of these 3 girls, to comfort their souls that were tarnished by you. They stared at it without blinking. The sound of the machine sounded. The expenditure was successful. A total of 60 million spent.
The crowd was in an uproar seeing him spend so decisively, without any hesitation. Damn, direct payment. Without hesitating for a second. Suspecting Qianzong's wealth? Are you kidding me? I've never doubted Qianzong.
Mi Lu and her 2 sisters bowed deeply. Oh my god. Thank you, Qianzong. This gift is too precious. We don't even know how to thank you. Lin Xin opened the convertible top. No need to take it to heart. Aren't we competing? Can't lose to that foreigner. Meng Yun hugged his arm, constantly praising. Lin Xin GE is so cool. I knew you weren't ordinary.
As soon as she finished speaking, a series of money-throwing actions from both sides started. I'll give that passerby another 10 million.
Do you want to continue? Deduct 12 million? Is that all? Deduct 25 million? Deduct 15 million? Is that it? Deduct 30 million. Deduct 16 million. Is that all?
32 million. Shu Kun whispered a reminder when he saw that he was playing too hard. Xixian Sheng, all the cars over 10 million in our dealership have been given away. We've already lost tens of millions. He couldn't believe his ears, his voice trembling. How is that possible? You were giving away cars that were 2 or 3 times more expensive than mine every time, and you paid for them all. Do you have endless money to spend?
Lin Xin waited for a long time and didn't see him continue, so he reminded. Xixian Sheng, why have you stopped? Is there no more cars in the garage or no more money in your car?
Crammed into the shiny supercar, Stephen's heart bled, but pride kept him defiant. This is just small-scale stuff. I admit you conned a little money, and you can splash it around. But I'm gifting a globally limited edition, Lamborghini LP74 worth 40 million. Money can't buy that. How will you respond?
Lin Xin wasn't too surprised by the car's value. Oh, really? He taunted, thinking he couldn't compete. What's wrong? Want to back down? If you can't find a limited edition car of the same caliber, you lose. Meng Yun couldn't stand his shamelessness.
Stephen, don't be ridiculous. Lin Xin just gave away more than you have in total value. Aren't you ashamed to even bring up the rules of the contest? They argued back and forth, neither giving an inch. All he had to do was match my bid.
What he wants to spend is none of my business.
Despicable.
The crowd sided with Stephen again, questioning him from head to toe. So what if he has money? It's probably from scamming people. We should get relevant authorities to investigate him. Exactly. President Qian's going all in. No need to compete. Some nobody from who knows where. Hurry up and bring out your limited edition. Lin Xin ignored their comments and walked towards the money-smelling supercar. Is this the Sid you're talking about? VC immediately recognized it. What? This is a concept car? Rolls-Royce Phantom's ideal car? He reminded sarcastically. This is just an exhibit, it's not for sale. Ming Hao, standing behind, wasn't willing to lose either. Pretending to be stuck, Lin Xin said nothing, just silently watched these people make a scene. Thanks for letting me enjoy the Hua country idiom of, a cornered dog will jump over a wall.
Stephen laughed until tears streamed down his face. You've had your fun, haven't you? You should kneel down and admit you're a con artist, President Qian. He talked excitedly and endlessly. So many people are watching you, don't even think about pulling any tricks. Suddenly, Shahan jumped out, startling everyone. President Qian, you came here without a word. I should have picked you up, someone exclaimed in panic. President Jia stepped forward, shaking hands warmly with Lin Xin. President Qian, this is the Rolls-Royce Phantom you ordered. We brought it out to the exhibition to attract guests without your permission. I hope you don't mind. Would you like to test drive it now? Stephen, witnessing this scene, immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes rolling back, Ming Hao wasn't far behind. What? President Jia? Are you mistaken? This is his car? How is that possible?
Lin Xin ignored everyone around him, focusing his affectionate gaze on Meng Yun. No need to test drive it. I trust you can drive this car. I'm giving it to Meng Yun.
Stephen, hearing the resounding announcement of 80 million spent, was so shocked that blood spurted from all 7 orifices, unable to believe his ears. What? The crowd around them was equally stunned, their mouths agape. That's 80 million. Twice as expensive as Stephen's limited edition, so extravagant. Just giving away a supercar like that. Who's giving me one? I'll call them baby. Shahan still couldn't believe it, stammering in disbelief amid the scene of a passionate kiss unfolding right before her eyes. President Qian, are you serious? You really want to give it to my sister?
Meng Yun looked up at Lin Xin, her eyes filled with undisguised admiration. Lin Xin, you're so great.
Now completely dominating, he turned leisurely towards his opponent. Well, Stephen, what are you standing there for? Keep showing off. Knowing he couldn't compete, he bowed his head in submission. I lost. He smirked slightly, his arrogant gaze sweeping over the opponent, urging him on. Oh, well, you play, you pay. Be quick about it. Sweat poured down Stephen's face, his heart filled with belated regret. I was wrong. This guy is definitely not a pawnskimer. He really has money, spending it without blinking an eye. The power behind him isn't as simple as I thought. It's terrifying. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he lowered his head until it almost touched the ground. I was wrong to question President Qian's identity. I am a capitalist with a dark heart. I love China. The people make money so easily that I came here to earn their money. I am shameless. Seeing him beating around the bush, he reminded him coldly, "Get to the point." As soon as the words were spoken, the other customers around him immediately cursed in anger. "Damn it, this foreigner. Refund our money. Support domestic brands. Never buy from Baola again." Lin Xin didn't even bother glancing at him, just waved his hand dismissively. "All right, get lost." Stephen nodded obediently, retreating silently like a dog with its tail between its legs. Yes, but the customers who had been scammed weren't going to let him off so easily. Chasing after him. "Don't think you can just get away with it. Catch him. This manager is a real son of a gun. Return the cars and compensate for mental damage. He has to run for his life. Don't come over here." At Lin Xin's side, flattering words and insincere thanks rose in a cacophony. "Thank you, President Qian, for helping us see the disgusting true colors of this foreigner. President Qian, are you missing any jewelry on your feet? President Qian is so handsome, helping us so much." Just then, a call came in, and Lin Xin immediately answered it. "Hello." In Meng Yun's mind, she was already so admiring that she was almost naming their children. "Lin Xin is so charming, even though we just met, I really want—" She immediately turned her head and boldly said, "Lin Xin, I want to go on a date with you." But he had disappeared without her noticing, causing her to frantically look around. Where did he go? A man standing nearby pointed in the direction he had left. He got a call, and then left. Over there. Meng Yun was so angry that she vented her frustration on Shahan. "Such a good opportunity just now, I shouldn't have hesitated. I'm so angry." Shahan blinked blankly. "Why did you hit me?" Lin Xin had gone out onto the main street, his eyes darting around as if looking for someone. Shiran saw him and quickly waved her hand, calling out, "President Qian, over here." With her talent for pleasing women, she smiled and praised him as soon as they met. "President Qian, you've become even more beautiful in the past few days." Her complimentary words made her blush and feel a little awkward. Really. A strange thought arose in her mind. When other men say I'm beautiful, I always feel disgusted. But when President Qian exaggerates, I feel a little happy. The system immediately issued a notification. Affection increased by 2%. Lin Xin scratched his head, his voice a little embarrassed. "I'm so sorry. Our school requires us to do internships this year, so I can only trouble you to help me find a company." Shiran looked at him with the understanding gaze of an experienced person. "It's no trouble at all. Everyone thinks that President Qian is rich and doesn't need credits. But I understand that you're like me, you don't want to inherit the family business. You want to be independent, so you chose to do an internship." He just grinned and echoed her sentiments, acting like he totally agreed. Yeah, he thought to himself. The real reason is I can't graduate without these credits. The car rolled smoothly down the road. Inside, the two continued their lively conversation. "President Qian, I've arranged a director position for you, 600,000 a month, and 5 managers under you." No, gotta be humble. 5,000 for a regular employee is good, very good. You're the best, President Qian. At a modern office building, with gleaming glass reflecting the morning sun, gossip erupted among a group of employees. Everyone was curious. "Did you hear? We've got new employees coming today, and one was personally arranged by the chairman. Ooh, gotta build a good relationship, maybe there'll be a promotion opportunity later, hopefully it's a hot guy." Just then, Wu Yu appeared in a figure-hugging outfit that showed off her curves. "The team leader's coming, quick, back to your seats." In her mind, she scornfully thought, "A bunch of ugly losers daydreaming. With me here, when's it ever gonna be your turn?" A moment later, Dazihi stepped out into the middle of the room and announced loudly, "Everyone, listen up. These two are our new colleagues. Come on. Introduce yourselves." Wen Mang immediately stepped forward, deliberately running his hand through his hair to show off his flashy gold watch. "Hello everyone, I'm Xu Wenchmang." Lin Xin smiled warmly and continued. "Hello everyone, I'm Lin Xin, a senior at Yanjiang University." Wu Yu glanced at the two and immediately made her judgment. One's a poor student, the other's rockin' a Dell Rolex. Obviously, Xu Wenmang is the one the chairman arranged. Dazihi looked at him with a smug expression, unable to hide the pride in his heart. "Son, rest assured, you'll definitely be a full member this month. It's just a shame the company doesn't let relatives work in the same department, so I had to keep it on the DL." As soon as Lin Xin sat down at his desk, she slammed a thick stack of documents onto his desk. "Newbie, this is your work for today." He just glanced at it and nodded without hesitation. "All right." When it was Xu Wenchmang's turn, she only brought a thin stack of documents, her voice suddenly softening, and she even tried to strike a seductive pose. "Wenchmang, this is your work for today." He quickly noticed the obvious favoritism, so he asked directly, "Hold on, team leader. Why is my workload several times that of Xu Wenmang?" Wu Yu crossed her arms, her eyes sharply fixed on him. "I'm the team leader, you're a member of the team,
and must follow my assignments. Do you have any other questions? Are you questioning my decision? Lin Xin didn't bother arguing and let it go. All right, he sighed inwardly. Working isn't easy. On his first day, he was already being given a hard time, she smugly thought. Doesn't even look at how poor you are. Too bad, I'm the white moonlight you can't reach. Wu Yu turned back to Wenjmeng's desk, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. Wenjmeng, if there's anything you don't understand, you can ask me. He picked up the documents, pretending to be polite, and asked, Team leader, I don't quite understand this part. The clock struck 6:00 p.m. Lin Xin brought the completed stack of documents to her. Team leader, the work is done. She flipped through it, and couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. The completion rate of this report is too high. Is he that good? A glint of malice flashed in her eyes.
Immediately afterward, Wu Yun took the stack of documents Lin Xin had just submitted and went straight to his desk. Wenjmeng, I helped you finish these reports. Here, take them and give them to the department head for signing. The latter happily received them with both hands. Yes, thank you, team leader.
Lin Xin frowned, anger rising to his head, and he couldn't help but ask directly, What do you mean by this? I completed the work, and all the credit goes to him. Wu didn't even bother glancing back, her voice full of contempt. A college student who hasn't even graduated should get more experience. Many people don't even have this kind of opportunity. He scoffed, retorting without hesitation. Your brainwashing talk is quite polished, isn't it? Aren't you afraid the CEO will find out? Only then did she turn her head, her lips curving into a mocking smile. You're killing me. Someone like you wants to meet CEO Jia. Not wanting to waste any more breath arguing, he turned and left decisively.
I hope you can always maintain such an arrogant and stubborn demeanor, Zhu Wenjmeng.
And she walked out of the company gate together. He put his hand in his pocket, his face showing gratitude. Team leader Wu, thanks to you today, my promotion to official member is secured. Wu Yu slowed down, casually uttering a flirtatious sentence without any embarrassment.
Why so formal with me? Just call me Yu Yu. He grinned and proposed without hesitation. Yu Yu, can I take you out for dinner? She nodded and covered her mouth, giggling. Sure. In her mind, she was celebrating wildly. This rich husband is practically in the bag. He strode towards the parking lot, not forgetting to turn back and instruct, I'll get the car, wait for me here.
Lin Xin had just stepped out of the gate. His mood was relaxed for a few seconds before he abruptly stopped, cursing inwardly. What bad luck, why is she standing right next to my car?
He took a deep breath and walked straight towards her. Excuse me, please move. She tossed her hair, self-obsessed as if she were a beauty loved by all. I knew it. You were complaining about me in front of so many people at the company just to save face. Now you're taking advantage of the fact that no one's around to strike up a conversation with me. Saying this, she glanced at him, words of disdain pouring out. Why don't you take a look at yourself? A toad wanting to eat swan meat, so what if you have a little ability? You're still just a low-class student. She kept going on, putting on a whole show by herself. No money and no connections. In this day and age, you've got nothing going for you. Seeing that she wasn't going to stop, Lin Xin had to raise his hand to cut her off. I think you've got the wrong idea. But Yu Yu looked at her fingers and continued. You want to be a backup? Sorry, you haven't even met my backup standards yet. He couldn't take it anymore, so he pushed her aside. Move. You're blocking me from getting my ride. Just then, a flashy red sports car sped over. Wenmeng immediately chimed in mockingly. Hey, Lin Xin, you're using this beat-up thing to commute. She walked closer to the car, pretending to be nice, but her eyes were full of disdain. How about this? Since Wenmeng is driving me to dinner, you can catch a ride. It's a rare opportunity to ride in a fancy car. He immediately played along, leaning his hand on the car door, his tone full of condescension. Since you said so, I guess I'll give you a ride. Lin Xin didn't bother paying them any attention and leisurely got on his ride. Then he floored it, brushing past her, causing Yu to lose her balance and fall flat on her face in a frog-like position, only managing to scream. Ah! Wenmeng frantically jumped out of the car and ran to help her up. Yu, are you okay? She pushed herself up, both hurt and angry. I'm fine, that jerk. His face turned fierce, grinding out each word. He's just jealous of me, but he dares to take it out on you. I absolutely can't let him get away with this. She hurriedly felt her surgically enhanced nose to check it and swore to herself. What a pathetic man. If he can't have me, he wants to ruin me. How disgusting. I definitely have to get him fired. Lin Xin smiled faintly, thinking to himself. Let those lovebirds jump around for a couple more days. The more arrogant they are, the harder they'll fall. The next morning, at the company's office building, Yu walked up behind him and started her revenge plan by ordering, Lin Xin, buy everyone in the department a cup of coffee, go buy them now. He turned his head to look at her, unable to suppress his curiosity,
and asked, "Why do I have to buy them?" She crossed her arms, replying in an arrogant tone, "It's the rule for the newbie to buy coffee for the colleagues." Hearing this, he pointed at Zhu Wenmeng and retorted, "Oh, then why isn't Zhu Wenmeng going to buy them?" She frowned, then quickly backtracked. "You buy today, he buys tomorrow. Is there a problem?" He smirked, interjecting as if he had rehearsed the script. "College students really only know how to read books. They don't understand the ways of the world. The team leader is giving you an opportunity. Or do you just not want to build good relationships with your colleagues?" Hearing his provocation, the other employees began to glance at him with disdainful eyes. Lin Xin crossed his arms on the table, flashing a faint smile. "Really? You two are pretty good, aren't you?" Immediately after, Wenmeng stepped closer, put his arm around his shoulder, and threatened, "Lin Xin, don't talk nonsense in front of me. I have people above me. Whether you can stay after your internship ends is just one word from me." He casually picked his nose and asked nonchalantly, Oh, and then what?" While thinking to himself, "Once my internship is over, I'll have enough credits to graduate. Who would want to stay here and be a wage slave?" He crossed his arms and looked at him, his voice full of arrogance. "If you become my little bro, I might be able to find a way for you to stay." As soon as he finished speaking, Yu chimed in, "Wenmeng, you're being too good to him, Lin Xin. Aren't you going to thank him?" Lin Xin smirked and dropped a loaded statement. "I feel like he should be thanking me," then turned his head to look at them with a sharp gaze. "For me to be your little bro, I'm afraid you'd kick the bucket early. That's why I'm advising you to give up on that thought. You should be thanking me right now." Wenmeng was so angered by his words that his face turned purple, pointing directly at him and roaring, "What did you say?" He raised his hands innocently and replied calmly, "You're right, I'm a college student, so I don't have any money." Then, he skillfully turned the situation around. "After I get paid, I'll definitely treat everyone to coffee. This time, let's let Wenmeng go first. Wenmeng is so rich. Treating the whole company shouldn't be hard, right?" He sweated slightly, but afraid of losing face, he said strongly, The whole company only has 1,000 people at most. Of course I can afford it. I'm not like you." Hearing this, he immediately sealed the deal. "Then I'll have a matcha latte, thanks," causing him to choke with anger, only managing to utter one word. Yu wrapped her arm around his arm, her voice full of admiration. "Thank you, Wenmeng. Only generous people like you can make friends. Unlike someone else, who's poor and doesn't understand office etiquette." The masses were as if a switch was turned on, immediately responding enthusiastically,
"Team leader is right. Thank you, Wenmeng." He pretended to bow, feigning humility. "Thank you, everyone. It's my honor to treat everyone to coffee." Lin Xin didn't bother to look, just added another line. "That's great, you'll be covering all the coffee from now on." He could only grit his teeth and curse in his heart, "Your mother?" As soon as Dejihe appeared, Wenmeng immediately looked at him and snitched, "Dad, this weirdo is bullying me." He caught the signal, nodded slightly, hinting, "Rest assured, it won't take long." He walked straight into the middle of the room, his voice stern. "Everyone, attention!" Yu hurriedly shouted. "Like an auxiliary speaker, the manager is here. Everyone be quiet." The whole room immediately fell silent, all eyes focused on Dang Zihe. "The company just received a project worth 80 million. We need a feasible plan. In 3 days, the selected plan will be rewarded with 800,000. Everyone form your own groups and remember to choose teammates who know how to cooperate." As soon as he finished speaking, the whole room shouted in unison,
"Yes." Then they busily formed groups. But Lin Xin was ignored by everyone. A sneering laugh rang out. "Haha, no one wants to team up with Lin Xin." He just smiled faintly in response. "That's pretty good. What's the problem?" When Wenmeng returned to his seat, he didn't forget to throw back a taunt. "Just keep being self-important. Let's see how long you can keep smiling."
Lin Xin leisurely ate lunch, occasionally tilting his head to watch them working their asses off.
Until the clock ticked past 6:00 p.m. While the whole office was working overtime in stress, he went home leisurely.
3 days later, he snapped his fingers with a clear sound, his face beaming as he muttered to himself, "Done. 3rd level willpower attribute. This plan's gonna be fire."
He happily hummed a few sentences, making Yu uncomfortable and curious. He hasn't worked overtime for a single day in the past 3 days, and the meeting is about to start in another hour. How can he still be so carefree? Wenmeng snorted coldly, with a half smirk of disdain. Looking at his weird appearance, he's totally throwing the game. What's so strange? Lin Xin didn't bother to pay attention to them, turned around and left towards the restroom. She watched him, shivering slightly, thinking to herself, "Let's peek." As soon as she glanced at the screen, her pupils widened as if they were about to fall out. Noticing her unusual expression, he immediately turned to ask, "What's wrong?" But Yuwu's eyes were still fixed on his computer, her voice ringing with shock. "His plan is so professional. The product positioning is so accurate, and the perspective is so novel. She hesitated slightly, not believing what she was seeing, and continued. It's much stronger than the plans of our 3 groups combined. Did one person really make this in 3 days?
Hearing this, Wen Mang frowned tightly, projecting his own thoughts onto others. What? He must have paid someone else to do it.
Yingwu's face was worried and scheming. That's not the point. The meeting is about to start. We absolutely can't let him present. Just then, Lin Xin turned around and saw her standing right at his desk, unable to help but ask, "Team leader, is there something wrong?" She immediately withdrew, her voice as clear as if nothing had happened.
There's less than half an hour before the report starts. You're the only one free in the entire department. Go to meeting room A and tidy up a bit to prepare. Before turning to leave, he only managed to utter one word, okay, but behind his back, Yungwu's heart was already filled with elation. Lin Xin will take your plan for you.
A moment later, in meeting room B, Wen Mang confidently stood presenting, waving his hand towards the projection screen. The POD-co-oriented development urban space expansion model is becoming increasingly prosperous, following the direction of ecological infrastructure such as parks, water systems, and hills. He rambled on, his expression radiant. This model can help promote new consumption hotspots for education, and upgrade the surrounding areas. But as soon as the screen switched to the next slide, all the momentum from before suddenly froze. He hurriedly pressed the remote to go back, muttering incessantly, "Previous page, previous page." He was sweating, and muttered to himself, "Oh shit, that was close. Lucky no one saw." Zhang Wei, after hearing this, smiled with satisfaction, not sparing any praise. Very good, very good. This plan is much better than the others." Da Zihe also smiled, his eyes narrowed, and quickly replied modestly, "You flatter me. It's good that Director Zhang is satisfied with this plan." Not missing the opportunity, Wen Mang raised his hand and cleared his throat pretentiously. "After all, I graduated from Massachusetts Smith Institute of Technology. I must have the ability to match the school." Wang Yu immediately applauded loudly, flattering shamelessly.
"So, Wen Mang, you have such a high degree, amazing—"
Zhang Wei slightly raised his thumb, his eyes not hiding his admiration. "So you're a talented student from Massachusetts Smith Institute of Technology. With such a perfect plan, I don't think there are any revisions needed." Daisy glanced at him, his heart full of pride. "Success! My son did well." Without hesitation, he placed the stack of documents on the table, pushing them lightly towards Zhang Wei. "If that's the case, then this contract can be signed, right?"
He glanced at it briefly and nodded quickly.
"No problem." Sun Zi Dazi immediately thought of the bright future. "With this contract in hand, my promotion to general manager is a sure thing." Just as Zhang Wei was about to sign, Wen Mang was also secretly delighted. 800,000 RMB reward. I can pay off the last installment of my Rolex. And Yuwu was no less excited, her heart fluttering as she calculated. If Wen Mang and I split it evenly, we can get 400,000 RMB each, and immediately go buy the new spring collection of channel bags. But before the joy could last, Lin Xin suddenly walked in.
"Stealing other people's plans? Do you even have any shame?" Daji glanced back, his voice hissing through his teeth.
"Lin Xin." Wen Mang panicked, quickly signaling to him, "Dad, quickly kick Lin Xin out." He caught on extremely quickly, pointing directly at his face, daringly. "Daring to be late for an important meeting and disrupting the signing. Get out of here immediately, and I'll deal with you after the contract is signed."
He immediately retorted without any restraint. "Late? If you hadn't tricked me into tidying up meeting room A, wouldn't I be the one signing the contract right now?" Then his eyes swept towards the 2 people standing near the projection screen. "Yuwu, Xu Wenmang, are you 2 going to admit to stealing my plans?" Da Zihe glared, his blood rushing to his head as he yelled, "Intern, shut up! Why would the team leader steal from you? Daring to slander colleagues, I'll fire you immediately." Amidst the heightened tension, Zhang Wei spoke up, "What is he talking about?" Lin Xin stepped past Da Ji, standing in front of him and confronting him. "Xu Wenmang, do you dare to open page 11 and see the signature at the end?" As soon as the question was asked, his face paled and he stammered, I, why should I open that page?" Yuwu, seeing the situation getting out of control, quickly chimed in to defuse the situation. "Everyone, please listen to me. That day when the group was discussing, Lin Xin said something pretty good, so I added his name, and now he's using that as evidence of stealing."
The lies flowed smoother than Sanxiu, causing the crowd around to discuss.
"This Lin Xin guy always leaves work on time these past 3 days. I haven't seen him work overtime for a single day. How could he come up with such a superior plan? Who would believe it? I didn't expect him to not only slack off but also want to steal the results that his colleagues worked so hard to achieve.
Lin Xin grinned, meeting his gaze head-on. Gotta say, team leader, you're a bit impatient. I still have the draft on my computer. How will team leader Yu respond to that?
Yu Wu was speechless, his face turning colors.
At the same time, Dazihi smirked, revealing a sinister look. Then he looked at the empty space on his wrist and shouted, "My watch is gone." Then he pointed directly at Lin Xin, intending to frame him, and quickly ordered, "Lin Xin, did you steal it? Search his workspace?" Like father, like son, Wen Meng immediately chimed in, "Yes, manager." In less than a minute, he waved the watch high in the air, found it in Lin Xin's spot. Turns out he really did steal it. Lin Xin's eyes turned ice cold, scanning each face, shifting the focus away from the incident.
"Oh, you guys know how to play dirty."
Daji and Wen Meng's faces revealed sinister smiles, and Daji gloated inwardly. Quick reaction, snatching the watch while he was talking to Youngwoo, then getting Wen Meng to pretend to find it in his workspace. But what good does it do even if he figures it out?
Dazihi smirked, his tone condescending with a hint of pleasure.
The evidence is clear, what else can you say? But I'm a nice guy. If you kneel down and beg me, I won't call the cops, but getting fired is inevitable.
The onlookers, hearing this, were like oil poured on a fire, yelling over each other.
Management doesn't need to be merciful. Call the police. It's terrifying to have a colleague like that. Who knows when my stuff will go missing? Lin Xin's eyes flashed with anger, suppressed to the extreme. But before he could retaliate, Dazihi pointed straight at his face and loudly ordered, "Not leaving, huh? Fine, guards, drag this guy out."
The two guards immediately rushed towards him, replying loudly in unison,
"Yes, manager." But before they could even touch him, they both stopped short, interrupted by a sharp voice. "Stop!" Xu Mei strode through the ranks of people standing at attention. Dajihi's voice blurted out reflexively in shock, "She's the president's secretary." Immediately he bent slightly, forcing a warm smile.
"Why are you here?"
But as soon as he said that, his eyes froze when he saw Shi Ran approaching from behind Xu Mei, shocking him. He blurted out,
"President!" The arrogant aura from before vanished like bubbles, replaced by ridiculous flattery. "Oh heavens, why did the president come without warning? Let me arrange for someone to pick you up." Xu Mei glanced at him, her voice light but stern. "The president can come whenever she wants." Daiji nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at rice. "Yes, yes, yes, look at my clumsy mouth."
Dalji hurriedly pointed at one person, ordering them, and urged another, "Quick, get a chair over here. You, make my Westlake Longjing tea."
Seeing Ji Ran approaching, Zhang Wei quickly reached out to start a conversation. "Hello, President Jiang. I'm from Maosheng Real Estate. So lucky to see you, President." But she didn't even bother to stop for a step. Xu Mei, following behind, spoke up instead. "Sorry, the president has things to deal with right now." Dai Zihi gestured towards the newly brought chair, inviting her while seizing the opportunity to report his achievements. "President, the seat's ready. Please, have a seat. By the way, I just negotiated a major project worth 80 million RMB with President Zhang. Was just about to inform you." But the one who sat down was Lin Xin. Along with that, Xiran personally offered water. "Please, have some tea." He casually crossed his legs and replied curtly, The air seemed to solidify, and everyone around stood frozen like they'd been struck by lightning. He took a sip and frowned slightly, exclaiming, "Damn, it's hot." She flusteredly reached out to take it back, her face showing obvious concern. "Sorry, let me blow on it a bit." She raised the teacup to her mouth, slowly blowing on it, one breath at a time. They stood frozen in place, mouths gaping open, unable to close them. "Huh, what's going on? Am I seeing things?" The crowd, who had been silently observing, also began to stir. "Am I hallucinating?" "This," Shi Ran bent slightly and gave a sweet smile. "Is this temperature okay?" Lin Xin took a small sip and nodded in response. "Just right, thanks." Then she gently continued, "Just relax and drink your tea. I'll take care of this." Having finished speaking, she tilted her head, signaling to Xu Mei. She immediately understood, then turned to look at Dajihi, questioning in a cold voice, "Xu Dajihi, do you know what mistake you've made?" Daji panicked so much that his whole body trembled, his lips stammering out each word. I, Lin Xin, he's the one rumored to be arranged by the president." At that moment, an employee came forward with a stack of documents in his hand, reporting urgently, "Secretary Xu found it." Without needing another word, she threw it straight at him. "This is the draft of the plan that was just found in Lin Xin's workspace. Take a good look." Dazi finished reading, all strength left him, and he knelt down in front of everyone. "Lin Xin carried out the plan I framed." Xu Mei coldly listed each crime. causing those named to turn pale. Colluding with subordinates to embezzle the fruits of other people's labor.
Using his position to support his subordinate Yu, promoting Yu, who lacks knowledge, to team leader affects the department's operational efficiency. Even though the list was as long as a memorial to the throne, it was still not exhaustive. Xu Mei gently pushed up her glasses and continued to add,
Violating company rules. You secretly brought your son Xu Wenmeng into the department. You've done so many things behind the company's back. The crowd couldn't hide their surprise and exclaimed in unison, What, Manager Xu did all these things? Xu Mei strode closer, her eyes locked on Dajihe's panicked face. Now you've offended President Qian, and your luck has run out. He seemed unable to believe his ears, so he repeated the words, President Qian.
Lin Xin leisurely watched the good show. Then he heard her announce my identity clearly. Qian always invested 500 million in the technology company, now is the biggest shareholder, is Lin Xin. The three of them were so shocked that blood flowed from their 7 orifices, and only chaotic echoes remained in their heads. How could this be? Impossible. He's actually President Qian. Then she announced the final verdict for them. Xu Daji, Yu, Xu Wenmeng. Fired immediately. He was still kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his face as he begged, Don't. Wenmeng glanced at Yu, grinding his teeth and cursing inwardly. It's all this bitch's fault. His anger exploded, and he gripped her arm tightly, his voice hissing with hatred. Bitch, you actually had an affair with my dad? You even went to the hotel with me? She retorted without any restraint. What are you shouting about? I'm the one who's suffering the most. I thought you were arranged by the president. Turns out you're just the son of a lousy manager. Why did you pretend to be a rich second generation?
The three of them rushed into a chaotic fight. Curses echoed throughout the room. Bitch, how dare you seduce my son, dare to hit me. You unfilial son, your mother works so hard at home, and you dare to have an affair with a subordinate at the company. And you slut, go to hell. You dare hit me, I'll tell your wife.
Listening to the farce of the group had offended the mental state of the audience. Xu Mei coldly ordered, It's so annoying, guards. Drag these 3 out. The group screamed miserably.
Immediately afterwards, those who had worked with Lin Xin all lowered their heads in repentance. Director Qian, I'm sorry, it was all Xu Daji who tricked us. I never liked Yu. Thank you for venting your anger for me. I've always been on your side. Shi Yan turned to ask, President Qian, are you satisfied with this result? He smiled, his face extremely content. Not bad, okay, but your company should hire people more carefully and screen character from the start. She didn't care if there were people in the room, scooting closer to him. I wanted you to be the director before, but you didn't agree, and now that it's making you feel wronged, I feel guilty, he chuckled, expressing, I am someone who likes to be humble.
Afterwards, she intimately took his arm and left together. Lin Xin, the research of the professional team I found has made great progress. Let me show you. He immediately agreed. Okay. Meanwhile, the employees whispered, Am I seeing things? Does the strong female CEO also have a weak side?
The two of them returned to Xinyan's office, and he looked around, exclaiming, Your office is so luxurious. She didn't pay much attention to these things. Actually, most of my time is spent at the technology company. It's been a long time since I've been here. This is our latest achievement.
Lin Xin went to look at the computer screen. His mind suddenly went dizzy. I don't understand, but it looks amazing. It's all data and code. I don't understand a single word.
However, he was still very generous in providing financial support. Overall, good job, Yan Bao. I'll invest another 500 million for you. The phone immediately rang with a ding, transferring 500 million.
Following that was the system's announcement. Favorability increased by 10%.
Xinyan happily swayed her body. Thank you, I will definitely not disappoint you. Without knowing that the chair had begun to shake.
In the next second, a panicked scream was heard. My eardrums are going to burst. Lin Xin asked worriedly beside her.
Yan Bao, are you okay? The situation now was quite awkward as she couldn't get out of the chair frame, and fearfully asked for his help. Director Qian, I seem to be stuck. Suddenly, a scene of Jessica diligently putting clothes into the washing machine appeared. Humming a song, Today I'm doing laundry. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide and exclaimed in surprise, Oh no, my bro is trapped. A coquettish voice and an excited atmosphere suddenly filled the air. It turned out that those were just Lin Xin's wild thoughts. Stop. Why are these strange images appearing in my head?
It's not strange, because the current situation is not much different. He stood there bewildered. This is also the first time I've encountered something like this. What do I do now?
It's urgent.
But someone is even more anxious. Lin Xin, I can't move, help me.
Hearing this, he quickly went to lend a hand. I'll pull you up, but this method isn't very stable. No, it hurts. The ambiguous sound spread outside the office.
Sorry. Xu Mei accidentally heard it and panicked. She frantically knocked on the door and called Shi Yan. Director, are you okay? Do you need my help? And she only received a curt reply, no, I'm fine. Honestly, she probably wanted to climb a mountain and live with monkeys at this point. If she saw me like this, the image I worked so hard to build would collapse. Lin Xin sighed helplessly. Being a CEO isn't easy either. How about this? I'll lift you onto the sofa. Maybe a different position will get it loose.
With no other choice, she hesitated and agreed. Okay, sorry for the trouble. As soon as she finished speaking, he effortlessly lifted both her and the chair.
He looked at the beautiful girl in his arms a little awkwardly. Does this hurt? Even though the position was a bit strange, being held by such a strong arm made her cheeks flush.
It's okay.
Then, Lin Xin positioned Jiran kneeling on the chair and instructed, All right, lie down and lift your hips a little. I'll hold you steady. Just bear with it.
Xu Mei accidentally overheard the ambiguous conversation inside. Well, it's definitely better than being stuck and unable to get out. These words shocked her to her core. The CEO is so manly, smart, and capable. How could she? No, I must be thinking wrong.
After a struggle, the chair was completely separated from her. He breathed a sigh of relief, finally got it off. But Shiran's appearance at this moment looked even more alluring, making him stammer before finally managing to say, Ranbao, are you okay?
She gently rubbed her pinched leg and softly replied, Thank you. When she stood up, he noticed that her dress was torn.
Yet she remained as calm as ever. It's okay. I have a changing room. I'll go change into something else. As soon as he entered a hidden room, he exclaimed in admiration, Oh wow, there's even a luxurious changing room in the office. Being poor has limited my imagination. Suddenly, a dress caught his eye. This dress is gorgeous. Of course, she had also noticed it. After choosing her outfit, she instructed Lin Xin from inside the bathroom. I'll change quickly, wait for me a bit. How could he refuse the request of a beauty? Whether intentionally or unintentionally, he turned to look through the semi-transparent glass.
Her curvy figure vaguely appeared before his eyes.
This. A rare opportunity like this, Lin Xin had to make the most of it. A true gentleman, when faced with a situation like this, should naturally grab a chair and watch carefully.
Ji Ran suddenly called out his name.
Lin Xin, are you there? Making him jump and speak incoherently. I wasn't looking, it wasn't me.
She didn't pay attention to those small details, smiling and expressing her feelings.
I'm truly grateful to you. My family opposes my starting a business. Only you believed in me and invested 1 billion without any restrictions, giving me full authority. Then, with her most confident voice, she loudly declared, I swear, I definitely won't let your investment fail. Those words were music to her ears, but for him, things were different. I actually wish you would fail. If you become successful, you won't come to me for money anymore. Only if you lose money, will I have a reason to invest even more. Although he was constantly scheming inside, he was still caring and considerate on the outside. It's okay, I don't care about the money. If you want to repay me, just try your best to spend it.
Of course, she misunderstood his words in a different way. Try my best to spend it, I understand. Lin Xin means don't skimp on expenses. Invest more resources into researching and developing chip technology. To free Huaxia from the oppression of M. Guo as soon as possible. I'm always just thinking about money. Lin Xin is too amazing, he's a role model. Accompanied by her words of admiration, her favorability increased. Favorability plus 20%. Zhang Xiran's favorability is 52%. He thought it was due to his natural talent. Smiling and feeling secretly pleased. Suddenly gained a bunch of favorability. Indeed, trying hard to spend money is the most romantic thing to say. A few seconds later, she came out in a very sexy outfit. I'm done changing. Lin Xin, would you like to have dinner with me? Lin Xin's eyes widened as he looked at the very familiar outfit. Oh, it's this dress. Ji Ran had captured his excited expression in her eyes, smiling with satisfaction,
and then sternly ordered Xu Mei to the Ju Longshan Hotel. She bowed slightly in obedience. Yes, chairman.
The male employees immediately started complaining.
Oh my god, did you see that? The chairman and Lin Xin were in the office for a bit and she already changed clothes. This is the first time I've seen the chairman wear such a sexy dress. Could it be that they're not? I don't believe it.
They were immersed in endless pain, ignoring the affectionate couple in front. Ji Ran still looked at the person beside her with gentle eyes and suggested, Lin Xin, after dinner, I'll take you to see my proudest achievement, okay? Since he wasn't busy, he happily agreed. Okay, I also feel like I need to learn more about it.
The two of them were now dining at a high-end restaurant. She unexpectedly praised Lin Xin's talent. I've looked over that plan. It's very impressive. I can't believe this is your first time doing this kind of work. Under the effect of the shimmering light, His flirtatious face became even more lethal.
It's alright, this project is relatively simple. That handsome face, and that sentence made her go crazy. The system notification suddenly rang. Favorability plus 15%.
Jiang Shiran's favorability is 77%.
Time passed until late at night.
She was taking off her stockings while responding ambiguously, "I don't know either. But you, Xuan? Oh." And then she winked at the other person.
"Isn't your flight tomorrow to Japan?
Why aren't you hitting the hay already? What's wrong? Are you too hyped to sleep because you're going with your high school friend?" As if hit right where it hurts, her cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment. "What are you even saying? He and I are just classmates." Shiran didn't let up, pressing on. "A classmate relationship that helps you out so much. Don't forget, you're practically selling yourself to him."
Out of excuses to argue, Yu Huan decisively changed the subject. "I'm not talking to you anymore. I gotta go to bed." She just laughed and played along. "Haha, sleep tight." After calming her mind for a long while, she slowly stepped out of the bathtub. During this time, the atmosphere in Japan was far from as quiet as it seemed on the surface.
In a certain room, Suta quickly ran up to report to him. "Chairman Kakim, the capital is ready," he asked back coldly. "How much?" He bowed and declared in a super badass tone,
"Enough for you to buy anything you want at next week's auction."
Hearing this, he nodded in satisfaction. And what about that arrogant Chinese guy?" Regarding this matter, he had already investigated it. Cao Jun said that guy has already booked a flight. Swirling his wineglass, Chairman Kam's voice barely concealed his contempt. "He actually dares to come?
Excellent!
How dare he offend my Kamina Financial Group? First, we'll humiliate him at the auction." Then, looking at his grim-faced lackeys, he became even more arrogant and haughty. "Make sure he stays here forever."
10 days later, the flight reached a certain altitude.
A notification popped up on her phone screen. In 2 days, the largest auction in Japan, held once every 4 years, would officially open. This auction had garnered attention from collectors worldwide. Lin Xin, chattering away, glanced at the person beside her and immediately noticed her change. "We bought tickets so late, almost didn't make it onto the plane. Luckily, there were still seats in economy class. What's up, Yu Huan?" She gently looked at him and sighed, her eyes filled with extreme worry. "Super excited but also really tense. Excited because I can see precious cultural relics, but tense because I heard Cao Jun has the help of the very famous Jibatsu Kameda in Japan to handle things. When he provoked you, he definitely didn't have good intentions. If you lose at the auction, I'm worried he'll..."
In contrast, Lin Xin kept a perpetual smile on his lips, trying to reassure her. "It's fine. Whether I bet with him or not, I'll buy back all those Chinese cultural relics." Yu Huan could only trust him.
Suddenly, a snot-nosed kid appeared in the cabin, screaming wildly, "Woohoo! Vroom! Attack!"
Tianhao walked a short distance, and when he saw Jie Yu Huan and Lin Xin, he stopped, staring at them, as if he wanted something. The next second, he rudely climbed onto the empty row of seats behind them, then pushed hard with his hand, startling her. Yu Huan gently turned around to remind him, "Hey, little one, kicking the seat back isn't right." But that brat just smirked and laughed loudly, then spouted some vulgar words. "You're so pretty, show me yours." She couldn't believe her ears. "You, what nonsense are you saying?" Tianhao was utterly disrespectful, outright knocking her phone to the ground. "If you won't give it, forget it," he shouted, leaving her stunned. Arg, Lin Xin couldn't just sit and watch anymore. He angrily stood up and yelled, "You little brat!" Yu Huan immediately stopped him. "Let it go, kids don't know any better." He reluctantly sat back down, frowning as he looked at her. "You're too kind-hearted. If naughty kids aren't taught manners, they'll become even more terrifying when they grow up." Just when they thought it was over, the wind wouldn't stop blowing for the tree. Tianhao ran back with his robot toy in hand. He screamed madly, "Woohoo! Vroom! Attack again!" Then, whether accidentally or intentionally, that robot hooked onto Yu Huan's skirt, and then she was dragged for a whole meter by him, to her astonishment. Because the robot in his hand got caught on her skirt, he immediately stumbled and face-planted onto the floor. She looked at her skirt, torn in half, and hurriedly covered the exposed area. "My skirt!" Lin Xin flared with rage, standing up and scolding. "You little brat!" He sat there, clutching his swollen cheek, wailing loudly, "Boo-hoo, it hurts so bad it was a bit pathetic, but whatever." Just then, a woman who seemed to be the kid's mother heard the crying, and rushed over frantically. "Baby, baby, what happened to you? Who bullied you?" Li Min didn't even bother to speak before immediately accusing, her, "Why are you bullying my child?" Lin Xin found that arrogant attitude extremely irritating. "Madam, your own naughty child." Yu Huan calmly explained that Tianhao running around made his toy hook onto her skirt. She stubbornly stuck to her biased logic. "What's wrong with kids running around for a bit? Didn't you run when you were little? Are you crippled or something?
She weakly advised the children not to run around on the plane, but it only emboldened the mother and son. So what if it's a plane? Is the plane your house? You say I don't know how to raise my child, but you think you do? Have you even had kids? You skanky hoe dressed like that?
Skanky hoe, Yu Xuan was stunned by their level of shamelessness. Already wrong, still arguing.
You think you're teaching me manners? She immediately flared up. What's wrong with how I dress? Besides, it's my freedom to wear whatever I want. Is this how you teach your child?
Even so, she couldn't drown out Li Min's booming voice. You think I don't know how to teach? My son is more sensible than any skanky hoe like you, Tian Hao quickly chimed in. I'm more sensible than any skanky hoe, Mom. I saw that skanky hoe wearing those pants.
Yu Xuan hurriedly covered herself, but couldn't escape the judgment. These skanky hoes nowadays, if their clothes aren't pretty, they like to cut holes in their pants, or wear skirts with high slits.
She even twisted the truth, and blamed everything on Yu Xuan.
My precious baby is being mentally affected by shameless women like you. A slender, simple girl like her couldn't possibly win against those market hags. Sis. Just then, Lin Xin couldn't stand idly by any longer, and stepped forward to help Yu Xuan regain justice, unleashing a barrage of attacks on the faces and upbringing of both mother and son. Li Min, regardless of whether the opponent was male or female, continued her solo combat with a fiery passion. What? You dog couple want to bully us mother and son? I'll call the flight attendant to kick you off the plane.
He seized the opportunity to use her words to threaten her. Call the flight attendant. Perfect. I was going to tell them that this brat messed around with something and tore her dress before tripping and falling. Now, with the verbal abuse and harassment, you'll probably get a talking to by the cops and have to pay compensation. Tian Hao was only afraid of losing face for a few seconds, before reverting to his true nature. Mom, scold him.
Lin Xin quickly asked. Are you okay? Yu Xuan couldn't help but admire him. Yeah, you actually made her speechless. So awesome. At the same time, her favorability increased by 5%, and he imparted some experience. The way to deal with this kind of person is to be tough. Li Min sputtered for a moment before continuing her air of superiority. You dog couple can only pitifully sit in economy class. What are you so proud of? You'll never have the money to sit in first class in your whole lives.
Her attacks immediately offended those around them. Hey lady, I'm sitting in economy, what's it to you? You think sitting in first class is so great? Just because you have a few dirty bucks you look down on people, huh?
Even so, she still didn't hesitate to verbally abuse their whole family. Lin Xin, annoyed, decided to find a quick solution. Flight attendant, could you please take this, mother of the universe, back to first class? What a pain in the ass. But the person who needed to step in was busy sipping milk tea. That Starbucks roasted hazelnut latte always tastes the best.
Luo Qiang didn't care in the slightest and continued scrolling through social media. So noisy, I only ever run into these uneducated types. Just gonna post a story complaining about it. Even her colleague He Chun had to remind her. Xiao Qiang, is your makeup a little too much? Oh. She immediately started acting up. Wait, Sister Chun, where are you taking that snack? She firmly retorted. Don't block my way. I already gave him water, so now it's my turn. He Chun still clung on tightly. Every man for himself, okay? Who told you about that rule?
Luckily, Qi Fang stopped the argument. Stop being so noisy, even first class can hear you. Luo Qiang was a little surprised. Xiao Fang, you're in the business area, how did you get over here? She bluntly exposed He Chun's true intentions. Isn't your goal also Director Fei?
She even knew the basic information. Director Fei is a well-known second-generation rich guy in Yanjiang. He sells planes, and he's close to the chairman of Chunqiu Airlines, who wouldn't want to latch on to him. But right now, he was busy trying to drum up business with Lin Xin in their group chat.
Qi Fang secretly opened the curtain to observe. Look at her. Even the captain abandoned his captain duties in the cockpit and ran over to try to suck up to Director Fei. Just then, Lin Xin's voice reported that someone was needed to resolve a situation. He Chun hurriedly urged. Xiao Qiang, go take care of it. Luo Qiang tried to stall. What does something in economy have to do with me? Qi Fang took her side. But there are guests from first class. Go quickly.
Luo Qiang had no choice but to leave, much to the delight of her colleague.
When she appeared, she immediately put on her practiced, robotic smile. Hello. Is there anything I can help you with?
Yu Xuan immediately pointed and accused. This old lady is rude, doesn't stay in first class, and came over here to cause trouble, disturbing our rest.
Lin Xin secretly encouraged and cheered her on. Awesome, you're learning really fast. No wonder you're a top student.
Li Min suddenly played her trump card of capitalist power. I'm the wife of the chairman of the board of directors of Yanjiang Yunmai Group. Who are you going to believe, me or this poor wretch? In her heart, she was already leaning towards Li Min, but on the surface, she still followed the proper procedures. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Madame bought a first-class ticket to enjoy the benefits. Why would she come down to economy and cause trouble? Doesn't sound very logical, does it?
Lin Xin saw through her true colors. So, you're saying that people in first class are civilized, and we in economy are causing trouble, Luo Qiang responded evasively. Sir, I didn't say that, but in her heart she sneered. Why are you sitting in economy? Don't you know why yourself?
The mother and daughter duo, Li Min, were instantly filled with satisfaction. See? That's the difference in class. You want to kick me off. With my connections, blacklisting you from Shandong Airlines is a piece of cake. You shameless male gold digger, don't even think about flying Shandong Airlines again.
Lin Xin only reacted by picking his nose in disdain. Really, I don't believe it.
She became even more agitated.
You just wait. I'll see how long you can keep smiling. Just then, Fei Nan appeared. Enough with the noise. Who's arguing? Where are the flight attendants?
Luo Qiang hurriedly welcomed him obsequiously.
Director Fei, I'm so sorry. A guest in economy class is causing trouble. I've already taken care of everything, haven't I? I've disturbed your flying experience. I'm really sorry.
Li Min just kept trash-talking. You're done for? This is Director Fei, a second-generation rich kid who sells airplanes in Yanjiang. He even knows the higher-ups at Xiadong. I'll have him blacklist you.
As soon as she turned around, she put on her prim and proper mask. Hello, Director Fei. I'm the wife of the chairman of the board of the Yunkai Yanjiang Group. We met at the cocktail party last week.
She even subtly implied. Just now, these two gold-digging peasants were the ones causing trouble. I tried to talk them out of it. Too bad these low-class people wouldn't listen to me.
Fei Nan was stunned when he saw who was in front of him. He then quickly shook hands excitedly. You're President Qian, right? I finally get to meet you in person. It's me. In the Prince/Princess group, I'm just a guy who sells airplanes.
Lin Xin also remembered.
Ah, yes, it's you. I'm impressed. Getting praised by you makes him feel like he's won the lottery. Really, Director Qian, you remember me? Thank you, Director Qian.
Fei Nan immediately called out. Flight attendant, Qi Feng quickly appeared. Hello, Director Fei, how can I help you? He made a decisive decision. Upgrade this gentleman and lady to first class and charge it to my gold rewards card. The other party immediately carried out the order. Understood, Director Fei. The three troublemakers fell into a vortex of confusion and doubt about life. What?
Lin Xin wasn't in a hurry to be happy, but replied very domineeringly. Thanks for your kindness, Director Fei. But, thinking about having to see this auntie's face in first class, it seriously affects my mood. Economy class is still better.
Fei Nan didn't say a word and catered to him. It's a small matter. I know the owner of Xiadong. I'll tell him to put this woman on the blacklist so you won't see her again. I hope President Xian won't be angry. Li Min tried to salvage the situation. Director Fei, this is all a misunderstanding. Seeing that it was not working, she resorted to playing the victim. Oh, I suddenly feel dizzy, and my heart is pounding. President Qian, won't you have mercy on my child and me?
This trick wasn't worth Lin Xin's attention. Just keep pretending. Her son treated my friend like that. This matter can't be easily let go. As soon as he gave the order, the mother and son thrashed around like shrimps. My child is still just a kid. Why are you picking on a child? You're cursing and bullying our weak mother and son.
Fei Nan immediately stepped forward to judge. Enough. The whole plane can only hear you yelling and making a scene, disturbing public order. As soon as the plane lands, you will be subject to penalties for security management. Li Min hurriedly begged. No, Director Fei.
On the contrary, the passengers were very happy. Some people even added fuel to the drama. I found a photo of the flight attendant on Little Red Book, and she even cursed us as Sabi. What? Share it now and see if she can still stay at Xiandong?
Luo Qiang knew that her career was over, without anyone telling her, I'm done for.
After the plane landed at Neon, Japan Airport, Li Min and her son finally suffered the consequences. Let go of me, I know I was wrong.
Fei Nan took the opportunity to approach Lin Xin. Is President Qian here in Japan to discuss business? He did not hesitate, to be honest. In 2 days, I will attend the Yibindao auction, and plan to buy all the Chinese antiques. He couldn't help but praise. President Qian is so noble. You are truly the pride of China. I am ashamed of myself.
But in the end, he still kindly reminded him. However, President Qian must be careful of Kameda Kento. People in the know have heard that he is a famous Japanese tycoon who is obsessed with Chinese antiques. In the Yibindao auctions, anyone who competes with him loses.
He even uses money to suppress his opponents, and then insults them.
Many people who have bid against him have been accidentally injured. It is suspected to be due to the ninjas and warriors he hired. This time, President Qian may have to face Camera Kento.
Yu Xuan also began to worry. No wonder Cao Jun used reverse psychology to lure him here. It turned out that his purpose was to get him in trouble with the tycoon camera. This Cao Jun is really vicious, Lin Xin, why don't we go back? He remained steadfast. If I leave, these Chinese cultural treasures will fall into the hands of that jerk camera. I won't let this happen. Plus I can comfortably sweep the gold farming opportunity at the auction. It's a win-win situation. Fei Nan immediately fell into his fan club. President Qian is so handsome she admired in her heart.
At the same time, Lin Xin's favorability increased by 15%. While the two were chatting happily, they didn't know that Taco had been following closely from behind.
She easily completed the first step of the mission, identifying the target.
A few days ago, she had been entrusted by camera. According to intelligence, Xia Yushuan appeared at the airport with a wealthy Chinese man. You know what to do, he hinted meaningfully.
Tan Ninja's most capable subordinate, Sight Taco.
The other party was very certain. This subordinate will let that Chinese know what a Japanese tycoon and the camera family are. Master, rest assured, I will only warn him, he still has to live to attend the auction, and finally did not forget to show his loyalty, kneeling down and kowtowing to him.
She immediately reported through the walkie-talkie.
That's Xia Yushuan. Next to her is the target, the wealthy Chinese man.
Just then, Lin Xin suddenly left the group.
I'm a little thirsty, so I'll go buy a bottle of water first.
Do you want one?
Yushuan gently refused. I don't need it, Lin Xin. I'll wait for you in the car first.
Taco secretly rejoiced from afar. The opportunity has come. She had prepared carefully in advance, using poison-soaked finger strikes to lightly pat him on the back. The specially formulated poison can weaken the target, causing vomiting and diarrhea, and it will take a whole day to alleviate it.
Then, she slowly approached him from behind. This was the gift that her master prepared to welcome him.
But before she could get close, she was startled by a loud shout. Holy crap, 80 yuan! For a bottle of water that costs only 2 yuan in China. Are you Japanese crazy? Forced buying? The vending machine only has this one time. Very quickly, Lin Xin found a more economical solution. The public water fountain. He rushed over to mooch a sip.
Taco witnessed this in stunned silence.
After drinking, he looked refreshed.
Tap water is still the best. Most importantly, it's free. Which contrasted sharply with her grim face.
Is this a tycoon from China?
It's the tycoon who bought the museum with 1 billion yuan. Very likely. She took another look. After a while, he finally exited the building.
Yushuan, I'm here. She had already made a plan. I let Fei Zong's car go ahead. This time, I want to experience different lifestyles with you. Actually, I just want to be alone with you for a while, Lin Xin readily agreed. Okay, let's take a taxi then. He quickly hailed a cab. Driver, how much to this address? The driver quoted the usual price. Hello, sir. The starting price is 152 yuan, but unexpectedly he was bargained by Boch, like in a market. Too expensive.
So he suddenly made a suggestion. Actually, I just saw an airport bus stop that only costs 30 yuan. Let's just take the airport bus. Yushuan also readily agreed. Okay, whatever you say. On the way, Lin Xin even lectured about the principle of money. Spend when you should, save when you must. Anyway, we're not in a hurry, so let's enjoy the scenery. Along the way, Taco was getting more confused. A tycoon. She continued to follow him to the hotel lobby. The receptionist checked the information. Sir, your coupon can actually get a 10 yuan discount. He calculated every little bit. That's great, I have another one. Please apply it too.
Then, he turned to explain very professionally.
It's a waste not to use coupons. Now we've saved another 30 yuan. Yushuan seemed hypnotized by his words. Uh-huh. Taco easily concluded. Poor, stingy, greedy for small gains.
She was even more convinced that this person was definitely not a tycoon. He looks more like Xia Yushuan's assistant, so where's my target, that rich Chinese man?
The next plan immediately came to her mind. I can only ask this assistant. At 10 p.m. that night, Lin Xin was sitting alone in the living room playing games, when suddenly, there was a knock on the door. He immediately went to the peephole to inquire. Who is it? Outside was Taco, beautifully made up with a hot body. Hello, sir, I'm a hotel server here to bring you a late-night snack. As soon as he saw the beauty, he enthusiastically opened the door. Oh, I'm hungry, come in. However, he was suspicious in his heart. Did I order this service? Her attitude was very respectful. Please enjoy. But as soon as Lin Xin put a piece in his mouth, the system notified.
Truth serum detected. Passive skill. Cure all poisons. Has been activated. The effect of the truth serum has been nullified.
He secretly speculated in his head, but still remained calm as usual. Truth serum? Isn't that a drug used in the military? This must have been sent by that camera tycoon. Truth serum, huh? Then I'll play with you. Suddenly, he clutched his head pretending to act. I suddenly feel a little dizzy.
The system continued to notify.
A beautiful woman has initiated a counterattack mission.
Tako was very pleased with Lin Xin's expression. Tell me, where is the rich Lin man who came to the Yibentang auction with Xia Yuxuan?
The system didn't take long to fully investigate the other party's resume.
Saito, age 20. Favorability towards the host exceeds 90%. 10% of the gold coins from the counterattack are returned to the host in the form of personal assets. Favorability towards the host reaches 100%. Identity, connection changes. Favorability -30%.
Lin Xin tried to show his lustful side. I like Lolas with big boobs. In his heart he cheered. I actually triggered a counterattack mission.
Tako was surprised by his reaction. She speculated in her head. It seems that some people with particularly weak wills will lose control and say all their inner thoughts after being exposed to truth serum, no matter how dirty and evil those thoughts are. She took the opportunity to show off her supersized advantage to seduce him. Really, I also like you very much, so can you tell me where that tycoon is?
Lin Xin didn't hesitate to pat his thigh, gesturing like a boss. I'm too hungry, I suddenly can't remember. You feed me and I'll tell you. I obeyed her command instantly without any hesitation. Of course, there's no problem at all.
She even gently fed me a piece of fruit. Is it good, big brother? Lin Xin was extremely satisfied now that he had both delicious food and a beautiful woman. Delicious. So delicious. Tako seized the opportunity to inquire, so have you remembered anything yet? He chewed noisily while continuing to act. I remember now that Tycoon said he wouldn't show up until the official auction day opens, because that seems to be stylish. She secretly assessed the accuracy. So that's how it is. This fits the characteristics Cao Jun mentioned.
Having achieved her goal, she sat directly on Lin Xin, so that's how it is. Next, she suddenly brought her face close, causing him to blush. Let's play something else.
I swiftly took control of the body, causing him to cry out, "What the hell? You can play like that too!" Her attitude changed 180 degrees. You're no longer of any use. Take a nap.
He was knocked unconscious by the opponent on the chair.
Confirming that he had passed out, she quickly put on her mask again and gave a hypnotic suggestion. When you wake up tomorrow, you won't remember anything.
Immediately after, the sound of the door closing clicked. However, as soon as Tako left, Lin Xin sat up. As expected of someone who's been professionally trained, that leg strength is something else. If my hand didn't have third-level strength, I would have been knocked unconscious. The auction camera hasn't started yet, and he's already making a move. I'm even more looking forward to this auction.
Time quickly passed. Arriving at the Yibendao auction day, everyone greeted him enthusiastically. Chairman Cam, hello Chairman Camera. Camera appeared full of imposing manner alongside his two assistants, Cao Jun and Tako. She respectfully said to him, Master, if that person only shows up today, I can ambush him at the door and assassinate him directly. But the other party immediately refused because he was very confident right now.
No need. Because Camera was extremely confident of winning, Huaxia has an idiom, turtle shrinking its head. Doesn't it describe this opponent who doesn't dare to show his face? He's hiding. This reflects the panic inside him. In terms of momentum, he has already lost.
Cao Jun was also very pleased. If he dares to show up at today's auction, that will be his death day. Tako also nodded in agreement with contempt. That's right, the Huaxia people are all the same, all despicable and useless and timid as mice. Xia Yuhuan's assistant yesterday was the most typical example. Just then, she noticed that the other side was much noisier than other places. Why are there so many people in front? She quickly recognized that the center of the crowd was Xia Yuhuan, and the person next to her was Cao Jun.
Seeing the godly side profile of that person, Tako exclaimed in shock. WTF, Lin Xin? He kept questioning. Hasn't he already arrived? Tako was also extremely panicked. What? He's that tycoon. At this time, he had led Yuhuan to approach them, first with a mocking look. They are all familiar faces. The fat guy in the middle is that bastard Camera, right? Her face changed instantly. I've been tricked. Why didn't the truth serum work? Could it be that he discovered my identity early on? He also glared at her angrily, scolding her with eyes like bullets.
Useless thing, Cao Jun still arrogantly warned. Surname Lin, you have the guts to come here, but in front of Chairman Camera you are still too weak. Lin Xin still put on a professional smile to make fun of him. How dare I act presumptuously in front of a bastard like you? I'm the smaller person here, so please, bastard, go first. Camera looked at him and gave a sly smile. Welcome young talents from Huaxia. Hopefully Lin Xin Sheng won't disappoint me later.
He very casually replied to the malice. Don't worry, I guarantee you will be surprised. The auction begins. Midori respectfully introduced. Ladies and gentlemen, before the auction begins, allow me to briefly introduce to everyone. The Ippondo auction is the largest charity auction in Japan, and also a world-class auction.
Her clear voice echoed throughout the hall.
90% of the proceeds from the auction will be donated to the United World Rescue Organization. First, please allow me to introduce and thank the noble families from all over the world who have come to participate. The first person she introduced was Takeda Kam, chairman of Kamada Trading Company of Japan. Next was a young man, Andy Zone, of the Z family of England, along with a beautiful blonde girl, Luigiana, from France, and a Muslim man, Bidich, from the Middle East.
Lin Xin was the last to be introduced. Finally, Mr. Lin Xin from Huaxia. Immediately, everyone was in an uproar. Who is Lin Xin? I've never heard of him before. Yu Huan, sitting next to her, was very angry when she heard their sneers. There is no such person in the Lin group of Huaxia. I guess a nouveau riche came to broaden his horizons.
Lin Xin didn't react, but coldly walked onto the stage. He stepped up to the mic, ready to drop some wisdom on the crowd. His voice, dripping with swagger, cut through the air. Yo, my bad for bogarting your time, but let me introduce myself. I'm Lin Xin from Huaxia. Now, Huaxia is all about that Eastern etiquette, so I ain't trying to step on any toes here. But, just to keep things friendly, I gotta make my stance clear.
Yu Xuan was beaming, soaking in every word.
First off, Lin Xin declared, I'm here for Huaxia's treasures. So seeing our cultural relics scattered like confetti, I'm grabbing them, no doubt. Especially those relics that got jacked and bounced around. I'm on a mission to snag them all.
Takeko's face went from chill to ice in a heartbeat.
Second, he continued, since this is a charity auction, I'm gonna roll the dice with y'all. Whatever I drop today, I'm doubling it and kicking it to charity. Even the camera guy was sweating. Third, just a friendly heads up to all my peeps. Tread carefully with those bids, because I'm betting some of you are about to get schooled real bad, you spitting straight facts.
Yo, camera dude. The crowd was buzzing like a hive. Damn, this Huaxia cat's got some serious ego. Dude's tripping. But doubling the donations, that's kinda smooth, ain't gonna lie.
Camera just smirked. He wasn't buying it for a second. All talk, no walk, just a clown putting on a show, nothing to sweat.
Suta whispered into Camera's ear.
Intel's in, Camera's brow furrowed. Spill it, Suta continued. The Zuo family's packing 5 billion, FA country, and the Middle East each rolled up with 4 and 5 billion. Respectively, Russia's loaded with 8 billion in funds, enough to sweep the whole shebang.
Camera stroked his beard, a sly grin spreading across his face.
This auction's a key move in His Excellency's East Asian Cultural Revival Plan. DJ Star's homepage is locked and loaded. Post-auction, His Excellency's image and grand scheme will be splashed everywhere.
Camera Group stock? Skyrocketing.
And Majumoto gets the Tai-Fi backing, putting him one step closer to the presidential throne next term.
Camera was practically glowing with glee.
Excellent. Just another ant to crush on my road to greatness.
Just then, the auction item was brought on stage, Midori announced. Let the auction officially commence. First up, an incense burner from the Edo period, starting bid at 8 million.
Camera immediately threw down. 30 million, Midori confirmed. Number 001. 30 million. Anyone want to go higher? He shot a glance Lin Xin's way.
Meanwhile, Lin Xin and Yu Xuan were checking out some artifacts. This is a Luhan statue sold to Huaxia from Japan. Doesn't really vibe with Huaxia culture. Does this even sell? She pointed at the image, explaining. Well, back in the day, a lot of countries made stuff specifically for export, so the style's a little different.
Then, she blushed, turning away. Sorry, you probably know way more about artifacts than I do, and I'm here trying to explain it to you, Lin Xin gently reassured her. I just love seeing how focused you get when you talk about artifacts. A serious woman is the most beautiful of all.
Hearing that, Yu Xuan's face turned even redder, her cheeks burning.
The system, chimed in. Favorability increased by 5%.
Cao Jun and his crew were bug-eyed, watching the lovebirds flirt back and forth, their faces stiff with awkwardness.
Camera sneered at Lin Xin. So-called patriot, huh? Next up's the Huaxia relic auction. How you gonna dodge my straight-up assault then? The next antique appeared, its intricate carvings drawing gasps. Next up, item number 2. A Qinghua peacock plate from Huaxia. Starting bid, 10 million.
He threw up his paddle without hesitation.
All eyes snapped to Lin Xin. This showboat's getting scared now. Time to show him how we roll. Without batting an eye, he dropped a bomb.
300 million. The crowd went silent.
What? A massive jump like that? Is that even legal? Camera was still smug, oozing contempt. Just showing his weakness. Pathetic.
Suda leaned in. Want a bid, boss? Camera shook his head. That plate's max value is 180 million. If he wants to throw money away,
After a beat of silence, Midori quickly announced. Number 008 wins the Qinghua peacock plate for 300 million. Lin Xin seized the moment, flexing his rich CEO charm. This peacock plate's for you. It brings out your stunning beauty.
Murmurs rippled through the crowd. 300 million for a random gift. That's insane. Just showing off. She looked flustered. Technically, this is probably for our museum.
Yu Xuan beamed, thanking him profusely. But thank you, I love it. The nearby spectators were practically choking on the lovey-dovey vibes.
They're flirting at an auction, seriously.
The auction continued as scheduled. Item number 3, an 8-foot-long Qianggao jade from our own Chuan Day era. Starting bid, 8 million. Camera was the first to bid 20 million. Zhu Feng didn't hold back, immediately upping the ante by 100x. 500 million. Cao Jun's crew looked super pissed. Damn it, wasn't he only gonna buy Jia Hua artifacts? He's doing this on purpose, trying to piss off the chairman. Camera, though mad as hell, still tried a lame, provocative calm. Spending that much just to piss me off. How naive. Midori, seeing no higher bids, confirmed. Bidder number 008 wins the 8-fit jade silkworm with a bid of 500 million.
Zhu Feng stood up, looking towards Tako. I'd like to gift this jade silkworm to the lovely mess, Tako Saito.
She blushed like crazy because of what he said. OMG. Seeing that she was simping, Camera got mad at his subordinate's lack of focus. Did you tell him your real identity?
Tako hurriedly explained. Master, I didn't. He somehow found out my identity. Master, please believe me, I'll refuse the gift.
But when she said she'd refuse, he didn't let her. Refuse? Why refuse? This is a gift he's giving you. I order you to accept it.
Tako lowered her head, begrudgingly obeying. Yes, master. At the same time, the system notified.
Favorability minus 10%.
Zhu Feng was super pleased with the result. Spends money and gets favorability deducted. Hard to find someone like that.
And enjoyed watching Camera's twisted expression.
Tako, on the other hand, was super annoyed.
What's he planning? Gifting me stuff for no reason, making my master misunderstand.
Thinking about it, she felt a little touched.
But this was the first time someone had given her a gift. The system announced. Favorability plus 5%.
Zhu Feng was totally caught off guard.
Why'd it go up?
Tako, after remembering what he'd done, felt mad.
Too bad he had to be such a jerk. The system announced another change. Favorability minus 3%.
Zhu Feng seriously couldn't figure out what she was thinking. It went down again.
The system kept announcing changes. Favorability plus 1%. Favorability minus 1%.
He darkened his face, trying to hold back his anger. What the hell is going on? Thinking the auction would be super intense, he announced, I thought this auction would be fierce, but no one's bidding. Thanks for letting me have it. Thanks. The next items aren't Jia Hua artifacts anyway. I'm not interested in them. Everyone, go wild.
Camera kept cursing under his breath. That damn bastard. Just let him be smug for a bit.
Soon, the next antique appeared. Midori started the auction. This lacquer screen is from the Liansheng dynasty. Starting bid is 5 million.
And he was the first to bid 8 million. Luigiana immediately raised the price
10 million. Dad, not wanting to give up, offered a higher price
30 million. Finally, Camera's side bid 80 million. No one bid higher, so Midori announced. Bidder number 001 wins the Liansheng dynasty lacquer screen for 80 million. Everyone around kept clapping and congratulating. So brave, worthy of Camera-sama. Congratulations, Camera-sama.
At this moment, Cao Jun pretended to be knowledgeable and reminded.
Chairman, don't be swayed by the flattery of those rich folks. On the surface, they're praising you. But in reality, they're keeping an eye on Lin Xin. The reason you were able to buy that artifact just now is because they saw Lin Xin's pinky finger twitch slightly. So they thought it would increase in value.
Before he could finish speaking, he got a camera-worthy slap to the face. Shut your trap. Cao Jun clutched his face in pain, stammering, Sorry, Chairman, I was being too talkative.
Seeing this, Lin Xin added fuel to the fire. Oh my, so everyone's been watching me. Don't worry, the next one is a Huaxia artifact. I'm gonna go for it. Camera was fuming, but he could only hold it in. Midori resumed the auction. The fifth artifact is 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains, map from the late Tang dynasty of Huaxia. The starting price is 80 million.
The whole venue was buzzing. People kept raising the price. 100 million, 200 million, 300 million. Camera expressionlessly raised his paddle.
Number 1. Mr. Camera. 800 million. Lin Xin naturally joined in. He yawned and said listlessly.
Adding only 100 million each time, I'm about to fall asleep. 2 billion.
Instantly, all eyes turned to him. 2 billion? What the heck? But then the price suddenly increased. 5 billion. Camera was furious. I said 5 billion.
Cao Jun, still not giving up, nagged even more. Chairman, have you forgotten our strategy? We must try our best to obtain as many artifacts as possible. If we spend money like this. He no longer cared. Shut up. always yielding. Where will our Kameda family's face be?
Lin Xin raised his paddle without backing down. Alright, you wanna play with me, huh? 3 billion. Camera raised his paddle and shouted 5 billion. Lin Xin decided to follow through to the end.
4 billion. The whole venue was in an uproar. This painting was only worth 200 million, and now it's 20 times that. This is basically throwing money away. That kid is something else though. Chairman Kameda also saw that the situation wasn't looking good, so Suta stopped him. And even Taco stood up.
Suddenly, Camera gave a strange smile and decisively dropped his paddle. He said sinisterly, "The 4 billion painting belongs to you, Lin Xin. I'm out."
Everyone around was in an uproar, RJ analyzed. Chairman Camera pretended to be angry to lure Lin Xin into spending money so he wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Although this method is easy to think of, it requires someone with resources and a stable mind to carry it out. As expected, Kameda is no ordinary person.
But Lin Xin didn't panic at all. Alright, so that's how you want to play, huh? He only smirked. You yielded, Mr. Lin.
Midori struck the gavel to announce the final price. Number 84, 4 billion for the Nautla. Rivers and Mountains. Painting.
At this moment, Camera was already planning something new. I'll find Shangxi Sanling and Shangxi Fuxi to borrow money. I'll use my real estate as collateral to borrow 10 billion. Sua was a little worried. How can this be?
He was very confident with his meticulous plan. After buying other artifacts, my finances won't be enough for the next plan. Lin Xin, arrogant as he is, will definitely try to win at all costs, as he declared he would collect all Huaxia artifacts. Therefore, the last Guanyin statue is the key. Camera looked at Lin Xin with a sinister gaze. As long as I can get the Guanyin statue, Lin Xin won't be able to withstand the failure. Because the perfect image he painstakingly built from the beginning will immediately collapse, he will definitely risk everything. He was very determined. As long as I can seize the last Guanyin statue, I will have the weakness to control Lin Xin.
Sua also understood. So that's it. Lin Xin invested a lot, so it's hard to give up. Because it affects his reputation and stance. He also speculated. Presumably, behind Lin Xin is a wealthy, patriotic Huaxia corporation. This explains why he is so rich. This is a provocation to us. Teo, who was behind them, also heard them discussing. This battle can only be won, not lost, so that's how it is. She began to have some improper thoughts again. So he represents Huaxia. On the surface he looks so carefree, but in reality he's a representative of Huaxia. The system announced again, favorability plus 5%, but Teo immediately dismissed those thoughts. No matter who you are, as long as you are the master's enemy, you are also my enemy. Then the system announced Tadeo's favorability again, 2%. The system's voice kept ringing in her head. Favorability plus 1%. Favorability plus 1%. Lin Xin sighed, clutching his head. Not again. What on earth is that chick thinking? Without much wait, the next artifact appeared. Item number 6. A Song Dynasty Hua Xia Buddha head. Starting bid 100 million. Lin Xin was the first to bid. 500 million. The camera dude followed closely. 1 billion. Everyone started gossiping. Here we go again. Those two are starting their showdown. He just doesn't care about inflating the price for this kind of crap. 1 billion. He immediately backed out. I'm out. The audience couldn't help but marvel. Mr. Camera is so cunning, perfectly timing his initial bid and withdrawal.
If Lin Xin had continued, he would have been at risk of collapsing.
Everything seemed to be going according to Camera's plan. Before long, Lin Xin once again bought a Huaxia artifact amidst everyone's malicious price hikes.
The financial drain had reached a terrifying 6 billion. His situation seemed more promising. At this point, Camera had repurchased the non-Huaxia artifacts with borrowed money and had 12 billion left in his hands. The auction was gradually coming to an end. Midori solemnly introduced the final item. A Yuan Dynasty Huaxia Guanyin statue made of glass. The statue appeared majestically before the crowd. Starting bid 400 million.
Camera grinned triumphantly. Here it is, the last Huaxia artifact on the stage. This will be Lin Xin's final regret. Ready, Lin Xin? I'm about to start.
Midori gave the order on stage. The auction for the Yuan Dynasty Huaxia Guanyin statue officially begins. Starting bid 400 million.
Bids, please. Lin Xin was once again the first to start. 1 billion. After buying this last statue, I'm done and going home.
Step on it. Camera glanced down at him smugly. 1 billion, kid. The fun has just begun.
He didn't say anything, just let out an oh.
The surrounding people were happy to watch the drama unfold. Camera's crew in the gallery finally made their move. The momentum they'd built up was truly extraordinary.
They thought this was going to be an epic battle, a real dragon versus tiger showdown. That Huaxia kid is in trouble. Lin Xin still had the energy to mock him. Hope you can keep your cool. The audience is already cowering before you. You're really living up to the hype. But if you lose at the last minute, he said with a disdainful tone, I'm afraid you'll never be able to hold your head up high in Japan again. Then Lin Xin raised his paddle to increase the price.
3 billion. Camera was still feeling confident. Keep talking big, you've already spent 8 billion, there's no way you have more money than me.
He raised his paddle and bid 4 billion, he replied calmly. So that's what you're thinking. But those words made Camera grind his teeth in anger.
Then let's keep going.
Lin Xin remained calm and continued to bid 5 billion. Camera wasn't about to lose either.
6 billion.
This made him even more excited. 7 billion. Even though it was likely over budget, he still tried to bid 9 billion. Seizing the opportune moment, he directly made the final offer.
12 billion. He wouldn't back down and decided to fight to the end.
16 billion. Seeing the money increasing so rapidly, Yu Huan anxiously reminded him, Lin Xin, this is way too much money.
On the other side, Suta was also scared and tried to persuade his boss, Chairman, our capital is only 12 billion, this is way over. But Camera snapped back. This is about my pride, what's a few hundred million? I still have plenty of villas and stocks.
The crowd witnessed a high-roller bidding war. Everyone was exclaiming excitedly, is this a battle of the gods? Even Midori on stage was sweating with tension. 16 billion for the first time. Anyone else? He glared at Lin Xin through gritted teeth, as if he wanted to bite him to pieces. Keep going! Are you scared, kid? Holding the hammer in her hand, Midori continued to announce, 16 billion for the second time.
That made Suta even paler,
and he tried his best to persuade him, Chairman, those villas and stocks are your last assets. Are you really going to use them to exchange for an artifact? This is way beyond the actual value. Even if you buy that artifact, you'll go bankrupt.
His face was etched with tension,
but he stubbornly yelled, Lin Xin is enough. The tycoons will fight over it. I won't lose anything, and I'll even profit in China. The museums are all mortgaged to me. This is the real move.
Hearing such a lucrative plan, Sua and Cao Jun exclaimed in unison, so that's it.
Only I, the clueless one, anxiously spoke up. What if Lin Xin doesn't need this artifact? Wouldn't we be screwed then? But Camera, consumed by his competitive spirit, immediately turned around and snapped at her. Are you questioning me? Just watch. Lin Xin will definitely need it, like a dog begging at my feet. On his side, he pretended to play along with the other guy's mood. Abulia, I give up. You can have that treasure, brother Camera.
Midori excitedly announced. 16 billion, no, 001, has successfully bid for the glazed guanyin. The words had barely left her mouth when the entire hall erupted in uproar, a world auction record that won't be broken in the next 50 years. Suta, with a slightly relieved expression, cautiously turned to his superior. Chairman, you won.
But instead of happily celebrating with everyone, his face was half joyful, half worried. I won.
They quickly got up and left. Camera led his goons in front of him and sneered, Lin Xin, didn't you say you'd sell all the artifacts? Got cold feet with just a bit of money? Can't even afford the glazed guanyin? How are you going to explain this to the tycoons?
Looking at the two people in front of him, he showed an expression of utter contempt. Your patriotism is worthless.
Then, he gestured for Taco to understand, and quickly brought the sword up with a respectful look. He immediately took it.
Camera, as he unsheathed the sword, continuously insulted Lin Xin.
Based on the spirit of us puny Japanese warriors, a loser like you.
Then he threw it at his feet and coldly ordered, can only commit seppuku to atone for your sins. Faced with the opponent's threats, he calmly picked up the sword, only to see the opponent turn to his cronies and mock endlessly. But being afraid of death is a trait of you guys. You definitely wouldn't dare approach such a glorious act. I can give you a chance.
As soon as the statue was pushed out, Camera started to lure him. You can borrow money now. Borrow, 19 billion, and I'll sell the glazed guanyin to you.
He even flashed a vile smile, continuing to ridicule. You've completed your mission, so you don't need to feel ashamed to die, right? However, Lin Xin pointed directly at the opponent and retorted, nah, I'm just looking at you shrinking back like a turtle.
Cao Jun rushed up from somewhere, pointing and cursing at him with vulgar language. Motherficker, still so arrogant after losing. Camera's eyes were bloodshot, and his mouth roared. Still putting on an act, trying to lowball, not a single cent less.
Faced with their loss of composure, Lin Xin stood up, even leisurely straightening his tie. With eyes that were 3 parts contempt and 7 parts like who cares, he looked down and bluntly retorted, Camera, your dog is really messed up. Lin Xin bluntly hurled insults. Camera, that dog of yours is really messed up? The opponent immediately flipped out. What do you mean?
But his face was calm as he continued to question. Did Cao Jun tell you that I wanted to buy all of China's artifacts to bring back? Yes? Hearing his name, he roared as if his tail had been stepped on. What? Now you're scared and want to change your story or something? Lin Xin simply walked to the front of the Guanyin statue, placing his foot on the pedestal, his tone full of hidden meaning. Think carefully about what I said back then. Here's a hint for you. China's ancient artifacts being sold overseas, Cao Jun repeated with a belly full of resentment. Didn't you say at the time that you wanted to collect all of China's lost artifacts and bring them back? So, hearing this, Camera's old eyes widened, and a five-fingered hand slammed straight into Cao Jun's face. He was stunned by the hit and fell backward, his eyes showing clear shock. Mr. Camera? He was panting heavily, exhausted, and his tone was somewhat disappointed as he spoke. You just want to retrieve the whole nation's artifacts that Japan stole and bring them back, right? Camera's deep eyes stared intently at Lin Xin, as if he had seen through his intentions. But the Bodhisattva statue is an item that Hoan Nation sold to Japan. It's worthless to you. However, he quickly denied it. Well, can't say it has no value at all. It still has the basic value of an artifact. He touched the statue, a mocking look on his face. But this eyebrow and beard style hasn't been popular since the Tang Dynasty in Huan Nation. This design was made just to sell to you guys. Lin Xin stood up abruptly, explaining his moves. If you had accurate intel, you wouldn't have been so thoroughly defeated. You spent 16 billion to buy a statue worth at most 400 million. What a ripoff. Now you're famous worldwide as a joke. Not stopping there, he even boldly mocked him. You didn't go bankrupt just to buy this big treasure, did you? You're really something, old-timer. He slowly said each word. Old turtle. And Camera's face was extremely ugly at the moment. Out of embarrassment turned to anger, he immediately ordered with a growl. Someone, drag Cao Jun down for me. Even as he was being dragged away, he struggled and screamed in fear, Spare me, Mr. Camera. Yu Xuan, who had been watching the drama from the side, became worried. Oh my god, I thought you really wanted to compete for this Kuan Yin statue with Camera. I didn't expect this was actually a cultural artifact sold to foreign countries. These words made Lin Xin scratch his head in embarrassment, but still tried to explain. Sorry, to deceive the enemy, you have to deceive your own people first. They quickly hurried out of the auction house, but they were quickly surrounded by the crowd who wanted to get to know them. Mr. Lin, I'm a collector from the MI country. Mr. Lin, I'm from the Bao Quan country. Mr. Lin, would you like to visit Japan for a few days? I can be your guide. Mr. Lin, are you free tonight? Not only that, they even turned around to mock Camera. So many auctions. And finally someone beat Camera. Big news. This auction is going to be hot, especially Camera, right? Spending 16 billion to buy a Kuan Yin statue. Increasingly humiliated, he denied everything and ran away, yelling, "Ah!" But because of the strenuous movement, his face became distorted in pain. Camera trembled, clutching his chest in extreme pain, even falling to his knees on the floor, his face turning pale and green. In his pain, a pair of leather shoes fell into Camera's sight. Witnessing the enemy's miserable appearance, Lin Xin coldly mocked him again before reminding him, Mr. Camera, how are you? You should take care of your health. Watching the backs of the two young people leaving, he gritted his teeth in annoyance. Taking out his phone from his coat, as soon as the other end connected, Camera used all his strength to shout in agony, all the warriors and samurai of the Camera clan. Thinking of the warriors working for him, he became even more determined. Take action immediately. Bring back all of Lin Xin's artifacts. I want him to not be able to see the sunlight of tomorrow at the Huan Nation Embassy in Japan. Inside the heavily guarded office, Tian Kai's gentle voice rang out. Mr. Lin, I understand the situation clearly. You spent so much money to buy back the precious artifacts of Huan Nation that were lost abroad. I, on behalf of the embassy abroad, sincerely thank you. He smiled warmly, affirming with certainty. I've heard that the rich guy Camera is very cunning, so we will definitely do our best to protect your safety. Lin Xin was also very satisfied, sincerely extending his hand and replying, Thank you very much, but I have one more thing I need to do. I need to borrow a car from you. Tian Kai guessed his intention with surprise and curiosity. Do you want to leave the embassy? Yu Xuan also worriedly grabbed his hand, even begging him, Lin Xin, please don't go, okay? It's very dangerous outside, I'm scared. Understanding the beauty's feelings, he quickly turned to reassure her. I promise I'll be fine, please believe me. Although unwilling, she still forced back her tears and nodded. Yeah. In the parking garage, Lin Xin was cautious with every step he took, cursing the old man Camera in his heart. Hide, Camera is already shitting on my head. The car key was also taken out for use. As he walked towards it, he muttered, and secretly resolved in his heart. If I don't kill him this time, wouldn't I have wasted a Suddenly, two hidden weapons were thrown from somewhere. With his experience, Lin Xin tilted his head slightly, and easily dodged them. Taneko, who was hiding in the darkness, also slowly revealed herself with 2 swords in her hands.
Lin Xin tilted his head slightly, the corners of his lips slowly curving up when he met her familiar eyes.
You came quickly. Why aren't you wearing the jade pendant I gave you?
Tako looked a bit embarrassed, quickly retorted. Why should I wear it, bro? He gently explained. I just think it really matches her eye color.
Her gaze suddenly became resolute. She sternly warned, I don't know why you're giving me this jade pendant. If you're trying to bribe me, it won't work. The Saitu clan's ninjas only strictly follow their clients' orders.
Hearing that, he smiled confidently. Oh, so it's a client relationship, huh? Well, that makes things easy. I'm hiring all you Saitu clan ninjas. Whatever camera pays, I'll pay double.
She angrily warned. You're insulting our Saitu clan. Do you think we're people who would casually cancel contracts and betray our clients? Lin Xin nonchalantly asked. So if the client just dies, the contract automatically disappears, right? Tako furiously yelled, charging straight at him, declaring war. Shut up! In a flash, he agilely spun around, easily dodging the weapon, sharp as a reaper's scythe, that was just inches from his skin. She couldn't help but be surprised, thinking to herself, he doesn't look like someone who knows martial arts at all, so why can he always evade my attacks? Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind. If that's the case, without a second's hesitation, Tako immediately threw the grenade she'd prepared earlier. Stunned for a moment, he suddenly realized her intention. A look of shock impossible to hide on his face. A deafening explosion rocked the ground before he could even react, turning the parking garage into a sea of thick smoke in just a few seconds. Lin Xin quickly scanned his surroundings, trying to find any trace of her. Suddenly, a sense of unease washed over him, and he instantly detected danger lurking right above his head. With horrifying speed, she instantly locked onto her target, straddling his neck without hesitation, taking control of the situation. Tako gripped the 2 knives in her hands tightly, attacking her opponent with all her might. His face went pale, drained of all color. Just one more light touch from the blade, and his eyes would be forever plunged into darkness. Finally regaining his composure, he quickly raised his hands to block, using all his might to protect his life. She gradually grew tired, slightly frowning. How is he so strong? Normally, in this position, the attacked person should have the hardest time resisting. But she wasn't some ordinary small fry either. She casually watched him being painfully pinned. This attack wasn't simple either. With her legs clamped around his neck, his head would quickly become deprived of blood. Before her thoughts could even finish forming, Lin Xin bit hard into Tako's thigh. Alarmed, she quickly jumped back to defend herself, staring as her opponent slipped out of her grasp. Seemingly feeling utterly insulted, she angrily spat out words of affection. You bastard! How dare you use such a low-down tactic? He let out a sigh of relief, calmly adjusting his clothes. You're a professional assassin, and I'm just a normal guy. As long as I can win, fighting dirty is still a good way to fight, you know? He then crouched, ready to strike. Now it's my turn. Quick as lightning, he shot forward like an arrow, his eyes burning with pride. Tako was completely stunned by his agile movements. Beads of sweat began to pour down her face. Her face darkened, and she immediately adopted a professional defensive stance. Before she could even counterattack, Lin Xin had already gripped her hands tightly. With a swift, powerful move, he directly slammed his opponent against the car wall behind them. Achieving his goal, he immediately smirked. Gotcha! Tako refused to give up, seizing the opportunity to launch a sneak kick. But he saw right through her. Still trying to attack my brother. Right after that, he unexpectedly unleashed his Doraemon headbutt ultimate move, smashing his forehead straight into hers with a painful thud. The weapons in her hands involuntarily fell, creating a chilling clang of metal. Lin Xin let out a heavy sigh, subconsciously rubbing his forehead. Well, that's taken care of, I guess. My current level 3 attributes can barely beat one ninja. Dude's head is spinning like crazy right now, but no way he can take on that many martial artists and ninjas. Gotta think of something. A minute later, he's got her all propped up against the hood of the car, seriously checking out what she's got on her. Lin Xin's eagle eyes spot the hidden weapon stash, truth serum, seriously tucked it in her cleavage. Pretty sneaky, I gotta admit. Next, slowly pulls down her mask and pops a pill right into her mouth. Spill the beans, ninja girl. Tell me everything. Tako, half out of it, hears a voice kinda urging her on. Wakey wakey. No snooze button. I'm kinda in a hurry. She slowly cracks open her eyes, still feel all dizzy from that crash. Suddenly realizes she's tied up tight, and hears a voice confirm it. I slipped you some truth serum. It's interrogation time. Tako's a little freaked, but tries to play it cool. I admit, I failed. But I've had professional training against truth serum. You can't break me. Lin Xin's like, oh really? Faster than lightning. He slices through the ropes with insane speed, clean and precise like you wouldn't believe. He's playing around with the knife, looking amused. Well, if that's the case, then tying you up is pointless. I'll take the weapons. Gotta deal with camera. She's looking suspicious as hell. You're just letting me go without asking anything.
Lin Xin suddenly gets super serious. Just one question. What do I gotta do to keep you from hunting me down without getting you hurt? Thinking, can't spend money if she's dead. Her heart skips a beat. Her face goes all red, and her eyes can't help but stare at him.
Taco looks away, feeling all flustered. Her heart's pounding. Why is he being so nice to me? And he even gave me a jade pendant. Could it be?
He gets the notification that her favorability went up.
Quick as a whip, he lays on the charm and pulls a sneaky retreat.
She's all like, wait, you're just gonna go after camera alone? He throws a bit of sass back. What else am I gonna do? I can't get anything out of you, so I gotta ask another assassin.
She falls right into the trap, all worried. Cameras at the beach villa. 21 Higashi Atami 1, and there are 8 armed martial artists and 6 ninjas inside.
Lin Xin gets what he wanted, and can't hide the grin. Thanks, Taco's getting. Antsy, scene. How chill he is, I'm telling you this, 'cause you'll be dead if you go alone.
She can't help but think of that scary dude, Camera. He's crazy ruthless. Doesn't matter if you're the target or his own people. I really wanted to escape, but the Starhouse rules are super strict. He gently puts a hand on her shoulder, trying to calm her down. Don't worry, I'll have a nice chat with Camera. Trust me, he'll agree to what I say.
Then he gives her a reassuring smile. Just find a place and lay low. The engine roars in the tunnel and fades away. Levin, her standing there with a whole lot of feeling. She can't stop thinking about him, Lin Xin. Why is everything he does so unpredictable? I've never met anyone like him. Favorability plus 20%. Suddenly, Taco's face darkens, feeling familiar energy closing in. The same kind of killer vibe she gives off.
Ninjas pop out of nowhere, reporting.
In with a serious tone, target has escaped, exiting from the east gate of the embassy.
Saitako has failed the mission, suspected of betrayal. A cold voice comes over the comms. Bring her back. Taco goes pale as a ghost, shaken like a leaf at the sound of that voice she's been dreading.
In the quiet night, Camera's villa sticks out like a fortress on the sea, heavily guarded by patrol boats.
He's annoyed and hissing.
Lost him, a ninja says nervously. We thought he would come here, so we ambushed along the way, but he drove to another road. When we found the car, he was gone. He flies into a rage, yelling into the useless walkie-talkie, "Send the ninjas from the embassy over there, find him all!"
Suddenly remembering the important person tied up next to him, Camera immediately rewinds the footage.
Without any restraint, he grabs Taco's head, interrogating her. Where did Lin Xin go? She tries to persuade him. I really don't know, master. He took all my weapons and didn't tell me any plans. Paying no attention to her words, he directly activates the controller. You think I'd believe that? He'd let you go unharmed.
Her whole body convulses in the brutal electric shock. She can't help but scream in agony, tearing through the space.
Taco's face turns pale from exhaustion, her body constantly trembling from the lingering shock of the electric current. Camera grabs the person's chin, threatening, I have many effective interrogation methods, but I have to make sure this perfect body doesn't have a single scratch, so it can be sold for a good price. She frantically stammers, begging, Don't. Just then, extremely chaotic sounds come from outside the villa. We're under attack. Only one person. Don't know how he infiltrated. He's killed several of us already, the ninja hastily reports over the radio. Using ninja weapons, Camera angrily gives the order. It's definitely Lin Xin. Turn on all the floodlights. Ninja team, move out. The scene outside at this moment is no different from a chaotic mess. Swift footsteps resound, sending chills down your spine. With just one fatal slash to the neck, Lin Xin easily and quickly finishes off those who intended to block his path. Suddenly, a beam of light shines down from above, completely exposing his position to the ninja. Target acquired, he can't escape.
They quickly rush to approach the prey, standing right in front of them. Everyone is equipped with sharp weapons and agile movements, ready to fight it out with the target. Without a second of hesitation, they simultaneously launch hundreds of shurikens, determined to finish off the opponent as quickly as possible. But he's no pushover either. His movements are as agile as the wind, gracefully dodging each weapon that slams into the ground, as if strolling through a paradise. Next, he dives straight towards the cliff. Without much thinking, he throws himself into the free space. The ninja immediately realizes his intention, and at the same time they jump into the sea, chasing after the opponent to the very end. They urgently report to their master. The target has jumped into the sea. Our ninja are following. Camera can't help but crack a weird smile. Think jumping into the sea can get you out of this. These 6 ninja are all elites of Saito. Lin Xin is dead for sure. They quietly unleash their underwater assassination skills, frantically chasing him like predators encountering delicious prey. Closing in on every inch of water,
The ninja tightly grips the shuriken in their hand, their cold eyes aiming directly at the life in front of them.
Suddenly, the target vanishes right before their eyes, as if blending into the vast ocean, leaving only vague ripples behind.
Lin Xin executes a reverse swim, directly holding a knife to the opponent's neck with a face without a trace of emotion. Without a second of hesitation, he decisively gives the opponent a VIP ticket to roam the underworld with no refunds. The corner of his lips slightly raised, he quietly changes direction, completely taking control of the game. The ninja realizes that something is wrong, and immediately uses a signal to remind his teammates. He swims very fast, don't spread out, form the formation. They stared in disbelief as Lin Xin glided through the water, as if taking a leisurely stroll across a calm lake.
Too fast. Is this speed even humanly possible?
He confidently thought to himself. On land, I might not be able to beat you guys, but underwater, you can't use your hidden weapons. What's there to fear about not being able to kill you? Just as he was showing off, his cleanliness freak side resurfaced. The ocean in Japan isn't exactly clean. I wonder if I'll mutate if I stay in the water for too long. Gotta make this a quick win.
Thinking and acting fast, he unleashed a series of attacks, determined to take down all obstacles in the remaining few minutes.
The ninja's face gradually turned purple, struggling for breath, trying to hold on. Not enough oxygen. Finally unable to endure, he thrashed to the surface, each kick desperately clawing back life from the hands of death. Unfortunately, Lin Xin wasn't forgiving enough to spare someone who wanted to take his life. He finished him off, without hesitation, in the blink of an eye. The remaining ninja panicked and scrambled to shore. No way, this is his limit. He's definitely not human, swimming at high speed for 3 minutes without needing to breathe. The camera, casually placed in the villa, was also a bit surprised. The sound of gunfire disappeared.
Thinking his plan had succeeded, he burst out laughing. Haha, what an idiot, trying to deal with me alone. Too bad he couldn't see the despair on his face before he died.
Taco fell into complete despair, silently praying for a miracle to happen.
Lin Xin suddenly remembered something important, and immediately took out a pre-prepared bottle of medicine. The troublesome problem solved. Now it was her turn to stare wide-eyed at the large man in front of her. Her lips moved, but fear prevented her from uttering a word.
No. Camera Ji Ren pried open her mouth, and while the person in front of her vehemently resisted, he slowly dripped down drops of the mysterious drug.
He licked his lips, revealing his perverted nature. After I'm done playing with you, I'll sell you to Thailand. As for the Xiao family, I'll just say you failed the mission and were killed by Lin Xin. They definitely won't care about expendable resources like you. Tears welled up on Taco's beautiful face.
Lin Xin, when you said those words, I truly believed you were the one who would change my fate.
She cried silently in despair, unconsciously uttering a prayer. God, if there's a miracle, please let it happen.
He licked his lips greedily, quickly lunging to grope her. There's no God in this world, but I can take you to heaven. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, causing him to widen his eyes. I can send you to hell.
Ignoring the pouring rain outside, Lin Xin calmly climbed through the window frame, his steady demeanor reassuring at first glance.
Taco couldn't contain her emotions, and immediately burst into tears. Lin Xin. At the same time, her affection increased by 50%.
He smiled reassuringly.
Sorry I'm late, those ninja were too annoying.
Camera suspiciously tried to contact his subordinates via radio.
How is this possible? Quick as lightning.
He threw a shuriken that struck the target's wrist, causing him to scream in pain.
Not stopping there, Lin Xin continued to torment his opponent with a blow to the stomach. Sorry, your fighters are still stupidly guarding the ninja underwater.
He couldn't help but feel satisfied seeing him struggling on the floor. You should be quiet and not disturb others. Hundreds of question marks popped up in Camera's head. Why, impossible, you were clearly dead. He approached and untied Tatuko while responding, maybe it's because my swimming skills are just that good.
Then he turned to gently ask the person next to him for their opinion. Do you want to deal with him yourself?
He knelt down in a panic and begged.
No, I was wrong. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Please spare me. Without paying any attention to his words, Takarenko decisively opened her secret weapon, preparing to act. Without hesitation, she shoved the vial of specialized torture poison into his mouth, the liquid ready to destroy both the physical and mental state of the unfortunate.
She coldly glanced at his struggling figure one last time. Killing him would be too easy. This whole bottle is enough for him to die miserably.
A moment later, the two quickly left by water. The roaring engine of the boat broke the silent night. Even after walking quite a distance, the camera's screams echoed endlessly. Lin Xin could only swallow, secretly sighing, this stuff is really scary.
Suddenly he noticed Taco's strange expression and asked worriedly,
what's wrong? Her face was gradually turning red. The camera forced me to drink that stuff.
Without giving the others a chance to react, she immediately turned and hugged him tightly. Sorry, I can't hold back anymore. and he was dumbfounded, only managing a few confused sounds.
Huh, Lin Xin suggested a little shyly. How about we go ashore first and find a safe place? But Taco insisted, You steer the boat, I'll do it myself. Then she took advantage of her flexibility and performed a daring pose. He slowly led the dance, always maintaining a proactive state to help her. His skillful coordination made his partner unconsciously drawn in.
The sound of the waves rippled like a serenade, setting the stage for a passionate love song in the quiet of the night.
Lin Xin panicked when he noticed the unusual expression on his lover's face. Sorry, I'll drive a little slower.
Taco's whole body turned to water. All words were contained in slight tremors. Finally, she tried to speak, her eyes also unconsciously shooting love sparks towards the other person.
Don't just drive at this speed. At this moment, the system displayed a notification.
Plus 10% favorability.
Lin Xin secretly cheered in his heart. Damn it.
The sunlight gradually lifted the veil of night. The lonely boat in the middle of the sea seemed to decorate the brilliant sunrise. Holding the beauty in his arms, he couldn't help but sigh when he recalled the scene last night, unexpectedly experiencing something new.
Teo slowly opened her eyes after a long night. The camera is dead. The master-servant contract failed. I have to go back to Saitu's home to be punished. He sincerely and worriedly advised her. Stop being a ninja. You're living on the edge. Isn't it better for a young girl like you to just live a peaceful life?
She was so heartbroken that tears were about to burst out.
But I don't know what else I can do. We ninjas are all orphans adopted by the Saito family from a young age, and we are trained very strictly. Being a ninja is the only destiny for us.
Just after she finished speaking, a black card was suddenly thrown out, attracting attention.
Lin Xin gently showed the domineering president's side. If you don't know what you want to do, then go find it. Here is $1 billion RMB. You can slowly search for what you want to do and the person you want to become. From now on, live for yourself. 2 lines of tears immediately rolled down Tao's cheeks. She was so moved that she was grateful beyond words. Lin Xin, thank you. The system quickly updated the information.
Taco's favorability has reached 90%. Receive a reward of 150 million RMB.
Add attribute points to level 4 and choose one of 3 skills: proficient piano, fan dance, or dancing Rubik's Cube.
In the current city, all social networks are broadcasting the hot news last night. Camera Kento passed away at his private villa. The scene was so horrible that the content had to be encrypted. Many of his bodyguards also died. Initially, it was identified as an assassination by a ninja suspected to be the work of a rival tycoon. The international airport is more bustling today than ever.
Bao An strengthened the surveillance system and strictly managed import and export goods.
Shinkai happily thanked.
Luckily, Camera Kento died, and you all returned safely. Thank you for your contributions to China, Lin Xin politely responded. Thank you to the embassy for protecting us. Camera's case can be considered evil meets evil.
He turned and sighed to the person next to him. The matter has been resolved smoothly, but it's a pity. It's rare to come to Japan and not have time to have fun. Take a hot spring bath, Yushuan quickly comforted. Next time we'll come back in the form of cultural exchange.
Although he still missed this country, he had to put it aside. Right under the vast sky, Taco secretly watched the plane gliding through the air and smiled softly, promising, Lin Xin, after I finish dealing with some personal matters, I will go to China to find you, because I seem to have found my purpose in life. At the gate at this time came noisy voices. Please be careful. These are all very valuable cultural relics.
Suddenly, Lin Xin saw familiar notifications appear before his eyes.
The system is working hard. The countdown to choose one of the 3 skills:
proficient in piano, proficient in fan dance, or proficient in dancing Rubik's Cube.
He just remembered now. Almost forgot such an important thing. He was too focused on comforting Sao Taco back then. After thinking for a long time, he decided, what the heck are the other 2? Just choose the piano, it can be cool to play. The system, as if hearing his inner voice, immediately granted his wish. Skill level A, piano proficiency, has been selected. Lin Xin was completely stunned by the dancing notes before his eyes. Amazing. So much piano knowledge is flooding his mind.
Suddenly, a sweet voice rang out, interrupting his train of thought.
Lin Xin, Luo Yaxi happily walked over, feigning affection. I came to the airport to pick you up.
Surprised, he was slightly startled. No wonder she asked me when my flight back to China was.
She's so thoughtful. She blushed and admitted, I missed you. Then she boldly rushed over and kissed him on the cheek, not paying attention to anyone around.
She took the initiative to arrange the schedule. First, I'll take you to dinner, and then we'll go see a house. I chose an apartment that's 90 square meters, worth about 1.5 million yuan. Lin Xin's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, buying a house.
Mentioning spending money made him excited. How could 5 million be enough? If I'm giving a gift, it has to be the most expensive one.
She froze stiff, her whole body rigid as if hit by the 2 Diao Chan move.
He even happily thought to himself, buying a house can spend a lot of money. Luo Yaxi's favorability is now 95%. I wonder what will happen when it reaches 100. I'm so curious.
On the surface, he also clearly showed his joy. Let's go, she gently called out. The jeep I booked is here. Just then, Yu Xuan, who didn't know when she got close, suddenly spoke up. Lin Xin, where are you going?
He cautiously tried to explain. I'm with my friends. But Yaxi was one step ahead, leaving the embrace beside him. Taxi, over here. He blankly looked around, searching. Where is she? She gently asked. Did your friend come to pick you up? Must be a very close friend.
Crap. She rushed over and kissed him on the cheek, causing Lin Xin to be temporarily silenced. Not that, she shyly expressed. This trip to Japan must have been hard on you, taking such a big risk. Finally, unable to bear the embarrassment, she buried her head and ran away.
Leave the arrangement of these cultural relics to me. He still couldn't recover. Unconsciously, he reached out and touched his cheek. Does this count as them indirectly kissing? Yaxi poked her head out of the car and waved. Lin Xin, get in the car. He blankly weighed the situation. I avoided a fierce battle. Yaxi led her beloved to a large building complex. Introducing, this is the Emperor Yu Yipin Villa area.
She pouted, feigning incomprehension. Lin Xin, you don't let girls talk much. Explain directly. Well, I asked a friend just now. He recommended coming here to take a look.
Images of the emperor's mansion flashed through his mind. President Xian wants to buy the most expensive villa in my emperor Yu Yipin, Longyuan.
Number 1 is the most suitable for President Xian's status.
But Yaxi still felt uneasy. But I heard that the villas here cost at least 100 million. He stepped forward and said with a cheerful smile, Sir, Miss, hello. How can I help you two? He put on a CEO vibe and made a demand. I want to see Longyuan number 1. In her heart. Actually not very happy, even thinking badly of customers. It's just some people doing live streams coming here to film videos. So annoying. Just dump them on another colleague. But still have to pretend to smile.
Yes, sir. I am the salesperson for Longyuan number 1. Please wait a moment, you can look at the introduction board of Longyuan number 1 first. She looked at the price list and almost fainted. Lin Xin, this Longyuan number 1 costs 300 million. Isn't it too expensive?
Little did she know that this was just a small matter for Lin Xin. Yaxi, this is your first house. I don't want to be sloppy. If I'm going to give a gift, it has to be the most expensive one. His handsome smile and sweet words made Yaxi, a new tender chick, instantly infatuated, successfully adding 3% favorability to the system. Luo Yaxi's current favorability is 98%. She shyly hugged him, making him want to go crazy with joy. Oh haha, I'm so strong, I got money. And increased favorability.
Suddenly, footsteps came from somewhere. Jin Fu walked into the lobby hand in hand with his flamboyant mistress. Xu Xiao put on a sweet voice and faked a charming smile.
I'm taking you to see how luxurious the number 1 dragon villa is today. Xu Jia's eyes lit up like stars when she heard that.
So awesome, Director Jin. You're gonna buy that house?
He took the opportunity to reveal his dark intentions.
Not necessarily. If you can please me, buying it would be a piece of cake. Jin Fu quickly noticed the male lead's appearance. Hey bro, you're here to buy a villa too. Lin Xin also smiled kindly in response. Yeah. Before he could say more, Luo Yaxi pulled his arm and interrupted.
Oh my god, Lin Xin, look at this balcony and pool. It's so expensive, but it's so beautiful.
Jin Fu overheard her words and deliberately scoffed. What a coincidence, you're also looking at the number 1 dragon villa.
The confused Nishi still felt bad about the situation. You also came for the number 1 dragon villa. What a coincidence, only Luo Yaxi's face was serious.
Sorry sirs, we've already decided to buy the number 1 dragon villa. You can go and look at the number 2 or number 3 dragon villas instead. He raised his chin in a challenging gesture. Is that so? You're so young, brother, and you're already a billionaire. If that's the case, then of course we'll let you have it. Don't you agree, Nishi? Xu Jia chimed in. Of course. Even though we wanted to buy it, just consider it a gift for a new friendship. While Luo Yaxi was busy admiring the real estate models, Lin Xin had to deal with a human problem. Excuse me, where's the restroom? The staff member immediately pointed. This way, turn right. Finally, when the necessary business was done, he slowly washed the germs off his hands. Just then, Jin Fu opened the door and walked in with a gloating expression. With just the two of them in the room, he started with a random opening line. My boy, stuck between a rock and a hard place, aren't you?
Then, he used the lighter in his hand to light a cigarette and enjoyed the thick smoke in his mouth. He then brought up the previous issue with Luo Yaxi. That girl you're with is too arrogant. I don't think you can control her. Lin Xin still didn't understand his hidden meaning, so he got straight to the point. What do you mean? I don't really get it. The very next second, Jinfu didn't hesitate to size him up and confidently brag in front of the true boss.
I mean, your act as a second-generation rich kid is so fake, I'm worried about how you're gonna end this. Look at me, bro, my act as a nouveau riche is on point, right?
Maybe it was his flashy look. Or maybe it was his whole spiel that shocked Lin Xin. Jinfu didn't stop, and even draped his arm around Lin Xin's shoulder as if they were old friends. My boy, we're fated to meet. Let me teach you some free tricks. Come on, look at my Porsche and Lamborghini keys. Lin Xin raised an eyebrow and questioned him. Huh, are these supercar keys? His naive honesty made Jinfu burst out laughing. Keys my ass, ha ha ha, these are all just prop lighters I use to show off, you can have them.
The girl out there was so impressed by my Lamborghini key that she fell for my trap so easily. After that, he began to scrutinize Lin Xin from head to toe. My boy, that outfit of yours won't fool anyone. A second-generation rich kid needs to dress like one. I can tell you're a newbie just by looking at you.
Then, Jinfu launched into a pyramid scheme-like sales pitch. See that just now, I successfully established my image. My boy, you still have a lot to learn. I happen to have a 30-day crash course for $9.98, and I'll even help you out later so you have an excuse not to buy the villa. Meanwhile, back with the two girls. Shujia and Luo Yaxi were silently observing the place.
Just like Jinfu, Shujia was the first to start a conversation with a seemingly sharp look. Your bag is a very good fake.
Unfortunately, her misunderstanding was aimed at the wrong person and made Luo Yaxi frown in annoyance.
Mine is an authentic one I bought from the Harrods store.
However, she didn't seem bothered by the attitude and emphasized, Girl, don't get it twisted. I'm not your enemy. We have the same goal. You're just too young and don't know how to read people.
This made Luo Yaxi so confused that she broke out in a sweat. What goal do I have? Shujia stated it as if it were a fact. Pretending to be a high-class lady to bait rich guys, Luo Yaxi stammered in shock, but she couldn't stop her from talking so fast. What do you think? Didn't see that coming, did you?
Next was an epic boast, just like her man. My level is really high. This authentic 120,000 Chanel bag was bought by him. Luo Yaxi didn't know how to react. She kept babbling, it's a pity that your second-gen rich boyfriend is a fake.
Then, Shujia got so excited that she patted Luo Yaxi's shoulder like a close sister. But it's okay, I'll help you expose his true colors later, you can just dump him afterwards. Besides some polite words, Luo Yaxi was at a loss for words. Thanks for your concern, sis, I think Lin Xin is a really good guy. She didn't pay attention to those words, and enthusiastically introduced, I'll add you to the rich girls group later. Inside you can buy all kinds of designer bags, and everything else. It's guaranteed to get you into the upper class. Luo Yaxi directly ignored her, and told her boyfriend who just came out. Lin Xin, the more I look at the #1 Dragon Villa, the more I like it.
As soon as he heard that, he went straight to the staff member standing nearby. Hello, I'd like to buy the #1 Dragon Villa. The staff member's jaw dropped. Huh, sir? You don't need to look at it first? But Lin Xin was firm. Complete the transaction for me right now. The staff member immediately replied, Yes, I will handle it for you right away.
The moment their conversation ended, Jinfu revealed a confident smile. It's coming. Just wait and see, my boy. I'll help you solve this tricky problem. At the same time, Shujia had a similar thought. It's coming. Just wait and see, girl. I'll help you expose this fake second-gen rich kid.
Lin Xin decisively swiped his card without a moment's hesitation, successfully spending 300 million. Once it was done, he pointed his chin and hand towards Luo Yaxi. Put this young lady's name on it. She was already happily imagining it, with her eyes shining like stars.
The 300 million villa is now mine and Lin Xin's house.
The other three fans were frozen in shock. What? Lin Xin and Luo Yaxi confidently strode away. Following the staff member, this way, sirs and ma'ams, I will drive you to the #1 Dragon Villa. Kim Fu and Shujia are just crying and leaning on each other. Am I the clown here?
Soon enough, the couple arrived at the massive villa with million-dollar views everywhere. The waiter politely handed back the keys. Lin Xiansheng, these are your keys. From now on, you are the owner of Long Yuan. #1. He took the keys and said, All right, thanks.
The villa door opened automatically. The old guard was still standing there, dozing off, clueless. Lin Xin walked, making a sound unintentionally. The sound instantly startled him awake. A snot bubble popped with a plink. Then he reflexively grabbed his baton and blocked the way. Hey, unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. Longyuan Villa number 1.
He was about to say a few more threatening words, but before he could, he got his face rearranged with a kick.
I hit. A moment later, the old guard was nowhere to be seen. Instead, Shu Di dusted off his hands with a smug look. HMPH. Good thing I got here in time. I knew the plot would go like this.
The two entered easily. While he stood outside blessing them, I won't disturb President Lin and the beauty enjoying their new home. I wish you two a happy life. Stepping inside, they were greeted by a luxurious gold-plated design and a whole crew of maids and servants waiting,
not to mention a giant wine cellar filled with every kind of brand imaginable.
Outside, there was also a fancy and pristine swimming pool that was no less than a 5-star resort.
There was also a gym that made Yaxi exclaim, OMG. So luxurious.
Lin Xin took a stroll around, admiring everything. A satisfied smile couldn't be hidden on his face. The bathroom is so big, 10 people could bathe in here, plus there's a sauna next to the bathroom.
Water suddenly started spraying from the showerhead, and he instinctively turned to check the situation, but he saw Yaxi completely drenched like a drowned rat, shyly admitting, I accidentally bumped into the switch.
The thin dress, wet,
only added to her allure, making Lin Xin blush. Then take a hot shower, don't catch a cold.
He was about to turn and leave, but she grabbed his shirt, tugging him back. I'll go buy you some new clothes. The other party leaned into him shyly like a little bunny, her tone full of dark intentions. Don't go, this villa is so big, I'm a little scared alone.
And what was coming came. In a blink of an eye, there was only clothes scattered on the floor with steam rising. The physical interaction and chemical reaction of the two quickly exploded. Their eyes met passionately, sparking flames of love.
Lin Xin floored it,
picking up Yaxi. After that, the two continued to move the location of the intense battle to the bathtub.
In a daze, forgetting the way back, he continued to push the situation to the peak of the ceiling.
Yaxi seemed to be under a love spell. No longer awake, Lin Xin, I love you so much. At the same time, the system showed a notification. Favorability plus 2%.
A series of changes appeared. Congratulations to the host. You have achieved 100% power. From now on, she will wholeheartedly serve the host. Consume 300 million.
Receive 30 million in cash. Reward all attributes plus 1 level.
Can choose a skill no lower than the skill?
The light in his eyes was so bright it was like sparks firing back.
Success! Lin Xin couldn't help but be ecstatic, smiling victoriously like he'd struck gold. That means, even if she knows I'm flirting with other girls, she won't be jealous. I'm busy now. I'll choose the skill when I'm free later. My dream is about to come true. Before he could finish celebrating, his beloved daughter Yaxi threw herself into Lin Xin's arms.
Time flies to the next day. In an apartment, Yi Zheng sluggishly woke up to greet the sunlight. As I opened my eyes to greet the new day, she hesitated. Yaxi, where did you go last night? The other party, not wanting to explain, wearily crawled into bed. I'm exhausted. Check my moments. Therefore, Liu Yizheng didn't press further but hurriedly grabbed her phone, eager to see what was up. On Luko Yaxi's profile were sweet photos paired with ambiguous captions. Sweet words in my mouth, sunshine on my face, love in my heart, and you by my side.
She recognized who it was with a start, her eyebrows instantly furrowing. You, it's Lin Xin. Luo Yaxi yawned widely in bed, sighing. Ugh. Besides Lin Xin, who else would I even look at in this world? She also casually added, that villa. He bought it for me. It's our home. Liu Yizheng didn't believe a word of it, even spouting harsh words. Luo Yaxi, don't blame me for being nosy, but you guys have no emotional foundation. Lin Xin is likely just playing around, don't fall too deep. But she just calmly retorted,
thank you for the reminder, but my love for Lin Xin is so great that you couldn't possibly understand it. Even if other women threw themselves at him, I wouldn't be jealous. Because Lin Xin knows that I'll always be by his side.
Luo Yaxi's confident act made Liu Yizheng want to puke blood.
You go. Before she could reply, Luo Yaxi had already turned her back, ignoring her, saying nothing more. Lin Xin tormented me until my limbs were falling off last night. I support you continuing to pursue Lin Xin, if you can.
Liu Yizheng was suddenly filled with worry, calculating a strategy to win him over. Bitch, keep being arrogant. My last plan wasn't perfect enough. But this time, Lin Xin will definitely see that I'm completely different from all these other seductive sluts.
Time flew by in a flash, and several days later, the phone rang so loudly that you could hear it in Vietnam. Yet Lin Xin was still sound asleep, oblivious to everything. A moment later, he groggily picked up his phone. What's this? The first thing that hit his eyes in the early morning was a barrage of birthday wishes, almost burning his phone. Luo Yaxi. My love, let's go out today. Liu Yizheng, happy birthday, can we meet up? Yan Jiang's Rich Kids Group? CEO Lin, happy birthday. Jiang Xian, Lin Xin, happy birthday. Only then did he remember, tears welling up with emotion. Ah, I even forgot my own birthday. No girl has ever wished me a happy birthday before. Lin Xin quickly tapped out a reply. Thanks, I'm really touched, but I already have plans with my roommate. We're going out to eat today, so maybe next time. Then he immediately tossed the phone away, not even bothering to look. Are you kidding me? Dealing with so many female students in one day? That's a pain in the ass. I'm not some time management ambassador. Just as he pulled back the blanket and sat up, he got another surprise. His bros, friends, and Zhao Tong had been there since who knows when, waving him over. Lin Xin, today's your birthday. We're treating you to a meal tonight, he agreed without hesitation. Then I won't stand on ceremony. The group suddenly exchanged mysterious smiles. A moment later, Lin Xin appeared in front of a magnificent building. He was a little stunned, scratching his head in confusion. Those three little brats are treating me to a meal in such a luxurious hotel. But then he quickly walked in, still in his plain pajamas. He had come here once before with Yan Bao. The three Zhao Tong were sitting on the third floor, waiting until he got upstairs. He took out his phone to check in, snapped a pic to let them know, then sent the photo to the group and excitedly announced to his friends, I'm at the entrance of the restaurant on the third floor, everyone come. Suddenly Ning. He appeared out of nowhere, causing trouble. Hey, why are you taking pictures of me? Delete the picture immediately. I'm sorry. Lin Xin panicked for a moment, hurriedly explaining. I wasn't taking pictures of you. Ning. He still shamelessly acted self-important, TCH. Every perverted man who takes sneaky pictures says the same thing. After mocking him, she pointed directly at Lin Xin and threatened, Do you think I'm stupid? If you don't delete it by the time I count to 3, I'm calling the police. Her sour voice attracted a crowd of onlookers. Ning. He became even more arrogant. It's really annoying. I just happen to have a slightly more outstanding appearance, so everywhere I go, there are perverted men taking sneaky pictures. He angrily took out his phone to prove himself. HMPH, I didn't take a sneaky picture of you. On the screen, the message he just sent was clearly visible. Dudes, I'm at the entrance of the restaurant on the third floor. Has everyone arrived yet? Lin Xin shoved it right in her face, mocking. Open your eyes wide and take a good look. The people around could only cover their mouths and snicker. At the same time, Yaji walked over, waving and calling out, Lin Xin, you're here. Hearing his beloved's voice, he immediately turned around. Yaji. She coquettishly held her boyfriend's arm, not caring about anyone around them. Lin Xin, let's go in. Lin Xin indulgently followed along. Poor Ning. He was left standing there, utterly embarrassed. Oh, not to mention the customers there adding a few judgmental comments. That guy's girlfriend is so beautiful. That's right, with such a beautiful girlfriend, why would he secretly take pictures of someone who's had so much plastic surgery? Ugly people just love to show off. Her face darkened, and she swallowed the bitterness in her heart. A bunch of blind people. Is there anything I don't have compared to that fake socialite? I'm so beautiful and he doesn't take pictures. This guy is really useless. Lin Xin finally noticed something was off. What are you doing here? Where are Zhao Dong and the others? She didn't hesitate to spill the beans. Today's your birthday and I wanted to spend it with you, so I asked them to help me out a bit. After hearing that, he quietly assessed. So that's why those three could come to such a high-end restaurant. Meanwhile, Yanji kept rambling. When I told them, they agreed so quickly. They really are your best friends. An image of Lu Wuzi flashed in his mind with a smug look. Son, your dads can only help you this far. Don't come home tonight, you know what I mean? While he was thinking, she pulled out a fancy watch box. Lin Xin, happy birthday. He immediately cheered up, smiling non-stop. Thanks. The attitude changed faster than a motorcycle turn, but it's good that it's not a fight. Suddenly, someone called out his name. Lin Xin, Liu Yizheng, suddenly appeared, holding a luxurious gift box. Happy birthday. Her appearance surprised the couple. Liu Yizheng. What are you doing here? Yizheng leaned closer to Lin Xin in a flirty way. Lin Xin, this is a Versace leather belt. I think this belt is more worthy of your aura. Before he could say anything, Yashi rushed forward to argue. This belt is only 50,000, right? That's so cheap. This watch is 200,000. She didn't hold back, mocking in return. Lin Xin gave you so many gifts, and you only bought a 200,000 watch. Although my leather belt is cheap, it's all I have. But everyone went silent after he spoke. Give it back, I don't want your gift. Whoever's cheapest is the most shameless and delusional. He actually told me to return the belt. Xin Lin immediately felt that since she had used all her money to buy it, he made such a thoughtful decision. Lin Xin really does love me. At the same time, the system popped up. Plus 3% favorability, Liu Yizheng's favorability. 94%. Lin Xin was sweating bullets, his mind full of question marks. What's wrong with this woman? I didn't accept the gift. And her favorability increased.
Yi Zheng suddenly lunged forward and hugged him tightly.
Lin Xin, I really like you more and more. He was immediately caught in the trap of two-timing. Because of the beauty's interaction, he could only mutter. Miss Yaji saw her go beyond the B limit and immediately felt jealous. What are you doing? Let him go. The three of them were making a scene in the restaurant. People were embarrassed just watching.
Seeing that he was still hesitating, Yi Zheng played her final card. Lin Xin, you don't need to say anything, I understand.
She opened the box while inviting. Inside are a bunch of adult toys. Just like you understand me, I remember all the bunny girl outfits you wanted to play with before.
Lin Xin couldn't help but curse when he saw what was inside. Damn it, Yaji blushed and questioned her. Liu Yizheng, how can you be so shameless? And she was already thicker skinned than the road, so she admitted it right away. So what? Isn't that how you should be when you really love someone?
The two Sunder girls started arguing like cats and dogs again, and he had to suffer in the middle. But in Ling He's eyes, he inadvertently became a scumbag. Oh my god, something unspeakable happened. Two beautiful women are fighting over him. How can this useless man have two women in his arms? Unbelievable.
Suddenly, she stood up abruptly and asked her, Yizheng, want to go to the bathroom together? She wasn't afraid of anyone now, so she immediately agreed. Okay. She eavesdropped, finally seizing the opportunity, a good chance.
A moment later, the women's bathroom door closed.
Inside, Yazi got straight to the point. Yizheng, Lin Xin's attitude is so obvious, it's not good for you to keep clinging on, she immediately retorted, her face revealing a smug look.
Can't you see that Lin Xin has been moved? I'm telling you, you're the one who should leave a bit. In the middle of the climax, he suddenly shouted, Stop arguing!
She shamelessly slandered him in front of the two of them. Ladies, be clear-headed, that man is clearly a scammer, both poor and lazy. She couldn't help but ask curiously, Who are you? He's not worthy of you at all. I'm really speechless.
She continued to rant, not caring about the other person's question. You are all high-quality girls. Guys would have to line up to pursue you. Why fight over such a low-quality man? I would really be thankful.
Girls help girls.
But in response to that enthusiasm were the indifferent expressions of the two Sunder girls. Then the two continued their fierce argument. I said one thing, you said two, neither of them yielded. I remember someone saying that even if Lin Xin had another woman, she wouldn't be jealous. Why did you change as soon as you turned around? If it's someone he likes, I don't mind. But what if it's someone he hates?
Ling.
He was so shocked that her jaw almost dropped. She was ignored. On the outside, Lin Xin quickly turned around. They will argue non-stop as long as they meet each other. What's the point of eating? Let's run, let's run. While he was busy thinking, a voice suddenly sounded. Lin Xin. He reflexively turned his head back. Xia Yuhuan. She asked shyly. Why are you here?
He scratched his head and honestly replied,
Originally, I had plans with my roommate, but those three jerks totally ditched me.
After Yuxuan heard that, she quickly seized the opportunity.
My family's also eating here. Maybe this is destiny.
Suddenly, she lunged forward and grabbed his hand tightly, then joyfully announced,
Oh, Lin Xin, I've already sorted out all those artifacts. In 2 days, there'll be a solo exhibition. Promotional stuff and everything else is all set. He smiled and praised. That's awesome.
Talk about jumping from one fire into another, Ling.
He once again caught him hand in hand with another beauty.
She frantically grabbed her head and screamed, This is just, words fail me. This girl is even prettier than the two from before. Why is he always surrounded by beauties? Scumbag, I'm definitely exposing you.
A moment later, they were in the dining hall. Lin Xin couldn't help but wonder. You were eating with your family. Why did you suddenly come down here? Yuxuan just casually replied. I came down to pick up a friend. Seeing her being so vague, he couldn't hold back his curiosity and pressed, Is your friend a guy or a girl? At his attitude, Yuxuan burst out laughing. Pluft! She's a girl. I've known her for years. The next second, she gently exclaimed, Oh, they're here, Shimayan. What caught his eye was a scorching beauty in a tight red dress. She excitedly called out her friend's name.
Yuan, Yuxuan, upon seeing the elder, politely greeted first. Uncle Jiang, long time no see. Cao Hua let out a wry chuckle. Who knew you'd intentionally come down to pick us up? This little Yuxuan is really something. She turned to introduce Lin Xin. Xiyan.
This is the person I always tell you about. But when did he sneak away?
Where'd he go, Ling?
He quickly used her phone to catch him red-handed, right in his face. Ha! The scumbag's here. He ran fast, but I got all the shots. You're so dead, Lin Xin, you scumbag. While fleeing, he also had a headache, thinking about a potential love triangle. This world is too small. Xia Yuxuan and Jiang Xian are good friends. Although they haven't confirmed any relationship with me, there's nothing to feel guilty about. But on second thought, if they start fighting as soon as they meet, like Luo Yaxi and Liu Yizheng, while still pondering a solution, his eyes suddenly fell on the pianist on stage. Better find a place to hide. Lin Xin was overjoyed. Isn't this just perfect timing? He stealthily approached the other person and pretended to act, "Hey buddy, it's time for the shift change. The manager sent me." Luo Sen looked confused, not understanding what was happening. Shift change. Without letting him react, he conveniently snatched the uniform. "I forgot to bring my clothes. Can I borrow your suit for a bit? I'll return it to you later." Fearing he'd be discovered, he immediately used the power of money. By the way, the manager said even if you don't work a full day, he'll still pay you for a full day. Luo Sen approvingly gave a thumbs up. "Really? Then I'll leave it to you, buddy. I'm off." After achieving his goal, he couldn't help but pat himself on the back. "This way, no one will notice me. I'll just casually play some tunes to trick my way through this. I'm so smart." The next second, his fingers glided across the keys. Melodious sounds, like sweet honey, quickly filled the room. Suddenly, Lin Xin felt a bit strange, his heart filled with questions. This feeling. The next second, he seemed possessed by a divine force, playing better and better. The surrounding diners also stopped because of the music. All their attention was drawn to him. Lin Xin was soaring with each note. His handsome face smiled, captivating everyone even more. Ling He, who was looking for an excuse to bring him down, also paused for a moment. This was Yuxuan, who, hearing the familiar melody, immediately turned her head towards the pianist. This song is Golden Hall. Lin Xin's hands lightly glided over the keys, creating a profound yet powerful symphony. In that moment, he and the music became one. The crowd nodded in appreciation as they listened. "I'm remembering my most beautiful memories with my boyfriend. What song is this? It sounds amazing." And just then, those two were also there. Yaxi's eyes widened in surprise. "It's Lin Xin." The crowd continued to stir. "I'm crying. But it's not a sad melody, it's so magical, like being in a flower garden, bright sunshine, but with a hint of melancholy." Very quickly, the two beauties were captivated by the piano music. Yi Zheng couldn't stop admiring him. "This song is so beautiful, Lin Xin actually knows how to play the piano." As the chorus reached its climax, Lin Xin made the entire room feel like they'd entered a celestial paradise. The music was no longer just a sound, it had become a language for him to express his heart. Oh. The two of them blushed, their eyes full of affection as they looked at each other. Yi Zheng and Yaxi weren't faring any better. Their mouths involuntarily opened wide in a gasp. Each person began to fall into their own fantasy, Yuxuan softly whispered as he gently lifted her. Lin Xin, Xiyan, meanwhile, brought an entire wedding hall into her mind. "I want to marry you." Yaxi's daydreaming about a beach with crashing waves. "I can't imagine life without you." Suddenly, it cuts to Liu Yizheng, and some ambiguous sound effect plays. She's fantasizing about galloping across a lush green meadow with Lin Xin. "I can't forget you being behind me." All four beauties chime in, showering him with praise. "I'm so lucky to be your woman. You're so charming, like a treasure trove. You always surprise me. I want you so bad, I only want you. Rich, hot, humble, and responsible. This man is too perfect. I don't deserve him." The system immediately pops up notifications, all three increasing their favorability, currently at 74, 87, and 99%. Suddenly, Lin Xin shivers. WTF, what's going on? Did I just enter the harem flow? As the last note fades, everyone bursts into applause. The crowd swarms him, instantly turning into his personal fan signing. "Handsome, you're amazing. I'm so touched I could cry. What's your name?" "I'm a level 9 pianist, but I'm nothing compared to you." "How did you practice? I want to marry you. I've never heard such a beautiful piano piece." Lin Xin can only smile awkwardly. "Crap. I wanted to be low-key and not attract attention. How am I going to clean this up?" He looks into the distance and realizes they're all staring at him adoringly, and his heart starts to panic. As expected, they found out, and even gained a whole bunch of favorability because of my piano playing. Liu Yizheng is even only 1% away from successfully reversing. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Suddenly, Lu Nan appears, dispersing the crowd. "Move, move! Everyone move!" Everyone immediately stands in neat rows, making way for Lian Di. Someone recognizes him and exclaims, "It's the famous Yanjiang piano master Lian Di." He pulls down his glasses and uses sweet words to lure talent to his side. "The person who played Golden Hall is a talent that can be cultivated. If you join my team, I guarantee that within a year..." But the next second, Li Di is shocked when he discovers that Lin Xin has vanished. Where'd he go? Outside. He's successfully escaped, silently thanking his savior. Phew. Lucky there was a piano master, who showed up and diverted everyone's attention. Gotta scram, thanks, unknown piano master. As for Ling He, her attitude does a 180, switching to tearful longing. "My piano prince, I'm in love. When will I ever see him again?" Wah. He runs while looking back to observe the situation. They probably won't chase me out here, right? Suddenly a voice rang out, causing him to stop. Careful. A motorcycle comes speeding out of nowhere, about to collide with Lin Xin. Luckily, he reacts in time to save his life. But the other party loses control and takes a faceplant, hitting someone. He quickly goes over to ask, "Are you okay?" It turns out to be Ao Dong. She cries out in pain. The two lock eyes and say in unison, "It's you." Lin Xin looks worried at her appearance. "Can you stand up?" Ao Dong recounts her situation and guides him. "My leg is pinned down. Can you help me lift the motorcycle up a bit?" This motorcycle is very heavy. When you lift it, turn the handlebars to one side and keep them close to the body. Then hold the tail of the bike firmly. Before she finishes speaking, Lin Xin casually lifts the motorcycle with one hand. Her eyes widen in surprise, stuttering, questioning, How did you do that? This thing weighs like 170 kilograms. He scratches his head and laughs sheepishly. Maybe it's because I'm pretty strong. Haha. A second later, his gaze falls on Ao Dong's bleeding thigh. Whoa, you're injured, but you're waving your hand dismissively. It's fine. I get minor injuries like this all the time. Last time I even broke a bone. It's just part of my job after all. Lin Xin just let out a dry laugh. Damn, you're that hardcore. A lady of the night has it rough, huh? Taking the opportunity to see him here, she takes the chance to express her thanks. Thanks for the yacht that time. I haven't been able to contact you since then. Oh right, the yacht you gave me, I want to return it to you. Actually, But before she could finish speaking, Lin Xin bolts off like his butt's on fire. You can use the money to sponsor children in mountainous areas or people in difficult circumstances. No need to thank me, I'm the real life. Lei Feng, Ao Dong had no choice but to shout after him, Lin Xin. Running until he's exhausted, his face is covered in sweat. It's all work that's about to break my bones. If you're a girl as miserable as her, don't act tough, just scram quickly. He recalled Ao Dong's words from earlier. How did you do that? That's like 170 kilograms. Lin Xin felt a bit proud, flexing his bicep to show off his strength. But what even is my level 5 strength now? It's kinda weird. Gotta check out the new testing room tomorrow. The next day, at the gym, Lin Xin casually strolled past the modern exercise equipment. The others were panting as they ran on the treadmills, drenched in sweat. He paused to observe for a moment, sighing inwardly. So many people working out so early in the morning. They're putting in the work. His gaze suddenly got a little too interested, as it landed on someone's butt. Damn, that's a nice ass. Suddenly, someone came up to him. Pretty nice, huh? Wei Long crossed his arms, acting all-knowing. I can help you get with her. Lin Xin immediately denied it, startled. Huh. No, I was just looking around. But the guy wouldn't let it go. Haha, we're all guys here, no need to front. Don't worry, I'm not going to tell you to go ask for her WeChat right now. He took the opportunity to promote himself. Because the you right now couldn't get it, girls who go to the gym don't like weak guys, gotta be like me. Then, seizing the chance to scam the other guy, good news is, I'm Wei Long, the star coach at UYNHI Gym. I can create a training plan for you. You'll get muscles in 3 months. Only 8,000 yuan. Lin Xin quickly waved his hand in refusal. Nah, I'm good, thanks. Wei Long kept following him, trying to convince him. Don't be so quick to refuse. I can give you 2 free trial sessions first, then you can decide after you work out. No need. I just came to use the machines. Seeing that he wasn't getting anywhere, the guy quickly turned and left. All right, I have a class, gotta go. Think about it, you can always come find me. Inwardly, he mocked the other guy, too broke to afford private lessons but still comes to the gym. What a weakling. A moment later, standing in front of a weightlifting machine, he scratched his head, puzzled. How do you even use this? Just then, Luo Bing happened to walk by, and he boldly called out, Excuse me, do you know how to use this machine? She leaned down and enthusiastically explained. This is called an inverted machine. You need to sit here, your feet go on these pedals, and these on the sides are to control the locking pins. After listening, he politely replied, Ah, I see, thank you, miss. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. Detected female with high attractiveness, activating counterattack mission. All of the other person's information appeared in front of him. Di Luo Bing, 24 years old, 167 centimeters tall, 49 kilograms. Current favorability with host, 0%. If it exceeds 90%, 10% of the gold spent will be refunded. If it exceeds 100%, the identity and relationship with the host will change. Lin Xin couldn't help but marvel after reading, This system is insane. She's wearing a hat and a mask, and you can still scan her. Does this thing have X-ray vision? It bluntly and domineeringly replied, As long as I'm in close proximity, I can even tell if someone has had plastic surgery. Returning to the machine, Lin Xin continuously loaded weights onto it. Let's try the heaviest one first. Luo Bing left, dejectedly, no longer interested. Just a newbie, as I thought. He has no idea about 600 kilograms at all. But she didn't know that he was frantically lifting weights behind her. A moment later, Luo Bing walked into Wei Long's class. "Coach? Good morning. You're here. Warm up first."
She quickly took off her hat and mask. Her pure and beautiful face, like the first snow, was immediately revealed. The guy behind her clicked his tongue in praise. So pretty. Wearing a hat and mask, is she some kind of celebrity?
Luo Bing quickly performed squats. Wei Long watched from behind and gave instructions. Not bad. Go lower." He went past the rules and rushed up close. "Yes, ass should be lower a bit more. Do you feel the muscles having power here?"
The more they practiced, the more strange their movements became. He smiled smugly. "Relax a little more, I'll stretch your tendons for you." Feeling that something was wrong, Luo Bing loudly questioned him.
"Coach, are these moves a bit too much?" Wei Long's face was thicker than the road, and argued. "What do you mean I'm very focused on helping you warm up? Do you suspect I'm taking advantage of you?"
She sternly made a request. "If the next training exercises are like this, then please switch me to a different one. I'm not comfortable with physical contact with others."
He pretended to be humble on the outside. "Okay, I'll switch you to a different learning route." But in his heart he planned to retaliate against her. "Looks like she won't be okay unless I make her suffer."
Seconds later, Luo Bing was forced to train like crazy, from push-ups to alternating leg jumps.
But he still loudly urged, "Start jumping for a minute, jump burpees. Do the arrow step left and right alternately for a minute. Quick, 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 do another set."
In a short time she was so tired that she was smoking. Luo Bing still had some sense to question him.
"Coach, isn't this intensity a bit too much? Shouldn't we do this gradually?"
Wei Long loudly tried to reason.
"You spent money on my class. I have a responsibility to you if there are no results. Not only will your money be wasted, but my reputation as a star coach will also suffer."
He took the opportunity to provoke her.
"Bodybuilding classes require suffering, you know? If you can't do this or that, how can I help you?" Luo Bing, even though she was exhausted to the point of almost fainting, still insisted on completing the lesson. "No need to say more. Let's continue."
Seconds later, she threw herself into hard training, constantly motivating herself inwardly. "Isn't it just a little tired? I've persevered through being frozen by the company for 2 years, and I've finally managed to win a web movie role. I have to have the best figure to perform."
The punk Wei Long stood there, gloating like crazy. "All wobbly and weak. You can't hold on anymore, can you? Even a female trainer would be exhausted doing this set. Just admit you're wrong and accept my first training plan. Isn't that easy?" His perverted gaze scanned Luo Bing's sweat-drenched body, his inner thoughts turning lewd. He. I haven't seen a high-quality female student like this in a year. Little lamb, get on my plate." But before he could make a move, she fainted and collapsed to the ground. Wei Long panicked instantly. Did this girl run out of stamina? Wei Long hurried over and shook Luo Bing, who was unconscious.
Hey,
Lin Xin happened to be passing by and was surprised to see her. "Oh, isn't that the woman I just got counter-ganked by the system into being bound to?" He immediately rushed into the training room and asked, "What's wrong with her?" Wei Long, seeing someone interfere, yelled, "This is a private training room, get out of here." Ignoring his words, he went over and checked her pulse, complaining, "You've already fainted. What training room are you even talking about?"
Before Lin Xin could do anything more, Wei Long pushed him away and took matters into his own hands. "Get out of the way, I'll give her CPR."
"No wonder the dude's got a big head but a pea-sized brain," he retorted, annoyed. "Look, her heart's beating fast, and she's still breathing." People had crowded around in the training room without anyone noticing. Seeing the situation was unfavorable, he reluctantly gave up his plan.
Thump. Just then, Luo Bing, who was gasping for breath, suddenly convulsed violently, her whole body trembling. Seeing her like that, he panicked and didn't know what to do.
"Damn, why is she like this?" "It was just exercise," the onlookers quickly shouted. "Call an ambulance."
Lin Xin rushed over without delay, holding her shoulders, worried to the point of sweating. "The ambulance will take at least 15 minutes. I'm afraid it won't make it in time. System, I want to choose a skill."
Hearing his call, a mechanical voice and the system panel appeared.
"Because the host has reached 100% completion, you can choose any skill from S to C level. Do you want to start viewing the skill library?"
He didn't think much and grit his teeth, demanding, "Give me a skill that can save her now." The system immediately responded, and a ding sounded. "Skill, proficient in traditional Chinese medicine, has been selected." As soon as the announcement ended, all the medical knowledge flooded into his mind. Faced with the massive amount of information, Lin Xin hugged his head, struggling to process it. "My head hurts so much knowledge." After a difficult moment, he opened his bright eyes and looked straight at Luo Bing. Every blood vessel in her body was clearly visible to him. He immediately diagnosed the problem. Clear yang qi cannot rise, qi is stuck below, blood is insufficient, the shen is not nourished. Not wasting any more time, he quickly used his techniques to press on her Baijianglu, Guanyuanlu, and Neiguanlu acupoints. A girl standing by looked puzzled. What is he doing? The person next to her explained, it looks like he's doing acupressure, he's trying to save that girl. Hearing this, she became even more skeptical. Will it really work? He's so young and doesn't look like he has any experience in traditional Chinese medicine. What if he presses the wrong points? As time passed, after a while, Luo Bing gradually woke up, letting out a soft groan. Faced with everyone's surprise, astonishment, bewilderment, and shock, Lin Xin gently supported her. You can't lie down in your current condition, I'll help you sit up against something.
The crowd quickly surrounded them, praising, amazing, he's so young but he's already an expert, he saved a girl having convulsions, this will definitely be on the news. He quickly smiled and waved them away. Thank you, but please don't crowd around here, she needs to rest in a place with good ventilation now.
Luo Bing, after being helped to sit against the wall, weakly said, Did you save me? Thank you. A system notification suddenly appeared. Shi Luo Bing's favorability increased by 15%. Lin Xin was full of concern for her. Your heart rate was too fast, which was the main reason for your fainting. What intense exercise did you do just now? She nodded slightly in response. Yeah, during training just now, the trainer said that's how exercise is effective.
Hearing this, he showed his dissatisfaction, gritting his teeth and questioning, what level of exercise is suitable for a student's physique? Shouldn't you, as a trainer, know that clearly? Letting her do intense exercise beyond her ability to endure. Are you doing this on purpose, or were you just careless? The onlookers, catching wind of some hot drama, started gossiping non-stop. Isn't Wei Long a top trainer? How could he make even this mistake? He even wanted to do CPR just now. He doesn't even understand basic medical knowledge. How can he be a trainer? The comments made Wei Long uncomfortable, and he cursed under his breath.
Damn it! He was so embarrassed that he became angry and questioned back, You dare doubt my professionalism? I have a physical fitness training certificate. What certificate do you have? Not giving Lin Xin a chance to answer, he shouted, You don't have anything, do you? I think you're just a traditional Chinese medicine doctor with limited knowledge.
She fainted because of an illness, and she would have woken up on her own anyway. A blind cat just happened to catch a mouse, and you're here bragging. Luo Bing thought it wasn't worth it and stopped him, then glared at the guy. Don't argue with this kind of person. I'll go to the front desk to cancel this class and demand an immediate refund. Seeing the two were about to leave, Wei Long pointed and yelled, stopping them. Hold up, you think you can just smear my name and walk away like that?
He smirked smugly. I want to challenge you to a fight. Only then can I regain my reputation. You can refuse, but don't think about coming to the gym again.
Hearing this,
Lin Xin agreed without hesitation. Sure, I accept your challenge, secretly rejoicing that his wish had come true. Whether I come to this gym or not isn't important to me. I was just bored and couldn't find a reason to beat you up.
Then the group moved to the arena. While Luo Bing worried about her benefactor, he was still confidently sure of an easy win. The surrounding audience was packed and lively, quickly heating up the atmosphere. Saka Ca stood below, smirking sarcastically. That skinny dog actually dares to challenge Wei Long. He's got a death wish. Wei Long isn't just some musclehead trainer. Ca Han, standing next to him, asked curiously, could it be that Coach Wei Long has another identity? He recalled Wei Long's dominant presence and sighed. Wei Long was a 3-time underground boxing champion in Yanjiang City. Even though he's retired and been a trainer for 2 years, he still trains non-stop. His only goal is to kill people with his fists.
As a formality, Wei Long said, Do you need boxing gloves? Lin Xin casually replied, Nah, I'm not used to wearing that stuff. His answer made the yes-men below even more smug. Skinny dog is dead meat. The fight began, and Wei Long was the first to attack. He unleashed a swift and elusive shadowless kick stance and rushed forward. When he was close enough, he threw a powerful punch straight at Lin Xin's face. Lin Xin's reflexes were no joke. He immediately dodged his head to the side, inwardly surprised. So fast. The movements of Wing Chun are big and far, relatively easy to dodge, but boxing is close-range combat, small and close movements. If I wasn't really quick, I wouldn't have been able to avoid it. He didn't give Lin Xin a second to rest. Immediately throwing a hook that was blocked, Lin Xin frowned. This guy is definitely not just an ordinary gym trainer. Wei Long raised his head triumphantly to look at him, sneering each word. Say goodbye. Hearing these 3 words from him, Lin Xin, who was defending, suddenly realized something was wrong and quickly retreated.
Wei Long attacked relentlessly like a storm, forcing Lin Xin into a defensive position where he could only retreat.
Saka Ca and Ca Han, who were on Wei Long's side, excitedly stared at each punch, their faces filled with triumphant smiles. The neutral audience was shocked and speechless at the violent scene. Oh my god, Luo Bing, seeing Lin Xin cornered, thought he was about to be knocked out, and cried out worriedly, "No."
But after a series of Wei Long's attacks, Lin Xin still stood firm with his hands red and stinging.
Wei Long punched so much that his hands were smoking. Seeing Lin Xin like that, he was stunned and exclaimed, "How is that possible?" Now it was Lin Xin's turn to counterattack. He used Wei Long's own techniques to return the favor. "Thanks for teaching me boxing, I've benefited a lot." The barrage of attacks caught Wei Long off guard. He was punched so hard that his facial bones broke, his teeth flew out, and he fell backward.
The moment Lin Xin finished his flurry of blows was the moment Wei Long was knocked out and collapsed on the arena floor unconscious.
Wei Long's supporters were shocked, their eyes changing color. What? The spectators on Lin Xin's side were excited to see that Lin Xin was not only unharmed but had also knocked out the hateful guy, Little Bro 1. Lin Xin smiled in satisfaction, rubbing his wrists, as Luo Bing looked at him with admiration. Wow. While one side sighed in disappointment, putting Wei Long on a stretcher to take him to the hospital. Turns out the ambulance they called earlier to save her sister, now it came in handy, and then on this side, she hurriedly pulled Lin Xin away. "I have something I want to talk to you about."
The two returned to a quiet and discreet exercise room, where she opened her mouth, making Lin Xin confused. "I have a request to make of you that isn't too fair, but please consider it." With that, Luo Bing took out her phone and faced it towards Lin Xin earnestly. "I'll send you 60,000 yuan, including remuneration and a bravery bonus as stipulated. Due to the sensitive nature of the job, I don't want this to be interviewed by the press and spread around."
Her face clearly showed anxiety. "I know this amount of money isn't much, but this is all the money I've accumulated. I just hope you can keep this quiet." In her heart, she was worried endlessly. "I'm afraid that fainting will become negative news, affecting the online film that is about to be released. Now I can't stand any more risks. I just hope the other person accepts the money and keeps quiet. And I'm afraid that he will refuse and find a reporter."
Seeing the free food delivered right to his doorstep, why would Lin Xin refuse? After his phone buzzed, confirming the 60,000 transfer, he flashed a bright smile, gesturing, "Don't worry, since I've taken your money, I'll definitely do as I promised." Luo Bing was incredibly grateful to the man before her, bowing respectfully to thank him once more. As soon as the words left her mouth, a system notification popped up. Affection increased by 5%. Meanwhile, Lu Shuya was using a fawning tone to say goodbye to her viewers after her livestream, as any internet hot girl would. "Off now. Thanks for the tips. Love you guys. Bye-bye." As soon as she logged off, she did a complete 180, letting out a disappointed, weary sigh. Lin Xin didn't even come today. Even if he didn't give gifts, he could have at least said hi. Then she started daydreaming and blushing about Lin Xin. Businessmen always expect returns on their investments. Lin Xin has spent so much money on me, yet he hasn't asked for anything in return. Shuya puffed out her cheeks in a huff, letting her imagination run wild. "Could it be that he wants me to offer myself up? Humph. Guys are just my ATMs. I'm not going to go chasing after him." Said one thing, did another. She tossed her dignity aside and excitedly called him. "Hello, Lin Xin. I'm coming to your area next week, to Yanjiang, to film a short video. Will you come see me?" A week later, true to his word, he arrived at the Yanjiang City filming set dressed to the nines. A voice as sweet as molasses suddenly rang out. "Brother Lin Xin." Out of nowhere, Shuya leaped forward with a bright smile, throwing herself into Lin Xin's arms. "Did you miss me?" Not missing his chance, he immediately flattered her. "Of course I did. Seeing you is like seeing money." She considerately pinned an extra badge to him, legitimizing his presence on set. "With this you can go inside any time." Just then, the director's voice boomed. "All right, let's roll," she replied with a bright smile, and left while he was still curiously examining the badge. Here we go. The movie Shuya was filming seemed to be a sweet rom-com, starting with a scene of a beautiful woman with a bubbly personality, greeting the morning, "You're awake, you lazy worm." Along with a man's hand caressing her face, she revealed a seductive, fox spirit charm that captivated anyone who looked. Seeing that the shot was stable with one mistake, the director yelled, "Cut!" to switch. "Okay, change outfits." While the makeup artist was touching up her face, she flashed a triumphant smile. "The scenes with my boyfriend are getting so many views. With over 1 million likes, he must be mesmerized by now." But no, my dear. She turned to see Lin Xin's cold expression, and her jaw dropped in surprise. "Huh? What's with that face?" Shuya cried, and reached out toward his nonchalant retreating figure, screaming in her heart like thunder, "Wait, I looked so hot, and he didn't even glance at me." Yet somehow, with just one expression from him,
Her woman's intuition spun an entire romance novel. Could it be that he doesn't like me acting this way in front of everyone, so he's angry? His possessiveness is too strong? How annoying? Along with her train of thought, a system notification appeared. Affection increased by 3%. Lu Shui's current affection is 88%. Lin Xin, oblivious to all this, wandered around the set, grumbling, "Ugh, this sucks. No chance to spend any money." Walking past every corner of the set, with countless scenes from different eras vividly unfolding, he couldn't help but exclaim, "But this set is huge. So cool. It's like time traveling." Suddenly, Lin Dabo yelled his name, drawing his attention. "Hey, you in the shirt. Yeah, you." He glanced at the badge and assumed Lin Xin was just an extra. So he asked him to be a stand-in for the male actor. 100 yuan a day. He waved his hand in refusal. "Oh, no need." But he didn't give up. "How about this? We happen to need someone today. You lucked out. You'll get an extra 250 plus a meal. You usually don't get such good treatment." At this point, he couldn't refuse the free lunch. "Oh, all right." In his heart, he mused, the meal even comes with an acting experience. Lin Xin followed Lin Dao to the film, set in the enclosed building with the wooden floor. He looked up at the actor in ancient costume, a swordsman, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Whoa, getting the feels, fighting in an inn. It reminds me of the Xiao Ren I love to watch." Suddenly, a scream rang out, cutting through his thoughts. "Ah!" Immediately, he instinctively turned toward the sound, the groan coming from within the crowd. "It hurts." He quickly squeezed through the crowd and suddenly saw He Mai yelling at the staff, "Quick, quick, quick, call an ambulance. What is the props team doing? Do you know how dangerous it is for props to malfunction?" She glared angrily at the actor. There really was a 2mm splinter on the wooden sword. What did I think it was? Turns out it's just a tiny sliver the size of a toothpick, and Yifan's expression is like he's about to die. Witnessing this, everyone smiled awkwardly, despising the exaggeration. Only He Mai was still roaring, "This is a serious dereliction of duty. I can sue your props team until you have nothing left to wear. If there's an accident, can you take responsibility?" Making him only know to give in, "I know." On this side, Lin Dao led Lin Xin in front of Yi Farin. I introduced with a smile, "Brother Yi Farin, I've found a stand-in for the rest of your action scenes." He acted like a little kid, wrinkling his nose and replying carelessly before ordering the prop guy, all right, hurry up with this crap, it frickin' hurts." Meanwhile, he dragged Lin Xin by the arm to change clothes. You know the drill in this industry, right? No blabbing, you'll sign an NDA later. While being dragged, Lin Xin's eyes accidentally met the charming figure of a familiar girl. And she also noticed his presence. He was surprised, but didn't have time to react. Their eyes just locked. It was her. Since he wasn't being dragged anymore, he nodded slowly. So she's an actress, no wonder she didn't want her name in the news for this. Okay, just pretend I don't know her. As for her, she glanced after him, secretly relieved. Good thing I didn't misjudge him. I can focus on filming this drama now. Every word filled with capitalist schemes haunted her mind. Luo Bing, you're so decisive, I'm counting on you. Sign the contract, I'll arrange it immediately. She could only pray that this drama would be her saving grace, but the male lead Wu Yifan is a star-struck idol. With star disease, troublesome, and a terrible actor, hopefully he won't affect the quality of the film. After changing into costume, Lin Xin's handsomeness made the female staff there exclaim, "Wow, so handsome. With that face he could play the male lead. He's not losing to those popular pretty boys." Seeing this, Yifan looked at him with annoyance, then started the scene. He skillfully grabbed his sword and rushed forward as in the script. Every step, every sword swing was perfect, full of chivalrous spirit. The director happily shouted, "Cut! Great, one take." The actors surrounded Lin Xin, praising, "By the way, little bro, when you drew your sword it even made a sword sound. No need for post-production sound effects. Have you practiced before?" He could only scratch his head and smile awkwardly. The director on the side laughed heartily. "Not bad. You have talent and good moves. I have a stunt role in an action movie. I can give you a chance. This role is competitive, so you need to work hard." Lin Dao went back and forth, flattering the big shot while calling him, "Thank you, director, for your guidance. Hurry up. The stunt role in the movie pays 500 yuan a day. I had to carefully select to find this person. I only hope the director is satisfied." Luo Bing observed everything, blushing with admiration. Not only self-curing, but also a professional stuntman, so good. Accelerating the filming progress slowed down by Wu Yifan. Panla's voice echoed. Yifan was annoyed and didn't bother to stay, immediately using filming as an excuse to leave. "I should go greet Pan." A group of brain-dead fangirls surrounded the barrier, seeing him come out. They started screaming at the top of their lungs, "Ah, Yifan! I love you so much, Yifan! Look at me, he's coming!" Their faces were ecstatic,
holding up signs and shouting a bunch of compliments. Yifan, 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 so handsome. Seeing their idol walk around, they reached out to greet him enthusiastically. Wow, Yifan looks so handsome in ancient costume. I really like it. Yifan waved and winked. Be good, everyone. But the cheers kept ringing out. Swooning because of him, 5,555. This 10,000 yuan is so worth it, Sister Kuai Yuan. You're amazing. Kuai Yuan. Being praised, puffed up with pride. Proud to be Yifan's hardcore fan. I have a small privilege. Take more photos, edit them carefully, and when the new song comes out, all fans must log into Super Topic every day, buy 10 albums, and consume endorsement products so that he can move forward steadily. Hongwu nodded in agreement. Sister Kuai Yuan, rest assured, I used this month's salary to buy all the albums, and borrowed tens of thousands of yuan. Yi Ru, who's beside her, gently constructs the statement. Sister Kuai Yuan, his birthday is coming soon. We need to prepare gifts too, right? She bit the bulletin board and immediately scored. Yes, tell the big fans to donate at least 1 million. I will be responsible for buying things. The crowd immediately cheered in agreement. We trust Sister Kuai Yuan. We will definitely bring a perfect birthday. She showed off even more. If other houses have it, our brother must have it too. We can't be at a disadvantage. The set was busy preparing costumes for the actors. Wu De looked at his watch and shouted. In this scene, the male lead returns from another place to meet his fiancée, and then rushes away. Jing Hua Shui Yue, scene 33 take. Luo Bing was deeply involved. Wang Li's eyes looked aggrievedly towards Yi Fan in the role of the male lead. When she realized it was the person she had always missed, she smiled brightly like warm sunlight. She stepped forward, carefully touched her husband's body, her voice trembling. I thought I would never see you again. While Luo Bing expressed the long-lasting longing of the wife for her husband, every word touched her husband's heart. Yi Fan stood there, stiff as a mannequin. Lin Xin, watching, could only sigh speechlessly. She can act so well, even in front of this wooden block. So good. The brain-dead fans didn't think so. They still praised him like a god. Ah, Yi Fan's eyes make my heart ache so much. He acts so well, I'm crying. Did he shock you into standing still? Does he have acting skills? Where is it? Only fans can see it. He still maintained a stiff face, stroking Luo Bing's face. Even his lines were mumbled, making her dumbfounded. One guy don't meet, look you down, good small tired. Wu Di saw this and stopped the cut, then he ran over to question. Shi Luo Bing, why did your complexion suddenly deteriorate? Which made her stammer to explain, oh sorry, because he said the wrong lines, I thought he would call cut so. He didn't care who was right or wrong, and shouted directly at her face. Am I the director, or are you the director? When I say cut, then cut. Then he turned 180 degrees, put his arm around Yi Fan and whispered, that, Yi Fan, ah. The lines for this sentence is, Xiao Kui, not, Xiao Jiao. He turned up his face and blamed, that's why I don't want to film historical dramas, troublesome and full of strange words that are hard to remember. What does Xiao Kui mean? Wu De patiently explained to him. That, Xiao Kui, means a person who is worried and distressed about something, leading to such an unsightly appearance. Hearing this, he curled his lip and raised his voice. Isn't that just ugly from fatigue, wasted and haggard my ass? Can this screenwriter even write? If you can't write, then don't. Yi Fan's unreasonable words, as sideways as a crab, left the entire crew speechless. The brain-dead fans chimed in. That's right, the trash screenwriter isn't qualified to write scripts for my Yi Fan. Wu De had no choice but to lower himself and beg with clasped hands. Seeing this, he changed the subject. I remember the next scene is the one where I hug Xiao Bing, right? As he said this, he licked his lips, looking at Luo Bing with a lewd gaze that clearly showed his dark intentions. All right then. The director slammed his clipboard down and shouted, Mirror Flower, Water Moon, Scene 33, Take 3. Luo Bing, with tears in her eyes, threw herself into Yi Fan's arms. Why must you leave so quickly? I don't want you to go. He flashed a sleazy smile, a wicked scheme in his eyes as he looked down, and then seized the opportunity to grope her, making her jump back in shock. She frowned, painfully pushing his hand away, which instantly soured his mood. Seeing this, Wu Dem yelled in anger. Cut! Shi Luo Bing, what are you doing? Got a cramp in your hand? Luo Bing felt wronged but didn't dare to complain, knowing she had no one to rely on, and could only reluctantly turn a blind eye. I'm sorry, director, let's do it again. He frowned and immediately snapped. Let me tell you, I'm not in a good mood right now, don't give me any trouble, she mumbled in response. Sorry. The fans outside,
still unable to distinguish right from wrong, howled as if it were a great injustice.
Oh my god, all of Yifan's hard work is going down the drain.
Hongwu immediately spoke up, blaming everything on Luo Bing. He's acting so hard, and it's all Luo Bing's fault for constantly ruining the scene. Wasn't she blacklisted for 2 years? Why is she playing the female lead now? Hearing this, they quickly joined in. There must be some dirty deal. We have to post this on Xinlan to ruin her reputation and support our family's idol. Lin Xin didn't miss a word and smirked meaningfully. I thought Luo Bing, as an actress, must be rolling in money, so money can't buy her comeback, but now it seems she has a lot of trouble, and it looks like there's somewhere to use money. Yifan, seeing the wind blowing in his direction, pretended to turn around and leave, then complained, "Well, I thought Luo Bing was dedicated to her work, but she's avoiding normal contact scenes. How am I supposed to film this? The ancient dialogue is so long, it's such a pain, I'm not filming anymore."
Knowing he was being difficult, she, though unwilling, still stepped forward and bowed in apology.
"Yifan, it's my fault. I'm not professional enough. I also know these lines are very difficult to memorize, and the costumes are very thick, very hot, and filming is very tiring, but..." He publicly stared straight at her chest, repeating mockingly. But Bing felt his gaze, glanced away awkwardly, and kept trying to persuade him. "But your fans are all secretly supporting you, creating the best results to give to your fans, which is the most direct love for fans."
Seeing her yielding, Yifan twisted her words to taunt her.
"That's right, I have tens of millions of fans, and they all think of me. Afraid I'm tired, so I should rest more. You're working so hard, how many fans do you have?"
She didn't expect him to say this, and paused in shock.
Then he laughed mockingly, and pointed towards Lin Xin, causing Wu Den to panic. "But it's not impossible, just let this guy replace me, he's so professional anyway, isn't he?"
He couldn't take it anymore, and immediately rushed forward.
"Don't joke around, Yifan, just bear with it a little." Himei immediately stood in front of him, raising her voice. "Director, please keep your distance, don't disturb Yifan's rest."
Seeing the situation was not good, he sweated profusely, trying to persuade him. But Luo Bing lowered her head, her face dark, her whole body trembling with fear. "It's over, the deal." Just then he stepped forward like a hero, breaking the tense atmosphere. Playing the male lead. "I'm here." Seeing this, Wu De yelled, "What's it got to do with a passerby like you?" "Get lost." Lin Dao immediately ran over and pulled Lin Xin away. "Don't talk nonsense, let's go," he provoked. "What? Isn't what Wu Yifan says the law? He just asked me to be the male lead. I didn't mishear, did I?" He couldn't take it anymore and furiously ordered, "Where did this idiot come from? Get lost, don't come here again." But Yifan stopped him.
"Wait, the scheming guy, Lu Yu," said challengingly. "That's right, I said let you be the male lead."
These words stunned Wu De. "Yifan, this isn't in accordance with the rules. But you still calmly accepted it. Give me the script, I'll learn the lines."
Hearing this, he covered his face and laughed contemptuously. "Ha ha ha, learn the lines. Do you really think you're the male lead? Film your head, just go there and count the money."
He still didn't give up, trying his best to persuade him. "Yifan, this script is worth everything. Giving it to a passerby is a waste. If the investors find out, it will be very difficult to explain."
His fear only made him laugh, pointing behind him. "Who said it's a waste of the script? Do you think I'm stupid? If I really let him film, look at the fans over there."
Wu De followed his gaze towards the crowd, and the scene made him panic.
When the fans saw a small fry snatching their idol's job, they were all fuming with murderous intent. The potato-faced fan's eyes bulged as he furiously snapped pictures, gritting his teeth. "What an eye-opener! A rag has the nerve to act all high and mighty in front of my brother." Next, she quickly followed suit, taking a close-up of the main character's funny-looking face, posting it to an online fan group, and screaming indignantly, "Let's all deal with him, harass him, and spray paint his house red."
Seeing everything fall into his hands, Wu Yifan gave a smug, triumphant smirk, much to Wu De's disbelief.
On the other side, Luo Bing kindly helped Lin Xin. "This is my script. It has the male lead's lines too. You can read it to understand the plot," the girl replied softly. "Oh, thanks," he said contemptuously, playing mind games and preying on her pain. "So you're really giving the script to a stand-in to read. You're just an 18th-tier actress whose company has frozen her career for 2 years? Don't think you're a real celebrity just because you gotta play the female lead with Wu Yifan." His words made him think. Frozen for 2 years. But I was immediately surprised by her script. It's so detailed. Everything about the female lead's understanding, emotional shifts, feelings, and pronunciation of her lines has been marked. He looked at Luo Bing's radiant appearance and felt excited. Here, only she genuinely wants to make this film great. It's on. I will act my heart out with her.
With his morale boosted, he shouted, "Director, let's roll!" His attitude made Wu Deng even more furious than a chili pepper, and he shot back, "Huh,
Are you the director, or am I the director? The slate clapped shut, and the scene began. Luo Bing spoke sweetly. This is the safety talisman I got for you at the Guanyin Temple a few days ago. Lin Xin turned to look at the sky, clutching the small object with lingering nostalgia. The sun has set. I must go now. His deep acting surprised her. He remembered his lines, but the first line isn't that strange. Not letting this ruin the scene, she returned to her initial state, sadly watching his receding figure, and spoke poetically.
Afraid of a sunset with another sunset, the soul's despair sinks into the soul's despair. The new bottom is silver, the old bottom is silver. The wind blew through his hair, the sad scene accompanied by the man. Lin Xin was reluctant to leave, and circled back to tightly embrace the sorrowful Luo Bing.
He then caressed her face, continuing the half-finished poem. The heartbroken man remembers the heartbroken man. This spring, the fragrant beauty's shame is divided. The wife's emotion of missing her husband couldn't be held back. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she choked out, "My love?" They shared a soft kiss, filled with longing and deep affection. In front of the beautiful scenery and the stunningly beautiful actress, Wu Yifan's fangirls, who were initially burning with rage, were blushing and lost in the moment. The potato-faced fans stammered in admiration, "Oh my God, it's so beautiful." Lin Dao looked around, dazed. Was there a kiss scene in the script? Wu Dai frowned and stroked his chin. No, but when the emotions are this high, a kiss scene would flow perfectly. The staff huddled together and whispered, which infuriated him even more. Compared to this, Wu Yifan's acting is nothing to watch. Shh, don't say that. He gritted his teeth and pretended to applaud, snarling each word. The master remembers the lines very well, but there was no kiss scene in the script. His frustration reached its peak. He nitpicked and began to find fault.
I suspect you deliberately used filming as an excuse to harass the female lead. Lin Xin remained unfazed and asked back, So we'll reshoot without the kiss? His attitude made Wu Yifan so mad that he cursed, "Is this motherfucker deaf?" As for Luo Bing, she rubbed her lips and blushed shyly. I was too in character just now. I didn't realize we'd kiss. After calming down, she ran up to him, smiling gently. That last scene was really good, he replied candidly. Me too. It's the first time I've felt how fun filming can be. Her words stunned her. What? I thought you were a professional actor. As soon as she finished speaking, the system screen appeared. Shi Lu Bing's affection level increased by 12%.
Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Wu Yifan felt humiliated and yelled,
Shi Luo Bing,
are you saying that acting with me is nothing special? Did you intentionally look down on me to belittle me? I hate people with weird personalities the most.
Luo Bing was flustered by this statement and waved her hands frantically. You've misunderstood, I didn't mean that.
Leaning on his backing, he pointed and ordered. This stand-in can get lost now. Also, director, I want to replace the female lead. Each word he uttered shocked her, and her mind fell into a bottomless black abyss.
She trembled and lowered her head. No, I really didn't mean to mock you. I misspoke just now, I'm sorry.
Han Mei saw her chance and mocked her. Sorry so fast. You must offend people a lot, huh? Her apology sounded completely insincere. Wu Dai also joined in to humiliate her. Henry was frozen by his company for 2 years. You should stop acting and learn how to be a person first. Each word was like a lightning strike, making her terrified. No, I've already signed a contract with the company. You can't just replace me. He immediately widened his eyes in disbelief. Luo Bing, I'm sorry, but I'm the one with the most power here. I can replace whoever I want. The contract appeared in her mind as he spoke, and she staggered backward.
Besides, you're clear on this contract, right? The 100 million contract. You'll be paying for the rest of your life.
Lin Xin quickly ran over to support her collapsing body.
Carefully, Xu Xin glared at Wu Dai, his voice dripping with annoyance.
Is fake money driving out the real stuff? Ying Fan looked at him with disdain, sneering. Cheap, real money. Himai joined in the mockery. Haha, only a fool would be penniless, thinking they're acting well when they're just being looked down upon. You're just a useless replacement. You know what the entertainment industry needs? Money? Someone like you with no money will be a nobody your whole life. Kuai Yuan immediately chimed in, accusing him. What's wrong with this society? Being a stunt double and daring to scold our top idol, doesn't he know the law? Call the cops and throw him in jail? Yi Ru nonchalantly continued to tap on her phone. He didn't commit any crime, did he? Meanwhile, Hong Wu was already worked up. This is a crime! Let's go to the police station and pressure them. We have to get him thrown in jail.
Faced with the slander, Lin Xin calmly smiled and retorted, "Fine, I won't pretend anymore. I'm laying my cards on the table, I'm not a background actor, and I'm not short on cash. Besides, I'm handling Sheila Bing's contract." Hearing this, everyone burst out laughing, pointing and mocking. "Haha, a background actor says he has 100 million, are you still acting? Want a few slaps to wake you up? He's panicking, haha. Assistant director, hurry up and get the QR code for him to scan, haha." He calmly pulled out a black card and swiped it smoothly. The machine beeped. Transaction successful, 100 million. The noisy atmosphere instantly fell silent. The petty people froze, speechless. Now it was Lin Xin's turn to confidently wave the black card. No matter how many times I hear it, that sound is so satisfying. This scene makes me want to recite a poem. With every word of ridicule, the faces of those who were just triumphant now looked blank with disbelief, and the sound of dogs barking never ceased. The fangirls also looked grim, mouths agape like hungry ghosts. A ding sound silenced everyone. "Great poem, great poem." Then he turned to comfort Luo Bing. "It's okay now." He didn't know when she had started sobbing, but they were tears of joy, not sadness. Wu Di, crestfallen, relayed the message. "I already called Yanzong Xile Bing. From now on, you have nothing to do with Heavenly Emperor Entertainment. You're a freelance artist. No other entertainment company will sign you." Lin Xin still ignored him, only concerned about the girl's mood. "What's wrong?" Yi Fan, emboldened by his desperation, started spreading baseless slander. "I'm saying, Xile Bing, so you're hooking up with a young master, and he's using 100 million to buy you out. What a great trick. You must have worked hard in bed, huh?" The brain-dead fangirls regained their momentum and joined in the cursing. "Is that so? So what if you have some dirty money? How disgusting. Having money doesn't represent purity. You bitch. Don't mess with our CACA. Yi Fan is young, promising, and innocent," posted online. Xile Bing and a rich person are breaking the unwritten rules of the contract, even though she was freed. The insults still made Luo Bing panic, covering her ears and squatting down. "No, it's not. It's not like that." Lin Xin calmly glanced at the group of people, sneering with disdain, which confused them. "Thanks to that anonymous fan for reminding me." Then he pulled out his phone and went back into the Vignan family's young masters and ladies group chat. He turned on the recording and sent a voice message. "Hey everyone, I want information about Wu Yifan. See how innocent he is. If anyone has solid evidence, money is no object." While the fangirls were stunned, trying to deny the reality, Hongwu's face darkened with fear because he felt guilty. What is he doing? He seems to be calling for people. Someone with money like him can have a lot of connections. So what if you have connections? Yi Fan is so pure, no matter how hard they look, they won't find any dirt. That's right. Lin Xin calmly waited for a reply from the group. The reply he received from the boss of the film company pleased him, and he happily paid the price. After everything was settled, he nonchalantly sat down in a chair to wait, amid the incomprehensible anxiety of the crowd. What is he doing sitting down after making a phone call? Is he showing off his power? Luo Bing came to his side, whispering gratefully, "Thank you for paying my contract fee for me. I will find a way to pay you back." Suddenly, Kuai Yuan's phone rang with a notification, breaking the atmosphere, and everyone immediately opened their bulletin boards to see. Before the astonished eyes of everyone, Lin Xin spoke. Starting his show, "Here it comes." The bulletin board exploded, with breaking news occupying the top of the rankings, causing a major earthquake in the entertainment industry. The hot search included nude videos of Yi Fan and Hongwu. Mine's pretty big, so take it easy. He stared at the phone, his eyes bloodshot with fear. Kuai Yuan couldn't accept the truth and shouted, "Impossible! This must be fake, I don't believe it." Suddenly, Mi Ru spoke, attracting everyone's attention. "Wait, the tattoo on this girl's neck?" Hongwu wasn't discovered having an affair, and the fangirls pressed her down, tearing at her clothes and beating her. "It's really her? When did you cheap slut? What right do you have to be with Yi Fan? I'm gonna tear you apart," Kuai Yuan screamed in madness. "Aha, no, let me go!" Suddenly, Kuai Yuan stopped them, incredulous and angry. "Wait, someone has taken pictures of us storming the scene and uploaded them. The title is, 'Fan Storms Yi Fan, Female Lead in Sex Scandal.' Both trending hot." One person shouted in panic, "What? Who did that?" After scrutinizing her for a while, she pointed directly at Meiru's face and yelled, "The person in this video is you!" She immediately exploded, directing the fans. "Attention! This avatar has fans begging Lu Han. She's a Lu Han fan. She's a spy digging up bad news about Yi Fan. Sisters, don't let her off the hook." She wasn't willing to lose either, and immediately retorted, "Hold on! I found even more shocking news. Your FC leader, she's been pocketing almost all the money donated to the idol and the charity money in his name.
It's her black money too. Kuai Yuan, exposed, immediately turned pathetic, trying to justify herself. She's talking nonsense. Besides, what if the gifts are a little less? These celebrities never even open our gifts, they just toss them aside. If that's the case, what's wrong with me making some money as a service fee? But by now, any excuse was just a justification. The enraged fans shouted, "Return our money!" Lin Xin watched the internal conflict leisurely, a triumphant smile blooming. Wow, 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 this is even more intense than a movie.
Over here, a chaotic brawl was happening. Over there, the single chair was knocked over by a strong force, rolling to the ground. Yi Fan, completely exposed, anxiously ran away, screaming in his heart, "No, I have to run, get on a plane to Canada first." Before he could take a few steps, he was stopped by the police. They sternly demanded, "Wu Yifan, come with us to the station."
They also hauled Han Mei away. "She's an accomplice, let's go together." He still tried to justify himself. "Those videos are fake. Someone used AI to impersonate me, to frame me. I'm being framed." Wu Dai, seeing everything exposed, covered his face and cried silently. The male lead is gone, the female lead is gone too. How is this movie going to be filmed? Lin Xin's calm handsomeness transformed into a psychological haunting demon for them. Who exactly is he? A casual phone call, and he crushes a top-tier idol like an ant. "It's okay to lose money to girls, but not money that's owed," he still gently requested. "Right, don't forget to pay back the fee I covered for you, and don't skip out on the meal money."
After finishing things up, he turned to Luo Bing with a bright smile and patted her shoulder.
"The show's over, let's go." Although she was vindicated, her eyes still held a hint of sadness as she softly replied, "Yeah, it's over. Everything is over." Lin Xin noticed her expression and suddenly realized, this girl seems to be a drama queen. Thinking this, he knelt down in front of the sobbing girl, gently comforting her. "You know what? A person with dreams and the ability like you, if you can't film because of breaking the contract, then this society is too unfair." His words touched Luo Bing's teary-eyed heart. "I have a great idea on how to spend money. Rich people spending money on girls is a no-brainer." He generously suggested, "I'll invest in opening a film company for you. How about you create your own film crew?"
This sentence was like a rescue for her, and a hint of happiness appeared on her sad face. The Yanjiang City Film Studio was vast and magnificent with its ancient walls. The two of them left the film crew to take a walk. She asked suspiciously, "Do you really want to invest in opening a film company for me?" "But I'm just..." Lin Xin then smiled brightly and encouraged, "Zhao Bing, you have to have faith in yourself." He pointed to her facial features. "My confidence is through the roof. My eyes don't lie. You have a lot of potential." Luo Bing recalled his cool image earlier. So it's true that bad money drives out good money. Then, with her rich imagination, she immediately pictured a domineering CEO novel. "I understand, you are the mysterious figure with power in the entertainment industry, wanting to change this industry." In Lin Xin's mind, countless curse words surfaced. WTF, does this girl have a huge hole in her brain? But on the surface, he still had to put on a front. Going along with her thoughts, "That's right, it's time for the Huaxia entertainment industry to develop." Hearing these words, Luo Bing was full of vigor and overjoyed. "Thank you, I will definitely make the best and most popular movie. The 100 million will be returned to you in the shortest time." Hearing this, he immediately took out his phone. "Here's 500 million for you first. Make the film company as big as you want." She shyly changed the subject. I don't even know your name yet," Lin Xin also politely replied. "I'm Lin Xin." She immediately became bolder. "Can I have your contact information, Lin Xin? Let's add each other on WeChat." Being approached by a girl, he immediately took the bait, agreeing without hesitation. Lu Shuya happened to pass by and was stunned, speechless by the intimate scene between the two. He also saw her approaching and happily greeted. "Wow, what a coincidence. Are you done filming your short video?" she cautiously probed. "Lin Xin, this beautiful girl is..." Luo Bing friendly introduced herself. "Hello, I'm Shi Luo Bing," she asked Lin Xin with her eyes scrutinizing the person. "Lin Xin, is this your friend?" she replied with a smile. "Lin Xin and I just met." Hearing this, Shuya interrupted, hugging his arm, and said on the side of her face, "Is that so? Lin Xin is really nice. When Lin Xin and I met for less than an hour, he bought me a 30 million sports car." These words made him sigh at the hearts of women. "Who asked you?" Luo Bing understood and left, not forgetting to turn back and say goodbye. "Then I'll go first. I'll draft the contract and plan the 500 million investment right away." The huge amount of money, several times her own, made her jaw drop in shock. 500 million? She and Lin Xin just met. How did he invest 500 million for her already? "Hold up, where's the fire? It's past 5.
let's grab some grub together. Lin Xin chimed in. Yeah, my treat, Luo Bing, seeing their enthusiasm, hesitated. I'm kind of feeling awkward about this. Lu Shuya, seizing the opportunity, said with thinly veiled sarcasm. What's awkward about it? Eating with an investor is totally normal, right? Or are you saying Shi Luo Bing here has something she's not telling us? 500 million for a meal, and you're not honored. Luo Bing, blushing with embarrassment, could only deny it repeatedly. No, let's eat together. Sorry, I wasn't thinking straight. My treat.
Shuya, watching this from the side, was secretly gloating, cursing inwardly. Investment partnership, my ass, scheming bitch. Where did this shameless hussy come from? If you want to swindle Lin Xin's money, you'll have to get past my watchful eyes first. Before long, they arrived at a luxurious villa. Inside, a lavish spread was laid out before them. Luo Bing was still going on and on about the old days. I was really desperate back then. Lucky I met Lin Xin. Shuya across from her didn't care. She was just busy looking up info on her phone. This Shi Luo Bing's name sounds familiar. Let me check her background. Probably some nobody actress from Tier 18 or something. Top news started popping up, and she was shocked. She's trending on Hot Search, and it's about Wu Yifan. After thinking for a moment, she glanced at the person across from her and started sizing her up. She graduated from the Imperial Capital Academy of Performing Arts. A lot of entertainment companies wanted to sign her when she graduated, but she wanted to rely on her skills, so she signed with Tianhuang Entertainment. Looking at Luo Bing happily chatting with Lin Xin, Shuya started to feel a bit of admiration. She's got looks, a good background, a high education, and now she's trending on Hot Search. Becoming a star is a sure thing. She couldn't help but compare herself, and the gap made her even more depressed. And I'm just a slightly popular female streamer. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to something eye-catching on her phone screen. Her fingers couldn't help but click on it. Whoa, there's a video with a ton of views under the Hot Search. As the video opened, a clear shot of Luo Bing and Lin Xin kissing passionately popped up. Shuya was stunned by this scene, involuntarily glancing at the other two. What the hell? They just met, and they're already filming kissing scenes. This intense sense of threat instantly made her more alert, and she started to see her differently. This girl is definitely not simple. She's using tricks while filming to get Lin Xin to help her become famous. These thoughts kept pouring out, making her so tense that she gripped the edge of her dress tightly. No way! I can't let this keep going. If I keep Lin Xin like this, he'll be snatched away sooner or later. Before long, the meal finally ended. The two of them personally saw Luo Bing off. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, he quickly left. Well, I'll head back first. Before he could turn around, she grabbed him. Wait! She put on an embarrassed look, her words full of hidden meaning. Wait! Let's split the payment. I want to pay in installments now. As she spoke, she secretly made up her mind. I've decided. If I like him, I have to confess directly. He immediately understood the hidden meaning behind her words, his cheeks turning red, and he felt a bit of anticipation. Seeing that he didn't refuse, Shuya happily took his hand and pulled him away. I've already booked a room. Let's go livestream there. Lin Xin was surprised and asked. Installment payments. And now livestreaming. Hearing this, she playfully teased him. Is that something worth livestreaming? Soon, the private room was lit up, and her crisp voice rang out. Lin Xin, sit here. He plopped down on the chair comfortably, looking at Shuya with some curiosity. What are we gonna play? She probably already started the live stream. Shuya sat in front of the screen and began interacting with her viewers. Hello everyone. Comments popped up one after another. Finally, she's here. Wife Cha-Cha finally showed up. This was followed by a series of jokes about sensitive topics. She ignored them and began expressing the words she had held in her heart to Lin Xin. I have something very important to tell you. We haven't known each other for very long. When I first met you, I never thought I would like you, because I never believed in love. Shuya poured out her heartfelt words. Until recently, I realized that my heart was full of you, without me even knowing it. He didn't miss a word, his heart starting to flutter. Is she confessing to me? She knew how to talk, and she struck a captivating and alluring pose. It's kinda embarrassing to say, right? Luckily, humans don't have tails, otherwise I wouldn't be able to stop wagging it every time I'm with you. This hot scene made him even more excited, his eyes shining like headlights. Dingming never thought a confession could be this hot. That's my girl. Then, as if remembering something, Lin Xin asked in the quietest voice possible. Aren't you afraid of losing fans by confessing in front of them? Shuya put on an alluring look that captivated everyone, and put a finger to her lips to signal silence. Shh, don't tell them. Those watching on the screen began to explode. Is Cha-Cha confessing to someone? It's me, Cha-Cha's mysterious boyfriend. It was only then that he realized, his eyes widening in shock. Ah, so the fans are part of your game too. The simps were already getting impatient, spamming.
More, I want to die in this boyfriend POV tonight, more, which was exactly what she wanted, so she played along. Alright. Saying that, she quickly grabbed the phone in front of her, while leaning closer to Shufeng. This is my first kiss. Lu Shui's sexy figure was on full display, making the fans even more hyped. It's my first time too. Buying this POV, I'm dead, haha, Cha-Cha's first kiss is mine. Guys, I really love watching this. In reality, she didn't hesitate to give him a passionate kiss, their faces blushing. One round of affection didn't seem enough, she asked while looking at him adoringly. Honey, what do you want me to do next?
There's no way he'd miss the chance. With the meat already at the cat's mouth, he quickly seized the opportunity. Want to see you in fishnets. Shuya didn't care about them. Her slender legs began to be covered in sexy black stockings. Fishnets, right? Got it? The comment section exploded once again.
Did that dude get censored on the important word? Fishnets are great too. I love watching Cha-Cha in fishnets the most. I want to see her take them off. Her playful legs began teasingly caressing his thighs.
Soon after, she started using her foot to stroke the wine bottle next to her, creating a provocative scene. He was visibly excited, inwardly sighing. She really knows how to do this. Who can resist? Thinking that, Lin Xin couldn't hold back anymore. With a thump, he used all his strength to pin Shuya down on the bed. She didn't resist at all, constantly calling out invitingly, "The live stream's off, Lin Xin, don't leave tonight."
At the same time, system notifications kept popping up. Favorability increased by 5. Completed stage 1 of the reverse takeover. Rewarded +1 to all attributes. Rewarded skill pick 3, choose 1. And so they mingled into a night of passion. After a night of exertion, Lin Xin slept soundly. Suddenly something woke him up. He squinted open his eyes, revealing Shuya diligently working below, shocking him. Cha-Cha, what are you doing?
She wore a button-down shirt carelessly, holding a piece of cake in her hand, acting innocent. There's too much cheese in this cake. I accidentally dropped it on the blanket. I just wanted to pick it up. Since she was acting, he was happy to play along, quickly getting close to her. Look at you, you're so old, and still so clumsy when eating. Let me help you. Suddenly the phone rang, interrupting the fun. Lin Xin turned around annoyedly, having his good time interrupted.
Who is it? 2 messages appeared on the phone screen. President Xian. Meng Yun said she wants you to take her car out for a spin for maintenance. Lin Xin, I want to move today. Can you help me?
He immediately texted back without hesitation.
A lot. I can call a moving company for you. The reply was an inviting message. I have some lingerie I want to wear for you. Let you see it. If you don't like that, then never mind.
Luo Yaxi's seductive images kept popping up,
making his face flush. Alright, it's come to this, I should help you move.
Thinking that, Lin Xin immediately texted someone else. President Xia, I happen to need a car. Help me drive it to Building 18, Nanding Village. Oh right, remember to fill it up with gas for me.
He thought smugly. It's a waste not to drive a free car. Calling a moving company would cost money.
Soon he was dressed smartly, not forgetting to say goodbye. Cha-Cha, I have something to do. I'm leaving first. Shuya didn't suspect anything, even expressing her affection. Okay, I'll find you after I finish filming.
Watching his back disappear, she began to imagine the future. Hey, just like that, my relationship with Lin Xin will be unbreakable. Not long after, Lin Xin's voice could be heard from an apartment building. Is this all? Just 2 suitcases? Before Yaxi could answer, the doorbell rang. Who's at the door?
The door swung open, and familiar faces popped into view. Min. He beamed at her daughter. Sweetie, we're here to see you. Seeing them, she couldn't help but be surprised. Mom, and uncle and aunt too. What are you all doing here? Not rushing to answer, she pointed at the stranger in the house, puzzled. Sweetie, who is he? Lin Xin sized up the person before him, already guessing. Luo Yaxi's mom. She didn't let her wait long, chiming in quickly. This is Lin Xin. Why didn't you tell me you were coming, Mom? I was planning on moving today, of all days.
Being super polite, he greeted them warmly. Hello everyone, I'm here to help Yaxi move.
She was instantly displeased, her face turning sour. Just as I suspected, my daughter's boyfriend is some bumpkin from the sticks.
Memories flashed back to a few days prior. A piercing scream echoing from a high-rise. I'm not going on any blind dates. I already have someone I like.
Min.
He instantly grilled her. What? Where is he from? Is he from the Imperial City? Or the Devil's Metropolis? Or the City of Demons?
Her stubbornness kicking in, she retorted sassily.
Nope. He's from Huajiang. Hearing the guy wasn't from a major city, she snapped. Isn't Huajiang some backwater next to Yanjiang City? Are you crazy? You went and fell for a country bumpkin? Not letting herself be outdone, she immediately shot back. Who I like is my own business. At the same time, notifications popped up non-stop. Luo Yaxi's favorability has reached 100. Luo Yaxi's relationship with the host has been converted. She will do anything for the host.
Seeing her daughter's defiance, Min.
He got so mad she almost had a stroke, pulling out the I raised you card to threaten her. Huh?
You ungrateful child. I worked so hard to raise you. Do you know how much it cost to send you to college? What do I want? Don't I just want you to marry into a wealthy family and live comfortably for the rest of your life? She kept rambling on, hoping to change her mind. How much money do you think someone from a fourth-tier backwater town has? Do you think I don't know? As soon as she finished speaking, she turned her back and walked away, sticking to her guns. I don't need your explanations. I'm only going to love him in this life. And he's got money, so I won't live in hardship. You just can't understand the love I have for him. All you see is money. I love everything about him. Even if he's broke, I'll still love him. Immediately, Min He's endless scolding echoed from behind. Break up with him right now? Don't let him embarrass us. I'm not finished. Get back here. Snapping back to the present, the young couple sat facing her as she unleashed a torrent of harsh words. So, you're Gigi's boyfriend. I won't waste words on you. Break up with my daughter right now. Lin Xin was slightly surprised by her words, but he immediately put on an innocent face. I'm not her boyfriend. That statement drove her up the wall, and she turned to question her daughter. What? Luo Yaxi? Is this guy your boyfriend? You don't even dare to admit it? Yaxi grabbed his arm, defending him staunchly. When did I say Lin Xin was my boyfriend? I'm not worthy of him yet, Min. He couldn't believe her ears, her eyes starting to fill with bloodshot veins. Ah! She grabbed her daughter's hand tightly, trying to pull her closer. Are you blind? With your qualifications, even a run-of-the-mill second-generation rich kid isn't worthy of you. Why would you set your sights on a country bumpkin? She refused to give in, refusing to follow. Mom, let go of me! Seeing the tense situation, Su Tao stepped in to mediate. Sis, don't get angry. Let's clear things up before we talk. Before he finished, he was snapped at. What's there to clear up? He seemed more reasonable, sizing up the young man before him. Looking closely, this young man is also talented. My daughter doesn't like idiots, but you also have to consider matching social status. You wouldn't mind letting us get to know you, would you? Lin Xin agreed, without hesitation. No problem, feel free to ask anything. He'd been waiting for that, immediately firing off questions. What do your parents do? What do you do now? He replied blankly. Just a regular worker. I don't do anything. And so the parental interrogation began. After a while, Su Tao turned to Min He to mock her. Hey sis, this boyfriend of Yaxi's is really something else. Doesn't have this, doesn't have that. What a waste of good cabbage, plowed by a pig. Seeing the tense situation, Baiji quickly intervened. Stop talking. She can't take it anymore, cutting through the messy situation. Enough. She gave her daughter one last chance, full of threats. Leave this country bumpkin right now, or I'll cut off your allowance. Do you want to make us die of anger? But Yaxi was incredibly stubborn, refusing to budge. I don't need it, you're just being unreasonable. Realizing Min He was about to explode, Baiji quickly tried to soothe her. Sis, calm down, the kid's still young. Then Su Tao began to taunt her. Yaxi, don't blame me for saying this, but your cousin Niu might only be 2 years older than you, but she's so much more mature. Hearing this, she quickly tried to stop him. I told you, don't get involved in other people's business. He immediately smacked her hand away and yelled, Men are talking, women shut up, I'm teaching my niece. Su Tao continued to revel in the happy scenarios he was witnessing. Niu got so many valuable gifts after dating the son of Feijiang Auto Company for only 2 weeks. I bet Yaxi's boyfriend hasn't given anything to the family. Under that pressure, Lin Xin calmly offered a suggestion. A refrigerator, a dishwasher, a water heater. We should add a few more appliances, as a congratulations, and to fully equip the house. However, Yaxi felt indignant and retorted, I cherish Lin Xin for who he is, rich or poor doesn't matter. Min, he was too angry to speak. Not waiting for her to reply, she exposed their intentions. So I get it now. You came here today to force me to break up with Lin Xin, and you're taking this opportunity to show off your cousin Niu. Her boyfriend is probably about to show up too, right? In the tense atmosphere, Su Tao immediately picked up his phone, not forgetting to show off. Oh my, Niu must be here, she's calling me to come pick her up. Renting a place in a poor area like Nanting Prefecture is so hard to find. He even turned on the speakerphone so everyone could hear clearly. Hello, NHU, where are you? Are you late because you bought so many gifts? Speak up, I can't hear you clearly. However, what he received from the phone call was an aggressive male voice. I am the father of Su NHU. Your daughter is in my hands. I'll give you 1 hour to prepare 1 million yuan and bring it to the foot of Yanming Mountain. Otherwise, I'll eliminate her. Everyone was immediately panicked by this. Only Su Tao angrily shouted, You're a phone scammer, right? Don't even think about tricking me. In an instant, NHU's terrified voice cried out, Dad, hurry, and bring the money to save me. Hearing this made him jump. NHU. It turns out the person behind this is Ji Xiang. Do you believe me now?
Should I make her scream a few times for you to confirm? Su Tao cursed anxiously, and NHU kept crying for help. This bastard, Mom and Dad, quickly get the money and save me, there's not much time left. He Min immediately panicked. Call the police quickly. Bai Ji stopped her. No, the kidnappers will eliminate the hostage. He frantically asked, are we really going to get 1 million yuan? That's all our savings? She was distraught. Is it more important than our daughter's life? Wasn't NHU with her boyfriend? How could she suddenly be kidnapped? Lin Xin gradually understood the situation and rested his chin, thinking, so you two have never met the son of that CEO before? Before he could finish speaking, Su Tao impatiently yelled, shut up! Maybe it's because the CEO's son is too rich that we got involved. That's right, quickly contact the Fei Xiang company. Bai Ji checked her phone and immediately turned pale. I can't make any calls. Hearing this, he panicked. What? Does that mean we can only take out 1 million yuan ourselves? She pleaded tremblingly. Which is more important, your daughter or money? Why can't you tell the difference? Even so, Su Tao was still calculating. HMPH, after saving our daughter, she can marry into a wealthy family and have even more money. Faced with this situation, only he calmly analyzed everything. Just now I heard the sound of a motorcycle revving, and the wind in the call. What kind of kidnapper ties up a hostage in an open area? There are also people riding motorcycles around. Nhu's voice doesn't sound like she's been kidnapped at all. Yaji felt that things were tense, so she politely suggested, Lin Xin, I'm sorry, these things happened today. Why don't you go home first? He understandingly reminded them one last time. Okay, I'll help you move another day. My suggestion is to call the police first. Hearing this, Bai Ji hurriedly asked, did you drive here?
She shyly stepped forward to ask for help. Young man, time is of the essence. It's probably too late to take a taxi to the bank and Yanyiming Mountain. Could you please give me a ride? I can pay you extra. Hearing this, Lin Xin agreed. Okay. Su Tao stubbornly bargained. Isn't he Yashi's boyfriend? What's wrong with helping a little? She anxiously scolded. Don't talk anymore. What time is it? Yan Ji gently persuaded Auntie. I understand that you are very worried right now, but handing over the ransom is very dangerous. The best way to handle it is still to call the police. Min He also agreed. That's right. Thinking of her daughter, Bai Ji painfully cried. But if something really happens to NHU, I will never forgive myself for the rest of my life. He yelled directly at Lin Xin. Call the police? If something happens to my daughter, who will be responsible? Lin Xin, right? Give me the car, I'll go myself. Lin Xin turned his head to look at them. I'm afraid you can't borrow this car. Hearing this, Su Tao loudly scolded. If you don't want to lend it, just say it directly. Why say I can't borrow it? I despise your piece of junk car. Let's go, we'll call a taxi ourselves. Then he pulled Bai Ji away, not letting her finish her sentence. But he kept looking around and anxiously muttered to Bai Ji. Why isn't there even one taxi? Bai Ji said. It's rush hour now, can you say a few less words at times like these? You look down on Lin Xin for offering a ride? You despise him because he's poor. His car must be his lifeline, so he doesn't want to lend it. Then Su Tao glanced at the luxury car parked nearby and marveled. Look at that sports car over there. If we could go in that car, with its speed we would definitely be able to catch up. Min. He idly praised. This car is really amazing. It seems to be a limited edition. One car is enough for me to live on for a lifetime. Who would have thought that at this moment, Lin Xin came forward, with the key in his hand, and started the car in front of everyone's astonished eyes. Min He and Su Tao stared with their mouths wide open. At this moment they were both panicking, thinking, what? This is his car? She turned to ask hesitantly, Lin Xin, is this car yours? Before Min He's flustered expression, Lin Xin calmly played with the car key in his hand. It's my friend's, he just asked me to drive it for 2 days. Is there a problem? She thought to herself. This car must be worth at least tens of millions. What kind of friend would lend it? Then Min He regained her senses with a happy expression and whispered to Yakshi, Good daughter, which rich young master is your boyfriend? Tell me. She turned her head away. Lin Xin is very humble. He doesn't like to show off his identity. Then, suddenly realizing something, he suddenly asked, So where are you planning to move to? Yashi indifferently crossed her arms and replied, Long Yuan Villa No. 1 of Diluo Yi Pin, causing her to be shocked. What? That super villa worth 300 million yuan? Su Tao gasped and asked Yashi. That villa can't be rented. Could it be that he bought it for you? She turned away with extreme indifference. What do you think?
At this moment, both Su sisters turned pale, and they worriedly thought, "You can buy a luxurious villa, drive a supercar, and we treated him like that just now." They both had the same thought. We're done for. The richer people are, the more they hold grudges. We should quickly apologize to him. They both awkwardly approached Lin Xin and tried to force a flattering smile on their faces. "Young Master Lin, we apologize to you. Please don't be angry, young master." Lin Xin looked at them and said calmly, "Angry? What's there for me to be angry about?" They bent over and weakly defended. "Our unpleasant words to you just now are indeed very apologetic. It really wasn't intentional. We are old, and our minds are confused, and our eyes are failing." Suddenly, Bai Ji, in despair, knelt down right in front of the younger Lin Xin. Clutching her phone with a tear-streaked face, she pleaded, "Lin Xin, please, just give me a ride. Name your price. I've tried every ride-hailing app, but nothing's working. If I'm late, I'm afraid. NHU. Lin Xin finally gave in. "All right, I'll wait for you to come over." Looking at Yaji, Lin Xin smiled, reached out to pat her head, and said gently, "I'll be careful. You be a good girl and wait for me at home," he thought to himself. "It's just a fake kidnapping anyway. Who knows, I might even get to see a good show." Lin Xin glanced to the side and kindly reminded her, "We're about to take off. Buckle up." Min Hei, looking all fawning, also appeared next to the car. "Thank you, young Master Lin. You're such a good person." Su Tao, still worried about what happened before, wanted reassurance. "Young Master Lin, have you accepted our apology?" He ignored them, stepped on the gas, and sped away without a word, leaving behind their fading voices. Young Master, wait for me. We really regret it. Cough, cough, cough. If you don't forgive me, how am I supposed to live?" Soon, his car blended into the heavy traffic of the city streets. Bai Ji looked at the standstill traffic ahead and couldn't help but worry. "There are so many cars, we won't make it in time." Lin Xin immediately turned to reassure her. "Don't worry, I have another way." Instantly, he switched modes in his head, and his eyes began to change to amber, selecting the skill Master Driver. After completing the switch, he commanded the dashboard, "Navigation, plan a route with the least traffic. It's okay if we have to detour." Upon receiving the command, the screen immediately displayed the necessary information. "The route with the least traffic has been planned, and the estimated time is 2 hours, Bai Ji exclaimed worriedly. "What? 2 hours? Lin Xin understood her anxiety and reassured her, "Relax, we can make it." As soon as he finished speaking, his hands skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel, turning the car onto the newly designated route. Once he locked onto the target, his foot floored the accelerator. Whoosh! The car changed direction, aiming straight ahead. With his skillful driving, Lin Xin smoothly weaved through each car on the crowded city streets. Bai Ji, sitting next to him, was so scared by the scene that a button on her clothes popped off. Fearing that she was panicking, he turned to ask, "Ma'am, should I drive slower?" Although terrified, her concern for her daughter wouldn't allow them to slow down. "No, I don't want my daughter to be harmed by those kidnappers." So the car drifted into the corner. In her scream there was a determination. "Hit the gas as fast as you can." Not long after, in Yanming Mountain, majestic mountains appeared vividly. The car skillfully hugged the winding road on the cliff. Lin Xin got out of the car and looked at Bai Jie, who was panting 5 minutes earlier than expected. Although frightened, she didn't forget the main thing. Worriedly calling out her daughter's name. "NHU, NHU, NHU, NHU. Where are you? Don't be afraid. Mom's here to save you." "Trisk," a voice rang out, causing both of them to stop, their eyes fixed on the front. Here already, Su Nhu couldn't help but take a bite, sitting comfortably on her motorcycle, even faster than I imagined. That was hard work. Bai Ji was shocked by the scene, her eyes widened accordingly. NHU also has Ji Xiao. She ignored her mother's worries, leisurely putting her arm around Ji Xiang beside her. "What's wrong? Don't you recognize my boyfriend?" The image of politeness in her memory came back. The contrast was not small. The appearance in the picture is clearly... What is it? Wait, weren't you kidnapped? Are you okay? Su Nhu didn't take these words to heart, and in a flash, snatched the purse from the other party's hand. She was extremely devoted to her boyfriend, bringing a bag full of money to Zhijiang to show off. "Look, is this enough?" When he saw the money, his eyes lit up instantly, showing great satisfaction. "We can continue betting, and see if I can bring the money back." Bai Ji still didn't understand what was going on, and insisted on protecting her daughter. "NHU, what is going on? Why are you dressed like this? Were you forced to?" "Don't worry, with Mom here they won't dare do anything to you." He was amused by the scene, promising everything. "Your family really opens a company, and I will never let her go hungry. We can also enjoy our passion every day." Su Nhu, next to him, refused to be outdone. Wait until you drive past me and say that. Then she cast a sinister look at the opposite side, shamelessly blurting out the truth. Mom, do you get it now? I've been tricking you from beginning to end. Bai Ji heard these words like salt being rubbed into her wounds, the pain causing her to collapse. Even at this point, she couldn't accept it, sobbing uncontrollably. What are you saying? Your father and I worked so hard to raise you. How did you turn out like this? Wah. Lin Xin, who was nearby, couldn't ignore it any longer, and stepped forward to help the woman kneeling on the ground. Hey now, chill out, don't cry. Why not call home first? They must be worried sick. Feeling cared for, she was deeply grateful, looking up at the person in front of her with tearful eyes. Thank you. Su Rao, however, didn't pay any attention to her mother, only scrutinizing the stranger. Hey, who are you? The guy didn't hesitate to answer. Me, I'm Luo Yaxi's boyfriend. Hearing this, she showed a hint of disdain while still staring intently at the person in front of her. Oh, so you're the one my dad wanted me to humiliate today. As soon as she finished speaking, the system screen kept popping up notifications. Beautiful woman detected. Inverting the mission is now available. The guy looked at this scene, feeling a little helpless. Damn, your system can even handle female racers. Returning to reality, Su Ru looked at the person in front of her with contempt, constantly uttering venomous words. To be able to attract Yaxi, I guess you're pretty good, but looking at your obedient appearance, maybe you should just stay in your mom's belly. Just as she was showing off, an annoyed voice interrupted. Hey, how long are you guys gonna talk? The newcomer was none other than Tai Zhengxiong, young master of the Tai group, who barked aggressively. You got the money, so start the race. Who are you putting this sappy family drama on for? Su Ru wasn't willing to back down even when scolded, and immediately retorted with a sarcastic remark. So eager to lose. Then come on. With that, she turned to Xiang beside her with absolute confidence. Hey Xiang, I believe in you. You can definitely win this time. Avoid him on the turns and overtake him on the straights. Your car will perform better than his. He declared confidently, I've bet everything on this race. It's make or break time. Before long, a loud shout signaled the start of the fun. The race begins. Get in position. On the road next to the cliff, 2 motorcycles were ready for battle. Surrounded by a crowd of onlookers, Shishang glanced at his opponent, saying something provocative. Watch how I win. As soon as he finished speaking, the starting signal also rang out. The race begins. Not long after, the results of the race were announced. The race is over. The winner, Tai Zhengxiong, Zhixiang, seemed unable to accept the truth, collapsing to his knees in despair. How could this be? Seeing this, Su Ru immediately came over to comfort him. Zhiang, are you okay? It's just a bit of money, right? Next time. Before she could finish, Zhengxiang interrupted, ordering with the demeanor of a victor. You think a few tens of thousands can gamble with me? Haha, easy come, easy go. Su Rao, you're mine now. I heard Zhixiao never touched you. Let's see if that's true. Hearing this, Sun Rao retorted just as fiercely. Did you get hit by a car and become stupid? What nonsense are you talking about? A sinister smile bloomed on Zhengxiang's lips, and he spoke with malice. Don't you know yet? He was extremely smug about his newly acquired spoils. Your boyfriend lost and gave you to me. These words struck Su Ru like a thunderbolt, causing her to drop the lollipop in her hand. What? Bai Ji on the other side was also shocked, her face beginning to change color. With one arm around the beauty, he looked down at the 2 losers condescendingly. Don't tell me you don't understand the rules of this world. Now you are my slave. If you dare to run, that's breaking the rules, and you know the consequences. She still couldn't believe the truth, constantly questioning the useless guy in front of her. You actually used me as a bet without my consent. Oh my god, you're the worst. Shi Xiang was no longer in the mood to act, completely revealing his shamelessness. I just sold you off, so what? In this gamble, Tai Zhengxiang also put his girlfriend on the line, and I even feel it's unfair, because his girlfriend is way hotter than you. He just said everything he had been thinking in his heart for a long time. You won't even let me touch you. Do you really think you can sell for a high price? Su Ru was furious at these words, raising her hand to hit him. The raised hand was immediately grabbed by Zhengxiang, his eyes like a hungry beast staring at his prey. The master now orders you not to hit people. With his superior strength, he dragged her away without mercy. Come on, get in the car obediently. Call me master and let me hear it. All she could do was struggle in despair. No, Bai Ji couldn't bear it any longer, and immediately shouted threateningly, Let her go! You are breaking the law. I will call the police to arrest you. Zhang Xiang, however, was not afraid at all, even challenging her in return. Auntie, don't you understand the situation? Ask your daughter. Does she want to call the police? Yeah. Su Rao, who was dragged onto the motorcycle, didn't dare to resist, and could only stand there and take it. Seeing her daughter being bullied, Bai Ji was determined to stop it at all costs. Let my daughter go.
Before she could reach them, she was slapped in the face by someone young enough to be her son.
Zheng Xiang was shameless, even starting to leer at her. Don't be so angry, auntie. Looking closely, you're quite beautiful too. How about the two of you come work as car models for me?
Su Rao couldn't hold back anymore, angrily yelling, "Don't touch my mother, Bai Ji!" Though in a weak position, still didn't forget to comfort her. "Rao Rao, don't be afraid."
Zheng Xiang, looking at the two beautiful women, was extremely pleased. I like these measurements. Aren't you going to raise your heads and call me master? Suddenly, a voice cut in, causing the whole group to turn around. Sorry, excuse me for a sec. Lin Xin, who had been silent until now, couldn't stand it anymore. According to your rules, it's right that Su Ruru lost to you, but if you want to take in even auntie, you have to follow the rules too. How about I compete with you? Zheng Xiang looked at the unknown person in front of him, unable to avoid looking down on him. Who are you? What makes you think you can bet with me? Do you have money? Lin Xin understood his own abilities and confidently declared, just name a price. Any amount for the bet is fine. Zheng Xiang's attention fell on the supercar behind him, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. Oh, this is your car.
Seeing a profitable deal, Zheng Xiang accepted without hesitation. So that limited edition sports car and this auntie are both on the line for my bet. I'll compete with you, and then I might even get both mother and daughter.
Su Rao was extremely disgusted by this sinister appearance, but could only curse repeatedly. Tai Zhengxiang, you bastard! Zhengxiang isn't someone to mess with.
Without any pity for the fairer sex, he ordered his subordinates to attack.
Lin Xin was amused by this scene, unable to resist mocking the man-woman in front of him. Pleft. Is that all you got? You guys are way too petty.
Seeing their boss being ridiculed, the subordinates immediately rushed forward fiercely. You're betraying him. Zheng Xiang, however, wasn't angry, and slowly walked forward to negotiate. Wait a minute, how do you want to play? Lin Xin was just waiting for this, and pulled out a powerful black card from his pocket, stating his terms without hesitation. The sports car, the beauties, and this too, 2 billion yuan, that's my bet. What about you? Do you have enough money to bet with me?
Zheng Xiang overestimated himself, confidently bringing his girlfriend into the bet. Interesting, okay, I'll bet 1 billion, plus Su Rao Rao and my girlfriend.
Shi Xiang still hadn't given up, rushing in like a moth to a flame upon hearing about the bet. Wait, me too, I'll join too, is that okay? Lin Xin looked at the person in front of him, hesitating slightly. Maybe, but I don't know what you have to bet. The gambling demon had opened Xiang's eyes. I can do anything. I'll put up 40% of the shares of Feijiang Company as collateral. This company is my dad's, and he already gave me the company's shares. Absolutely worth billions.
Seeing this, Zheng Xiang immediately felt helpless, mocking the addict in front of him. Heh, you little brat, you've lost all your money, and finally you're willing to bet your shares. That's right, if you win you can get 3 billion, and your dad will be so happy to have such a good son.
Shi Xiang didn't pay attention to these words, extremely confident in his abilities. HMPH, mind your own business. You were just lucky all the other times. It's all because of the unlucky woman, Su Rao Rao. She doesn't bring good fortune. This time I'll definitely win. Seeing him put all the blame on her, Su Rao immediately turned around and yelled, Xinjiang, I'm gonna kill you. Bai Ji, who was beside her, was starting to feel guilty because of the large sum of money. Lin Xin, this is something that our family caused. You don't have to be like this if you lose your kindness.
Lin Xin immediately comforted her upon hearing this, a look of confidence clearly visible in his eyes. What? Don't think about losing so early. What if I win? With that said, Lin Xin started calculating in his head, extremely pleased when thinking about the benefits he was about to receive. If I win this round, I'll get a lot. 40% of Feijiang shares, 1 billion yuan. The beauties owe me a favor, and I saved a money printing machine. Li Ya, seeing that she wasn't mentioned, immediately asked, what about me? Before long, the three of them were at the starting line, and the rules of the competition were announced. The race will start from here to the top of the mountain, and then back here via the road down the mountain. No matter what happens during the process, only the person who returns to the finish line matters. Bai Ji couldn't hide her worries, but could only stand and watch. No matter what, thank you. Su Ru, who was beside her, had started to have doubts in her heart, her eyes surveying him up and down. How can he be so confident? Driving an expensive car? Casually pulling out 1 billion? Is he really like what my dad said, Luo Yaxi's broke boyfriend? Lin Xin, riding on the large displacement motorcycle, didn't forget to turn around and ask, I'm gonna borrow your car for the race. Any objections?
Su Ru, who was beside her, didn't object at all, even concernedly reminding him, do you really know how to drive? Be careful.
Then, as if remembering something, Su Rao shouted a warning. You have to be careful of Tai Zhangxiang. He's won a few spots in motorcycle championships before, and he's suspected of killing other racers. Not to mention this unofficial race on the mountain road. If it's really not going well, give up. Don't risk your life with him. Lin Xin, upon hearing this, put on a confident look, waving his hand to signal that everything was okay. Don't worry, little sister. I'm the man known as the God of Speed.
Zhang Xiang, who was beside him, kept provoking. Say you're scared, you can still back out. Lin Xin refused to be outdone, retorting with a word of scorn. As a man, don't step on the brakes later. Xin Xiang, who was on the side, didn't pay attention to the other two, staring straight ahead. This time I'm definitely gonna win.
The countdown sounded continuously, everyone's face showing determination. 3, 2, 1. Li Yao waved the cloth in her hand strongly. Loud shouts rang out at the same time, mixed with the roaring of engines. Before long, the three of them had sped off, with collisions occurring continuously along the way. Zhang Xiang took this opportunity to accelerate ahead in a few seconds. This just made Lin Xin even more hyped. Oh, so it's this fun.
3 big bikes were tailing each other on a winding road through the mountains, with a drone watching from the sky. He didn't hesitate to rev the engine, his whole body shooting forward. The subordinate watching on the screen scoffed. There's a turn coming up, and he's still speeding up. Bai Ji and Su Rao in the back looked worried. But on the other side, he was super skilled, leaning his whole body to the side, ready to take the curve. This scene shocked Su Rao, her eyes widening involuntarily. Lin Xin just went into the difficult section like that, both him and the bike, hugging the ground. The two guys in front freaked out when they saw him catching up. Xi Xiang didn't let him pass, raising his foot, planning to play dirty, die. He seemed to have anticipated this. Pop! A wheelie to snatch the lead. Sun Rao on the other side was overjoyed, blurting out, "Nice."
Xi Xiang stepped into thin air and lost his balance, immediately becoming wobbly.
Damn it! Zheng Xiang, seeing Lin Xin right behind him, became vigilant. He's catching up.
He was cunning, and immediately had a plan. Then I'll send you to the Western Paradise. As soon as he finished speaking, he skillfully steered, using the rear wheel to block the entire road. Lin Xin easily saw through the intention, his eyebrows starting to furrow. You want to block me, he thought, and revved the engine without hesitation. Both wheels lifted off the ground. He just drove up the side of the mountain. Then let's see how you block this. This scene made Zheng Xiang look up in shock. What? He can actually drive on the cliff? No way. The wheels were cruising on the rough cliff, as if it were flat ground. He just zoomed above their heads like a boss, making Zheng Xiang exclaim inwardly, "This is so unscientific." The people on the other side were also scared by this scene, the atmosphere freezing for a moment. Lin Xin, seeing all eyes glued to him, became smug. What are you looking at me for? Look at the road. He just sped up along the cliff, leaving the two stunned guys behind.
Xi Xiang was focusing all his attention on the opponent, and soon crashed head-on into the cliff.
When he saw that he had overtaken the opponents, he finally let the wheels touch the ground. Then Lin Xin just sped off, leaving behind a cloud of dust. Zheng Xiang, seeing his back getting further and further away, became furious, already plotting in his head. You're forcing me to do this. Then he pressed a mysterious button on the handlebars with his thumb. Immediately, a mighty blue flame burst from the exhaust pipe. The bike also sped up as a result.
In an instant, he darted off like the wind, even leaving after images behind.
He looked forward, a sinister smile on his lips. I don't just want you to lose, I want you to die.
Zheng Xiang meant what he said, aiming straight for the back of Lin Xin's bike. I'll kill you.
Su Rao understood his intentions and cried out in horror. No way, this is too easy for you. You could have dodged that in a heartbeat. You just happened to block his wheel with yours, totally on purpose.
Zheng Xiang didn't have time to react, and both he and his bike went flying into the air.
This sudden twist caught him off guard, and all he could do was scream, "Ag, ag, ag!" Lin Xin, on the other hand, wasn't affected at all, and quickly steered his bike towards the finish line. He just cruised towards the finish, leaving Zheng Xiang to struggle in mid-air. There are many roads, but safety comes first. Break the rules on the road, and your family will be in tears. At the same time, Luo Yaxi waved the cloth in her hand. The race is over, you win. Lin Xin was quickly surrounded by the cheering crowd. Mixed with the roar of engines and the sound of applause were praises. Amazing, I couldn't dream of doing that. He's definitely a pro. I crown him the god of bikes.
Su Rao watched from the side, sighing, her eyes starting to glimmer. So cool, so handsome.
The notification screen also popped up at the same time, plus 50% favorability. Not long after, the ambulance arrived on the scene. The twisted motorcycle was still propped against the cliff.
Xi Xiang and Zheng Xiang were taken away amidst the murmurs of the crowd.
As they were about to leave, Lin Xin anxiously stopped them. Doctor, in stark contrast to before. He put on an anxious look, surprising Su-ru. How are they? Are their lives in danger?
Seeing his hurried appearance, the doctor immediately reassured him. Are you family or a friend of the injured? They're very lucky. A serious accident like that, and they only suffered fractures and mild concussions, but they still need further examination. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, casually saying, Is that so? That's great. Thinking that Lin Xin was being kind, little did they know it was all for the previous bet. Then sign here before you go. Zhang Xiang, all bruised and battered, was terrified by this. Are you a devil? You won't let it go. He forcefully shoved the paper into his hand. You gotta pay up when you play. Isn't this the rule that you guys value the most? Sign it for me. After achieving his goal, Lin Xin happily turned around. As for speeding and deliberately harming others, leave it to the cops to teach you a lesson. He still tried to beg. No way. Before he could finish, Su-ru interrupted with a few merciless kicks. Kicking you 2 pieces of trash to death would be too good for you. The surrounding doctors panicked when they saw them lying motionless. The patients are losing too much blood. Quick, take them to the emergency room. Lin Xin hugged the money bag tightly, sighing at the scene. This girl has a hot temper. Suddenly, Baiji's call interrupted his thoughts. Young Master Lin. She looked gentle and bowed gratefully. Thank you so much. I don't know how to repay you. On the other hand, Su-Rao, who had just escaped danger, started to speak boldly. Don't worry. Whatever request you make, my mother and I will try our best to do it. He didn't hesitate and directly handed over the money bag he was hugging just now. It's okay. I got my profit anyway. Take this million back. And don't come here again. I have something to do. I'll go first. You two can call a cab home. With his generosity, Lin Xin seemed to be glowing. The system immediately displayed a notification. Su-ru-ru's favorability, plus 20%. Baiji stared at the person in front of her, already secretly pleased. Lin Xin, he's really different, daughter. What do you think? Su-rao was no different. A glimmer flashed in her eyes. I've decided. Hearing this, her mother immediately asked. Decided what? She replied without hesitation. I'm going to pursue him. Baiji hesitated upon hearing this. Isn't he Luo Yaxi's boyfriend? Su-rao didn't care about that, showing a determined look. I don't care. Not long after, in the snack street outside the university city, the stalls were bustling with people. In front of the sausage stand, Zhao Tong cheerfully raised his hand, signaling, Boss, give me 3 sausages. Lin Xin, next to him, stared at the stall in front of him. It'll be better with a fried egg in the bun. Zheng Hao, on the side, was also attracted by the food. I'll take fried chicken. The vendor happily laughed when he saw the cash cows arriving. Ha ha ha, coming right up. The group happily discussed, let's hit up a bowl of noodles later. Then an all-nighter at the internet cafe, unaware that Jiang Su-rao had been observing from behind. A figure just dashed straight towards his back. She slapped his shoulder with one hand, while the other opened her mouth to snatch the sausage. She naturally took a bite of the food in his hand, and greeted him while chewing. Lin Xin was utterly shocked to see the person in front of him, his eyes starting to scan her. Su-rao, what are you doing here? The group of friends behind him were also taken aback, seemingly not believing their eyes. A beauty came to find Lin Xin. Su-ru licked the crumbs of food from her lips while getting closer, putting on a playful appearance. Guess if you're going to the internet cafe later. There you go. The group of lonely dogs behind him were heartbroken by this scene, bitterly exclaiming. Another beauty came to find Lin Xin, yet he bluntly refused, his voice laced with annoyance. No, women only affect my flash speed. The group of people who were writhing in pain just now were now gaping in astonishment. Rejected. Su-ru was angered by the cold rejection, but couldn't say anything. Suddenly, Liu Yizhang appeared out of nowhere, her eyes fixed on Su-ru. Who's this chick? Lin Xin's sausage is not for you to eat, that's mine. Saying that, she pushed her, her tone full of challenge. Get lost. Before she could take a few steps, her arm was grabbed tightly. Su-rao was quick and nimble, able to restrain Yizhang in the blink of an eye. She looked at the weaker person in front of her, getting close and saying viciously, Who are you? How dare you raise your voice at me? When I was rolling around in the gangs, you were still in school saying hello to the teacher. Yizhang also refused to give in, using all her strength to grab Su-rao's hair and pull. The two of them just charged at each other like that, rolling around on the street, making passersby turn their heads. Bitch, let go! Ah, let go, or I'll break your arm. The group of lonely dogs were immediately excited to see this scene, their eyes seemingly falling out, but Lin Xin was completely helpless, muttering to himself, I have to stop them. In an instant his pupils changed color. His eyes also became sharp and cold. Proficient in traditional Chinese medicine, his flip-flop-wearing feet rushed towards the commotion without hesitation. Quick as lightning, Lin Xin tapped his fingers on the hands of the two girls one by one. They immediately reacted.
hugging their hands and groaning.
So numb. Lin Xin's sword-like eyebrows were about to kiss Chow Fa, his tone mixed with some annoyance. Can you stop for a moment, Liu Yijing? Are you secretly following me again?
Faced with this question, she tried to cover her assets while acting seductive. Lin Xin, don't you hate her? I'm driving away the annoying fly for you. I won't bother you. That appearance made Su Rao on the side burst out laughing sarcastically. I guess the ex-girlfriend seems to be looked down upon.
Ye Zhang retorted sourly.
Better than a self-dumping type like you, Su Rao calmly retorted. If I had a girlfriend like you, I'd break up early, she angrily shouted. A female hooligan wearing a school uniform pretending to be a student. Lin Xin doesn't want someone like you. Get lost.
At this point, Su Rao didn't hide it, bringing out her trump card to finish off her opponent, pretending, I can't pretend as well as you. I'm sorry, I'm a student at Yanjiang University. This news was like a bolt from the blue. Yi Zhang gaping in shock. Lin Xin and the others were equally shocked, seeing everyone's strange eyes. She calmly took off her coat and explained, What's so surprising? I just don't go to school often.
The surrounding male students were defeated by this beauty. Everyone exclaimed at the scene before them, Wow, so beautiful, that's my type. Damn it, aren't you crushing on Liu Yizheng? Although she's very beautiful, she doesn't look good. The more evil women are, the more men love them.
She turned to wink at Lin Xin, playfully teasing.
But knowing you also study at Yanjiang University, I have the motivation to go to school again. Those words made his inner self, no matter how strong, feel helpless.
Okay,
looking at it in a positive direction. Consider her a convenient tool for swiping money. Just don't know what her relationship with Luo Yaxi is like. At the same time, the phone rang loudly. As soon as he answered the phone, the other end hurriedly spoke. Lin Xin, are you here yet? He recognized Yu Xuan's familiar voice, and couldn't help being stunned. Where to? She immediately questioned. The museum is holding an exhibition today, didn't you forget?
Those words brought back his memories. He remembered that she had said a few days ago that today was the first day of the Cultural Relic exhibition, which were the cultural relics that had been bought back from the Little Ochia country. He quickly used all his vocabulary to make up a reason. Of course I didn't forget. I've already changed my clothes. I'm getting ready to go. She breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. You're a major shareholder. If you don't come, I don't know what to do. Because he had slipped up, Lin Xin had no choice but to beg his close brothers. Brothers, I'm really sorry. I have something urgent to do. You guys go to the internet cafe. I'll pay for tonight. The Wuzi gang saw their friend forget his brothers for beauty and criticized him. Go, you chicken. Don't ask us to duo queue later.
He looked at the phone and wondered, or should I just ride my bike over there? Su Rao from behind again showed a concerned look. Where are you going? I'll take you on my motorcycle. However, what he received was only a blunt refusal from him. No need, I can go by myself.
Seeing this, she became determined to try to keep him. Then when are you going to teach me that acupoint technique from just now, that seemed to provoke Ye Zhang to angrily roar, Let him go! Being hounded by the two girls, Lin Xin grumbled to himself, Ugh, my head's spinning from all this nagging. But on the outside, he tried to bargain. I can teach you the pressure point technique, but only if you've got the talent for it. Mustering all his decisiveness, Lin Xin pointed right at Suru and ordered, Go make up all your missed classes, pass your level 1 Mandarin proficiency test, get your CET4 English certification, then come find me. The poor girl could only groan in agony.
Even so, she still doggedly chased after him, pleading, Hey, can't you lower the bar a little? This unique scene instantly made countless other guys green with envy. Man, I wish a beauty would chase me like that. Her figure is absolutely killer.
This whole spectacle just happened to make Liu Yizheng, who'd been completely ignored, practically vibrate with rage. Over at the Yanjiang Museum, people were flocking to the entrance like it was a grand festival.
Inside the main hall, tons of people were already gathered for the ceremony.
Some were even surrounding Xia Yuhuan, endlessly buttering her up. Curator Xia, you're truly a young prodigy. The Yanjiang Museum has really flourished under your leadership, and Mr. Xia, I truly admire you for having such an outstanding daughter.
Yang Hu, without an ounce of hesitation, stepped right up and offered his business card. My name is Yang.
I was wondering if Curator Xia would do me the honor of joining me for a meal, but his sincerity was met with a blunt refusal from her. Thanks, but I've already eaten. Plus, I'm trying to lose weight lately.
But with a face thicker than a brick, he still tried to find an excuse. No problem, dinner works too. I've already booked a table at a 3 Michelin star restaurant. Only a place like that is truly worthy of a woman of Curator Xia's caliber. Internally, he was constantly plotting. Go on, drown in the charm and exquisite taste of this handsome uncle. Just then, Lin Xin also happened to spot the group. Oh, over here. The moment he saw the beauty, he excitedly called out, Yu Huan, but her curious eyes landed on the bag he was carrying. Lin Xin, what's in there? He patiently explained. It's grilled sausage from the university gates. Want to try some?
That simplicity made Yang Hu, standing nearby, openly sneer, I'm dying. Inviting the prestigious Xia Yuhuan, whose net worth is easily in the tens of millions, to eat a cheap grilled sausage. Is this kid out of his mind? But she immediately shut him down. Whoa, I've never had this before. I've always wanted to try it. That news hit Yang Hu like a ton of bricks, instantly deflating him, while only Yuhuan was happily chirping. Oh, it's so good! Seeing her reaction, Lin Xin excitedly chimed in. Right? I eat here all the time. The stinky tofu shop next door is super good too. Hearing about more yummy food nearby, she didn't hesitate to ask, could you take me to try them next time? Leaving Yang Hu frozen solid behind them, she casually led Lin Xin away on a tour. You've already seen this part. Let's head over to the West Hall's treasure appraisal section. This whole situation piqued his curiosity. What exactly happens at a treasure appraisal event?
They quickly stepped into the appraisal room. Xia Yuhuan softly explained,
This is a regular event my dad used to organize, twice a month, where people can get their cultural relics and antiques appraised. It's super popular among collectors. From the crowd, Xiaohang, holding his livestream stick, excitedly blabbed, These donuts are seriously good, yo. Check it out, everyone. Guess where I am? The Yanjiang Museum's treasure appraisal event.
His voice, dripping with disdain, continued to drone on. Man, talk about jealousy. Even if I've never seen a museum in the US, I bet it's way bigger than this place, not just once.
His audience quickly chimed in. Mornin', Bro Hang's looking super Western today.
The Western live streamer, standing before his camera, didn't hesitate to spout more criticism. Bringing your treasures for appraisal early in the morning? These so-called experts are just inflating prices. If you've got cash, just go live large in America. My buddy Shanmu's even got a job lined up for me already. His gullible viewers immediately ate it up, nodding in agreement.
So cool. He's really live streaming, really going abroad. But seriously, be careful on your way. I heard about a woman who moved to Shaohua country and starved to death. No sooner had he finished speaking than a clear voice rang out. Next up, number 174. Like a flash, he hurriedly yelled, It's my turn, I'm coming. He even darted past Xie Yuhuan, who was cheerfully asking Lin Xin, It's super lively, isn't it? Lin Xin just nodded in agreement. As luck would have it, they literally just ran into Kong Lu, who immediately showered Xia Yuhuan with praise. Yuhuan, you've done an excellent job bringing this national treasure home. Where's Mr. Xia? She quickly reverted to her polite demeanor. Thank you for the compliment, Professor Kong. My father will be here a little later.
Despite that, he continued to heap flowery praise upon her. Exactly. With such an outstanding daughter, he truly can just enjoy life. Old Xia really knows how to raise kids. Xia Yuhuan adopted a meek and polite posture, softly replying, Professor Kong, please stop flattering me. I'm the one who should be thanking you for coming to our treasure appraisal event. Kong Lu suddenly clutched his stomach, then, before leaving, gave a hurried wave to Xu Ye. Getting old. My stomach's not what it used to be. I'm gonna hit the restroom for a bit. Catch you later.
Sensing his intention to leave, she smoothly played along.
Understood. Meanwhile, at Kong Lu's appraisal table, Zhao Hang was busy stirring up trouble. You called my number, but nobody's here. I've been waiting for like half a day. I'm live streaming right now. Tons of people are watching and waiting. Is this how your museum appraises things? Seeing his agitated behavior, Xia Yuhuan quickly stepped forward, waving her hand to calm him.
I'm so sorry, the professor just stepped out for a few minutes. If you can't wait, I can appraise it for you myself. But because of her naturally striking looks, she was met with his sneering dismissal. You, appraise it. Just looking at you, you don't seem like an appraiser at all. Stubborn as he was, he could only grudgingly comply. Fine. This is a smoking pipe that the founding president of America supposedly used. Go on, take a look. On the livestream screen, her diligent demeanor quickly captivated the viewers. Whoa, she's so pretty, I want to go there in person. She's so young, but she's already an appraiser, Bro Hang. Get a closer shot. After a long moment, she looked at Zhao Hang with a straightforward expression. I'm sorry, but this is a modern replica, not an antique cultural relic. Her concise statement, however, made him bellow in protest. What garbage are you spouting? My American friend gave this to me. How could it be fake? Do you even know how rich and sincere he is? A second later, a short line of Chinese characters made Xiao Hang freeze. Xia Yuhuan didn't hesitate to press further. See this line of characters? Do you know what it means?
However, it was all for naught, as his delusion completely clouded his mind. Even if I don't understand it, it probably means something like a declaration of freedom. America is freedom, so what's the problem? Even facing such a fool, she maintained her composure. That foreign text means it originated from perfume. The brutal truth made him scream in utter disbelief. No way! Absolutely no way. Xia Yuhuan, despite her patience wearing thin, still upheld her professional ethics. If you don't believe me, you can just snap a picture of this text and scan it with a translation app. The livestream viewers, meanwhile, had a field day laughing. Lol, I'm dead, haha.
Perhaps still unwilling to give up,
Xiao Hang then pulled out an exquisite porcelain bottle, his voice sharp. HMPH, so whatever you say goes, huh? Just one look and you can tell it's imported. Alright, today I'm settling this with you.
Disregarding her youth, Xiao Hang didn't hesitate to throw down a challenge. Where's this porcelain bottle from? How old is it? Tell me. If you get it right, I won't bother you anymore. Xia Yuhuan picked up the bottle and quickly scanned it. My knowledge is limited, so I can only give a rough assessment. This porcelain bottle is indeed remarkably flawless. These words only made him even more smug. If your knowledge is limited, then just admit it. That smoking pipe my American buddy gave me couldn't possibly be. Xia Yuhuan's gaze was fixed on the object in her hand, her lips softly murmuring, but because it's too flawless. Yuxuan wasn't shy at all, she just flat out declared, the colors and some of the textures feel way too new, so I'm guessing this is a fake. Xiao Hang refused to accept it, yelling non-stop, what the heck do you know, huh? And what kind of expert bought this or slept their way into it? Faced with his aggressive demeanor, Yu Xuan quickly warned him, please watch your language, or I'll call security to escort you out. He showed no fear, even trying to intimidate her. Call security. I paid 500 yuan to get this appraised here. Wanna bet I call the cops right now? The tense situation made Kong Lu rush over, asking, what's going on? What's going on? Director Xia, as soon as she saw him, quickly explained, this guy's got a fake porcelain vase. But Kong Lu's appearance only made Xiao Hang even more agitated. Teacher Kong, you're finally here. Who is this chick, daring to call my vase and pipe fakes? Fildies. Look everyone, this Yanjiang museum is so small and weak they can't even appraise anything properly. I'm a famous influencer with 30,000 fans. Do you even know who you're messing with?
Seeing this, Kong Lu leaned close to Yu Xuan's ear and quietly lectured her. Yu Xuan, you're good at appraising, but your people skills are lacking. Appraising isn't just about the item, it's about the person too. If you can't prove it's fake, just give them the certificate and let it go. This attitude shocked her, as if she couldn't believe her ears.
Teacher Kong. But he gave a knowing smile and continued, don't look so surprised. Back in the day, your dad and I teamed up to make money, and we built up our appraisal business and reputation by being smart and flexible. Kong Lu's blatant favoritism finally satisfied Xiao Hang. He put on a smug face and commanded, well, I told you my stuff was real, hurry up and apologize to me.
Even the crowd joined in, piling pressure on the young girl. This porcelain vase is worth millions, and you're calling it fake? Do you even know how to appraise anything?
Yu Xuan, I'm just doing this for your own good.
You're not a kid anymore, you need to grow up. Otherwise, how are you going to run this museum? This is your family's hard work for so many years. Just when it seemed hopeless, Lin Xin's voice suddenly cut in. What's all the commotion about?
He put a comforting hand on her shoulder, his expression tense as he continued.
Let me see who's bullying my director. As if feeling protected, Yu Xuan finally let out a relieved smile.
Lin Xin. By this point, Xiao Hang still didn't know his place and yelled out, and who the hell are you?
Lin Xin wasn't fazed. He pointed directly at his own face and boasted, me? I'm the expert of experts. Even Kong Lu solemnly introduced, Right. Don't let young Master Lin's age fool you. His appraisal skills are even better than mine.
In his heart, he was calculating non-stop. Just now, I went to the restroom and called old Jia. That's when I found out this Lin Xin is the Yanjiang Museum's new, and only, shareholder. I heard his financial power is bottomless. I definitely need to get close to him. Xiao Hang's eyes lit up at the title, full of glee. Really? Then take a look at my porcelain vase. Lin Xin didn't hesitate, immediately asking, what dynasty is this porcelain vase from? He replied confidently. It's a Song Dynasty porcelain vase. Seeing his opponent's certainty, he sarcastically retorted, Song Dynasty? Nah, I think this is more like Last Week Dynasty.
But he didn't seem to grasp the hidden meaning, even happily exclaiming, Shangzhou Dynasty? Doesn't that make it even more valuable? The crowd couldn't help but burst into laughter. Lin Xin examined it for a moment before asking further, did you buy this vase, or was it received? Xiao Hang, brimming with self-satisfaction, showed off. This was passed down to me by my grandpa. It's our family heirloom, Lin Xin just gave a soft, ooh, then yelled loudly at him, "Your grandpa." The livestream viewers immediately exploded with comments, "Funniest episode ever. Too funny." Realizing he was being humiliated, he quickly snarled insults. "What the F? Are you messing with me?" But Lin Xin didn't stop his teasing. "You're pretty easy to mess with, aren't you? How else could you have been conned into buying a fake like this? Spill it, how much money did you lose?" That guy really pushed his anger to the limit, to the point of continuously threatening them. "A dead pig isn't afraid of boiling water, huh? You guys have quite the tough mouths." "Fine, I'll make you submit." Xiao Heng slammed a piece of paper onto the table with an arrogant swagger, yelling at everyone, "Open your dog eyes and look carefully. This porcelain vase, I actually got it from Grandmaster Fan Guobao, and I even have his certificate for it. Do you even know its true value?" Lin Xin immediately seized on that little slip-up. "Oh, so it wasn't passed down by your grandpa, you have a certificate, and you still came here for an appraisal. Are you here looking for validation?" Even though he was held tightly by 2 security guards, he still furiously tried to lunge forward. "Bastard, do you want to get beaten up?"
"Let me go." Kong Lu seized the opportunity and quickly whispered in his ear, "Young Master Lin, these appraisal hustlers always take artifacts around for multiple appraisals to get more certificates and sell them for higher prices. And Fan Guobao is a famous collector in Yanjiang. I heard he's here today too, so we should be careful what we say." Contrary to that cautious appearance, Lin Xin's fierce aura was clear as he declared, "I don't care who he is, bringing a fake artifact here for appraisal, trying to use our appraisal forum to inflate its price. No way." Xiao Heng, still stubborn, turned to complain to his fans. "All right, everyone, you all saw that, right? This is how the Yanjiang Appraisal Association tarnishes the nation's image in the collector's world. As a patriot like myself, this truly breaks my heart. I also like eating donuts. I really want to eat American donuts." Don't know if you'll get donuts in America, but careful not to get fat. "This time, I'm only appraising this guy." Lin Xin could only sigh. He waved his hand, yielding to de-escalate the situation. "Fine, I'm too lazy to argue with you guys. If you want your appraisal feedback, I'll refund it, take your fake artifact certificate, and get lost. Next time, find a reliable appraiser. Don't keep running around arguing and getting scammed by people." "From where?" a loud voice cut in. "Hold on." Fan Guobao leisurely walked out, fanning himself with a fan, and introduced himself. "I am Fan Guobao. I've been dealing with antiques for over 60 years, and I always respect history. If you're saying something I appraised is fake, aren't you slapping my face? If an expert said that, I'd reconsider. But a young person like you," he gave a smile that was 3 parts disdain, 7 parts sarcasm, and continued to lecture, "Just an amateur, who doesn't even have an appraiser's certificate, right?" Lin Xin fell silent at the opponent's attitude. Xiao Heng clung to that like a lifeline, immediately cheering excitedly, that's right, he doesn't even have a certificate." An outsider pretending to be an expert, Yuan Min, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up to confirm, "Mr. Farron's appraisals are practically government certified. I also bought artifacts from Mr. Farron. They're definitely real, and worth a lot now." Realizing the situation was somewhat unfavorable, Kong Lu subtly stood beside him to remind him, "Young Master Lin, I told you, Fan Guobao is not someone you can offend." Seizing the opportunity while everyone's busy watching the drama, Xu Feng continues to preach, "Everyone, don't be hasty, we're all reasonable people here. This young man, you're interested in appraising artifacts, and I understand that. If your knowledge isn't vast, it's understandable to make mistakes." The old man even bluntly proposes, "So, Director Jia, you two apologize to the owner of these artifacts, and then get him a certificate of appraisal. Let's consider this matter closed." Lin Xi, hiding behind Lin Xin, looks extremely worried, silently calling out in her heart, "Lin Xin." Instead of panicking, he suddenly smiles. Holding the high-end porcelain vase, he also puts on a friendly face. Did I hear correctly just now? Many people here have bought artifacts from Fan Guobao. This lady's Qinghua porcelain vase is one of them. Would you mind letting me take a look? Yuan Min, standing opposite him, readily agrees upon hearing this, and doesn't forget to remind him, "Go ahead and take a look, but be careful. If you break it, you won't be able to afford it." Lin Xin's eyes intently examine every detail. Over on the other side, Guobao's smile grows increasingly smug. What can you possibly see? In front of everyone, his voice rings out decisively, "Fake!" Hearing such a definite claim, Yuan Min feels like she's been stabbed where it hurts. She angrily shouts, "You're the fake one! Do you have any proof? This is something I bought with all the money in my house. Now its price has more than doubled, and many people want to buy it. Today, I'm going to sell it for a high price." Even Guobao's face darkens, and he even lets out a cold snort. "You've got a sharp tongue. Young people are so competitive and unwilling to admit defeat." Ignoring the frustration of the 3 people,
Lin Xin calmly looks at the others who are surrounding him to watch. Does anyone else have artifacts they bought from Fan Guobao? Bring them all up here for me to see.
Zhao Heng crosses his arms in front of his chest and says with contempt, "Ha ha ha, still being stubborn, huh? What's the point of stalling?" The crowd, upon hearing this, immediately bustles forward, bringing out their precious items. "Hey, take a look at my Ming Dynasty vase too, whoa, and my Shi Yuan box."
Looking at the precious items on the table, Yu Xuan becomes increasingly skeptical of herself. These artifacts all look very new, but it's true that she can't find any evidence of forgery. Could it be? That includes the porcelain vase. Did I really misjudge? Seeing that he's been focused for too long, Guobao says triumphantly, "Are you done yet? People don't have much time to wait. Just admit you misjudged, it's not a big deal. Or do you think all of these are fake?" In contrast to the opponent's attitude, Lin Xin is very calm when looking at the items in his hand. They're all fake, but these are made by experts. The technique is flawless. These words immediately cause an uproar of laughter among the confused crowd. The guys all talk, "We've seen stubborn people, but not this stubborn. Is your brain stuck in the door?" Some people even turn to Zhao Heng and ask if he's still live streaming. He holds his phone and replies, trying to stay calm while laughing, "I am live streaming this, and he is definitely the funniest clown of the year." Under the pressure of public opinion, Yu Xuan has no choice but to bite her lip and sincerely apologize. "I misjudged. I admit my mistake."
Guobao then puts on a magnanimous attitude and corrects the opponent. "Director Jia, this was originally a small matter that was blown out of proportion. It's not as simple as just an apology." A worried look appears on her face. "Then, what do you want?" The old man makes a straightforward suggestion without any hesitation. This friend insists on saying my artifacts are fake, so he must produce proof. The Zhao Heng gang cheers along even more enthusiastically. "That's right, if you can't prove it, you have to buy my porcelain vase at double the price. That's right, buy our stuff at double the price, and we won't hold it against you." This situation makes Guobao even more complacent, and his tone is full of sarcasm. "I'm not asking for much, but it's disheartening to be treated this way. You said you wanted to collect a few items earlier, and I'd be grateful if you have the fate to purchase them. We'll let today's matter go, and that friend just needs to kneel down, apologize, and kowtow 3 times. Feeling that the other party is taking an inch and wanting a mile, Yu Xuan angrily retorts, "Fan Guobao, that's going too far." Only Lin Xin remains calm and agrees. "Okay," he flashes a happy smile and innocently asks, "But if I can produce proof, what kind of price can you pay, Fan Guobao?" In his heart he secretly plans, "I'm waiting for you guys." That complacent attitude makes Guobao grit his teeth and remind him, "Are you misunderstanding something? Now you're the one who has to prove your words, not set conditions." Contrary to that anxious look, Lin Xin still innocently explains, No, you're the one who's mistaken. Do you really think I would rush to prove it? Proving it myself is a trap, and it's easier to get brainwashed." The old man's frustrated look makes Lin Xin extremely pleased. "If you want to bet with me, you have to put something on the line. Otherwise, why should I bother dealing with you?" Zhao Heng rushes out of nowhere and yells in his face, "Motherfucker!" Even so, he continues calmly, "Oh right, it seems I haven't said it yet." In front of the entire crowd, Lin Xin's voice becomes clear and solemn as he declares, "I really do have evidence to prove that you are all fakes. How about a try?" The Zhao Heng gang immediately heartily agrees. "Let's do it. Bet, then bet." Even Guobao loudly proclaims, "I haven't met such an arrogant person in so many years. I bet half of my collection." This dramatic move surprises the others. Luo Dao, mixed in the crowd, anxiously asks, "Half of Grandmaster Fan's collection, wouldn't that be comparable to a private museum?" The old man puts on a smug look and doesn't hesitate to boast. "The value of those collection of mine is at least 1 billion, more than enough to buy this museum." Lin Xin does not hesitate, and immediately comes forward to explain the implementation process. "Okay, let's start then. Although there is carbon-14 dating, that's too slow, so we will do it quickly today. Give me a hammer." The audience looks at each other in surprise and suspicion for a long time. What is he going to do? I thought he had a good way. But it turns out he is just checking the inside of the artifact. Yuan Min, standing in the crowd, also can't help but curiously discusses with the person next to her. But surely everyone has heard the rumors about the antique forgery industry, right? That's the mark of a master forger. Dichi, standing aside, also expresses contempt when hearing this information. "You believe that kind of thing? I wish you would smash my stuff." Anyway, it's twice the market price of the artifact, isn't it? Up to Grandmaster Fan to say so. Zhao Heng happily laughs, "Ha ha." Beside him holding the hammer, Lin Xin solemnly announces, "Okay, now I will smash the antiques that I said are fake.
If I am wrong, I will compensate twice. That innocently makes Yuxuan carries worries. Softly calls out, Lin Xin. In response to that, he winks playfully. Don't worry, it is like a certain statement. She can't help but feel relieved. Lin Xin is really magical. Even in adversity, he can face it calmly, as if there is nothing in this world that can be difficult for him. Thanks to this, her affection has also increased by 8% to 82. Holding the hammer tightly in his hand, Lin Xin repeats again. Then I'll start. Yuan Min's jaw dropped in shock. Her face was etched with worry. This guy really wants to smash stuff. He's way too confident. Even Guo Bao was taken aback by his resolute attitude. This kid's got some skills, but not much. He wants to use cross-sections to determine authenticity. If there are any low-quality fakes among these artifacts, he might find some flaws. Too bad. The old man covered half his face with his fan, internally brimming with confidence. Too bad. These items were all personally made by yours truly. How could he possibly find any flaws? He was feeling extremely smug thinking about his identity. The most famous collector in Yanjiang is just my public persona. In reality, within the fake artifact crafting world of Hua, I'm the real legendary figure. My forgery techniques are definitely flawless. Even national-level appraisers can't find anything. For an amateur enthusiast like him to challenge me is just a pipe dream. Guo Bao himself thought calmly. But if we're talking about flaws, they do exist. It's that I intentionally left a mark, like any top-tier forger. The arrogance that comes from the bones leaves a unique mark on the works made. I'm no exception. The old man couldn't help but smirk wickedly. Calculation was evident on his aging face. If he thinks smashing things will make it that easy to discover, then he's underestimating me. My mark is extremely small, only I know its location. Using a hammer to smash it like this, the chance of finding it is only 5%. I'll extinguish this tiny possibility of his. Lin Xin forcefully struck a rare artifact. That Zhao Heng suddenly raised his hand high and cheered. The Song Dynasty porcelain vase I bought for 3 million. Everyone excitedly spread the word. It's busted. It's really smashed. So many pieces. Holding a fragment in his hand, he turned to ask Yuan Min, do you know how to read this cross-section? She blankly shook her head. I don't know, but Grandmaster Fan is definitely never wrong. This time, my daughter's medical bills can be paid. Guo Bao suddenly snatched the fragment, ordering everyone, look at the color of this cross-section, quickly turning yellowish, and this thickness, it's the real deal. Zhao Heng was immediately amazed and praised, worthy of Grandmaster Fan. Then he turned to mock Lin Xin. This kid is definitely losing. Even Yuan Min is blindly agreeing. The market price of this item is probably several million. He pretended to be knowledgeable, quickly reminding, what do you mean several million? Selling it to him for 100 million wouldn't be too much. The other party excitedly laughed in agreement. That's right. Each smash of yours is a huge number going down the drain. 13 million, 25 million. The audience cheered even more excitedly. 42 million, 50 million. Even Guo Bao gloated internally, mocking, I'm gonna die laughing, smashing it with his eyes closed. The marks have all been picked up by me, only missing the last 3. He hurriedly picked up a fragment to observe carefully. The old man also put on a show, stepping forward to hold a critical fragment with a caring attitude. How's it going? Have you found any evidence yet, my friend? Lin Xin just smiled easily. Almost. The fragment in Guo Bao's hand was flicked to the side. Taking advantage of no one paying attention, the old man grabbed the important fragment and put it in his pocket, in a corner where no one noticed. That aged face revealed a sinister smile, gleefully shouting inside. It's over, the only flaw now. All the fragments are in my hand. Victory is so easy, not difficult at all. Guo Bao folded the fan in his hand, reminding in a deep voice. Have you looked enough, my friend? Where's the evidence? Lin Xin scratched his head, pretending to be ignorant. These items are made really well. Even the cross-section doesn't have any obvious flaws. Looks like I've met a master. The old man took him at his word. So you're saying there's no evidence, right? The crowd around pushed the boat along with the current, all shouting loudly, pay up immediately. My porcelain vase is worth 100 million, you have to pay 200 million. My Qing Dynasty blue and white porcelain vase is worth 120 million. My Tang Dynasty pottery is worth... He slowly paced back and forth on the floor. Then he leaned close to the other party to confirm. Grandmaster Fan, are these fake artifacts really worth that much money? Yuxuan worriedly called out. Lin Xin, Guo Bao still stubbornly stuck to his point. That's right, that's exactly the price. Waiting for just that, he threw the fragments in his hand. The evidence in the old man's eyes was about to fall out of his glasses. Cold sweat couldn't help but pour down his aging face. Everyone present at the scene, from Zhao Heng to Yuxuan, their jaws dropped in shock. Lin Xin calmly played with Guo Bao's life-stealing charm, the corner of his mouth raised, finishing the sentence. It's here. The extremely sharp U-turn made the whole venue only have one "ah" sound. No one knows who broke the silence first. Then the crowd gathered around him, scrutinizing. What is this? Why is there a Fan character written in seal script on the Song Dynasty porcelain vase fragment?
It's on the Qinghua porcelain shards too, no way. Even on the Tang Dynasty colored pottery.
The old man frantically rubbed his pockets, his voice trembling. When did you? Why? How could you? Lin Xin smirked back, breaking out in a cold sweat.
He turned and leaned into the old man's ear. Stop looking. I already nabbed it from your pocket just now. Your reaction speed. To me it's like watching a sloth. Guo Bao stammered, questioning. But how did you?
Lin Xin didn't mind spilling the beans. These artifacts are so perfect. They're even better than what's in national museums. It's obviously not an accident. You were just too overconfident, thinking no one would dare appraise them, so I figured they were all fakes made by you. Even at this point, the old man was still shamelessly arguing. You? What nonsense are you spouting? It wasn't me. Besides, even if I did make them, how would you know about the marks? Lin Xin just scoffed. I deliberately smashed it to see your reaction. And sure enough, you frantically picked up the shards. First time I've ever seen someone collect evidence against themselves.
Guo Bao, hearing this, was so furious he almost spat blood.
You mean if I hadn't picked up the shards, you would have lost? Those artifacts are worth hundreds of millions. Lin Xin waved his hand with a lavish gesture. Only a few $100 million, smashing it to vent my anger. If the master says it's fake, then it's definitely fake.
Xie Yuhuan emotionally called out his name, Lin Xin. But inside, her heart was blooming with joy. I just felt something was off. Lin Xin actually trusts me unconditionally like this.
Thanks to that, the system updated Xie Yuhuan's favorability by plus 3%.
The truth about the fakes was out, and the crowd immediately swarmed the old man. I was gonna sell this to save my daughter. Now that it's fake, what do I do? If you don't pay me back hundreds of millions, don't even dream of leaving. I bought several pieces. Damn it, pay up, I'll kill you.
Lin Xin sighed and stepped forward to remind them. Don't beat him to death. He still owes me a lot. Just as things were heating up, Xie Yuhuan rushed over and hugged him tightly from behind.
She pressed her face into his firm shoulder and whimpered, Lin Xin, you really scared me half to death just now. Don't scare me like that again, okay?
The system, just waiting for this, immediately spammed notifications. Xie Yuhuan's favorability reached 90%. Stage 1 completed. Received 680 million in reversal rewards. Reward. All attributes +1. Leveled up to LV. 7. Choose one of 3 skills. Mastery of 3 arts. Feng Shui divination. Or master horsemanship.
In just a blink of an eye he was swimming in cash. His heart was bursting with uncontrollable exhilaration. Over 680 million. If he saved a bit, he wouldn't need to work for the rest of his life. This was his life's goal.
With his heart joyful, Lin Xin also became gentler, even spontaneously wiping away her tears. Why am I getting soft? Come on, there's still important stuff to do.
The two quickly moved to a luxurious Xiheyuan. He stood amidst the antique-filled room, with items displayed up to the ceiling, unable to help but exclaim, as expected of Yanjiang's top appraiser, there are quite a few good things in here.
Lin Xin smiled brightly, touching the crouching lion artifact. According to our agreement, I'll take half. Guo Bao cast aside all shame, kneeling down and pleading, Brother Lin, these are all items I've collected for over half my life. Please, can you go easy on me? He didn't need to say much, just gave a subtle, knowing smile.
The old man's face turned pale, and he immediately bowed, correcting himself. No, please, Brother Lin, pick whatever you like. Just then, a surprised cry rang out nearby. Xia? Lin Xin turned, calling out Xia with a doubtful expression, only to see Xie Yuhuan sitting there, staring at a lutong and muttering, so this artifact is here. She suddenly put on her most beautiful expression, and then made a suggestion. Lin Xin, let's have some tea together in a bit. He reluctantly sat in the small pavilion, feeling bored, surrounded by picturesque scenery. While waiting, he took the opportunity to browse his phone, seemingly captivated by the news on. Turns out the gossip-mongers had dropped new dirt. Wang Xiaohang, the fugitive arrested by the police at the Momi border, was now locked up in a Momi prison.
Lin Xin rested his chin on his hand and sneered. Momi's prison, huh? Heard they're really into flex culture there now? Hope you enjoy the special treatment.
Sitting alone for too long made him a bit impatient. Why isn't she here yet? Is having tea some kind of ceremony or something?
While he was wondering, the other lead stepped out in green high heels, ready to make her entrance.
Xie Yuhuan showcased her breathtaking curves in a bold cheongsam, gracefully walking towards him, carrying a tea set.
Lin Xin was momentarily stunned when he recognized that familiar face, his eyes unconsciously lighting up with surprise. Yu Xuan gently placed the tea tray on the table, taking the initiative to start a conversation. Do you know the background of this incense burner? He unabashedly gazed at her figure. Incense burner. I'm just noticing how tiny your waist is. She shyly denied it. No way, I bought this outfit in high school. It's not easy to fit into anymore. He chuckled. Returning to the main topic. This is a modern incense burner from Feng Guobao's collection, right? Not that old, but judging by its quality, it's probably considered a great-grandma artifact.
She nodded slightly in confirmation, while recounting the story. Before 180, when enemy troops invaded, Officer Shui Feng saved the beloved daughter of a wealthy merchant. They fell in love at first sight, but the wealthy merchant looked down on Shui Feng's background, saying he had to be a general to marry his daughter. He left an incense burner for her as a token of his love, and went to the battlefield. Unexpectedly, after 10 years, Shui Feng really became a general, and won the merchant's daughter. Yu Xuan couldn't help but sigh. This incense burner is also proof of their love, passed down from generation to generation, until it was lost during the century of war. I can't believe you found it. She carefully explained each detail. Eternal longing, never forgetting. Shui Feng carved these 6 characters with a knife. Lin Xin listened and couldn't help but praise. A very touching story, with fragrant tea. He then turned to hug the beauty, not forgetting to sing her praises. You look very beautiful tonight. Taking advantage of his momentary distraction, she gathered her courage, leaned in, and gently placed a kiss on his lips. Not wanting to be passive, he suddenly reached out and wrapped his arms around her slender waist, pulling Yu Xuan close with a decisive force. He didn't hesitate to take the lead, gently holding her head, guiding her emotions bit by bit, immersed in the strange joy that was igniting fiercely. Suddenly, the waist of her dress ripped open, interrupting the passionate atmosphere in an instant. She awkwardly covered herself with her hands. What happened? Without a second's hesitation, Lin Xin quickly took off his shirt and draped it over Yu Xuan in a thoughtful manner. Then, he suddenly lifted her up, his bare upper body exuding a strong and alluring charm. He softly reassured her. I'll carry you to the changing room. She unconsciously became shy, leaning close to him, as if to hide the embarrassment in her heart. About 2 days later, Luo Yaxi's car, carrying Lin Xin, slowly rolled to a stop in front of the grand gate of Longyuan Villa No. 1. She got out of the car and thoughtfully instructed, Lin Xin, let someone else take the luggage, let's go in first. He was about to pull the suitcase down, but upon hearing her instructions, immediately placed it back properly. Oh, Ababao, witnessing the scene just now, couldn't help but admire. So young and rich, with such a beautiful woman by his side, envy. Suddenly, a sweet voice rang out. Handsome. Liu Yizheng suddenly appeared wearing a servant's outfit. Let me help you. He saw the beauty, and his eyes lit up. You are. She quickly pretended to introduce herself. I'm the new maid that Mr. Lin hired. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly as she easily walked through the gate. Ababo's eyes were still fixed on the person who just passed by. Rich people really know how to live. Even the maids are so beautiful. Inside the villa grounds, Luo Yaxi happily hooked her arm through the arm of the person next to her. Lin Xin, these are the flowers I had the gardener plant. There are lilacs that you like, and hydrangeas that I like. There are many other kinds of flowers over there. He casually expressed his opinion. It would be great to have a few more dogs here. Having only taken a few steps, all the servants bowed in unison to welcome their master. Welcome, Mr. Lin Xin, Miss Luo. Lin Xin was overjoyed, as if he was attending a festival. Is this the life of a rich man? So wonderful. He happily imagined a luxurious life, with servants doing the cooking, cleaning, and laundry. Playing video games all day was the most beautiful life, and of course, having a beautiful woman in his arms. He turned to praise Luo Yaxi. The arrangement is very beautiful. How about I give you another car? She hesitated a little, intending to refuse. But you've already given me too much, he generously affirmed. What is this? I'll give you a few 100 million more tonight? Liu Yizheng looked out from the room with eyes full of resentment. Bitch, I really want to tear that face of hers. She must be overjoyed inside. The one laughing at dinner will be me. The sunset slowly descended, painting the glittering walls of the luxurious villa with orange hues, leaving a silent beauty in the final moment of the day. The servants constantly flattered Luo Yaxi. Mr. Lin is so lucky to have such a thoughtful girlfriend who personally cooks for him. That's right, she smiled and corrected. I like the way he looks when he eats the dishes I make myself. Done. Just then, a strange figure appeared in the kitchen, standing quietly as if waiting for a long time. Liu Yizheng tried to suppress her voice and spoke up. Miss Luo, let me carry it for you. Luo? Yaxi was slightly startled and inquired. Are you new here? Why are you wearing a mask?
She reached out to cover her mouth, trying to force a professional smile, speaking in a delicate tone. "It's nothing," Luo Yaxi suspiciously probed. "Why does your voice sound so sour? How old is she?" With a flurry of blinks and a sway, Liu Yizheng's cutesy act froze her in place. She's totally fresh at 18. Finally, unable to watch any longer, she commanded, "All right, take the food up to the main bedroom on the second floor." She quickly left. "Yes, Miss Luo." Once out of Luo Yaxi's sight, she carefully retrieved the secret medicine she'd stashed away.
Without hesitation, Liu Yizheng poured the drug into the food in her hands, gleefully thinking,
"Done." Liu Yizheng imagined the two of them fainting and smugly thought, "After eating this, you'll be out like a light," she continued. "Then I'll be on her bed, in front of her." Then, Liu Yizheng thought to herself, "Men are just animals ruled by their lower bodies. As long as I let Lin Xin experience endless pleasure," while she, in a maid outfit and face covered, asserted firmly, "He'll accept me when he wakes up." At the same time, a loud voice boomed, "Did you see that maid?" Looking down from above, Liu Yizheng was startled. The guards, still relentlessly searching for her, exclaimed, "How could you let someone in without confirming their identity?"
Sorry, one of them ordered, "Keep searching." Liu Yizheng, upon hearing this, worriedly thought, "I've been found out."
She quickly ran off, wondering, "Crap, I gotta escape, but why are all the rooms locked?" Then, Liu Yizheng flung open a door, panicking. The only place to hide is the main bedroom from earlier, and then she quickly dove under the bed. At the same time, the door to the room opened. Two people entered. Luo Yaxi's gentle voice echoed. "Try what I made while it's hot," Lin Xin replied. Looks delicious," Liu Yizheng, watching the two, whispered, "Lin Xin and Luo Yaxi." Then she spaced out, "Let's eat in bed." Still with confidence in mind, she said, "Ha, perfect timing, eat this sleeping potion and go to sleep." At the same time on the bed, she just saw Yaxi feeding Lin Xin and said gently, "I picked out all the fish bones, you can try." After eating, he felt, so smooth and soft. Then, Lin Xin said, "I'll feed you some sausage too." She happily took it and blushed, exclaiming, "So sweet," he wondered. "Isn't sausage usually salty?" Yaxi immediately replied. "It's all sweet when you feed it to me." Liu Yizheng, seeing them still happily chatting, dazedly wondered, "Why aren't you guys asleep yet?" At the same time, someone's voice was heard, "Miss Luo," and Luo Yaxi was constantly thinking and wondered, did the drug lose its effect? Impossible. Meanwhile, Yaxi said, "Come in." The maid faithfully reported. The guards couldn't find the fake maid. She must have escaped, but she left behind a bag. "Please check it, Miss Luo." Luo Yaxi responded with her arms crossed. Tell them downstairs. This kind of situation isn't allowed to happen again," she exclaimed in her mind when seeing what was in front of her. "No, my bag." The maid obeyed immediately. "Yes, Miss Luo." Then, Luo Yaxi opened the bag, revealing a bunny ear headband. Lin Xin wondered, "Is that the bunny girl outfit?" She smirked, looking at the special item in the bag, and said, "So it's Liu Yizheng. I can't believe she dared to sneak into our villa. She must be plotting something evil." He immediately looked around with alertness, then said seriously, "I can't believe she escaped. Otherwise, I would definitely take her to the police station." Liu Yizheng, hearing those words from below, teared up, thinking, "How could Lin Xin be like that? If I go to the police station, won't I not be able to see him for many days?" Next, Luo Yaxi turned to him and smiled softly, with a face full of hidden meaning. "Never mind her. I've prepared something very special for you." Lin Xin was curious when he saw her lighting a peach-shaped scented candle, and asked, "What's this?" Yaxi smiled lightly and replied, "Arousal fragrance. This scent is super stimulating." Next, Liu Yizheng was seen raising her hand to cover her nose, while Yaxi took off her dress. Lin Xin, seeing her seductive appearance, blushed and stuttered, Why are you wearing Liu Yizheng's bunny girl outfit?" She, hiding under the bed, couldn't help but stare in shock at hearing this. Above, Yaxi proactively moved closer to him and squinted her eyes, smiling. "If you want to play something exciting, then let's play it to the end." Liu Yizheng, hearing those depraved words, gritted her teeth in anger, cursing in her head, "Slut, slut, 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 slut." Lin Xin grinned and marveled. "Wow, so this is what it's like, there's even a tail?" Then he reached out and touched the tail, exclaiming, "It feels so interesting." At the same time, Liu Yizheng, under the bed, felt a burning sensation, only to see her gasping, trembling, and moaning, "Slut, damn it, I'm burning up, so uncomfortable, that position should be mine." Meanwhile, up above, Lin Xin and Luo Yaxi were also getting it on. Night fell, the moon rose, and the two lovebirds outside were having a blast. Liu Yizheng, after seeing them fall asleep, thought to herself, Finally, it stopped. Then she wondered, sweating. How long has it been? After that, Liu Yizheng crawled out sneakily, muttering to herself, Gotta bail. Suddenly, someone's foot stomped right on Liu Yizheng's back, making her jump and scream. It was Luo Yaxi. She wrapped a towel around herself, glared down, and growled, trying to run. Not so easy.
Liu Yizheng saw her, glaring and gritting her teeth. Then Luo Yaxi put her hands on her hips and said softly, Don't be so loud. Do you want Lin Xin to wake up and call the cops? Liu Yizheng looked up in shock, stammering. You from when? Luo Yaxi nonchalantly replied with a teasing tone. Discovered you from when? Huh. I've known since I was 18.
Liu Yizheng heard this and screamed in horror, sweating buckets. What? Luo Yaxi smirked and said, I designed this trap for you. You really walked right into it. How does it feel to hear me and Lin Xin getting intimate on the scene, man, aren't you? Liu Yizheng heard this and immediately lunged at Luo Yaxi, growling,
You bitch, I'm gonna kill you. Luo Yaxi remained calm and took out her phone, saying,
Ayo. Looks like I still have to call the police. Liu Yizheng saw this and immediately panicked. Then she grabbed her bag and unwillingly shouted, Just you wait.
Then, Liu Yizheng rushed out from the window. She fell straight down from the tree, only hearing painful screams.
Luo Yaxi stood at the window and cheerfully waved, Bye-bye, Liu Yizheng. With scratches, she quietly cried out, That hurt. Suddenly, Lin Xin murmured sleepily, What's wrong? Luo Yaxi glanced outside and softly replied, Nothing. Finally got rid of the mosquito. Let's go back to sleep. You have to hug.
Liu Yizheng saw the scene before her and thought to herself, crying, They are so happy, while I'm like a dog that lost its owner. Am I really inferior to that slut Luo Yaxi?
Suddenly, Liu Yizheng looked into her bag and happily exclaimed, Huh. This is Lin Xin's. Then she brought it to her nose and sniffed it like a pervert, blushing and muttering, Oh, Lin Xin's scent. Oh God, I really can't live without him. Next, Liu Yizheng said loudly with a love-struck look, I may have to try harder and keep him. At the same time, the system displayed a notification. Favorability plus 0.5%. Liu Yizheng's favorability is 99.5%. Lin Xin, who was sleeping in the room, wondered in shock. What's going on? Why did the favorability suddenly increase? Moreover, 0.5%. Since when did the system have decimal places? And then he asked confusedly, Wait, where are my boxers?
Scene shifts to a week later. Currently, the Yanjiang University Sports Festival is taking place, only seeing students lined up in long rows. Zheng Hao stood on the podium and solemnly announced, I am very honored to be able to stand here on behalf of all the students to speak. Today, we gather here to organize a grand sports festival. This is a stage for us to show our spirit of unity, hard work, and continuous improvement. We also hope that everyone can learn from each other and make progress together in this process. Let us do our best for the brilliant success of the sports festival. Then he said loudly, Now let everyone enjoy the parade of each faculty. Following that, a group of people in ancient costumes appeared, marching. They belonged to the history department. The male students there started to riot. The girl holding the sign of the history department is so beautiful. Do you know her name? Don't know? Her beauty is still a little lacking, not comparable to Liu Yizheng and Luo Yaxi of the literature department. Next, he shouted loudly, Here they come! At the same time, it was the image of Luo Yaxi holding the sign of the literature department. When they saw it, they exclaimed, Wow, Luo Yaxi is so beautiful. A few more words were uttered. I have started thinking about the name of my child, with Luo Yaxi. Wake up. Stop dreaming. Suddenly, a girl behind him excitedly shouted, Senior Lin Xin. The male students also immediately turned around to look. The girls who admired Lin Xin spoke up, looking this way, and he turned around to wave back. Luo Hu frowned in confusion. Seeing this, Lin Xin is just someone who saved a female student last month. Why is he so popular? Huolu replied upon hearing this. Who knows? And then Peng Han spoke up. It's nothing, just a few female students. Next, the female students started cheering again. Ah, it's Peng Han. He held the sign with the words, Sports Department, with a confident look. The girls continued to praise. So handsome, hubby. At the same time, Peng Han affirmed, In general, we are the main characters today. Lin Xin covered his ears, then exclaimed, Is that an E6 note? The penetrating power is terrifying. The guy next to him couldn't help but wonder, Who is it? His momentum is even more popular than Lin Xin. Wu Ji turned around and said, Seems like a rising star from the sports department's track and field team. It is said that when he is in his best condition, he can run 100 meters in 10.25 seconds. The school treats him as a national athlete to train. Suddenly he turned around and asked, How do you know so much? he replied dejectedly upon hearing this. I have to run 100 meters in a bit. Running with him, I don't know how many meters I will be left behind, not even qualified to be a background. Seeing this, Lin Xin put his hand on Wu Zi's shoulder and comforted him. Why think so much? Just try your best to run, I will cheer for you. He still replied with some worry.
Transition to the running race, only to see all the male students preparing. At the same time, C.A. Jia held the camera in his hand and hesitantly talked to someone on the phone, saying, Nonsense. How can I not pay attention to you? No, I didn't say you're being unreasonable. Okay, it's all my fault, okay?
Suddenly, he threw the camera to Lin Xin and said in panic, Who is at fault? This, it's all my fault. Okay, I'm not losing my patience. What am I doing? You've arrived at the school gate. Please hold this for me for a moment. I'm not coming over right now. C.A. Jia ran while explaining in a panic, No, that's a girlfriend, honey. Don't go. Wait for me a moment. I'm not hanging up. He felt a little helpless at the scene before him. Afterwards, the sound from the loudspeaker rang out. The 100-meter track and field event is about to begin. Contestants participating in the competition, please enter the track.
Lin Xin installed the lens on the camera and muttered to himself, Looks like the cameraman won't be coming back. I'll be a good person and film for him. Conveniently film a shot for Wu Zihe, a super handsome start.
Next, he pointed the camera at Wu Zihe and shouted, Son, look over here. And he bluntly scolded, Get lost. At the same time, Luo Hu called out, Hey, the cameraman over there. Next, he pointed at Peng Han and frowned, saying, Take the camera. Why film unimportant people? Do you know who the main character is? Lin Nan, who was having Peng Han sign his shirt on the chest, also spoke up dissatisfied. That's right, of course it's Brother Han. If you don't film Brother Han's handsome start later, you have to take responsibility. The others quickly chimed in, We should just film with our phones ourselves. Lin Xin pretended to be surprised upon hearing this and said, I haven't even started recording yet. Luo Hu cursed angrily upon seeing this motherfucker, but Peng Han quickly stopped him and said gently, Ignore him. Just wait until we outrun him by several streets later. Come on, let's discuss the main event. Afterwards, he glanced behind him and grinned, exclaiming, There are 3 new female fans who look quite pretty. We can ask them out tonight. Peng Han continued, It just so happens that there are 3 of us. The important thing is that they all have boyfriends already. Only to see he blush and call her boyfriend. Sorry, you don't need to pick me up, Luo Hu exclaimed happily upon hearing this. Wow, playing with fire is so exciting. At the same time, the referee's voice also rang out. Contestants, please enter your lanes. The competition is about to begin. Shouting loudly, Ready! The participating male students also assumed a ready position according to the command. Afterwards, the referee fired the gun to signal the start, and Peng Han took the lead. Bu Ni exclaimed upon seeing this. Brother Han is so fast, Lin Nan also said happily. So handsome, go for it, M.I. He next to him also shouted loudly, Those firm legs, I can't wait anymore. As for Peng Han, he smiled to himself with his overconfidence. The condition is very good. I feel like I can run 10, 20 seconds. Later, when my handsome face breaking my own record appears on the screen, it will be another wave of new fans. Lin Xin, holding the camera while running alongside, cheered, Go for it. Peng Han was a little surprised to see this. He immediately sprinted forward, then pointed the camera behind him and shouted, Wu Zihe, go for it. Peng Han couldn't help but be surprised to see this. Next, he turned around, stared wide-eyed, and shouted in his head, sweating, That's right, I have indeed left those small fries far behind. Wasn't that cameraman running from the starting line with me? Peng Han looked at Lin Xin and couldn't help but wonder, Why is he running even faster than me? No way, is he wearing casual shoes? Isn't that camera supposed to weigh 10 kilograms? At the same time the red ribbon broke, the referee's voice also rang out, Finished. The champion is him. He shouted, Peng Han, time 10:55 seconds. The 2 commentators were also discussing enthusiastically. Strange. Peng Han clearly had a perfect start, and the first 50 meters were also in very good condition. That's right, suddenly the condition declined, and even lost control of his facial expressions. This result is the worst for him. At the same time, Lin Xin, with his hands on his hips, looked at Wu Zihe and said, I have recorded your handsome appearance. Why don't you quickly thank your daddy? And he replied weakly, Let me catch my breath first. Suddenly, someone patted Lin Xin on the shoulder and urged, Hey, the camera, quickly go to the starting line and prepare. He exclaimed in surprise after hearing this. Huh? He pointed to the other side and continued, What do you mean, huh? The 400-meter race is about to begin. Quickly go prepare. He also replied hesitantly, Oh. Cut to the 400-meter championship race, where Lin Xin, running fast and filming, thought to himself,
I've filmed the whole track and field competition. Being a good guy is exhausting. When that cameraman comes back, I'm definitely making him buy me a meal."
Suddenly, Peng Han's group ran up to the referee and shouted, "Referee, I want to report someone. Someone is using stimulants." The referee heard this and said loudly, "Really? Which athlete? The school has testing equipment. If we find any stimulants, we will definitely punish them severely, with absolutely no mercy." Then, they all pointed at Lin Xin and accused him in unison, "It's that cameraman." The referee glanced at them like they were a bunch of morons, and then he calmly said, "If you guys have nothing better to do, go grab a bite or hang out." When the three of them heard this, they looked surprised, like they were hit by some played-out, old trick. Then, Peng Han raised his hand and wiped his mouth, cursing, "God damn it, I'm so pissed. The referee and the coach don't believe us. Let's go find those girls to cool down." When those girls saw Lin Xin, they all did a U-turn. "M.I." he exclaimed with admiration. "Senior Lin Xin is so handsome." Bu-ni next to her also blushed in surprise and said, 100 meters? 400 meters? 1,500 meters? He's so all around. He's definitely hiding his talents. Lin Nan whispered into the ears of the other two, "Why do you think he isn't competing? If Senior Lin Xin competed, he could win every event." She immediately agreed. "Me too. I can't see any of the other athletes anymore. I can only see Senior Lin Xin's handsome figure running." At the same time, Peng Han and the other two were trying to be charming to win the girls over. He grinned and suggested, "The competition is over, let's go." "M.I." he immediately refused without thinking. "Sorry, maybe next time." Peng Han was stunned and stammered, "What? Didn't you say M.I.?" He immediately interrupted, "But Senior Lin Xin is still filming." Lin Nan also smiled brightly and said excitedly, "That's right, maybe we can even see him doing the high jump or long jump." Then, Bu-ni looked at them and said with contempt, "Okay, can you stop blocking our view of Senior Lin Xin?" The other two also started to show disgusted expressions. Peng Han saw this and screamed, holding his head, "Lin Xin, goddammit, I hate you." Luo Hu and Huo Lu were also disappointed. The loudspeaker announced once again, "The women's 50-meter swimming competition is about to begin. Please go to your positions." Next, the seductive figures of Yaxi and Yi Zhang in swimsuits appeared. The male students there looked at the paradise before their eyes and shouted with excitement, "Wow, Liu Yizhang's figure is amazing. Luo Yaxi is also extremely beautiful. I gotta go to the bathroom for a sec. So beautiful, I'm dead." At the same time, Yanji turned to look at Yi Zhang and exclaimed, "Aya, Yi Zhang, you really are here to compete in diving. When you came to my house as a guest last time, I felt like you were good at diving." She also put her hands on her hips and said confidently, "Of course, Lin Xin likes independent girls with many skills, so I naturally have to develop in every way." She heard this and said, "Yeah, sometimes I think so too. I must have used up all my luck to meet Lin Xin, so people who aren't lucky, some things really can't be forced, right?" Yi Zhang refused to be defeated and confidently declared, "That's how it is, but there's a saying that persistence is victory. One day, I'll wait for the sun to come out after the rain." Yaxi smiled lightly and replied, "Then you keep trying. Just don't lose to me in this swimming competition." Then she tilted her head, blushed, and said softly, "Anyway, I've been practicing swimming in the villa's pool every day during this time, and my skills have improved a lot. And so has my fitness." Yi Zhang immediately turned around and said angrily and challengingly, "Let's make a bet. Whoever wins gets the right to participate in the three-legged race with Lin Xin." Yaxi looked up at the sky and smiled, answering, "Don't even dream about it. I won't use Lin Xin as a bet. Besides, even if you win, do you think he would participate with you? That's hilarious." She heard this and gritted her teeth. "You." Suddenly Suru didn't know when she appeared behind them. She tossed her hair and said confidently, "Even if Lin Xin agrees or not, the loser can't appear on the sports field anymore, deal? The rest is up to your own abilities." "I'm so sorry, ladies. Now that Suru has come to compete, you should just give up your rights to avoid losing face later." The two of them turned around in unison, and then Yaji asked in surprise, "Sister Ru, why are you here?" Yi Zhang frowned when she heard her call her that and asked, "What? That bitch is your sister." The audience watching exploded again and shouted, "Oh my god, who is that girl? She's no less attractive than Liu Yizhang and Luo Yaxi, and she looks a bit rebellious. But I like it, it's exciting." The referee's voice quickly rang out. "Ready?" Yaji said lightly in her ready position.
This is our business with Lin Xin. Don't interfere, Su Ru immediately replied when she heard this. You think I'll listen to you? The man that Su Ru has set her sights on, she'll pursue him no matter what. Yi Zhang next to her smirked. Just because you want to pursue Lin Xin? After the signal, everyone jumped in. At the same time, Yao Shi said, then try it and see if Lin Xin will take a liking to you.
Su Ru also confidently replied, I'm not like you guys. I'm gonna make him love me.
Yi Zhang refused to be outdone and smirked. I advise you not to be too narcissistic.
Lin Xin's group outside looked over and couldn't help but sigh.
The swimming competition is so lively.
Suddenly, Ashuan rushed out and hurriedly shouted, Get out of the way! Liu Yizhang and Luo Yaxi are competing. Zhao Tong immediately said when he heard this, Really? Then we definitely have to go see. Let's go, let's go, let's go. But Lin Xin immediately refused. I'm good. At the same time, he thought to himself, Nothing good ever comes from Liu Yizhang and Luo Yaxi meeting. I should avoid it if I can. Ashuan ran so fast that he didn't notice, and pushed Yuan aside and shouted, Get out of the way, you're so slow. She was pushed by him, and immediately fell flat on the ground.
Zhao Tong hurriedly went to Yuan's side and asked cautiously, Classmate, are you okay?
Zhao Tong kept shaking Yuan, and shouted in panic, Classmate, classmate.
At the same time, Lin Xin reached out to take her pulse, and made a diagnosis, weak pulse, stagnant qi, it's a heart condition. Then he secretly performed a few movements on Yuan's acupoints.
Next, Lin Xin shouted, Call an ambulance quickly. Wu Ji immediately picked up his phone and replied, Okay. The people around them had also begun to gather around them and were constantly discussing, What happened? It seems like someone fainted.
Suddenly, Yuan frowned slightly and weakly cried out, Ugh. Zhao Tong saw this and shouted, She's awake! Then he said in confusion, She woke up so quickly? Is it low blood sugar? Holy crap, Lin Xin, I didn't know you knew first aid. Wu Ji next to him enthusiastically suggested, Coach, I want to learn this.
Zhu Tong immediately looked at him and said, You just want to learn it to save beauties, right?
I can hear the abacus clicking all the way from here. Suddenly Lin Xin spoke up, No? Then he seriously continued, This girl's heart problem is quite serious. I just temporarily woke her up. It's an emergency, I'll take her to the hospital first. They couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Scene changed to the hospital. Lu Duo handed Lin Xin a piece of paper and said, You're a family member, right? Sign here. He hesitated and denied. No, I. Suddenly Yuan Min's voice rang out. Yuan, don't scare me. Lin Xin saw her and asked, Are you the auntie from the appraisal event last time? Yuan Min looked at Lin Xin in confusion. Grandmaster, why are you here? He honestly replied. I saw this girl faint and brought her here. Yuan Min heard this and immediately bowed her head in thanks. Oh my God, Grandmaster, you're really my family's benefactor. Last time, it was all thanks to you exposing that swindler Fan Guo Bao, so my money could be recovered. I was rude last time. Please come to my house. I'll treat you to a meal to formally apologize. He waved his hand and said awkwardly, No, let's just forget about that. Then, Lu Duo stepped forward and suggested, Hey, are you the patient's mother? Come and sign here.
She looked at the paper and cautiously said, Excuse me, doctor, is this where I sign? This means she has to go to the ICU.
He immediately said bluntly, Your daughter's heart condition is very special. The treatment techniques and equipment in Hua country right now can't cure it. Only advanced European GJC-88 machines can save her. Pay a deposit of 15 million first. Yuan Min looked at the amount and blurted out, That's so expensive. Meanwhile, Lin Xin walked away thinking to himself, Looks like this isn't my business. At the same time, Lu Duo said, What do you think? This device's heart synchronization therapy is very advanced. He stopped in his tracks upon hearing this. Yuan Min looked up at him and hesitated. But my family's assets are only 10 million, he replied nonchalantly with a slightly annoyed tone. What's the point of treating a disease if you don't have money? 15 million is just the deposit. The entire follow-up process will be at least 30 million. Suddenly Lin Xin interjected. That's not right, doctor. Then he calmly explained. Cardiac resynchronization therapy is aimed at ischemic cardiomyopathy. But this girl's situation is cardiac vessel obstruction due to cold coagulation. The treatment direction should be using warm herbs to dispel the cold and open up yin and yang.
He frowned in confusion upon hearing those words. Who are you? Yuan Min immediately turned around and asked, Grandmaster also understands this? He didn't answer, but quickly stated Yuan's symptoms. Does your daughter often have heart pain like a failed love? Heart pain, back pain, chest tightness, shortness of breath, and difficulty breathing while lying down? She couldn't help but exclaim in surprise after hearing this. Yes, 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 Grandmaster, how do you know? After confirming, Lin Xin turned to Lu Duo and frowned. Then that's right, this doctor misdiagnosed. He angrily roared when he saw that he was insulting him. Kid, where did you come from, daring to question me? Do you know who I am? He didn't care and calmly said, a heartless doctor who uses any means to swindle money. Lu Duo glared and shouted upon hearing those words. Damn it, you were still wearing diapers when I became a doctor. Get lost or I'll call security. Yuan Min quickly tried to persuade him. Dr. Lu, please calm down. This Grandmaster must have real skills. The symptoms he mentioned earlier, Yuan has them all. Suddenly, Yuan, lying on the bed, clutched her chest and cried out in pain. Yuan Min panicked and shouted, Yuan, doctor, please save my daughter. Lucad Duo didn't bother to take action and stood there with a smirk. Didn't you just speak up for this kid? If this kid is so amazing, go find him. What are you looking for me for? She stuttered upon hearing this. What? I didn't mean that, he continued in a raised voice without bothering to save Yuan. Yuan? Then what did you mean? Only Yuan Min was seen kneeling down and crying incessantly. Lu Duo continued. That kid is a Grandmaster, right? Oh, then quickly invite the Grandmaster to take action. Lin Xin clicked his tongue and sighed after hearing all those words. How laughable. Lu Duo immediately frowned upon hearing this and blurted out, Then he laughed disdainfully and began to scold. That's right, I'm talking about you. A doctor's heart is like a parent's, but I only see a dark heart from you. The patient's critical illness is instead your time to bargain. Lu Duo glanced behind him and saw the people nearby whispering to each other. Then he roared, Damn you! How dare you cause trouble in the hospital? Now I'm going to. But Lin Xin didn't care and immediately cut him off. I don't have time to blab with you. Saving lives is important. Nurses, does anyone have silver acupuncture needles? Lu Duo burst out laughing after hearing that, then sneered loudly. Using silver needles? Don't mess with me. You think some petty traditional Chinese medicine silver needles can treat a condition that requires high-end European medical machinery? All right, I'd love to witness the Grandmaster's acupuncture skills, please. Then he draped an arm over Lin Xin's shoulder and whispered into his ear with disdain. I'm dying of laughter. Nobody's gonna lend you any silver needles or tools. What if you kill the patient? Won't that make them an accomplice? So many people are watching now, you won't get any help. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Dr. Lin, I have silver needles here. Hearing that, Lu Duo cried out in shock. What? Lin Xin turned to look, then hesitated. You're Luo Yaxi's aunt. He then took the needle box and happily said, So, you're a nurse, huh? Bai Ji looked up at Lin Xin with a puzzled expression. You actually know traditional Chinese medicine acupuncture. Then she smiled and softly said, Though there's no real basis, my gut feeling tells me to trust you. You helped me before. Whatever consequences and responsibilities there are, I'm willing to bear them with you. Lin Xin chuckled softly upon hearing that and replied, Thanks, then I'll start the treatment now. The nurses there heard this and all quickly rushed over. Meanwhile, they couldn't help but chatter. Did you hear? Someone's having a medical showdown with Dr. Lu right here in the hospital. I heard it's some young guy using silver needles or something. Coincidentally, Ao Dong also overheard. Then, she tapped MIMI on the shoulder and asked, What's going on over there, MIM? I honestly pointed forward and replied, Seems like a dispute between a doctor and a patient. Someone's arguing with Chief Lu. By the way, which department are you from? Ao Dong dodged the question by changing the subject. Oh man, it's noisy over there again. The other nurses also quickly ran out to watch the commotion. As for her, she just stood there, watching with curious eyes. Outside, Lu Duo continued his sarcastic tone. Grandmaster? Do doctors like us need to step aside so you can perform normally? Lin Xin didn't care, and casually replied, No need. If you want to steal some moves, go right ahead. Hearing that, Lu Duo couldn't help but curse. What the heck? Ao Dong, hiding among them, saw this, and wondered in surprise. Why is it him? Lin Xin lifted one leg, swiftly activating a skill from his system, and in a flash, performed a supreme acupuncture technique on Yuan Min's acupoints. The nurses standing behind watched, full of awe. Whoa, you really can't judge a book by its cover. So young. The two doctors in front also discussed animatedly, the techniques look incredibly skilled, yet they're just very common acupoints. No wait, the acupoints are all very common, but the technique is extremely special. He Yu Wei beside him looked at Ma Lei in disbelief. Dr. Ma, you're the most senior traditional Chinese medicine doctor at our Tianpu hospital, and one of the best in acupuncture. Can a young guy's technique really surprise you?
Sweat beaded on Male's face as he pondered the technique, then loudly uttered a profoundly deep name. Dragon Soaring Tiger Leaping Acupuncture Technique. Even though those female nurses didn't understand, they still looked amazed. He's actually that amazing.
The more he observed Lin Xin's every move, the more he affirmed his guess. That's right, it's the Dragon Soaring Tiger Leaping Acupuncture Technique. Incomplete version, long lost since ancient times. During acupuncture, the wrist vibrates subtly at high speed. Even for the same acupoint, different techniques yield different effects. Could he be the young master of some powerful traditional Chinese medicine clan?
In a flash, Lin Xin put down the silver needles. The treatment was temporarily concluded. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, letting out a sigh of relief. Everyone was surprised by how quickly it ended. Sis, you're done. Bai Ji quickly performed a check. Heart rate has returned to normal, and blood pressure has also dropped. Lin Xin adjusted his clothes while outlining the treatment plan. Next, I'll perform acupuncture on her once a week, and she'll be fully cured in about a month. I'll also prescribe another type of medicine to be taken for 5 days.
Yuan Min knelt on the ground, kowtowing in gratitude. Grandmaster, Grandmaster, your immense kindness is beyond repayment. All my 10 million yuan are yours. But Lin Xin wasn't the greedy type. No need. I didn't save her with any ulterior motives. Lu Duo was so provoked by this scene that he trembled, trying to find fault. This might look better on the surface, but who knows if there will be any side effects. What if he uses this to threaten the patient's family later on? Then he pointed directly at Lin Xin's face and threatened loudly. You don't have a medical license, you're breaking the law. I've already called the police, they're on their way. You're going to jail. Lin Xin wasn't one to back down either. If provoked, he'd fight back. So, he retorted. Well, I also want to report you. Perhaps this hospital is involved in using fake imported high-tech equipment to scam money. He smiled, a confident expression on his face as he accepted the challenge. All right, go ahead and report it. Because I have a solid basis for my arrogance. You ignorant commoner, you fundamentally don't know how strong Tianpu Hospital's backing is. Thinking this, Lu Duo immediately made a phone call. Hello, Jay. I want to call the police. Get over here right away. The crowd of nurses and doctors who were just gossiping now had even juicier drama to enjoy. What's going on? Could Dr. Luger really be? Maybe that guy just got lucky. Don't talk nonsense. The equipment is high-end stuff imported by the hospital. You want to call Dr. Lugeru? Isn't the director the same way? But the treatment fees are too expensive. Before, some patients had to pay sky-high prices, only for it to fail in the end. Enough talking. Ao Dong saw her chance and secretly contacted her teammates using her earpiece. There's more to this hospital than meets the eye. That's why I'm undercover as a secret agent to investigate. But this little bro's appearance actually opened up the situation a bit. When a sound came from the other end of the line, Ao Dong softly ordered, Team Xian, listen to my instructions next. Over here, Yuan Min was comforting her daughter, assuring Xu Feng. Doctor, Xu, rest assured, we're on your side. We'll speak up for you. Bai Ji chimed in, encouraging him. Fellow student, Xu, don't worry. The police will definitely investigate this thoroughly. You just stay calm. It's okay. I'm going to make a call first. Stepping outside, Lin Xin was deep in thought. I definitely need to tell Zheng Hao and the others about this situation. The school is probably worried sick. He happened to see Ao Dong in a corner, quietly chatting on the phone. What's up, he thought, surprised. Isn't that lady of the night? With that thought, he excitedly walked over and greeted her for some reason. What a coincidence, Luo. Disguised again, are we? Not a waitress this time, but a nurse. Lin Xin pretended not to notice her annoyance and kept rambling. Being a nurse is pretty good. It's a legit job. Spreading the love, always improving. Not bad, not bad. Turns out even a girl of the night can turn over a new leaf. In her mind, she was already cursing his ancestors. Who's a girl of the night? Why does this guy always misunderstand me? But on the surface, she plastered on a fake smile. Yeah, all thanks to you. Haha, inwardly raging. WTF, how did he see through me again? Lin Xin wasn't ready to stop teasing and kept pushing her buttons. But you keep changing jobs. Are you short on cash? Does your family owe a lot of money? If you don't want to do it, I can just pay it off for you. No need, thanks. I may not have much, but I'm enthusiastic. Enraged, Ao Dong grabbed his collar and threatened. Shut your mouth! A moment later, the police arrived and immediately questioned. Who called the cops? You two come with us. Both sides want to file a complaint. Cooperate. Lu Duo clicked his tongue. Cooperate. Let's go then. He stomped off ahead, reassuring himself. This won't affect me, right? It's fine. We've done this before. How would these cops know? Not noticing Bai Ji calling after him, Shu Xiansheng. She frowned in concern, sincerely showing goodwill.
You don't need to worry. No matter how much money is needed, I'll definitely help you with it. He repeated her words in surprise. You'll bail me out.
She was startled, realizing she had overstepped. Sorry, you have so much money, you definitely don't need my help. What silly things am I saying?
He didn't blame her, just smiled and waved goodbye like friends. It's okay. I'm just standing up for justice. The police even gave me an award. See you next time. Baiji quickly agreed. Okay. Watching Lin Xin's carefree figure leave, she couldn't help but feel regret. I originally wanted to invite him for a meal, but I couldn't bring myself to say it. I definitely have to say it next time. The sunlight was as bright as ever at the city police station. Lu Duo sat alone in the interrogation room, loudly urging, "Aren't you going to take my statement? Hurry up, I'm the one who reported the crime."
Even after arriving here, he still maintained his arrogance. "If not, I want to find a lawyer." Meanwhile, Lin Xin observed him through the glass outside, feeling a bit strange. Why did they only bring him in? What about me? This treatment is totally different.
Just then, the police officer next to him turned and informed him, "Excuse me, can you take this call? The captain wants to talk to you." Although he didn't understand what was happening, he still took the call. "Hello, Captain, what's up?" A clear voice came from the other end. The person speaking to Lin Xin turned out to be a familiar face. Ao Dong secretly suggested from inside the bathroom, "We need your help." He asked in confusion. Help? Long was a little suspicious. The captain is female and the sound seemed familiar. The following words hit Lin Xin like a bombshell. Your accusation about the Pham mental hospital is indeed problematic. Our investigation revealed that this hospital is colluding with some relatively complicated forces and companies, and one of those companies, Files, shows that you hold 40% of the shares. On a moonless night at the Feixiang Company headquarters, the shareholders were chatting lively with each other. How's the card gambling luck lately? Ma Da-King, who holds 15% of the shares, pointed to the girl next to him and introduced her like a trophy. This is my spoils from the other day.
Shang Shu, who holds 25% of the shares, smirked mischievously. Is she even legal, looking so young? He was immediately countered. Shang Shu, are the things on your hands legal? He snorted coldly. I like playing with illegal stuff.
Ngaya, who holds 20% of the shares, coldly crossed her arms and watched the two people. Shang Shu. Will that Lin really let it go? He laughed heartily, confident that everything was under control. I already called him. He'll be here soon. That so-called Lin Xin is just a regular college student. He really thinks he can get 40% of the shares and come here to split the money because he thinks Feixiang Company is a regular company. Haha. After bad-mouthing this person, he moved on to roasting another target. The most laughable one is still old Ji. He originally had the largest share, but he raised such a filial son that he lost all 40% of the shares, and now he has nothing left. Ingan Neng chimed in. Regarding this matter, the superiors want to assign blame to the end. Not one of Shay's father and son will escape. Daking ridiculed again. Don't go too far later, or you'll scare our new shareholder so badly he'll pee his pants.
Just then, the door was kicked open, and a familiar voice interrupted their conversation.
Who's gonna pee their pants?
He swaggered in holding a coconut and introduced himself. Hello everyone, shareholders. I'm Lin Xin. I heard there's going to be a shareholder meeting to distribute money. I feel a bit embarrassed getting paid for doing nothing, so I brought everyone a coconut.
The old man greeted him, not hiding the hostility in his eyes. Just in time, new shareholder.
Before he could even sit down, He Deng presented a piece of paper to Lin Xin and Jieling. Sign this contract.
He glanced at it and calmly read out. This is a share transfer agreement. You want me to transfer my shares unconditionally.
They were already prepared. As soon as he showed dissatisfaction, he was threatened. If you don't sign, don't even dream of leaving this place. Lin Xin looked around at the three vile old men sitting there and said coldly, So this is the Hongmen banquet.
But he immediately changed his attitude, threw away that draft paper, and switched to a taunting tone. I won't sign. Come bite me. He got pissed off by him, and without thinking, he threw a punch. Fine, you don't want the wine of respect, then drink the penalty wine. But who knew Lin Xin would catch that dirty hand so easily? Not only that, he even used more force to squeeze his hand tightly, making He Deng tremble in pain.
Seeing this scene, Da Qing gnashed his teeth, his eyes revealing surprise.
Yi Neng also realized that the opponent couldn't be underestimated,
while Chang Shu was still extremely confident in himself,
sneering, HMPH, reckless fool. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of thugs with weapons quickly rushed towards Lin Xin. Let's go together and keep his right hand so he can sign the contract. Seeing this, he just sighed. Damn it, he sighed inwardly at his bad luck. He was originally just cooperating with the police to come here to get some evidence and information from Fai Tuan Company. But things were indeed not as simple as that. Then he decisively threw the coconut at them like bowling.
Then come at me. It suddenly rushed towards Da Qing and stopped. Because the quality wasn't enough, the shrimps decided to make up for it with quantity, rushing up all at once. However, with his extremely agile body, Lin Xin easily dodged every attack.
The other three couldn't believe their eyes, mouths agape in shock.
He quickly counterattacked, first punching hard into the ribs of the nearest guy.
Another guy took the opportunity to swing a knife at his head. Although Lin Xin managed to tilt his head to the side, he was still grazed on the cheek, and blood immediately flowed out.
Crap. He bent down and grabbed the legs of some guy while thinking, if the system had given it to someone proficient in Chinese boxing and swordsmanship, it wouldn't be this shabby.
Then he used the body of that unlucky guy as a weapon and swung it around, knocking away the rest.
They were shocked once again, frozen, stiff, and could only scream, "Ah, how is this possible?" After dealing with the subordinates, Lin Xin turned around to prepare to mess with them. Only you guys left, right? Seeing him approaching with murderous intent, the three of them still stubbornly looked down on him. You little thief, I've been a powerful boss for 30 years, do you think I'm afraid of you? Da Qing grabbed the whole coconut and rushed forward, intending to fight him to the death.
But it turned out he changed direction, bending over and fawning, Lin Xiansheng, you're really something. Coming here, no need to be so polite, even buying me coconuts, Ma Da Qing, I'm the first to welcome you.
This sense of time and understanding made Lin Xin very satisfied.
Ma Da Qing, who told you to be so loud? The other two followed suit, yes.
Next, he immediately transformed into a demon, took out 3 transfer contracts, and ordered.
So everyone knows what to do, right?
They didn't dare to disobey in the slightest, we know.
Achieving unexpected gains, Lin Xin now owned 100% of the shares, and happily turned to leave. Not bad. This shareholders meeting was very perfect, meeting adjourned, leaving the group behind full of anger, damn it.
Cheng Shu felt unconvinced and threatened by pulling out his backing.
Kid, do you think Fituang Company is a small, ordinary company? Are you sure you can handle it? Hearing this, he suddenly became a little interested and listened.
Oh,
Yi Deng said in a deep voice, flaunting the power hidden behind this business facade.
Fituang is just a subsidiary company, the real parent company is in Myanmar, the supply chain within it. You wouldn't believe how huge the forces behind them are.
The moment Lin Xin heard the new location, he immediately started planning. Myanmar, with its sunny subtropical climate and exotic scenery, it seems like he'll have to take a trip to Myanmar to get the key evidence. I wonder if the police will cover the expenses for this trip. Maybe I can even activate a beautiful foreign money-making tool. Hehehe, awesome.
Thinking about this, he laughed out loud like he'd struck gold. This is great. Making the 3 behind him stare blankly, thinking he'd lost it.
Lin Xin switched back to his cold tone. You 3 over there,
then made a strange request.
I'm busy, you guys take care of the company for me. They immediately bristled as if their tails had been stepped on. Betraying the boss. What do you think we are? I even took a knife for the boss. You think you can just say a word?
Lin Xin smiled, throwing out his trump card,
a series of incredibly attractive conditions, 5-hour workdays, weekends and holidays off, and double salary.
Immediately the group knelt at his feet and swore oaths.
From today on, you're our boss. I'm willing to take bullets for you. I'm willing to be your workhorse.
The 3 who were previously arrogant were now filled with rage.
You, white-eyed wolves, you, this job.
Who knew they'd do a complete 180 again? Desperately trying to serve Lin Xin. We should have been the ones doing it. He laid back, enjoying this 5-star service, and thought smugly, in a few days, once I've collected enough evidence, I'll slowly deal with you all. A few days later, at Myanmar airport,
Lin Xin, dressed in simple clothes, stepped off the plane, curiously looking around and exploring. Myanmar, finally here.
He was incredibly excited about this trip, clenched his fist, and resolved to fully experience the foreign scenery. Just then,
a man suddenly handed him a piece of paper and demanded, Hello, sir. Entry registration fee, 20 yuan. When he passed through the checkpoint, the customs officer smiled and held out his hand. Hello, sir. A little fee. When he got to the stamping area, the staff continued to ask for extra charges.
Hello, sir. You won't get through easily without a little fee.
The joy from before was now completely ruined. Lin Xin got angrier and angrier. Is Myanmar all about these random fees? It's not much, but it's so annoying. Then he angrily grabbed a taxi to the Shwedagon Pagoda. A moment later, a luxury car suddenly stopped near the Shwedagon Pagoda.
A beautiful woman and her bodyguard stepped out of the car and heard a loud argument. 50 yuan. Why did that foreigner only give you 25 yuan for the same distance? We have fixed prices like this in Myanmar. It's the same price everywhere. You must give me this money.
The next sentence made Shu Man turn her head. A country with such double standards really opens my eyes.
The taxi driver was loudly threatening. Don't even think about leaving without giving me 50 yuan. Lin Xin didn't back down, retorting, you specialize in scamming Chinese people. Right, I'm only giving you 25. Take it or leave it. Suddenly a clear voice cut in.
Uncle? Schumann softly persuaded. Just let him go. The driver looked at her in surprise. Madam B. But she raised her head to look at the sky, her eyes full of sorrow. Just consider it doing good deeds for Anshanu, uncle. The driver quickly obeyed. Yes, Madam Vifi. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Detected a beautiful girl activating a counterattack mission. Following that, Schumann's personal information panel immediately appeared. With her current favorability at 0%, Lin Xin was surprised and delighted. She's actually my counterattack target. The driver called her Madam, plus her funeral attire, and something about reincarnation. He couldn't wait to use his newly received reward, perfect timing, to test my sulfur monosulfide level skill, Bei Feng Shui. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xin could see Schumann's near-future destiny. Looking at her face, her forehead was darkened. Someone close to her recently passed away, and today she will also face a bankruptcy disaster. So powerful, no wonder it's an SS-level skill.
He followed her quietly, filled with glee at her misfortune. A bankruptcy disaster, how coincidental. The more severe her bankruptcy, the happier I'll be making money.
As soon as he entered, Lin Xin was overwhelmed by the rare sight. Amazing. Selling jade like selling radishes.
Schumann stopped in front of a nearby stall, pointed at an item, and requested, Boss, take a look at this stone. Bijie immediately shone a light inside to prove its worth. Beautiful lady has a good eye. This stone is from the Muna region, definitely high quality, the treasure of my shop. She liked it quite a bit but was still hesitant. This green color is indeed of good quality, but I can't be 100% sure. I don't have much money right now. I must buy the right good. Seeing that Schumann hadn't decided, the owner threw out a tempting bait. This green color should be worth at least 5 fingers deep, at least hundreds of millions of fuzzy money. Anshu also urged from behind. Just buy it, beautiful lady, make an offer. As a buyer, haggling's a must. She boldly threw out a number. A few hundred million in illicit funds? Nah, no way that much. But 80 million? I might consider that. Pai Sha was grumpy at first, but then suddenly had a change of heart. 80 million. HMPH. My absolute lowest is 100 million, but since you're such a looker, I guess I can let it go for 80 million. He put on a lewd grin, reaching his grimy paw towards her glorious peaks. But you gotta entertain me a bit first. Before Petashin could even get close, a hand slammed down, blocking. Fengay gripped his wrist tight, his brow furrowed as he snarled. How dare your filthy claws touch my lady? Pisha freaked out, begging for mercy. Ow, ow, let me go, let me go. Schumann felt that was enough punishment, so she commanded. Don't break his hand, he still needs to carry rocks for me.
Hearing her tone, he suddenly remembered. Ah, I know. You're Chanu, that Fei Bang boss's woman? No wonder you're so damn alluring. Paisha's stinking mouth kept spewing nonsense. Too bad Chanu croaked early. Heard Fei Bang is practically crumbling now. Why are you here gambling on stones? Oh, did you run out of cash, huh? These words hit Schumann right where it hurt, and he immediately got a hard slap across the face. Unluckily for him, as he stumbled backward, Pisha accidentally cracked a stone. Her enraged voice still echoed, I gave you face, didn't I? Paisha immediately seized the opportunity, picking up the stone and loudly spinning a tail.
This woman deliberately broke my stone today. She can't afford 100 million, so she's trying to trash my stall.
He got louder and louder, practically screaming insults. Chanu's bankrupt. You guys are broke, yet you dare to come here gambling on stones. Damn it, what kind of act is that? You pathetic paupers. If you got the guts, buy it for 100 million.
Damn it, Schumann felt the surrounding crowd gawking, her heart sinking.
If it weren't for scraping together funds, But now, if I don't pay, these guys will just use it as an excuse to cause trouble. By then, just then, Lin Xin burst forth like a hero saving the damsel, grinning as he offered Pisha 100 million in illicit funds, right? That's about 350,000 for your commission. Simon, just swipe the card.
He and his cronies simultaneously ganged up on him, sneering, Who the hell are you Thai or something?
Lin Xin showed no fear, confidently introducing himself. My name stays the same, no matter where I go or what I do, I'm Chinese. As soon as he heard that, Ba Sheng curled his lip in mockery. A Chinese pig, huh? There's no place for you to butt in here. Anhu disgustedly flipped him the bird. Now scram. And Pisha, shamelessly, hiked up the price.
Oh, you're Chinese? Then it's double. You gotta cough up 200 million in illicit funds if you want to take this stone.
Those words made Lin Xin's face darken, his brows furrowed so deep they almost kissed.
He muttered to himself in a chilling voice. I originally planned to make a fortune, and spending whatever it takes to turn the tide is fine. But now, getting rich can wait a minute.
Then Lin Xin glared down at Pishan, who was sprawled on the ground, a surge of killing intent in his eyes.
Right now, punching your face in is the most important thing. Shu Man, who didn't even know him, felt annoyed by the interruption. Who are you? Mind your own damn business. This market's got its rules, and a Chinese guy like you can't mess with them.
Lin Xin now didn't care about anyone. Snapping back, is this your business now?
She clearly got chewed out, yet a faint blush crept onto her face, her eyes wide with utter bewilderment.
He confidently waved a hand and declared, Double the price, huh? All right, I'll buy even more. Bring out every single stone in your stall right now. If I like it, I'll buy it all.
Jackpot.
Pai Sha was ecstatic, quickly barking orders at his goons. You hear that? Bring out all the stones. They eagerly replied, Yes, boss. He was practically cackling inside. This fat pig just delivered himself right to the slaughter. My luck today is seriously off the charts.
Then he unconsciously curled his lips into a wicked grin. This whole batch was appraised by experts. They all look super good on the outside, but honestly they're completely worthless. Basically, they're just for bluffing. Otherwise, I'd have cracked. Am open myself, I specialize in scamming idiots like him. Just wait, I'm gonna watch him make a total fool of himself, haha. However, what Pishan didn't know was that Lin Xin had system support. Immediately, he used his skill to sift through the stones, singling out the promising ones. This one's crystal structure is decent. That one has a really gritty shell, and this one could be purple-green. Lin Xin sat silently cross-legged, eyeing them. Inside, he was carefully weighing his options, eventually picking out 8 stones. But his appraisal skill could only show him the surface. It couldn't tell him how deep the colors were inside or how many cracks there might be. While it boosted his chances of finding good stuff, it wasn't a 100% guarantee.
But he was naturally cautious, so he'd already prepared a backup plan. And right now, Feng Shui divination could totally fill that gap.
Next, Lin Xin closed his eyes, clasped his hands, and activated his skill to perform divination over the stones. 2 coins swiftly tumbled out. For the first stone, the coins landed 1 head, 1 tail. He called out with satisfaction, Shengbei, perfect. However, the second stone resulted in 2 identical sides. This was a Yinbei, no good.
The next one, luckily, was a good omen, a Shengbei, perfect.
Bisha and his crew watched Lin Xin test one rock after another, their hearts filled with anxiety, but they still stubbornly sneered, Trillisk, just putting on a show. Schumann also carefully observed his situation.
After a long and tedious testing session, Lin Xin finally made his decision. All right, cut these 5 stones open right now. Bisha brazenly sky-high priced him. No problem, pay up front. A total of 700 million black market funds, which is 2-3 million Hua coins. Without a word, he immediately transferred the payment. Beep, 2-3 million Hua coins received. The surrounding crowd gloated. That dumb kid? He bought a bunch of worthless stuff and got scammed, didn't he? Let me tell you. Those stones that look like they have really good crystallization are all fakes. We especially love seeing you Huaxia folks pretend to be experts, only to end up opening nothing.
Bisha chuckled and retorted.
Don't talk nonsense. I didn't scam anyone.
That Huaxia money pig bought over 20 million Hua coins worth?
Look at his clothes, that's probably his entire fortune. Meanwhile, Lin Xin remained perfectly calm.
Oh, if you're so curious, then open the stones now. Open your eyes wide and watch. Bisha's shop employees quickly proceeded to cut open the stones. He remained absolutely convinced of his own judgment, deeming it a complete waste of time. Jing An maliciously cursed. Huaxia people are truly idiotic. As for Bao Sheng, he wore a disdainful smile. God knows where he got that confidence from.
Haha. A staff member suddenly called out, trembling. Boss, all of them. Without even turning his head, Bisha quickly asserted. What is it? They're all duds, right?
You're wrong, boss.
The employees quickly presented the 6 halves of those stones and loudly exclaimed, They're all jackpot finds, making him stare in utter astonishment.
2 purple jadeites, 2 glassy green jadeites,
and 1 imperial green.
Everyone witnessing this scene gaped in disbelief, their jaws practically hitting the floor. Those who were just trash-talking moments ago were now desperately scrambling to buy them. Handsome dude, I'll pay 200 million Hua coins for that purple jadeite. I'll offer 30 million Hua coins for the purple jadeite, 40 million Hua coins. Sell me that glassy green jadeite. Please, I'll pay 60 million Hua coins for the glassy green one. A refined gentleman immediately made a generous offer. 75 million Hua coins. I'll buy them all. Shu Man was about to speak up, but Lin Xin quickly interjected.
You've all offered very high prices. but I've decided to gift them all to this beautiful lady I had the pleasure of meeting today. Not only her, but the surrounding crowd was also utterly shocked. What? Gifting jade worth over 70 million Hua coins for free? He must want to cozy up with the Fei Bang higher-ups, right? What a master at casting a long line to catch a big fish.
Shu Man, looking flustered, faced Lin Xin. I don't know why you're helping me, but right now I really need this favor from you, so... As she spoke, she suddenly reached behind her neck and unclasped something, then gently took off the jade pendant necklace she was wearing. Shu Man handed it to him, carefully instructing. This jade token is Wei Shu Man's IOU. I'm giving it to you. Later in Myanmar, no matter what trouble you encounter, as long as you show this jade token, someone will naturally give you face. As for the gift you gave me, I plan to convert it to cash and repay you double later. Lin Xin didn't refuse and happily accepted it. Oh. With that done, Shu Man and her bodyguard turned and left, not forgetting to bid him farewell. See you never. A system notification suddenly popped up. Wei Shu Man's favorability plus 10%. On a beautiful morning, the warm sunlight made the golden architecture shimmer even more. Lin Xin stood high up, observing his surroundings with binoculars. From his vantage point, he could clearly see that tall building. It was the Fei Bang headquarters, today's big show. He understood the principle of knowing yourself and your enemy to win 100 battles, so he had already investigated the situation. According to Fei Jiang Company's information and documents, the Fei Bang conglomerate controls 4 major markets, with Fei Jiang Company being just one of them. Its management consists of the big boss and 8 grand elders. The conglomerate's internal relations are complex. Before, they almost had a tendency to whitewash their activities, but for some unknown reason recently they've started frantically plundering wealth and committing countless crimes. His memories drifted back to a previous time, when a police officer was surprised by Lin Xin's intention. You want to go to Myanmar to attend Fei Bang's conglomerate conference? You've already helped us a great deal by obtaining so much criminal evidence and documents from Fei Bang Company. He then put on a righteous expression, trying to make his words sound grand, and declared, as a young man with ambition, I absolutely loathe the scams happening in Myanmar. This rare opportunity allows me to contribute my small strength, so I certainly won't refuse. No one realized his true intentions. All the police officers were moved to tears. Well said. We need passionate young people like you. Regardless, your personal safety is paramount. If you feel any danger along the way, you can withdraw from the mission at any time. He smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. Back to the present, Lin Xin started fantasizing a bit. After finishing the mission, I'll go chill for a few days, and if I happen to have a romantic encounter. As he turned his head, he coincidentally saw a graceful figure appearing before his eyes. Among, fearless as ever, climbed high to take a selfie. Noticing Lin Xin standing below, he also got a chance to feast his eyes. This delicious prey situation got him wide-eyed and impressed. Whoa. Suddenly, she slipped off the high platform out of nowhere. Lin Xin, seeing her fall backward, rushed to catch her. Lucky he caught the beauty in his arms just in time, he asked worriedly. Are you hurt anywhere? Amang slowly stood up, panting in fear. I'm okay, that scared me to death. Good thing you saved me. But his eyes were glued on those soft white dumplings. Damn, so there really aren't any. Are women in Myanmar also open? Then she boldly started a conversation. I'm Amang, what's your name? He cheerfully introduced himself. Just call me Lin Xin. Seeing that he didn't look like someone from around here, she probed. Are you here for vacation? Receiving a nod of confirmation? Okay. Hearing this, she enthusiastically grabbed his hand and pulled him along, not forgetting to tempt him. Then you definitely can't miss this. Follow me. A moment later, the two saw a very lively and crowded scene, leaving him amazed and overwhelmed. This is the water splashing festival, so awesome. Lin Xin was suddenly splashed with water in the face, without any warning. Amang mischievously held the bowl of water she had just splashed, and winked playfully. In this water splashing festival, if you don't take the initiative to attack, you'll become everyone's target. Now that someone had started it, of course he had to return the favor, he immediately snatched a basin of water from someone nearby and smirked. Alright then. And then they both joined in the cool and joyful atmosphere. Because she had such a hot body, she kept getting splashed by other people. Occasionally she got played dirty by him, dodging to the side so the basin of water hit her straight in the face, and then laughing like crazy at Amang. The sky was gradually turning to dusk, and the sunset was painting everything orange. She intimately hooked her arm with Lin Xin and complained, You were laughing at me for falling so miserably and you didn't even protect me. He smiled and repeated what she had said. Wasn't that what you taught me? There are only those who attack and those who are attacked. She suddenly coldly asked a question. Did you have fun today?
He was very satisfied with the experience. Very fun. Thanks for taking me to the water splashing festival. But suddenly he felt something was wrong. Dead end, Amang calmly continued. As long as you're happy.
Suddenly, a small passenger van sped out of the alley behind them. Several men got out of the car with sly smiles. Can adjusted the gun in his hand and praised, "Not bad."
Amang, now revealing her true colors, spoke superfluously. I'm a pro. This is a golden goose. Our reward has doubled. Then she turned to mock Lin Xin like a commodity. Big brother, are you very disappointed, very surprised? Not only is there no show you were looking forward to, but even your little life is gone. Yet he was still calm. Not really surprised. Chinese people generally know there's a risk of losing a kidney when traveling to Myanmar. But it's a shame. Such a beautiful girl like you is doing this kind of job.
She suddenly changed to a seductive tone, slightly lifting her shirt to reveal the rolling hills inside. How about this? Give me 100 million flower money, and I can let you enjoy it before you die. He couldn't wait any longer, and interjected, Amang, if he dares to give it, would you dare to take it? If the boss finds out you stole money from the pig, you'll be skinned alive? All right, hurry up. Then she quickly used zip ties to tie Lin Xin's hands tightly. He looked at his expression with satisfaction. He's obedient. Amang thought it was a matter of course, duh. Who wouldn't be obedient with a gun pointed at them? He sat quietly in the car, his face showing no fear at all, but his heart was already planning. I heard that everywhere in Myanmar is a scam. Not really surprising, though it's a bit different from the plan, but there are still a few hours before the shareholders' meeting. Might as well play around with them for a while.
In the blink of an eye, a lot of people had gathered in front of a warehouse. Man Kan gritted his teeth and urged Lin Xin. We're here, get out. Biji took the opportunity to snitch to his boss. Boss. It's really effective, Dao Tu sneered, showing contempt for the other party. Little brother, wasn't your jade stall ruined by this kid? He looks like a noob. He immediately recognized an acquaintance. Isn't that the annoying boss?
He cursed resentfully. Arrogant Chinese brat, aren't you? Now you've fallen into my hands, Dao Tu Mayo, give me a go. He hurriedly reassured his brother to keep calm. What's the rush, little brother? Don't forget the terms of the deal this time. After I squeeze all his money, you can have him. Lin Xin's face suddenly became serious. His mind was carefully probing for information. According to Fei Xiang's company files, this black pig is one of Fei Pang's elders. Didn't expect to meet him here. The boss behind the human organ processing area, Dao Tuo. With his backer, Bishi became more powerful. He laughed menacingly. Ha ha ha, does this kid know the consequences of messing with me? Next, experience the most painful moment of your life. Inside the gathering area, the sound of people screaming kept ringing out. Men on the left, women on the right marked the beautiful women. The lackeys, weapons in hand, fiercely threatened the pitiful victims. Deeper inside were makeshift organ harvesting rooms. Victims lay on beds, bodies covered in tubes and wires, the stench of disinfectant unable to mask the pungent smell of blood. They led Lin Xin through the hallway to break his spirit, Bishai even added menacingly. What's wrong? Scared shitless already? Hand over your bank card password and call all your relatives and friends to borrow money. Maybe you can avoid physical pain. Akan, seeing that the other party showed no fear, questioned him sharply. You can still laugh. Lin Xin remained calm on the surface. Because I thought of something pretty good. But I've already got a plan in mind. Handing these human traffickers over to the Myanmar police is letting them off too easy. He suddenly remembered a device given to him by the police department. It was a special tracking device. It had a signal blocking layer, so even a detector would only see it as a normal metal button. When you're in danger, turn off the signal blocking and, beep, will immediately find your location and quickly come to the rescue. Even so, he didn't act immediately. His heart was full of resentment. Determined to get revenge, he'd mess them up first, then inform the police, yeah, let's use the 10 cruelest tortures of the Qing dynasty on each of them.
A moment later, they entered the torture chamber. Dao Tuo impatiently urged, don't waste words on him, start the torture. He grinned savagely in response. Let's go. All right, boss, I want to see him scream in agony too. Amang held a red-hot iron in front of him and questioned menacingly, what's the password to your bank card? Lin Xin challenged, repeatedly teasing. Come a little closer, and I'll tell you. Hearing this, she became wary. Dare to try any tricks, and I'll shove this into your forehead. Akan shackled the other person's hand. He threatened while pointing a gun. He can't play any tricks. Lin Xin still tried to endure it. Just a little closer. In 3 seconds, everyone here will...
Suddenly, his emerald green necklace fell. It collided with the ground, creating a piercing clatter.
Amang paused, startled by the noise, his eyes widening in surprise. He was just as stunned.
She bent down to pick it up and questioned hesitantly, How did you get this thing? Dao Tuo lost his composure and rushed up anxiously. This jade pendant. At that moment, the sound of a door being forced open came from outside. Shuman Sijun walked in, followed by a swarm of underlings. How dare you touch my man? The two sides faced off, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense, like a drawn bowstring. She coldly asked, concerned, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Lin Xin was still dumbfounded. "It's her." A second later he sighed, looking annoyed. "You came at the wrong time. I was just about to go on a killing spree, and you forcibly cut me off." Shuman glanced at him flirtatiously, then questioned, "How should I say it? Or did I ruin your good time? Aren't you scared?" He waved his hand, indicating that the matter was not worth worrying about, just a bunch of nobodies. This show of loyalty was pleasing to her. He's got guts. The system immediately announced. Favorability increased by 1%. Dao Tuo realized just then. So he's the boss's woman's man. No wonder he's so bold. Bisha doesn't shed tears until he sees the coffin, so he was still loudmouthed. "So it's because of this tramp. You're here to deal with me, right, Dao Tuo boss? Don't be polite with her." Without a word, both sides immediately raised their guns, ready to kill their opponents. "How dare you talk to the boss's woman like that? Come on, I'm not afraid of you," Shu Man angrily shouted. "Put down your guns. Have you all forgotten the gang rules that Chan Nu set?" He gestured to stop the shooting, then pretended, "I'm a man of honor. I'll give the boss's woman face today. The turf fee meeting is about to start. Boss's woman, I also hope you can be our boss's woman forever. See you later." She immediately pulled him away. "Let's go." On the way out of Dao Tuo's lair, she whispered, "You find a chance to leave, and I'll go to the car parked outside." Did everything go smoothly? Shu Man sat in the car, her heart full of resentment. "Chan, you died so comfortably. But when I chose to be your woman, I predicted this day would come. At worst, it's just a dead fish tearing the net." Suddenly, Lin Xin squeezed into the car and sat down next to her. "What a coincidence!" she yelled in anger. "Why are you in the car? Do you want to die?" He scratched his head, looking helpless. "This place is in the middle of nowhere. Where am I supposed to find a ride? Give me a lift." Shuman couldn't help but scold him even louder. "Don't get the wrong idea. I saved you because you got involved after helping me at the Jade Market. I'm rescuing you to repay the favor. I still have to go to an even more dangerous place later, so get out of the car now." He leaned back leisurely and reasoned with her. "Even if you let me go now, do you think that Dao Tuo guy and that Jade boss will let me off? Following you is the safest option right now." She had no choice but to give in to him, gripping the steering wheel tightly. "You're on your own." That evening, the lights from the Feibang headquarters building seemed to illuminate the entire area. Inside, many big shots were already waiting. God Rao, the representative of the rough stone mine, impatiently urged, having waited for too long. "What is Fei Jiang Company doing? They still can't be contacted. Don't they know there's a meeting today?" The man nonchalantly resting his chin in his hand was Ang Sheng, the representative of the real estate control department. He threatened, relying on his power. "It's fine. They're just building a bridge overseas. If it doesn't work out, we can just replace them. Tell them that if they don't show up today, they don't need to show up ever again." Dao Tuo immediately retorted, "Why bother with such small matters? The main character today is here." Lin Xin glanced around the room, feeling extremely excited. The actors are all here. The good show is about to begin. After a while, Shu Man stood up and solemnly announced, "Now that everyone is here, let's begin. This is Fei Bang's annual traditional meeting about the group's profit distribution. It should have been hosted by leader Chan Nu, but unfortunately he was blown up on a private yacht 5 days ago." She bluntly went straight to the main point. "So today's meeting is a Hongmen banquet that you old guys are aiming at me. You want to seize power, don't you?" God Grau was scratching an itch. He laughed gleefully. "Ha ha ha, I like straightforward people like sister-in-law, so I won't beat around the bush. Although the death of Big Brother Chan makes us sad, for the sake of Fei Bang's stability, we must choose a new leader today." Ang Sheng chimed in, adding pressure on her. "Shouldn't the word, seize power, be used on sister-in-law? The three of us are all veterans who built Fei Bang together with the unfortunately deceased old man Chan Nu. Isn't it natural for us to take over?" As soon as he said that, Shu Man couldn't keep her composure. Unfortunately deceased. Being able to plant explosives on Chan Nu's private yacht and knowing his itinerary, only the three of you could have done all of this. Can I assume that the murderer is one of you? The three of them burst into laughter, clearly looking down on her. Dao Tuo couldn't help but clap his hands and seize the opportunity to tease. "Sister-in-law is right, how about this? After I become the leader, I will definitely mobilize all of Fei Bang's resources to cooperate with you in investigating the real murderer behind the death of Big Brother Chan Nu." The entire venue immediately erupted in laughter. Haha, Lin Xin stood aside quietly thinking,
So Chan Nu was their old boss, and this guy is already dead. I was planning to catch this mysterious boss and hand him over to the police. Plans can't keep up with changes.
Since he didn't have enough evidence, he didn't want to take action yet, and decided to observe further. Shu Man refused to be made a fool of and snapped, "Have you all forgotten? Back then, Chan Nu built Fei Bang from scratch, and it was the result of everyone risking their lives together." She kept talking about the past, her tone extremely resolute. "Because of violence, many brothers have died, been injured, arrested, or shot. Now that times have changed, we no longer rob by force but protect our family business and find the right path." Chan Nu's last wish was to bring Fei Bang back to the right path. "I will fulfill that and avenge him." The persuaded underlings immediately shouted and cheered. "We support sister-in-law. Sister-in-law is right. The era of fighting and killing is over." Lin Xin was equally stunned. This sister-in-law's aura is top-notch. Ang Sheng quickly stepped in, vehemently refuting. "What a load of crap. Are Fei Bang's years of stance going to change because of just one sentence from you?" Godru took advantage of the chaotic situation to criticize. Wei Shuman has only been married to Chandu for less than a year, and he already wants to whitewash Fei Bang. And everyone, think about whether this is suspicious. Because only she is the most suspected and wants to destroy Fei Bang. Shuman slammed the table, angrily yelling, "Say that again!" He sneered and belittled her terribly. "Sister-in-law, I heard that you ran to the Jade Market today to gamble on stones because you didn't have any money, right? No matter what business we do, it's all for earning a living. What are you relying on to give everyone a good life? Just your cat-scratching stone appraisal skills." The shameless old man did not hesitate to demean Shu Man, women are women, still wanting to run Fei Bang. "In my opinion, whoever of the three of us becomes the new leader, you should follow that person, and you can still keep your position as sister-in-law." Feng Jie couldn't bear it anymore, and immediately stood up to protect his master. "No, Ang Sheng, how dare you talk to sister-in-law like that?" As soon as he finished speaking, a cold bang rang out. Feng Jie was gunned down in front of everyone, fresh blood spurting out in a thick, fishy smell. So Ang Sheng was the one who fired. "A mere bodyguard dares to boss me around." He confidently walked into the middle of the hall and admitted, "Shu Hengman, you don't need to investigate anymore. I killed Chan Nu." He was already 1 foot in the grave, yet he still wanted to whitewash the Fei Gang. If he hadn't died, thousands of our guys in the Fei Gang wouldn't have had a bite to eat. Then he stepped closer, raising his filthy hand to touch her beautiful face. "You're so beautiful. It'd be a real shame for you to be a widow. Become my woman, and I can make you forget Chan Nu in just one night." Suddenly, Shuman pulled out a detonator, her face darkening. "So you finally admitted it." She coldly announced the bad news. "I already knew all three of you were definitely involved in Chan Nu's murder. Where do you think I'd spend my money? I spent it all on explosives." Shuman gripped the detonator tightly in her hand and threatened. "They're placed all over this Fei Gong building. Either you die, or you get out of the Fei Gong. I'll give you 10 seconds to decide." The underlings were scared stiff, continuously shouting, "What? Holy crap, I don't want to die." Lin Xin, who was behind her, was also startled. "Whoa, this woman is seriously ruthless. But if she really blows up this building, it'll save the police a lot of trouble. Should I make a break for the window? With my level 7 physical strength, I can still handle jumping from the 5th floor." However, he showed no fear. Instead, he brazenly challenged her. "Go ahead and press it." Suddenly, Shuman's eyes widened, looking bewildered. Her trusted underlings had now walked out on her. "Sorry, big sis, big boss Ang Sheng offered us more." He waved his hand and shook his head, looking bored. "Shu man, stop trying already. If you know how to tell your guys to plant explosives, then I know how to buy off your guys to defuse them. This money was well worth it. These days, if you want to be a boss, you need money." Ang Sheng quickly gained the trust of everyone in the gang. He waved his hand, acting all high and mighty. Although Chan Nu was the boss, his influence was still there. But with the three of us working together, the one who calls the shots is still me. What's more, the most important thing is that the brothers who follow me will live well. The underlings behind him bowed their heads and responded in unison, "We will all follow you." He used a trick to seize the gang's leadership position. "My raw stone quarry business earns 870 billion a year, with approximately 30 billion in profits. Me as the gang leader. Surely that's no problem, right?" Dayo Tukuo made a perverted face and indulged in deep fantasies. "Of course, I support you, it's just a shame. With a sister-in-law so beautiful, I'd like a taste too." Ang Sheng sneered. "Deal with it right away. Easy peasy. I'll just have Shuman serve us in rotation." He radiated satisfaction, not needing anyone's flattery, truly worthy of being the boss. As for Shuman, she was furious hearing the repulsive words of those three men over and over again. Dao Tuo, how long have you been eyeing Shuman? Spill it!
Since the day she married Chan. When Chan was young, he didn't know how to control himself, so he wore himself out a long time ago. Shuman probably wasn't used many times after marrying him, so isn't she practically untouched?
Boss, you've already taken her, so shouldn't Shuman be mine first?
Her hands involuntarily clenched into fists from indignation.
Suddenly, Lin Xin calmly spoke up to reassure her, leaving her stunned for a moment. It's not time to despair yet. A little later, no matter what I say, you have to cooperate with me.
Then he jumped over the desk and slowly approached the three elders. I want to be the Fei gang leader too, Angsheng interrupted, angrily yelled. Who the hell are you? Faced with such a sudden situation, the two of them were wide-eyed with shock. Dao Tuo quickly spilled the beans. This is Wei Shuman's new recruit, and he's super arrogant. He pointed straight at Lin Xin's face, showing no restraint. You reckless punk, kill him! Lin Xin remained calm, and slowly pulled out a stack of contract agreements. I am Wei Shuman's person. Open your dog eyes and see what this is. They all focused on reading, then exclaimed in shock. You're a new shareholder of Fei Xiang Company. The newly discovered information left the entire hall stunned. What? Ang Sheng spoke up, confirming. Even if it's a photocopy, this contract is real. He slammed the table, stood up abruptly, and argued, Kid, I don't know what trick you're pulling to fool all of us, but I can tell you clearly, even if you're a shareholder of Fei Xiang Company, the position of gang leader isn't yours.
Lin Xin remained silent, enduring the continuous criticisms. Fei Hong Company is just a foreign company, the little money it earns isn't even enough to fill a tooth gap, and there's no place for you here. You should get lost back to Hua country, because we in the Fei gang don't need your type, and if you don't leave, I'll break your legs.
Lin Xin remained silent, then stated firmly. So, you can become the boss just by making a lot of money, huh? In that case, I'll just support Big Sis then. His words made Shuman fidget, her cheeks involuntarily flushing red. Ang Sheng looked puzzled. What do you mean? He didn't hesitate to explain again. If making the brothers earn money and live well, seeking welfare, is the true kingly way, then you guys should choose me and Big Sis. With that, he raised his hand high, as if making a declaration. Because I have a big piece of the pie in my hands. And what's more, I'm the one with the real capability to lead all of you to make money. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd burst into laughter. Ha ha! I have a big piece of the pie, and your Fei Xiang Company is more capable than me.
Dao Tuo angrily boasted. Then I'll make sure you die knowing why. Open your dog eyes and look carefully. My organ processing facility earns 1 billion Hua currency annually.
Yang Sheng chimed in. My real estate control floor rakes in 2 billion Hua annually. Not to be outdone, he loudly promoted himself. Godo is the most lucrative of the 4 districts, with an annual income of 1 billion Hua. Hearing this, a sense of unease suddenly welled up in Shuman's heart. We're screwed. Fei Xiang Company's annual financial report shows a profit of only a few hundred million Hua at most.
Receiving no response, the old man roared out the order.
Brothers, seize him! Lin Xin calmly beckoned. You, the one in charge of the finance department, come over here. Then, he directly swiped his bank card to announce, speaking what was on his mind with the transaction amount of 5 billion Hua. After finishing, Lin Xin raised the powerful card high, even taking the opportunity to taunt. This 5 billion is a tea-drinking fee from the sister-in-law for you brothers. There's a share for everyone. The whole crowd gasped in shock, while Shuman was overjoyed. I'm treating! The underlings were in an uproar. Some scratched their heads. Others hurriedly tried to do the math. 5 billion Hua for tea? What the heck? My calculations aren't good. Can anyone tell me how much we'll get?
Let me calculate. The entire Fei gang has over 3,000 people. Each person can get over 1.4 million Hua. DMN, I couldn't earn that much money as a lackey my entire life. It continued to pressure the trio of elders. What, are you guys also going to take out a few billion for the brothers to drink tea? Then, he loudly announced to the entire gang. Can't take it out? Then am I wrong to say that they're just making empty promises? If you brothers follow the big sister-in-law, you'll be eating good, no more danger, no one getting arrested, no one going to jail, no more internal strife, and from now on, you'll have high salaries, and enjoy life. That's the path that the big sister-in-law and Chan Nu want to lead everyone on. What will you choose now? The underlings were truly thicker-skinned than the road. They flocked to beg her, Big sister-in-law, you're our big sister-in-law. Big sister-in-law, I was wrong. I was just temporarily muddle-headed. I'll follow you to the end of my life. Seeing this, the three were enraged, gnashing their teeth. Shuman, surrounded by the crowd, was no different from an idol holding a fan meet. She looked at him, her mind filled with questions. Just a word or two from this man can change the entire situation. What's his background? After all, he turned to look at the entire venue, inwardly judging. The black gang is the black gang. So-called loyalty is just lip service. As long as there's money, they immediately turn into idiots. Dao Tuo was spinning like a top. He was about to go crazy. Big sister-in-law is truly skilled. No wonder Chan Nu listens to her so much. This Lin Xin must be a pawn she set up for many years, right? Fine, we've all been schemed by her.
But the protagonist is completely oblivious, not understanding what's going on. Yang Sheng had no choice but to strike first. What's the point of talking more with her? Now, only violence is the truth. Go for it. He stood to the side, a satisfied smile on his face. You've come at the right time. Then, standing there pointing with his 5 fingers, he even took the opportunity to reward and encourage the crowd. Brothers, avenge the old boss Chan Nu. The lives of those 3, 100 million hua each, the sister-in-law said to make it happen. Now the entire venue immediately turned into a chaotic battlefield, with the sounds of fighting constantly ringing out. Lin Xin immediately embraced the beauty, shielding her carefully, but due to the loss of balance, the two fell to the floor. In a very ambiguous position. Due to the loss of balance, Lin Xin's knee unintentionally touched that sensitive place. He looked directly into her eyes, earnestly instructing. Given the current situation, I can't worry about your life or death. Take good care of yourself.
Shuman only managed to let out a cry.
You, Godon, from who knows where, pointed a gun at him. You, dog of a couple, go to hell. He hurriedly pulled her to the side and tossed 2 coins at him. Under the terrifying force, they were no different from silver bullets piercing the opponent's hand. He screamed in pain. He quickly grabbed the gun and unleashed a mad barrage of bullets at Godo. His body was riddled with holes like a torn rag. After finishing, he leisurely removed the magazine to check. This imposing image just happened to fall into her line of sight. The system chimed in with a notification. Favorability increased by 20%. Lin Xin noticed Dao Tuo and his goons near the hall's exit, ready to bolt. Wanna run? He stomped his foot to gain momentum, then dashed towards them like a rock. His eyes locked on the target, and he opened fire. Lin Xin chased after them all the way to the outside of the stairs. Just as Akan turned his head, he saw the other guy and frantically pulled out his gun. Son of a... But unexpectedly, Amang suddenly took him down with a stab in the back, blood splattering everywhere. He angrily questioned, Amang, you! But before he could finish, he met a bitter end. He suddenly spoke up, startling her. Hey, stop, don't kill. Amang suddenly obediently surrendered her weapon and knelt on the ground like a loyal puppy. Sir, if you hate me, you can chop me up or kill me as you please. Lin Xin was confused by the scene before him. Hate you, why? Her eyes were now filled with infatuation. Aren't you mad that I tricked you? Thank you, sir. I want to follow you, to be your most loyal, most obedient dog, because you're just so freaking cool. He was touched by what he heard. Damn, this girl's personality is seriously twisted. Then he spoke ambiguously. Following, that's something for later. You have more important things to do. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from outside as the door was forcefully opened. Police! Everyone! Hands up! The Ao Dong group had arrived in time to relieve the chaotic situation. They discovered a member of the Fei gang next to Dao Tuo, found a spot. A immediately protected him. She looked around trying to find him. She couldn't help but worry. I shouldn't have agreed to let him participate in this dangerous mission. Please, Lin Xin, don't let anything happen to you. Her favorability increased by 10% because of this. Suddenly, Lin Xin barged into the hall. Turns out he wanted to announce breaking news. A group of cops are at the main entrance downstairs. You gotta go, Wei Shuman exclaimed in panic. What? Then let's go quickly. He immediately disagreed, urging her anxiously. I and all my brothers behind me will cover you. You need to buy time. Get on the helicopter on the rooftop and go. His men behind him shouted in agreement, swearing to protect their big sister-in-law to the death. She was completely captivated by him, her eyes now clearly showing heart shapes. Babe. System update. Favorability increased by 10%, currently at 41%. Thinking that he always had good intentions, but deep down he was a calculating rogue. Sorry bros. Anyway, none of you are clean, and committing crimes deserves punishment, so you guys can stay here and be suppressed by the police. As for Wei Shuman, staying here would be life-threatening. What if some slip through the net? Besides, I spent 5 billion on her. If she goes to jail, how will I spend my money? The guys behind him were scared shitless by this demeanor. Bro Lin, your smile is terrifying. While he was busy thinking, Shuman suddenly grabbed his shirt and dragged him away. Thus, the two boarded the helicopter and successfully escaped. Once they were safe, she explained her actions just now. Sorry, I couldn't let my life-saving benefactor stay behind in danger. Wei Shuman looked out the window, her eyes constantly fixed on the Fei Gang building. Her tone now had some regret. Now the Fei Gang is considered to be completely destroyed. That's good, compared to blowing it up myself now. A second later, she turned sharply to him and questioned. There's one more thing. No matter what, I want to know, why did you help me? Who are you, really? Lin Xin played dumb, trying to cover up his real identity. This isn't important. She immediately looked confused. Not important, he thought to himself. If she knew I was a cop, she'd probably fall out of the helicopter in shock. Suddenly, Shuman hesitated, her face full of tension. Right, not important. Then she moved closer, her eyes burning with passion. You know why I married Nuku's father? Because I like real, strong men, with ambition, schemes, and madness. I, Wei Shuman, am born to be with a man like that. Immediately after, she pushed him away, creating an invisible distance between them. Too bad I didn't meet you at the right time. Lin Xin also felt a little regretful. After we get off the plane, we probably won't see each other again. Suddenly, a deafening explosion cut through the romantic atmosphere, and black smoke billowed up. What? Shuman screamed in horror. The plane! It's crashing! The ill-fated helicopter was unfortunately caught in the surrounding trees, and was burning fiercely. The two of them stared blankly upwards. Lin Xin muttered helplessly. This is gonna be a problem. Going back a few hours, when the two were confiding in each other, a loud explosion rang out outside. Nangsheng was using his hot lead to fire continuously at the helicopter. You son of a BTCH and BTCH, even if I die, I'm taking you down with me. Fortunately, Ao Deng arrived in time. She gifted the old man a few shots and sent him to the afterlife. On the front side of the helicopter, the tail was burning fiercely. Shuman screamed in fear. We're done for, the tail rotor. Lin Xin immediately looked through the window, his eyes filled with panic. The pilot got shot too. What? Suddenly, the entire helicopter shook violently, and she cried out helplessly. It's over. The next second, Shuman grabbed his hand and pulled him closer. The atmosphere suddenly became suffocatingly tense. It looks like we can't escape this disaster today, if we have to die anyway. Without another word, she pressed a passionate kiss to his lips. Outside, the situation was getting more alarming. As the helicopter continued to sway back and forth, the two reluctantly broke their kiss. Shuman whispered. At this point, even becoming a ghost wouldn't be a loss. But Lin Xin didn't think so. He directly picked her up. We're not necessarily dead yet. The system immediately displayed a notification. Plus 10% favorability. Wei Shuman's favorability is at 51%. He held her in his arms, repeatedly urging, Hold on tight, I'm about to jump. As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped down, scaring her half to death. Jump out of the plane. But it's so high, even if it's the ocean. We'll die. I don't want to become meat paste on the sea. He calmly reassured her. No, we're already below 30 meters. Shuman screamed, her eyes tightly closed, not daring to face reality. Below 30 meters what? A tie? With a thud, the two successfully landed in the deep ocean. A moment later, Lin Xin tiredly carried her ashore. Her eyes fluttered open, and she suddenly caught sight of his godlike profile. Lin Xin ran along the forest while asking, You're awake? Shuman came to her senses and stuttered. We aren't dead. He nodded, fabricating a story. That's right, luckily we fell near this deserted island. But in his heart he admitted, Of course I can't tell her that I have 7th level physique and proficient swimming. A moment later, the two found the helicopter. He looked up and announced, The helicopter is completely wrecked. Look, up there. Back to the present. The two tried to make use of every salvageable item left on the helicopter. Lin Xin scratched his head. I can't solve this survival problem. I've checked. The pilot is dead. The radio is broken. Can't send a signal. In the first aid kit, there's only a signal gun, bandages, antiseptic, a small knife, and a bottle of water. No food. Looks like we're going to be stuck here for a long time. She looked at the information on the map and said, Combining the map and the helicopter's flight path, we're probably on an island northwest of Lai Lan Island. Fishing boats occasionally pass by here. Shuman continued, but her breathing became heavier, and her face flushed involuntarily. Phew, as long as we signal for help on the beach, phew. He immediately went to her side and gently checked her condition. Heart meridian Qia deficiency, heart yang deficiency, cold air entering the body, Wei yang Qia damaged. This kind of cold seems to be caused by being scared by the life-or-death sword situation and then falling into cold water. Lin Xin stood up abruptly, looking around trying to figure out a solution. First, we need to light a bonfire. But she insisted on holding him back. Come here. He looked at her expression and was puzzled. What's wrong? I'm just going to find some food and firewood. I'll be back soon. Before he could react, she quickly took advantage and kissed him. The scene suddenly became romantic.
Shuman looked at him with burning eyes and whispered, "Go now."
He was completely defeated by the kiss just now. Damn, couldn't help but gently touch her face. Is this how elder sister-in-law shows her concern? Shuman couldn't hide it anymore, revealing all her inner thoughts.
I'm about to die. Why bother with so many rigid rules?
If heaven wants me and you to be together, why shouldn't I do what I want to do? I just want to be your woman now. The system updated continuously, adding 20% to his favorability. Wei Shuman's favorability is 71%. Lin Xin gently kissed her forehead and said dotingly, "So my elder sister-in-law is so open-minded. If you want to be my woman, you have to wait until you recover from your illness before you say that. Your face is already red, but you're still trying to hold on. Now you stay here and wait for me obediently, okay?" She blushed with embarrassment, stammering, "Okay, then come back soon." After a while, he diligently picked up a huge bundle of firewood, grumbling on the way back, "It seems like this tracker has been damaged by seawater, but the police will probably search along the direction the helicopter crashed. Optimistically speaking, we can be rescued in a few days. It's convenient to take some bamboo for a bed." Lin Xin approached the bamboo grove. Luckily, he had watched a lot of wilderness survival videos recently. This kind of bamboo, as thick as a thumb, is most suitable for making a bed, but he didn't know danger was lurking behind him. On Shuman's side, she was taking sips of water deliciously. After seeing that she was feeling better, she wanted to help a little. "It's too hot. I can't just lie here forever. Time is precious. I have to do something."
After a while, Shuman took a piece of firewood and drew on the ground. She tiredly wiped the sweat from her brow, her eyes fixed on the work she had just created.
Looking down from above, the letters SOS were clearly visible. She said with satisfaction, "That way, people can see it from far away." Taking advantage of the remaining time, she went to the sea to wash some leaves for later use. The next second, she reached out and unbuttoned her shirt. "It's too dirty. I might as well take a bath."
Shuman sat by the shore washing clothes, her white skin appearing amidst the blue of the sea, turning the deserted island into a paradise.
Suddenly, a large wave suddenly hit, causing her to scream in fright. Seaweed floated over, perfectly embracing Shuman's fiery body. The poor Shuman called out, "My clothes."
She anxiously looked around for a way to cover up, finding some leaves to make makeshift clothes. It would probably be very uncomfortable. Just then, Lin Xin appeared behind her, finally finding her. "Are you bathing?" she screamed in panic, warning him, "I'm washing clothes. I accidentally lost my clothes. Don't look." Instead of showing sympathy, he took the opportunity to tease her. "Didn't you just say you wanted to be my woman? Now you're embarrassed." Suddenly he noticed the pile of materials placed on the rocky outcrop. "Oh, these are all the things you found. Why do you have a fever? Why are you doing these things?" Shuman hid behind the rock and replied, "I grew up by the sea since I was little. Children from poor families have to worry about housework early on. What's a fever?" He fell into silence after hearing that. She quickly questioned, "That's right. Why did it take you so long to gather firewood?" Lin Xin calmly showed off his spoils. "Oh, this python is too long." But behind the rock, its length was the noteworthy thing. "It's a bit tiring to drag it back." She peeked out to observe and was frightened. "What?" Then she realized she had gone too far and quickly lowered her head in embarrassment. He smiled wryly to reassure her. "That's not the way to do it either. I'll give you a set of clothes." He jumped into action. Quick as a flash, the poor snake was chopped into pieces. Lin Xin diligently sliced it up, bit by bit. After working his butt off, he happily handed over his masterpiece. "Try it out. I already cleaned it up." This snakeskin outfit fit Shuman like a glove, showing off every curve and making onlookers green with envy. Who knew it actually fit? And so perfectly at that. He put his hands on his hips, looking pleased, because these big-ass snakes could swallow a grown adult whole. She was overjoyed, showering him with praise. "You're seriously awesome." The system dinged again. Affection plus 10%. Later, dusk settled on the deserted island. Time for dinner. Tonight's menu: grilled snake and seafood. As they happily scooped up the grilled snake meat, Shuman suddenly piped up, "I'm really curious about you." He looked confused. "Huh? How so?" Leaning on her hand, she looked super curious. Suddenly taking over Fei Zhang, then pretending to be a tourist to sneak into Fei Bang's gathering, easily turning the tables, but also caring about Fei Bang's destruction. "Just what kind of person are you?" Lin Xin replied modestly, "I'm just your average rich dude, that's all." Hearing that, she didn't question him further, just leaned contentedly on his shoulder. "It's fine if you don't say. A strong man always needs to keep some mystery. I like it." Suddenly, the sky opened up, and it started pouring, putting out their campfire. She called out in frustration, "The fire! He calmly reassured her. Nothing we can do. It rains a lot on tropical islands like this. Expected. Really. Just eat your fill and go to sleep. After lying down for a bit, Schumann started shivering uncontrollably.
I'm so cold. Lin Xin had no choice but to gently pull her into his arms to warm her up. I'll hug you. At that gentle gesture, her whole body suddenly heated up, her breathing getting heavier.
Her hands involuntarily wandered to his rock-hard abs.
You're so warm, she completely lost it, her actions getting increasingly suggestive. Really, really warm. Lin Xin panicked. Hey, you're sick right now.
In the blink of an eye, Schumann took the upper hand.
She put her finger to his lips, signaling him, shh, don't talk, just warm me up. The night on the deserted island passed just like that, with heavy breathing filling the air. The two of them became one.
3 days later, a transport ship passed by the island. A voice called out, Captain, there's a distress signal on the island.
They immediately launched a lifeboat to rescue them. Hurry, let's go rescue them. They've probably been starving for days. Get them some food.
But contrary to their expectations, the two people stranded on the island were radiant, as if they'd just come back from a vacation, extremely grateful for the rescue.
Whoa, they gaped in disbelief. These are the people who were stranded on the island for days. He scratched his head, secretly thanking the heavens. Good thing I could level up, or there's no way I could have handled this love-starved MILF. The system chimed in. Schumann's affection, plus 20%, currently at 91%.
First counterattack stage completed. Spent 5 billion Hua coin. Refunded 10%, which is 500 million.
Transferred to a personal account. Reward. All attributes plus 1, current level 8. Received 1 new skill from 3 options. A-level water boiling, C-level jump roping. Choose within the time limit. Meanwhile, at Tianpu Hospital, a voice suddenly rang out. Thank you, Dr. Liu. You truly have magical hands.
Lu Das smiled smugly as he watched the mother and child leave.
Heh, made another fat profit from that sucker.
Suddenly, hurried footsteps came from somewhere.
A police officer held up an urgent order from his superiors and announced loudly.
Following reports from the public, the police department has confirmed that Tianpu Hospital's director, Chief Lu, and other doctors have been exaggerating illnesses for profit, engaging in medical fraud, forced transactions, and colluding with Fei Zhang to smuggle organs. The hospital is now sealed off. Hearing the bad news, he yelled in panic, "What?" Then clutched his head.
Tears streaming down his face, Lu Canaday angrily cursed that acupuncture punk from that day. Ugh. A week ago at Yanjiang City Film and Television Base, a voice echoed, Director Shi, there's a boss Zhang who wants to collaborate with you.
Luo Bing's face lit up.
Okay, I'll go meet him now.
She went outside and politely greeted him.
Hello, boss Zhang. What kind of collaboration are you interested in? Zhang An shook her hand, his mind immediately filled with dirty thoughts. So soft.
Suddenly, he did a complete 180, spewing criticisms. This is Director Shi's film set. It's definitely not some big-budget project.
Then he started comparing and sowing discord, saying that other sets were way more high-end.
Internally, Zhang An kept looking down on her.
She clearly just rode the hot search wave and made a few million to shoot this project. It's obvious they're dirt poor. On the surface, he kept rambling. If I'm not mistaken, Director Shi's production budget for this movie is 2 million, right? It'll be tough to make money with that.
But Luo Bing didn't flinch at all.
Instead, she directly challenged him. Boss Zhang, just say what you want to say.
He was just waiting for this. And he blurted out without giving her a chance to interrupt. All right, honest people speak honestly. I won't beat around the bush. I'll invest 8 million in your movie as publicity funds. Director Shi knows, right? These days, good publicity is more important than good filming. With my investment, you're guaranteed to make bank. She was a bit overwhelmed. 8 million. Zhang An waved his hand like he was a big shot who didn't care about money. I know this money came just in time, right? No need to cry from being touched. We'll split it 3, 7, you get 3. I get 7.
The next second, he put on a perverted face, his words suggestive. Of course, if Director Shi wants a bigger cut, that's not impossible. We're all in the industry, you understand.
Luo Bing just smiled and dropped a bomb.
Sorry, the investment for this online movie is 50 million.
Leaving him speechless. Ugh, talking to someone like him is just a waste of time. She waved her hand and ordered,
Zhao Lin, see him out. She immediately obeyed. Mr. Zhang, this way. Zhang An was so angry he went crazy, shouting, How is that possible? The investment for a small company's online movie has never been that high. I get it. You're trying to inflate the price, right? This small set wants to scam me out of 50 million? Get out of the way, you tell me to leave. But I'm not leaving.
Xiao Lin quickly interjected to explain.
You're mistaken. The company has rented out the entire video studio. All the sets here are from my movie. So if you don't leave, you're trespassing on private property, he gasped. WTF. Meanwhile, Luo Bing was leisurely texting Lin Xin. Brother Lin Xin, Zhao Xin is wrapping up filming tomorrow. Are you coming?
Her eyes couldn't leave the chat, she thought regretfully. After all, he's a big shot in the film industry.
He must be running all over the world. How could he have time to attend the wrap party of a small online movie? But thanks to his encouragement, she became more determined than ever. Lin Xin believes in me so much, I can't let him down. I have to make this movie perfect. Her fingers couldn't help but tap on the chat history.
Luo Bing stood there alone, reading each message,
until Zhao Lin kept calling her name. Director Shi, Director Shi. She turned to her with a bright smile. Huh. Did you call me?
This expression was caught by her, and Zhao Lin couldn't help but tease. Wow, this smile of yours is even more irresistible than AG. Luo Bing immediately looked embarrassed. It's not. What do you need me for? Zhao Lin announced the good news. The last 2 scenes we can wrap up after filming them. Luo Bing walked ahead quickly, but her heart was restless. Oh my, is that his girlfriend? Why think so much? What I need to do now is make this movie well. When she got into the filming scene,
she always thought of things related to him, and then pay Lin Xin back. The same went for reading the script. Her heart was filled with determination. I've been planning this script for a long time. I can't fail.
She personally inspected every scene. She wanted everything to be perfect.
Time flew by, and it was quickly the 5th day of the movie's countdown to release. The host, Mei Qi, introduced enthusiastically on television.
Dear audience, this girl is Shi Lu Bing, the most popular star that Boundless Entertainment has invited to this episode. Please welcome her. Luo Bing greeted the audience happily. Hello everyone. I am Shi Luo Bing. She didn't hesitate to praise her. Wow, Bing Bing, I feel like you're even more beautiful. Indeed, the hardest working girl is the most beautiful. After the greetings, Mei Qi went straight to the main topic, revealing Yu Yifan's criminal behavior. Shamelessly tearing up contracts. Now the entire internet is saying you are a female warrior who never compromises. Dare to fight for rights? Luo Bing replied politely. Everyone is too kind. Actually, I am just an ordinary person pursuing my dream. And this time I was also helped by a benefactor. I heard that many people want to sign contracts with you? That's right, but now I have my own film company.
Although it's small, I will try my best to make good movies to repay the audience. She eagerly introduced her beloved project on television. The movie Zhao Xin the Resilient will be broadcast very soon. Everyone must watch it. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed. Someone had thrown a liquor bottle at the screen. Jian Zheng, who was flirting with a beauty, cursed in annoyance. Damn it, I almost had my prey. He coldly made a move on another girl, not knowing that a Fu Hao popped out of nowhere to save her. Lin Tao, kneeling below, trembled with fear. Yanzong, don't be angry, you've already won this time. You received 100 million in contract termination fees? Is that bitch, Shi Lebing, even worth that much?
Jian Zheng assumed everyone was like him. Lebing? Huh, Lebing, I didn't expect you to secretly hook up with a sugar daddy and sell your body. I thought you were so pure. But Yan Zong's targets, I've never failed before. Saying that, he reached out and yanked the chain, pulling Liu Tao closer. Secretary Lai, use that 100 million to crush them a little. No matter what rich tycoon it is, if they dare to snatch my woman, I'll use their money to slap their face, she weakly replied.
Yes. 2 days ago, in the film editing room, Luo Bing was worried sick. Tomorrow was the premiere, everything had to be checked and rechecked, no problems could happen.
Suddenly, Xiaolin rushed in, yelling, We're screwed, Xinzong, you need to read the news now.
She looked at the snow on the screen, a flood of false information being posted, and there's a video of 2 girls crying miserably on livestream. We were in the same internship batch, I was even better than her. But Shi Lebing relied on her family background to boss us around, ordering us to do everything. Because we don't have the same backing as her, no one dared to resist. Xiao Di added. She once told me to go buy a cake far away, making me miss an important audition. I only realized later, it was on purpose. Getting bankrolled, and still filming inspirational dramas? What a joke. She used under-the-table tactics to get the role and then bad-mouthed me everywhere so I couldn't reveal the truth. My reputation was ruined because of it.
Below were a barrage of comments tearing her apart. Luo Bing was so shocked she couldn't speak. How could this be? Xiaolin held the phone in her hand, shaking uncontrollably. Even Yan Yingying came forward to testify.
A video of Yan Yingying speaking to the media was played. I can guarantee that what Zhao Si and Zhao Di said is true. Just put yourself in their shoes, and you'll understand how much they suffered. Everyone had dreams. But along the way, they were kicked out of the game with despicable tactics. I don't know how they endured it. I only know I have to be their support, Give them the courage to expose the truth. Below the video were a barrage of malicious comments attacking Luo Bing.
Zhao Lin couldn't understand after watching the video. The A-list star of China, former champion of national viewership ratings, voted Outstanding Actress of the 2020 Entertainment Figures Award. Why would Yan Yingying do this? We've never offended her. Moreover, some first and second-tier actors also liked this video. Suddenly, Luo Bing's voice trembled. Is it Yan Zong? She called out in confusion.
She squinted, recounting about that guy. A big shot in the industry.
When Yan Yingying first debuted, Yan Zong provided the resources to help her become famous, so this must have been arranged by him. I also thought he wouldn't let me off easily, but I didn't expect him to strike at this moment. Xiao Lin, quickly hire the most professional PR team. Xiao Lin hurriedly complied.
Yes. After a moment of finalizing the price, she cried out helplessly. What, 20 million in PR fees? And there's still no guarantee it can be resolved.
Xiao Lin held up the phone for Henan to discuss directly. Ms. Xin, to be frank, we're professionals. This matter is too big, and there are quite a few A-list artists speaking out. Money can't solve it. We can only try our best. Luo Bing had no choice but to listen. Then leave it to you.
But a sense of unease always existed in her heart. Right now she only wanted to ask Lin Xin for help. Should she look for him? No. Besides asking him for money, what else could I do? Moreover, I can't drag him into this. Right now, I have to face this difficulty myself.
The next second,
the phone suddenly rang. As soon as she answered, a voice came from the other end. Mems. This is someone from the Yiqi platform, calling to inform you that your movie has to be taken down.
The contract clearly states that if the film can't be released due to your fault, you have to pay $1 billion in breach of contract fees.
Luo Bing seemed to be in a daze. And Zhao Lin added even worse news. Xin Zong. It's over. The Tengjun and Youku video platforms have both cancelled their contracts with us. The film can't be broadcast, and we also have to pay breach of contract fees.
Suddenly, she collapsed to the ground, unable to withstand the pressure. Shi Zong. Currently, Luo Bing helplessly locked herself away from the chatter outside. Shi Zong, our film has been removed from all platforms. I'm sorry, we tried our best. Someone may have paid for water armies. The online opinion can't be turned around. Half of the company's employees have resigned. After paying the breach of contract fees to the platforms, we've run out of capital.
A knock on the door came from outside.
Ling Tao raised her voice to reassure, trying to call the other party out. Shi Le Bing, I know you're inside. I also know you're very desperate right now. The world has abandoned you now, and you don't have a penny left. She didn't hesitate to persuade Luo Bing to enter the path of sin. But Yan Zong can still give you a chance. The more she spoke, the more disgusted Luo Bing felt about that perverted pig. Yan Zong is willing to let bygones be bygones, take you in as an artist for his Tianhuang Entertainment Company, and even arrange some roles for you to play. Don't you like acting very much? Aren't you very happy to hear this news?
After persuading without results for a while, Li Tao left in annoyance. Of course you're not worth much now. You know what Yan Zong wants, so if you think it through, call Yan Zong.
Inside,
she quickly opened her phone and sent a few messages. So she replayed the video of their passionate kiss, her heart filled with helplessness. If, in the end, she still couldn't escape becoming a plaything?
Even so, she now had only one wish, that she could at least give her precious first time to the person she liked the most. Meanwhile, Lin Xin was walking and singing happily, saying goodbye to all his troubles and hello to all the joy, back home happy days.
Turns out, he had previously spent a night on a yacht with Xu Mo, she said. She wanted to go to the Philippines to hide out for a while.
She flirtatiously invited him. Well, I'm wanted now anyway. Gotta avoid the heat before I can start anything again. Want to come to the Philippines with me? He immediately refused. Nah, I'll pass. I won't be wanted when I go back to China anyway. Nice one. You really are the man I have eyes for. Let's keep going. Back in reality, he casually walked out, thinking to himself, I even gave her 200 million. Hope she doesn't get caught in the Philippines. Suddenly, his phone rang, interrupting his train of thought.
Lin Xin answered cheerfully. Yo, Xiaobing, your call is perfect timing. I just got back to China. On the other end, she sounded anxious. Lin Xin, I'm sorry to bother you. Could you come to my place now? I have something important to tell you. Although he didn't know what was going on, he immediately agreed, sure, I'll head over now. A while later, Lin Xin arrived at the apartment complex where she lived. Xiaobing's room was 306, on the 3rd floor. As he was fumbling around looking for the room, a mysterious shadow appeared at the end of the hallway. As soon as he turned around, the person immediately ran away.
Who's there? Lin Xin immediately chased after them. Trying to run, he ran to a corner and encountered his first obstacle.
Luckily, he reacted in time and dodged it with style. The person hurriedly ran into the elevator. Before the elevator closed, they even flipped him off mockingly. As the door closed, Zhao Wei waved his hand dismissively. HMPH. Wanna catch me? But Lin Xin managed to stop the door from closing with his bare hand.
He forcefully opened the door, his face full of bright energy, clearly wanting to intimidate the guy. Why are you running, talk?
The guy was so scared he almost met his ancestors. In the hallway on the 3rd floor, he walked and interrogated the guy. So your name is Zhao Wei, a paparazzi who specializes in sitting here and hunting for Shi Luobing's sugar daddy, and she hasn't left her house for the past 2 days.
Zhao Wei stuttered in fear.
Don't you know about the big drama lately? I felt like I could definitely dig up some big secrets, so I came here.
Feeling confused, he immediately asked for clarification.
What drama? Tell me the details. The guy enthusiastically replied.
So that's how it is. Lin Xin finally arrived in front of the small room. Xiao Bing, it's me.
Luo Bing quickly twisted the doorknob. At first, he was a little confused by her shy appearance, but as his gaze slowly slid down to the brand new red outfit and then glanced over her ant-sized waist, that could make countless people jealous.
She spoke her first words, thinking of him. Lin Xin, you trust me so much, investing so much money in me, but I've let you down. Moreover, I might not be able to repay this money in my entire life.
Therefore, Luo Bing was willing and ready to repay her gratitude. I really don't know what else I can use to repay you. I have nothing left now. Except for myself, if you're willing, I can use my first time. Lin Xin's instinct and reason fought fiercely in that instant. Oh man, this body is so damn hot. No, gotta say something to stop her from taking off her clothes. But little Lin Xin down below surrendered before the battle even began. God is a military general, even he can't sweet talk. WTF, I didn't ask you, I asked my brain.
Zhao Wei smelled something hot and immediately popped out.
What? So you two haven't used the unspoken rules yet? Luo Bing was startled and hurriedly used her hands to shield herself. He also swiftly poked at the other person's blind spot, don't look, causing him to scream, my eyes. At that apartment, things gradually became clear, so that's how it was. Zhuo Wei seemed enlightened. I didn't expect you to be so young and be the sugar daddy behind Li Bing, but the two of you are just investment partners. And the room collapse was arranged by Yan Zong of Tianhuang Entertainment.
Lin Xin straightforwardly confirmed.
You're a famous paparazzi, so can you write this news? Of course, you'll be compensated accordingly, even if the article might offend the boss of a major tourism company.
He began to seriously consider it. This was a good opportunity. He had material from many years ago, but he didn't dare to publish it, because he was afraid of Yan Jianzhang's influence in the industry. Now it finally had a use. Zhuo Wei made it clear that this was a huge deal.
I also have Yan Jianzhang and Yan Yingying's black material from many years ago. But be warned, releasing it will offend him, and not everyone can bear the consequences. Let's see if you have the ability. This kind of material is very expensive. It's not just a few million. You also need to spend money to deal with the pressure from the platforms. Bing, just hearing this, felt uneasy about the matter. But Lin Xin's expression immediately brightened. There's such a good thing available. Buy it. Buy it immediately. Anything that can be solved with money is not a problem.
She hurriedly stopped him. Lin Xin, don't. Even Zhuo Wei was moved by this generosity, making a decision so quickly, without a moment's hesitation. In addition, he made another request. I want all the black material of those 2 Tier 18 starlets too. I'll buy it all. Name your price.
The other party's phone quickly displayed a notification that Lin Xin had sent 60 million.
This number was so terrifying that it made him stutter. 60 million, no bargaining, already transferred. On the contrary, he secretly despised it. I thought he'd ask for 100 million. But it's only 60 million, what a disappointment. The material is enough. Take care of the person who releases the news. Hire more online trolls to guide the direction.
Lin Xin also didn't forget to arrange things for his woman. As for Bing Bing's side, not counting the original investment, promote her again, and then invite major media outlets to announce it. But Luo Bing confided in a sad voice, I'm out of money. Because of this matter, all the money has been compensated to the film broadcasting platform, and more than half of the company's employees have resigned. This shocking news made him immediately frown. What? She became even more frightened and insecure. Then, unexpectedly, Lin Xin was even happier than before. Well done, Xiaobing, you've spent more than 300 million in 2 days. Not bad, not bad. I really need talents like you.
He continued to spend money like a real CEO, give her another billion, renegotiate with the platforms, recruit new employees for the company, buy more online trolls, no need to save, spend all the money, give the enemy a fatal blow.
Li Bing was both happy and worried. $1 billion, am I worth that much money? Zhuo Wei officially began to doubt life. Really, is she worth that much money? What answered them was his selfless demeanor. Who's talking about money with you? I'm talking about dreams with you now. Those words were like a cool breeze blowing through her soul, warming her heart. Lin Xin, the system quickly calculated. Favorability increased by 30%. Li Bing's favorability is 82%.
Very quickly, Zhuo Wei recovered from the shock. Lin Zong, just leave it to me. I specialize in this, so I guarantee it'll be done properly. He couldn't help but mock. Weren't you just trying to disassociate yourself from me? His attitude changed 180 degrees. Even if he dares to increase compared to you, he's not even worthy of carrying my shoes. What am I afraid of him?
Then he quickly and eagerly ran to work. You guys just wait for my news, there will be results tonight.
Not long after night fell, the drama-loving masses caught on very quickly. Zhuo Wei had new hot news. Everyone look at WB.
The hot news was at the top of the list. A shocking reversal. If you want to watch the drama, you still have to look at old Zhuo. The person who climbed to the top using unspoken rules was not Li Bing, but Yan Yingying.
The content on the video was so scandalous that you could clearly hear her voice. Yan Zong, be gentler. The other party was very violent. Slow. Are you saying I'm not fast enough? A series of questions doubting her identity appeared, but it was only temporarily certain that Yan Zong was in it.
Unexpectedly, she suddenly turned around. I've given you everything. You can't do without me. I want the female lead and center of Xia Qiushan. I want them both. He immediately agreed. Okay, I'll have those two female leads wear red, and you wear white.
He didn't skimp on compliments. Yan Zong is so awesome.
The masses immediately understood the true faces of the two people. The next bombshell was another shocking news. Two Tier 18 actresses finished acting like imperial concubines with a rich big brother at a hotel. They didn't check out until noon the next day, and the faces of Zhao Si and Zhao Di were clearly enlarged in the photos. Netizens were extremely angry and wanted to send all three to a ban. At this time, the two girls finally realized and begged. Sister Ying, save us. You said that as long as we cooperate with you, we can get good resources. You didn't say there would be such consequences.
She immediately vented her anger on them. Get out, I can't even take care of myself. Who has time to take care of you? Before she could finish venting, she heard bad news. Sister Ying is in trouble. 200 million was spent on hiring online trolls and using AI to post comments, but they still can't control public opinion, Ku Tang quickly reported.
My side analyzed that the other party spent at least 500 million, using more advanced AI and hackers. Many of our online troll companies have been hacked. Yan Yingying then panicked. How is that possible? Who is the other party anyway? Her rage finally breached the dam. Get the hell out, all of you. Leave me alone. Elsewhere, Yan Yingying's call appeared on a phone. Jian Zheng calmly answered. What is it? She desperately pleaded. President Yan, I've tried everything but nothing works. Save me, President Yan. Only indifference was returned. Saving you? What good does that do for me? She was immediately stunned. What? We're in the same boat. If my house collapses, you'll be implicated too. Only then did he wake her up.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not some popular celebrity. Fame means nothing to me. Has any rich guy gone bankrupt from playing with a few dozen starlets? Yan Yingying cursed his shamelessness in a fit of rage before the call was abruptly cut off. What? Yan the monk, you bastard?
At the devastated scene, two unlucky girls were suffering the ultimate torment under Jian Zheng's filthy hands. His blood-stained hands clenched the phone until they trembled. The air reeked of danger. Di Luobing, I underestimated your sugar daddy. Dare to go against me, Yan Zhanzeng. I'll make his whole family regret being born into this world. Luo Bing's new movie, Little Xin Doesn't Give Up, received a Douban rating of 8, 3, and 5 stars. Many viewers and fans praised and admired her outstanding performance. Little Lin jumped for joy. Di Zong, the revenue reached 100 million in just 3 days, projected to hit 1.5 billion. After deducting all expenses, that's a profit of 300 million. But the one who achieved the great success reacted very calmly. Is that so? That's great.
Seeing this, she couldn't help but be puzzled. It seemed like Di Zong wasn't very happy.
So Luo Bing casually shared, I have a friend who was treated well and helped a lot by a man. She wants to repay him but doesn't know how. Little Lin also became interested. Oh, how big of a favor did he do? She shyly corrected. The money can't measure it, and 2 meals can't express her gratitude. The advice she gave was very sincere. Then just follow his hobbies. A gift prepared with all your heart is more precious than expensive things. Luo Bing gradually fell into thought, what does he like the most?
She immediately recalled her recent bold move. I was too reckless then. He probably thinks I'm that kind of woman, right? No way, I have to change his impression. At his apartment, she proactively texted him, mentioning the success of the movie and inviting Lin Xin to help choose the next script. He immediately replied, "Congratulations, congratulations, I'm coming over now." He quickly arrived in front of the door with great anticipation, unexpectedly hitting the jackpot. First time simping for a reverse harem target without a system to return the investment. And I even get to have dinner with a beauty. Awesome. He already painted a beautiful vision in his head as the door opened. Brother Lin Xin, do you want to eat dinner first? Or eat me first? His mind was constantly imagining, wondering what Bing Bing would be wearing. He didn't get a clear look last time. Very quickly, the door opened from the inside, but what appeared before him was a fully covered Luo Bing. The beautiful fantasy and bold beauty quickly shattered when slapped in the face by reality. She asked, offering a warm welcome. "Please, sit down. The food is almost done. There's also fruit here. Which fruit do you like to eat?" However, what he noticed was something else. "Ah, are you very cold? Why are you dressed like this?" Luo Bing had to say against her will, even though she was sweating like crazy. "That's right, it's a bit cold today." Lin Xin thought it was true, so he quickly touched her forehead to check if she had a fever. This face-to-face distance made her heart tremble non-stop. No way. Too close. Luo Bing's CPU immediately overheated and shut down on the spot. He hurriedly took her pulse. Heatstroke. Even if it's a fever causing sweating, this is a bit much. Without thinking too much, he unzipped her jacket, needing to lower her body temperature immediately. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened the fruit bag, he hit a limited edition assets that was even better than he imagined. The more Lin Xin looked, the more he was mesmerized. He couldn't help but praise. So cute. Then he seriously took a towel to wipe Luo Bing down, even carefully not missing a spot. After a while, she gradually regained consciousness and slowly opened her eyes, but her brain still hadn't caught up with the sudden change. Right after, he also stepped out to check on her. "You're awake. You had heat stroke just now, so I cooled you down and changed your clothes." Only then did Luo Bing realize, "Oh, you changed my clothes for me." A belated wave of embarrassment washed over her. Oh gosh, how mortifying. Lin Xin couldn't help but find it strange. Why did she wear so many layers? She practically gave herself heat stroke. She gathered all her courage to explain. "Before, I used to dress like that, and you probably thought I was easygoing, so this time, I wore a lot of clothes." Unexpectedly, just then, a hot bowl of congee was brought over. He suddenly showed his gentle and caring side. "I get it, anyone would be devastated after a blow like that. But I think you're very resilient." Just that small word of encouragement boosted her favorability by 3%, bringing Luo Bing's favorability to 85%. She couldn't hold back her emotions and hugged the sturdy body in front of her. "Lin Xin, it's a good thing I met you." The next day, he traveled to another location by taxi. "You've arrived, sir," he calmly replied, indicating he heard. As soon as he stepped out, the scene before him made him exclaim in awe, "Chisk, chisk. Looks super grand." Then he casually opened Xinyan's chat window. Lin Xin greatly admired her workability. Xinyan had taken the opportunity to invite him to the Yanjiang Science Museum to find OI-grade cleanroom products together, and that was why he was here now. Lin Xin had his eyes opened by the vast scale of the place. Looking at the inventions and innovations here made him incredibly interested. Awesome. Has technology advanced to this level already? After marveling for a while, he finally read the document Xinyan sent. "This area is too big. Let me see what the product Yanbao wants to find is called." "Huh? Ah, it's all foreign languages and data." The knowledge and graphs in Lin Xin's eyes were like alien language. "Clean wafer production plant 1. Unit filter." Just then, a commotion suddenly erupted nearby. "My unit filter clearly meets the standards. How could you?" He was quickly drawn to the commotion. As soon as he turned, he saw Wanter bullying the weak. "Get out." He Qian quickly ran to support He Bin. The father stood before the great power. He didn't back down. "How can you go back on your word? My products are already packaged for shipping. Now you're forcing a 50% price cut. Are you even human anymore?" But the words that came out of his mouth twisted the facts. "But your products don't meet my requirements. Who can be blamed for this?" He Bin was indignant but helpless. "What you said is clearly—" Then he quickly clutched his chest, which was spasming, making He Qian worried to tears. "Dad, your heart isn't good, don't get too angry." Wanter showed no mercy at the other party's pain. "Stop faking pity. It's useless. I don't have time to bother with you. If you're not going to trade, then scram." Finally, the girl couldn't bear to watch anymore and retorted. "According to the contract, you broke the contract first." The person who spoke was a woman, which piqued his interest a little.
Oh, little girl knows about contracts too, huh? Adults are talking now, this isn't your business. Step aside, step aside.
He Qian bravely stood up to demand justice for her father. The contract requires 1 to 0, 12 microns, filtering 99.909%. My side achieved 1 microns, 99.99%. So what part isn't up to standard? You guys have to buy these 2,000 units at the contract price.
But in the eyes of a capitalist like Wanter, it was just a joke? Little girl's quite something, huh? But what if you're right? Nobody else will buy these filters besides me. Selling them at half price is still a recovery. If you don't sell, you'll lose hundreds of millions entirely. In the end, a student like her couldn't contend with an old fox. You want to cancel the contract, don't you? M-Nation people supposedly value the spirit of contracts very highly.
He bluntly criticized and insulted the other party's honor. You, yellows, are third-class citizens. You have no right to talk about the spirit of contracts with us.
Finally, He Bin struggled to speak up, unexpectedly realizing the straw he thought would save his life had become a burden on his family. Qian Hair, your dad's sorry to your mom. He Qian cried while comforting him. Dad, you're not wrong. The economy was tough, so you took a foreign order to save the factory. Who knew they'd be so vile? The fault lies with the M-Nation side.
Wanter didn't bother hiding his despicable nature mockingly.
The whole world is wrong, only we M-Nation people can do no wrong. Little girl, remember this truth. So can we finalize the deal now? Just then, a dangerous aura emanated from Lin Xin, making him tremble. Ah, why is it suddenly so cold? In another place, a loudspeaker blared an announcement. The latest OC cleanroom ensures a finished product rate of over 98% at a lower cost than previous generations. Edison was passionately discussing the deal. 300 million. With world-leading technical support, Lin Xin seized the opportunity to hand over his business card. Hello, I'm Lin Xin from Xinyan Science and Technology Company of Hua, and we are interested in purchasing your company's cleanroom.
The old geezer, Edison, pondered for a moment while holding the card. Hua thought it was a young lady, but before he could finish reading it, he disdainfully tossed it away like trash. Our cleanroom requires at least 3 billion for 1,000 square meters, and then there are annual maintenance fees for materials. She immediately cut him off. Wait, 3 billion? I just heard you quote 300 million to someone from Hua country. Of course, I'm not someone who'll just stand here and take a loss. Edison scorned her, not even deigning to look at her. You said it yourself, he's from Hua country, you're from Hua country. How can you compare? She hadn't anticipated this attitude. Is this how you do business?
The old geezer even stated his opinion. I do deals with people who have business value. Dealing with you is charity. The partners behind him kept cheering. Mr. Edison is right, exactly. The people of Hua have never known their place. She didn't hesitate to criticize. For someone in charge of a famous science and technology company in MI country, to bring prejudice into business, it really makes people doubt your competence and upbringing. That judgment made the old geezer frown slightly. Edison turned hostile and belittled her. What is competence? We have the technology, and you don't. That's competence, Bernard and Egan chimed in. Inferior people wanting to seize power. What are women doing trying to do business? Get your men to talk. Lin Shi still tried to argue until the very end. Are you any different from barbarians doing business like this? Suddenly a voice intervened. Enough, Fang Ta hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. Have you made enough trouble? I'm embarrassed for your father. She unwillingly left, Uncle Fang, but the other party remained stubborn as before. Go back. Your father has told you many times. What are women like you doing, trying to do business?
So stubborn, Lin Shi quickly pointed at Edison to accuse him, trying to rally allies. This guy from MI country is targeting the people of Hua, deliberately raising the price. What she got in return was criticism of her honor. Isn't this all your fault? Coming here to discuss business with foreigners? Is this something a woman like you can handle? Losing face even abroad? Countless suffocating jeers oppressed her nerves. Ha ha ha, these Hua people finally know their place a little.
Lin Shi's uprightness didn't allow her to stand still. They're mocking Hua, you can tolerate this, and even lecture me on their behalf.
The two immediately argued back and forth.
What can you do besides complain? Hua loses to MI in both money and technology? Your company pours in 300 to 500 million? What have you researched? Are you going to go bankrupt and drag the whole family down with you? You don't understand anything? The people of Hua will not lose to them? Bernard and his partners gleefully attacked. Trisk, a Hua woman dared to provoke Mr. Edison. He's a MI technology tycoon with over 2,000 patents. What does Hua have? No money, no technology. Ha ha. Just then, a flycam landed right above Fang Ta's head. immediately ruining their fun. However, no one expected his appearance. Liu Yijing didn't respond to the other party but immediately started roasting. Goodness, this drone from Hua country is really terrible. Suddenly losing control, how dangerous, what if it fell on someone? Luckily, it fell right on the trash. Then, he unhesitatingly came out to confront them. I just heard someone say that the people of Hua have no money and no technology. Edison proudly confirmed. That's right, I said it. Do you have a problem with that? You can show it to me now. Liu Yijing became even more smug as he unlocked a new playground. Today I'll enlighten you blockheads. Even though Hua has little money, and we're just a small enterprise, we were still forced to research a first-level filter. Liu Yijing immediately fulfilled the wishes of that group of people. Alright then. A simulated cube suddenly surrounded them, startling them. The silhouette standing against the light cast on the barrier looked even more menacing. Measured footsteps gently descended the steps. The star of hope he chose today was He Qian. Bernard couldn't help but clutch his stomach and laugh. A little girl with a unit filter. Mr. Edison, have you seen it yet? Mr. Edison. Everyone around gradually flocked over to observe. How could this be? The key data are exactly the same. Moreover, there is data inside that Silicon Technology Company has never published. Edison became even more confident in his reasoning. You stole the research results of Silicon Technology Company. I'm going to report it to the International Commercial Court. But another indignant voice cut in. Where am I supposed to steal something that you people from MI country can't make? Han Bin also followed suit to get justice. You procurement department chumps, dare to come out and confront me? This is the result of hundreds of our factory workers' efforts for 5 whole months. It was all our own research and development. The evidence is clear. He didn't seem to back down against a large corporation. If you've got the guts, go ahead and report us. We, Huaxia people, don't steal. He still stubbornly insisted. This is ours. But Winter's appearance was like a slap to his face. Mr. Edison, I'm sorry, I failed. The guy had no shame, even snitching on a fellow thief. That man suddenly knocked me out from behind. The procurement unit filter has failed. The hot blood boiling in his body made him unconsciously curse. Useless. Everyone watching the drama was so shocked their mouths dropped. What? Lin Xin flat out exposed the devious plot. The product from Silicon Tech was actually bought from our small company. They used information asymmetry to force a sale of the technology, then registered a patent to make it their own. The final words were a definitive statement. This is exactly the method they always use. Everyone directed fierce criticism at them, calling them vile, shameless, and brigands. The tense situation made their footsteps quicken. Edison faced Han Bin with that same arrogant look. The contract is still valid, right? The transaction can still proceed. I'll buy everything at the contracted price. Unfortunately, the other side had made a decision early on. You'll buy it, I won't sell it. He sweated profusely, trying to persuade them. Are you crazy? You don't sell to us. Do you think someone else will buy it? I'll tell you this, with just one word from me, no one from any country would dare buy products from you. Lin Xin's reasonable statement came like a savior. Oh, I'll buy all of it back. What will you do about that? He was instantly speechless. The young man then frantically offered to outbid them. The contract price is 1 billion, right? I'll double it to 2 billion now. Don't tell me you don't even want to make money. But Edison didn't expect someone here to not care about money. Uncle Ma, I'll pay 4 billion. Sell it to me. Once again, the young man made the opponent curse. Lin Xin didn't hesitate to deliver a direct blow. What's the matter? Not going to raise the price anymore. The famous American tech company can't compare to our technology, and now they can't even compare in money. What do you guys even have left? Only then did the old man's eyes pop out, and he started to tremble. You? Who exactly are you? I know all the major manufacturers in the tech industry. I've never heard of you. The young man calmly gave the honor back to Xin Yan Technology Company. In the future, the whole world will remember this name. In a flash, the whole room erupted in pride. Thank you, everyone. Today, the Huaxia people have regained their honor. It feels so good. Even with no money and a late start, we were oppressed but still stood up. We thought we were getting choked, but it was just a sweater on backward. The thief is America, stealing our hard work and then registering a patent. That's typical Edison behavior. Lin Xin generously pulled out a golden card. Uncle, take this card. Inside is 5 billion. 4 billion is Xinyan Technology buying your 2,000 products, and the extra billion is an investment in your company. We will have a long-term partnership from now on. He Qian and Han Bin were so moved they shed tears. Mr. Lin, thank you so much. We agree to sell all of this latest technology to you. Lin Xin didn't take everything for himself, but had a broader vision. We don't need all 2,000 units, sell the rest domestically. Our one company doesn't represent everyone. It's the 10,000 enterprises that will help Huaxia reach the world stage.
The last words were a verbal warning to foreign businessmen. Of course, not exporting isn't good either. We still need to do business with foreign companies, and we won't jack up the price by 10 times, but the quantity is limited. We'll sell to whomever we like. Someone quickly spoke up. Mr. Lin, I'm from country Okaya.
But Lin Xin's tone was firm. Country Okaya? Scram? The situation began to spiral out of control as too many people started begging. He had to deal with the crowd while also protecting Jiran. Hey everyone, don't crowd her. Even calling me dad won't help. They even took the opportunity to switch sides in an instant. I had no other choice. That's why I went to grovel at Edison's feet. Please, understand me. Me too! But in his eyes, there was only her. Are you okay?
The other party shyly replied softly.
Then a notification popped up along with a warm hug that took Lin Xin by surprise. Affection increased by 5%. Jiang Shiran's affection is 92%. A series of notifications appeared.
Completed the first stage of comeback. Spent 6 billion. Refunded 600 million, which has been transferred to your account. Reward. All attributes increased to level 9. Choose one of 3 skills.
Go Master, Math Master, Brainwashing Master. He currently just wanted to dance and shout for joy. I wanted to learn Go before but never had the time. The system really gets me. As expected, Lin Xin got his wish right after. Go Master skill has been selected. Things escalated real quick. Plastered all over the LED screens. Silic Tech Corp caught red-handed stealing research. The World Science and Tech Expo will be investigating ASAP, yanking his participation rights. Even after getting bounced by security, Edison's still unrepentant. Your whole country ain't got the right to hold me. You'll be seeing me again. Dude's just begging for a beatdown. Yeah, well you swiped a ton of stuff from us, so we still gotta settle the score. After the drama died down, Fang Tai finally shook off his daze. Ugh. Why does my head hurt so bad? A bunch of changes all at once left the old dude scrambling. Where's Xiangxian? Where'd all the hangers-on go? Wait, Silic Tech stole stuff. What the heck just happened? Just then, he spots her all cozy with Lin Xin. Huh. No way, Fang Tai can't believe his eyes. Xiangxian, the Xiangyan who only thinks about starting a chip company, is hugging a dude like that. Once the shock wears off, he whips out his phone, snaps a pic for evidence, then immediately texts. Lao Xiang, this is what I snapped at the Science and Tech Expo. This kid Xingyan really keeps people on their toes. Want me to go over there and give her a piece of my mind? Xiang Ling's grinding his teeth like he's staring down his worst enemy. Who's this guy? Looks like some broke college student. He immediately calls someone, Lao Chen. The other end is all ears. Xiangzong, what can I do for you? Then he whispers his instructions. That girl's getting more out of hand by the day, wants to make chips, and now she's dating a guy like that, trying to give me a heart attack. I want you to investigate him. Chen Bong quickly obliges. Yes, Lao Ye. With the mess sorted out, he adjusts his mood and resumes schmoozing. Uncle Jiang, happy to be working with you, Miao Zong clinks glasses. With an agreement reached, Miao Ao doesn't beat around the bush, Uncle Xiang. We've worked together a bunch. You know my family. And about the forced marriage thing, I've got high standards so girls with less quality don't catch my eye. But I'm really into Xiang.
Xiang Ling's got the same idea. Miao Zong might be a player, but all young guys are like that. Xian's rebellious, so settling down would be good for her. More importantly, it's better for both our families to team up later. He glances at the hand reaching out, already feeling like he's got this in the bag. Uncle Xiang, you mean? Just as they shake hands, Chen Bong rushes back in a panic. Lao Ye. He makes his annoyance clear. What's wrong? Can't you see Miao Zong and I are... But he's cut off by the shocking info. Take a look at this. This is his personal info. Miao Ao, standing by, doesn't have a clue what's going on. Xiang Ling doesn't explain much but pulls him aside. Miao Zong, this way. The other guy's already celebrating in his head, so we're already talking about a wedding date. Of course, I'm super down, the sooner the better. Who knew that one step out the door, his face would instantly do a 180. Goodbye, let's collab another time. Poor Miao Ao is banging on the door in confusion. Uncle Jiang, Jiang Ling's puffed up with importance as he says with generosity, Lao Fang, Jian dating is her freedom, I'm all for it. Even warning Fang Tai on the other end, I'm telling you, stop meddling. At this moment, 7,749 beautiful scenarios unfolded in his mind. So that's the legendary CEO Qian. My daughter is so smart she snagged him. The chip company was also invested in by him. Niece, old Chen, bring out the 30-year-old Mao Tai, I have to treat him well. Chen Bong respectfully obeys. Yes. Lao Ye. At the Science Expo, the two are strolling and chatting happily.
We're here in the experience room. Oh wow. Lin Xin wasn't too impressed. Is that all? But the next second, Xinyan's blown his mind. A 3D projection. She gives an passionate intro to her thing. Even more high-end than that thing over there.
This is what our country's top tech companies are developing. Combining 3D projection tech, virtual reality interaction, and AI to create a complete intelligent AR virtual projection. He gradually gets more intrigued, so he tries it out. I want to feel the sunlight and light breeze. Whoa, that's awesome, Xian also explains. 3D projections usually just project preset content, but this AR projection can create scenes on demand and let users interact directly.
So she's got high hopes for the future. Right now, its biggest problem is the operating function of the chip is still kinda weak. But as long as our HOA country's chip science and tech develop, we can lead ahead of other countries in this tech. I have a lot of hope for it.
Lin Xin doesn't skip on the praise. Ningyan is so cool. The other party shyly changes the subject. Lin Xin, want to try this ARP out? An idea quickly popped into his head. Alright, let's set a romantic mood then. The two of them instantly appeared, amidst a lavish wedding scene, witnessed by surrounding guests and the officiating priest. What surprised him even more was what followed. Even the outfits had been transformed. Lin Xin was still curious about the feature. Haha, how embarrassing. I was expecting cherry blossoms falling everywhere, or stars and moons or something.
But still, how awkward. I didn't expect this AI to be so direct.
Just then, the priest beside them spoke up. Bride, do you agree? In sickness and in health, in wealth and in poverty, to be with the groom forever? She was a little flustered, this matter, but everyone cheered in unison. Marry him, marry him, marry him. Amidst the melodious music and excited atmosphere, he was still carefree and enjoying it. Oh man, who could even do this? So awesome. That little Ji Ran even blurted out as if hypnotized. I do. Lin Xin didn't pay attention at the time, so he didn't hear clearly. Huh, what did you say? Amidst the clear chiming of bells, she didn't repeat herself, but used her actions to prove her feelings for him.
The two didn't hesitate to share a passionate kiss, hotter than the summer sun. Even after they parted, she still couldn't snap out of it.
A moment later, the blushing Shiran version of Lin Xin appeared. What are you doing? Sorry, for you, this might even count as a perk. It's okay. Jiang Yanbao also has a side like this. Just then, a notification suddenly rang out, and the space gradually disappeared. The wedding ended. Instead, it switched to the next stage, leading into the bridal chamber. Even the outfit suitable for the scene had been calculated by the AI. Girl, what the heck? This time, her embarrassment level has hit the roof, reached its peak. About this. Ji Ran didn't wait any longer, and immediately teleported away. Sorry, I really didn't know I would be like this, so embarrassing. Lin Xin hadn't even had time to react to the sensitive heart of the young girl. Yanbao, she runs fast indeed. He didn't think too deeply about it either. Oh well, let's head back to school first. At Jiang Shiran's luxurious home, the servant barely had time to bow before a gust of wind swept past. Welcome back, young miss.
As soon as she returned to her beloved room, she released all her confusion.
How did it become like this? How did I dare to kiss him? Then she blamed everything on what she had invested in. That AI is really something. How can I face him later?
Shiran had to let the mess remain in her head. Ugh, how annoying. Everything today has gone off track.
She immediately confided in her best friend, Yu Xuan. Since I started liking that person, I've become unlike myself. What should I do? The other party asked with concern. What's wrong? Shiran mustered all her courage. Today, I kissed him. The two continued to text back and forth. Congratulations, But something else happened. I'm very embarrassed now. Pat, I totally understand. Because I've also done a lot of daring things in front of the person I like. Be careful. At the dormitory in school, a tray of delicious candied hawthorns seemed to be enticing people to come. Zhao Tong grabbed one and summoned his teammates. Brothers, candied hawthorns are here.
Who knew the goodwill would be rejected without any mercy? We've eaten them for 3 days straight. You're not tired of it, but I am. You eat them yourself.
Get lost. He had no other choice but to kneel down and beg, Don't be like that, brothers. I can't eat that much alone. The remaining 3 took the opportunity to overwhelm him and press for information. Then why did you buy them? Make an honest confession. I already felt something was wrong. Zhao Tong scratched his head embarrassedly, half revealing, half hiding. That's because it was only later that I revealed it to everyone. Her name is Xiao Hua, a freshman at Yanjiang University. She works part-time while studying, and recently she's been setting up a small stall after class to earn some living expenses. He's still head over heels for her sweet first impression. Hello, which flavor would you like? Zhu Tong asks confidently. The first time we met, her gentle smile lit me up. In that moment, I even thought about names for our kids, preferably twin boy and girl. He kept pouring his heart out because he wanted to talk to her. Every day I bought candied hawthorns and became chat buddies. That's how I found out her dad broke his leg, and she's trying to help out financially. His friends commented half-heartedly. Zhao Tong switched back to the original subject. So, are you guys going to help me eat these candied hawthorns? The answer remained the same. Eat them yourself. And remember not to waste food. The scenery of trees turning yellow is often a beautiful sight in many people's eyes. But today, that scene was ruined by the appearance of AKA and his gang. The vendors were working while being constantly on edge, afraid of attracting attention. Even the other stalls paused to observe the situation. Xiaohua, unaware of what was happening, was still serving customers as usual. Here's your strawberry candied hawthorn. Just then, the thug pushed the customer aside to take his place. Yo, business isn't bad, huh? Pretty lady, give me a first love skewer. She gradually felt uneasy but still forced a smile. Ah, the first love. Here is the sweet and sour hawthorn. Would you like that? But her kindness was met with the other party's recklessness. Come on, feed me. Xiaohua was so scared her face turned pale, trying to break free. Let go of me. After a while, AKA, having had his fun, finally let her go and then ate the food without paying. The taste isn't bad. No wonder business is so good. She trembled with fear as she faced them. What do you guys actually want? He slowly made his extortionate demand with a threatening look. Pretty girl, you've been running this stall for 3 days now. You should follow the rules, right? Pay 2,000 yuan for cleaning fees every month, or else, Xiaohua still bravely retorted. What are you basing this cleaning fee on? Two of his lackeys, not waiting for their leader to speak, showed off their power. What did you say we're basing it on? You're selling stuff here without greeting our big boss. You really don't know how things work. She firmly stood her ground. I don't know any big boss. Besides, it's legal to set up a stall here. What right do you have to collect cleaning fees? The result of 1 against 3 was obvious. This street is our Big Jiang gang's territory. You tell me if we have the right or not. Ha ha, legal? Not thinking that was enough, he went on to grab someone at random. Hey, what did you say is legal? The shop owner trembled and submitted. Big boss is the law here. Making the other party extremely smug. Did you hear that? Xiaohua had no choice but to explain the situation. Hoping to be let off. I don't have that much money. I'm selling just to earn some extra pocket money. But AKA quickly snuffed out her hopes with his dirty tactics. If you don't pay up, I'll come add some flavor to your candied hawthorns every day. Tears of anger couldn't be held back and streamed down. My candied hawthorns? Why are you guys like this? The people around gradually whispered. Isn't this just making things difficult for a girl? This is too much. Those thugs have someone backing them. In the tense atmosphere where no one dared to speak loudly, the sound of footsteps running over became clearer. Zhao Tong immediately shielded Xiaohua with his body. What are you doing, bullying a girl and robbing people in broad daylight? You're all scumbags. The other party was deeply touched, Zhao Tong, but his skinny frame was easily lifted up by AKA. Who the hell are you? The two lackeys also started cracking their knuckles. Looks like you're pretty brave, huh? Trying to be a hero to save the beauty, huh? You're no hero, just a scrub. Zhao Tong resisted, but it was insignificant. Let him go. Xiaohua also quickly helped. Let him go. I'm calling the police. He remained indifferent. Call the police. You want to report me? Fighting. No way, I just saw his clothes were wrinkled and I was helping him dust them off. Is he injured? Are you hurt? His aggressive look gradually made her lose courage. Have we done anything illegal? Trying to scam money? Is this the quality of students these days? Let's all go to the police station to give a statement. We're free, but you guys are studying and selling stuff. So busy. Those people blatantly threatened, as if they were used to it. If you really call the police today, these brothers will play with you to the end. Xiaohua helplessly shed tears watching Zhao Tong suffer because of her. The rubberneckers also felt indignant. Damn it, this is disgusting. Don't do anything rash. You might get bitten back if you provoke those bastards. AKA even put on a punchable face. Yo, what are you all surrounding us for? Angry and want to hit me? Come on, hit me. This dude's oozing confidence, bullying the weak college students. Just a bunch of newbies who haven't learned their lesson yet. No money, no connections, no backup. Totally useless. 2,000 yuan a month ain't even enough for my 2 meals. This little sanitation fee is already me being generous. You should be thanking me for a lesson your school doesn't teach. You poor bastards, cracks knuckles. Time to show you who's boss. Get out of here, you bunch of cowards. As he shoved people aside, he bumped into the only one standing still. Not a damn bit scared. Lin Xin was still lost in his food coma.
Nom nom nom, this stinky tofu is fire. Akam's starting to get heated. Where'd this deaf punk come from? Get lost? His beefy hand clamped down on Lin Xin's shoulder, but then the unexpected happened. He couldn't budge him. An aura of danger immediately radiated from Lin Xin. Can't you see I'm eating? Is your brain underdeveloped or something? Even a dog knows to walk around, you don't. Lin Xin decided to punish him with his specially crafted stink bomb. I'm telling you, better scram before I lose it. ACA ain't taking this disrespect. Raise his fist. What the heck? Unbelievably, Lin Xin's face was still as chill as a stone statue, not even a scratch on it. Only ACA brought pain upon himself. Damn it. OWW. This guy's rock solid. His lackeys rushed over in a panic. Boss, you alright? On the other side, the drama show was in full swing. So painful! I'm getting beat up! A fist as big as a sandbag smashed into my face. Y'all saw it, right? My head's spinning. How am I gonna get home later? Zheng Hao held up his phone, perfectly in sync. Don't worry, I filmed the whole thing of you getting jumped by these thugs. Lin Xin made sure it's crystal clear. These two-bit gangsters didn't expect young people these days to be so thick-skinned, in stark contrast to everyone's gleeful faces. There stood the student council president, Zheng Hao, while the one lying on the ground was senior Lin Xin. At this moment, Lin Xin unleashed his ultimate scheme. Let me tell you something. I got a 2 million yuan bottle of baijiu with me, and here's the receipt. You just surprised me and knocked it all over? Looks like that's enough to put you guys in jail for a few years. Thanks to that, they finally gave up. Screw it, don't mess with this idiot, get lost, what are you looking at? But now the crowd wasn't having it anymore, I get it. Everyone swarmed together, surrounding the three beefcakes. So that's how you want to play it, huh? We'll just watch then. ACA started panicking at this weird turn of events. What are you doing? What do you guys want? Just then, the great devil himself, following Lin Xin's lead, started playing the victim. Why the heck did you push me? He quickly defended himself. When did I push you? But he was met with a barrage of accusations. Look, Yanjiang University students getting beaten up by thugs right at the school gate. Where's the law? A fist like a sandbag straight to the face. Even the bystanders got hit. Hu Tong, copying Zheng Hao from earlier, cried even harder into the camera. Look everyone, this is the thug who hit people. ACA, fuming, smacked his phone away. You gotta be kidding me, you're really pushing it. Unexpectedly, he triggered another professional beggar. Ah, my hand's broken. The next person in line was Dabin. Oh god, a 20,000 yen phone. It looks like it's broken, I just bought it yesterday. And what about the medical bills? Compensation for emotional distress. Damn it, I'm so jealous. Can he hit me once too? ACA backed into a corner, unleashed a string of curses, his hand itching to throw a punch. But the situation spiraled even further out of control when Mir joined the fray. If everyone's gonna act, I might as well give it a shot. A voice suddenly echoed from her phone. After being used to seeing the shining blade light up the dark night, how can one distinguish between chivalrous heart and demonic intent? The moment she started her livestream, she instantly cranked up the hype. It's so hype here. Even though I don't know what happened, let's do a hidden leaf dance first. Viewers quickly got hooked and started caring about this violence topic. Someone even took a photo of Mir and posted it on social media, followed by countless interactions from netizens. Gradually, the thugs' bad representative spread further and became widely known. ACA was surrounded more than an idol. Not only was he not happy, but he was also freaked out. Get out of the way, all of you! Do you understand? The crowd immediately gave them a taste of what online violence felt like. You messed with the wrong people, messing with college students. Back in the Republic of China era, we dared to take down the presidential palace. Students can kill invaders and fix society. Mess with us and you're asking for it. Finally, Zheng Hao stepped forward as the representative demanding justice. You better not think about leaving before you satisfy us. ACA, cornered, decided to make his move. Screw it, don't think we're actually scared of you guys, brothers, let's go. Just then, the Yuan family brought the police to quell the disturbance. Who dares bully my students? Only then did those people start to feel afraid. You're the principal of Yanjiang University. The old man's words poured out powerfully. I don't care who you are, but Yanjiang University is a legitimate institution invested in by the government, not a place for illegal fees. From now on, besides the stalls licensed by the school, selling around here is prohibited, and those violating the law can explain it at the police station. The police worked quickly, taking these three involved people away. The humiliated thugs turned tail amidst everyone's scorn. Get lost, don't come here, keep your eyes peeled. This is Yanjiang University's territory. The upperclassmen in the school are also very caring and attentive.